Czad, czy ja muszę robić tego streama? Czy mogę po prostu się zacząć opierdalać? Ładnie, proszę. Ja nie chcę. Kurwa. No cześć, czat, witam serdecznie. Mamy niedzielę, dzień pański i będziemy oglądać dzisiaj najgorsze ścierwo na świecie. Będziemy oglądać 6-godzinny film Gina na temat całego Google Doki Sinder. Jak możecie się spodziewać, ze względu na to, że będę pierdolił w trakcie tego oglądania, to zamiast 6 godzin oglądania będzie z 10. Czy jesteście mentalnie gotowi na to, bo ja nie. W ogóle, Alison, Anastri, dziękuję za follow, witam w zespole. W ogóle, co to się dzieje, że ja dostaję follow, jak stream się jeszcze ładuje? A, słuchajcie, wiecie co, ja bym normalnie poopowiadał o grobingu, co się działo, bo kilka śmiesznych rzeczy się wydarzyło ostatnimi czasy, też koszmar, który się za mną ciągnie 2 lata, się kończy, ale o tym wszystkim myślę, że pogadamy na spokojnie w poniedziałek, bo jakbym teraz miał się zacząć rozgadać, to nawet pół godziny to jest za dużo czasu zmarnowane. Naprawdę. Pół godziny stracone będzie za dużo, więc ja nie będę przedłużał. Ja się zmniejszam, przesuwam na bok i lecimy z tym szambem. Co się stało? A, bo zminimalizowane. Bang! Dobra, czekajcie, ja się dam jeszcze tak. Nie. Pogadamy sobie o grobingu w poniedziałek. Spokojnie. W poniedziałek też pewnie będzie stream. Niestety nie ma czasu. No słuchajcie, to jest dosłownie 6-godzinny behemoth. Jak ja Perseusze oglądam 3 godziny. Te 1,5 godzinne, nie? Od gąciarza. To sobie wyobraźcie jak tutaj. Ja się sam będę musiał gryźć kuźwa w język, żeby nie gadać za dużo. Nie, to waifu Angel mnie stalkuje, nie ją, pamiętajcie. Anyway. Dobra, to co? Are you ready, kids? Błagam, niech ktoś szybko napisze jej kapten, bo mi się nie chce tak... Dobra. Nie wiem dlaczego mam straszne odpory przed kliknięciem, żeby to puścić, wiecie? To jest... O Jezus Maria.
The Lord of the...
Czekajcie, bo ustawiłem przypadkiem, że mi daje z monitora dźwięk. W ogóle taka pierdoła, nie? Bo ja jestem użytkownikiem komputera starej daty. Ten, kto wymyślił, żeby dodawać głośniki wbudowane w monitor, jest pierdolonym geniuszem, okej? Co najlepsze, ja sobie specjalnie kupowałem głośniki jeszcze przez 2 lata, a miałem głośniki w monitorze, ale o tym nie wiedziałem kompletnie. Przynajmniej nie trzeba kupować tego dziadostwa w końcu.
Rings trilogy was written by the author J.R.R. Tolkien. It is one of the best-selling books of all time, selling...
W sensie, już mi się podoba porównanie Google Doki od Sinder do trylogii Władcy Pierścieni, bo to jest taki behemoth.
over 150 million copies. If you want to read the entire trilogy, then it's around 1,000 pages. And considering that it's one of, if not the best written fantasy world ever created, then hey, it's actually a small price to pay. This means that for 1,000 pages, you could either choose to immerse yourself in one of the best written fantasy worlds of all time, or read a 1,000-page Google Doc about VTuber drama. I wish I was kidding.
Wiecie co, jak zawsze uważałem, że każdy Google Doki, który wychodzi, to dla dramatubera, kogokolwiek w ogóle ze świadka VTubingu, to jest takie, o, kreska koki! Woohoo! To szczerze, ta krecha w przypadku Sinder mnie generalnie przeraziła. I nawet jej nie dokończyłem do dnia dzisiejszego, bo naprawdę tak mi się koszmarnie tego czytać nie chciało.
1,000 pages, all dedicated purely to VTuber drama. How do you even get here? What even got us to this point? Well, you know, it's only one of the biggest incidents in VTubing history. You see, Sinder was one of the biggest and most successful independent...
A czekajcie, w sumie teraz sprawdzimy jedną rzecz. Twitch Tracker. Dajcie mi Sinder. A no spadła. W sensie minimalnie, nie? Bo wcześniej to było takie 4-1. 4-1 bardziej. Ale zobaczcie, jak bardzo ona dużo ma unfollowów z tym wszystkim, nie? I minus 1,4, minus 1, minus 38, minus 387 to jest takie wykrwawianie się powolne. Zobaczymy, jak będzie przyszłościowo, nie? No bo to już na przykład jest słabszy stream, nie? No ale to gra w Luigi Mansion, co jest trochę wiadome, że ta gra będzie miała gorszy odbiór. Zobaczymy z czasem, nie? Obstawiam, że Sinder tak może personalnie siąść na 2 koła.
English-speaking VTubers in the world. Now look, some people will argue with me. She didn't have tens of thousands of concurrent viewers and she didn't have 1 million followers, but her community was so ridiculously loyal and held so much influence that she truly was starting to reach lengths that only other legendary VTubers had attained. For example, in the first 4 months of 2024, she had made over $65,000 just in bit donations on Twitch. This...
Za każdym razem, jak pokazują mi narodowość Shaili, ja zaczynam sobie przypominać, dlaczego wydaje mi się ona sas. Niemka.
ranked her as the 5th most donated to Twitch streamer on the platform, right behind other streamers like Queso and Jinxie.
No Shaili jest Niemiec.
On that list. In January 2025, she became a partial...
O ile się nie mylę, Shaili jest Niemką, która aktualnie mieszka w Amsterdamie. Coś koło tego.
Owner of the company Gamersubs. This is an extremely big deal, and it's only been achieved by one other VTuber, which was Shy Lily. I mean, she even had an article written about her back in 2023 with the title, Sinder banked on VTubing success and the investment is paying off. She'd only been a VTuber for a few years, but she was already reaching lengths no one could have ever dreamed of. In other words, the sky was the limit. And one of the reasons for that incredible success was, of course, her design and the art style associated with it. The artist behind that model would be none other than Nanoless, otherwise...
Okej, moim zdaniem Mujin tu trochę poleciał, bo... jak design w sam sobie jest bardzo istotny, to tak naprawdę o wiele bardziej istotne jest to, jak ty się poruszasz w tym designie, nie? Ja wiem, że to jest trochę spłycenie tego, ale no... Nie lubię takiej gadki często. Arty to jedno, ale to jak ktoś to wykorzystuje, to jest zupełnie inna para kaloszy. Bo możesz mieć najpiękniejszy model, a możesz być totalnym drewnem.
Referred to as Nano. She'd be Sinder's artist from the very beginning and would work on every single model of hers. Both of them benefited greatly from their working relationship. On April 18th, 2025, Nano would post the most recent model she had made for Sinder. It would of course receive a lot of attention, and you'd even see Sinder commenting, "Thank you for another amazing model, Nano." She'd make that comment on April 19th, 2025, and barely 7 days later, with no prior warning and completely out of the blue, Nano would make
Google Doki
saying, "Hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel it is necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want to say." Linking a Google Doc with the title, "Terminating my work with Sinder."
Ale w ogóle, że te Google Doki potrafiły osiągnąć 12 milionów wyświetleń, to jest ja pierdi. To pokazuje trochę, jak nawet te dramy, które ludzie nazywają, dramy VTuberów, nie? Pierdolenie o Chopinie. To potrafią się kuźwa roznieść echem.
This would receive over 12 million views. In the document itself, we could see DMs between Nano and Redacted for the most part. The reason why this was a big deal is because Redacted, otherwise known as Red, was Sinder's manager. In these DMs, he would slander other creators, sometimes Sinder's friends. But worst of all, what these DMs showed us was the fact that Red tried to actively sabotage and blacklist other VTubers from being able to work with Nano. And again, some of the people affected were some of Sinder's closest friends. After this document would be posted, Every top VTuber in the industry would leave a comment in support. And just as people were attempting to wrap their head around this, barely 6 minutes later, Bao the Whale, one of
Co jest w ogóle interesujące, to aktualnie Bao ze wszystkich osób zamieszanych w to wszystko najbardziej obrywa. Przez to, że nie potrafi aktualnie trochę siedzieć cicho, bo spora część, w sensie, ujmijcie to, weźcie to jako foliową czapkę, nie? Ale ze względu na to, że Sinder ma dosyć mocno zaangażowaną widownię, wierną widownię, etc., to w momencie, w którym teraz Bao potknęła się noga pod tytułem, że wrzuciła tweeta, w którym mówi, że jak jesteś streamerką i duży streamer do ciebie pisze i zaczyna do ciebie pisać i rzuca w ciebie bardzo dużą liczbą atencji czy różnego typu rzeczy, uciekaj, bo to może znaczyć tylko i wyłącznie jedno. I ludzie to odebrali dwojako. Niektórzy mówią, no dobra porada, bo tak naprawdę warto mieć to na uwadze. Inni, o mój Boże, jak ty wszystkich mężczyzn traktujesz i tak dalej. I ja mam wrażenie, że część tego hejtu, w sensie, co jest najlepsze, początkowo nie był zasłużony, z czasem został zasłużony, ale o tym będzie w materiale w poniedziałek, bo Bao tam zaczęła lajkować posty, które mówią, które srają po prostu na mężczyzn. Nie będę ich cytował, bo nie pamiętam dokładnie, ale po prostu srają na mężczyzn. No i ze względu na to bardzo duża fala hejtu się w nią walnęła i mam wrażenie, że ona jest trochę specjalnie pompowana przez Pyropapsy trochę, ale to jest dosłownie teoria spiskowa moja. Bo mam wrażenie, że faktycznie ma to miejsce, ale no nie masz tego jak udowodnić, nie?
the pioneers of independent English VTubing, and someone who is practically friends with everyone in this space, would also make a tweet saying, "I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend," referring to Sinder and linking her own Google Doc. And worst of all, we'd see that due to conversations between Red and Nano, Nano would eventually decide to cancel the model she was working on for Bao. Bao at some point would vent about this in her friends group chat in which Sinder was a part of. Everyone would support her except Sinder. And Sinder knew very well that her model was cancelled, and she also knew that Bao was very excited for it. This further pushed the narrative that Sinder was a backstabber who never took her friends seriously. You can see the immense support Bao received here and how everyone in this space is her friend by all the replies on her tweet, wishing her well. Less than 20 minutes later, Bao's own music video editor would also post his own account of how he was treated by Red in DMs, and you'd see another VTuber by the name of Spite also make her own document, saying that for years she's been harassed by Sinder's community for being seen as a cheap copy. That Sinder
Co jest w ogóle najlepsze? Spite wyszła w ogóle na tej całej dramie z Sinder najlepiej. Bo jak... Ktoś tu dołek zaliczył. No patrzcie. Jak w kwietniu wydarzyła się cała drama Sinder, ona wystrzeliła do 2000. Potem spadła do 1300, 1200, 1000. No i teraz jest na jakieś 900, nie? Teoretycznie niewiele zyskała w dłuższej perspektywie czasu, ale początkowo spike był gigantyczny, nie? Witam serdecznie.
wouldn't acknowledge her and would even actively try to blacklist her, even though she literally started streaming before Sinder's career even began. And finally, Silvervale, another VTuber who could be considered a pioneer of independent English VTubing, would also make her own document on Sinder, telling
W ogóle Silvervale to zawsze była dla mnie taka specyficzna VTuberka, bo ja ją kojarzę, nie? Ona mi zawsze gdzieś przelatywała oczami i tak dalej. Ale ja jej w życiu nigdy nie oglądałem. Nigdy nie miałem nawet chęci do oglądania jej, ale zawsze ona gdzieś była w tle dla mnie widoczna, nie? To jest bardzo specyficzna persona z mojej perspektywy.
us how Sinder was obsessed with her for years, trying to be her friend, even though Silver had expressed that she wasn't interested. And worst of all, how as her model was being cancelled due to discussions between Red and Nano, Sinder would be messaging her, congratulating her on achievements, yet again pushing the narrative that she is a two-faced backstabber. As this was all happening, the pressure was mounting very hard on Sinder. This is when she'd make a tweet saying that effective immediately, Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry everyone, I will make a larger response when I'm able. Now look,
Co teraz aktualnie wiemy, jest kuźwa nieprawdą, bo dalej współpracują. Jedyne co, to Sinder będzie pisała teraz z ludźmi, a nie Red.
Look, most of these DMs did have Red, but Nano would specify in her document that based on working with Red and Sinder over the years, she's sure that they speak for each other and that there's no reason to believe that Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Regardless though, people thought that this was a step in the right direction until Van Peaches, another VTuber, would reveal that 4 years ago, Sinder had referred to Red as her boyfriend. This was not revealed by anyone else writing these documents, even though they fully knew this. But for the broader VTuber community, this was the first time they were hearing about it. It backfired on Sinder tremendously. And what made it so much worse is that this post got community noted, saying that Red acted with Cinder's knowledge and consent, both of which directly engaged in libel towards other creators. And as people...
W sensie, czy ja wiem, czy to sensu nie ma, że oni pracują dalej? Patrzcie na to. Nie? Mieliśmy na przykład całą sytuację z SSS Sniper Wolf, o której był materiał swojego czasu. No i tam jej były partner był tak naprawdę osobą, która robiła tam wszystko, nie? Sama Sniper Wolf tylko użyczała głosu i twarzy. Ale wszystkie scenariusze, wszystkie rzeczy, wszystkie deale ogarniał ogólnie on. No i w tym przypadku może być centralnie tak samo, nie? Że Sinder sama w sobie dawałaby gorszy content bez Reda, bo ten na przykład pisze scenariusz, na przykład mają czat otwarty cały czas ze sobą na streamie, on jej mówi podkręć teraz bardziej, trochę zluzuj. To naprawdę potrafi pomagać człowiekowi, nie? Więc to jest trochę niedziwne, że pracują dalej mimo wszystko. Bardziej mnie dziwi jedna rzecz, że oni przy tym wszystkim dalej są razem. Bo to już jest trochę zupełnie inna para kaloszy, nie? Bo jeżeli przyjmujemy oczywiście, że Red działał za plecami Sinder, no to już jest trochę inna para kaloszy, to nie jest coś, co jesteś w stanie bardzo łatwo wybaczyć, jeżeli o tym nie wiedziałeś. Bo to faktycznie, można powiedzieć szczerze, Red zamknął wszelakie kolaby dla Sinder na lata. Sinder sama sobie teraz będzie musiała zrobić środowisko i będzie musiała wypromować ludzi, którzy będą chcieli na niej żerować. To jest coś bardzo ciężkiego.
People thought this couldn't get worse, as they were still grappling with the fact that Red is Cinder's boyfriend, and this was revealed
no
for the
to
first
tak, to
time.
nie ma
Some
różnicy.
dude Rain randomly comes in, posts a Google document, and reveals to us that Cinder had cheated with him on Red, showing us old DMs from her previous persona. Yeah, as someone who was watching all of this unfold live, I could tell you right now, I have never seen such chaos unfold in such a short amount of time. At this point, the pressure could not have been crazier. Everyone was waiting for a proper statement from Cinder, and it would only be a day later, on the 27th of April, that she would post a Google Doc with the title, My Apology. It would be clear.
Wiecie co? Najlepsze jest to, że jakby zamiast tego całego Google Doca wstawiła to to by się skończyło to lepiej.
Clearly written in a rush during panic, and it was very bad, making the situation way worse. But don't take my word for it. Some of Cinder's closest, most
Florian.
loyal friends would express this themselves. Yoklesh, who has known Cinder
Będzie we wtorek.
for a long time and worked with her as an artist, would say, I'm so disappointed. You have known Red since your college days and have a long-term relationship. How can you think it's okay to just put all the blame on him and pretend you didn't know what he was saying or doing as your manager? I don't believe this. She was saying this in reference to the fact that most of Cinder's apology appeared to be her throwing Red under the bus, saying that she was not aware.
Zwłaszcza, że tam w ogóle było w tym dokumencie jedna rzecz przede wszystkim powiedziana, którą mam wrażenie, że potem Sinder nie wspomniała w tym nowym Google Doci. Mianowicie jest to, że w tym pierwszym dokumencie My Apology był tam istotny fragment, który mówił o tym, że oni generalnie pracując pokazują sobie rzeczy na telefonie, rozmowy na telefonie i wszystko inne, więc to jest trochę dziwne, że ona o niczym kompletnie nie widziała, ani że nigdy nie przeskrolowała na przykład kawałek w dół, kawałek w górę i nie zobaczyła bullshitu, który się dział, nie? To jest podejrzane generalnie bardzo.
of the majority of things he was doing. Lena would express the same thing, saying this is someone you supposedly loved and worked close with as a team for years. I can't imagine for the sake of an online image throwing someone away so effortlessly, claiming you didn't know what they were doing. There's just no way. You had everything. You had a massively supportive community, a group of girls who stuck by you. You're a partial owner of a company. People would die to be where you're at, and you actively sabotage the people closest to you as well as creators that had nothing to do with you. And of course, one can't mention the replies on this post without mentioning Shy Lilies, garnering
It's
over
just
8
a
million views and
business.
over 150,000 likes, in which she calls out Sinder very aggressively, highlighting the same points we saw with Yoklash and Lena, while also calling for her accountability. Look, it was safe to say that after this apology, it was over. People would go as far as burning their own Sinder merch and would of course start making memes of the entire situation. The fallout would be immense and unprecedented. She'd lose over 50,000 followers on Twitch and would lose tens of thousands of followers on her Twitter. She would go
No i do teraz traci dalej. To jest powolne wykrwawianie się.
completely radio silent, and her name would become a painful reminder as to what could happen when you let fame and numbers get to you while completely disregarding the people who care about you. This is how things would be for 5 months. But that of course would be until Sinder would come back with no prior announcement on October 8th and post this tweet saying, "The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. They lied to you. Here's 1,000 pages of proof linking a Google Doc." And yes, just like I said, unfortunately, it's real. It's actually 1,000 pages.
Właśnie wróciły do mnie wspomnienia, jak to było ogarniane na streamie. Nawet kurwa 1/3 nie skończyłem. Po 2 pierdolonych streamach. Ja pierdolę. Kurwa, zabijcie mnie.
99.99% of people did not
Żebyś
bother
wiedział, że to
reading
są
the whole
flashbacki
thing.
z
Honestly,
Wietnamu.
I don't blame them. There are many people who sought to understand what the hell's in this document through summaries, TLDRs, and honestly, nothing can truly tell you
Ej, czekajcie, bo... Ej, bo mi się jeden komentarz nie wyświetlił. Aha, dobra. Słuchajcie, wiecie co? Taka mała rzecz, nie? Jak dajecie ciąg obejrzanych transmisji i wrzucacie wiadomość, ja jej nie widzę na czacie, nie wiem dlaczego. Czekajcie, trochę zabawne te momenty, kiedy ludzie palili pluszy Sinder i ogólnie... Nie jestem w stanie tego zobaczyć. A chcę zobaczyć ten komentarz, cholera jasna. Czekajcie, kanał. No i oczywiście go kuźwa nie zobaczę. No cóż, życie.
unless you go through it yourself. You have to see the small details. The wording
Trochę zabawne były momenty, kiedy ludzie palili pluszaki Sinder i ogólnie merch. Jej dla innych może to nie być takie zabawne, ale dla nas, dla mnie jest. No niestety takie, w sensie, inaczej, ja rozumiem generalne zawiedzenie się Sinder przy tej sytuacji, nie? Ja sam zresztą mówiłem, że to nie jest coś, po czym Sinder powinna w ogóle kończyć karierę, tylko to jest coś, co generalnie będzie wpływało na nią przez bardzo długi okres czasu i będzie miała przez to problemy. Ale czy powinna przez to kończyć? Nie. Ale czy ukrywanie się będzie skutkowało tylko gorszą sytuacją? No tak. I czy te 5 miesięcy było dobre? Wydaje mi się, że trochę za długo. Jakby to ogarnęła w 3 miesiące, odzew byłby kompletnie inny, nie?
used, the way things were written, presented. And seeing that I've already made a video on what happened back in April of 2025, I figured that it's my responsibility to make a video about this response. Purely because I hate myself, but also because no one else would. And again, I don't blame them. So make sure to have a seat, because this is
Nie, no było parę osób, które starały się zrobić o tym materiał i je zrobiły, nie? Tylko, że problem jest taki, no... Jak chcesz być dokładny w tym materiale, to wychodzi ci 6 godziny scenariusza. I tego ludziom się nie chce oglądać nawet.
going to be my longest video ever made, where I present to you this document in the most objective way possible. So without further ado, let's do this. But first, a sponsor I'm sure you'll find interesting. I love anime. I'm sure you do too. Problem is, if you want to play a game that's anime themed, then most likely it'll have gacha mechanics. Well, Duet Night Abyss noticed that. They were meant to be a gacha game, but took the decision, as they were gathering player feedback, to just remove the gacha system completely. No stamina limits, no soft pity, no 50-50. The only monetization in this game is cosmetic, and that is it. And other than the fact that this game is, really pretty, the gameplay is where it truly shines. You can earn characters, weapons, and a bunch of different rewards just for playing this anime RPG, whether it be through the story, boss challenges, or just in co-op. I'm sure you'll find something you'll enjoy in this game. Not to mention that it's free, respects its players' time, and is available on both PC and mobile, both Android and iOS. And the best part in all of this is that it's coming out now. More specifically on the 28th of October, so if that sounds interesting to you, then make sure to click the link in the description or the pinned comment to get the game today, including...
Ej, czad, graliście w to? Jest to warte w ogóle pogrania? Czekajcie, jak to się w ogóle na Twitchu ogląda? Road to Empress, 10 koła widzów. Street Fighter ma jakiś turniej. Ej, w ogóle, jedna rzecz, nie? Fortnite tak upadł. 43 000 widzów tylko. Nie, to był kiedyś top 1 wszystkiego. To mnie nie dziwne. Chaos Zero Nightmare to chyba było to. To jest chyba to. Wiecie co, tak patrzę, nie ma najgorszych wyświetleń. Kto wie, może sobie pierdzielniemy to. Ale dobra, lecimy dalej, bo na razie mam 10 minutę i 40 minutę streama.
Up to 107 free polls and 7 free characters. Thank you so much, Duet Night Abyss, for sponsoring this video. Alright,
Już
so as I
możecie zacząć
mentioned,
mieć
this
depresję.
document is actually 1000 pages. The way it's divided is in 13 different sections. These, of course, can vary. One could have 4 pages, the other one could have 230. Some of these sections are dedicated to specific people. Most
Najważniejsze są podziały.
notably the ones who posted the most damaging Google Docs back in April of 2025. We're going to read the first 3 sections together, seeing that they're less than like 25 pages total. And then throughout the other sections, I'll be doing a combination of reading, plus summarizing, plus skipping all the repetitive parts because this document was written terribly. I can guarantee you it was not a pleasant read. And the last thing I'm going to say before I start.
No nie, to jest ta kwestia. Jak się czytało part Nanoles, okej. Ale potem na przykład przechodziłeś do partu Bao, to dostawałeś nagle te same SS-y. Jak, po co?
Is that after reading the first section titled An Overdue Response, I'm going to have a few disclaimers before we keep going. These will be fairly important in the grand scheme of things. So no more stalling, let's actually get to reading. Sinder would say, "Hi everyone. It's been over 5 months since everything happened. I have never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. I've always hid my insecurities, and it's hard for me to open up about things, even to the people closest to me. It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when Nanoles and Bao posted their documents together, after I had finished streaming earlier in the night. I was awake for almost 48 hours by the time I posted my apology. Looking back at it, no, it wasn't good. I was not in a sound state of mind when it was written. I was blindsided by any of this coming out and the accusations made against me. No one involved tried contacting me privately beforehand. I was unable to eat, sleep, or do anything else but watch more documents and statements be released while everything fell apart. I didn't have Red, I didn't have my friends, but I had the weight of...
Okej, ale wiecie co? Mnie zawsze w tym fragmencie interesowała jedna rzecz. Dlaczego Sinder oczekiwała, że ktokolwiek się z nią skontaktuje, zanim wrzuci ten Google Doc? Bo ja rozumiem, że liczyła na to, no bo to moje przyjaciółki i tak dalej. No ale obrabiałaś im dupę, to po pierwsze. Po drugie, w momencie, w którym one by ci powiedziały, że chcą coś takiego wrzucić, to dostawałyby przynajmniej przez cały dzień, powiedzmy, nawet jakby ci dzień wcześniej powiedziały, że przez cały dzień by dostawały: o mój proszę, błagam, nie rozumiecie, to nie tak. I co by się generalnie zmieniło? No nic. Jedynie by było płacz i w sumie prośby, żeby tego nie robić. Generalnie nic by się nie zmieniło. Ja rozumiem, że sporo rzeczy ludzie chcą, żeby zostać na prywacie, ale jak już ktoś postanowił rzucić takie rzeczy, to często nie ma przed tym odwrotu.
The entire internet waiting to see what I was going to say and how I was going to say it wrong. I didn't have access to search for all the evidence to defend myself with a growing list of allegations, and didn't have time to put it all together cohesively anyways. I was petrified. How could I possibly respond correctly to a coordinated effort like this in the state I was in without just blindly accepting fault for all the things I didn't do or never knew happened? I rushed to get something out, defend myself the best I could in the heat of the moment, and post it just so I could rest. No matter what I would end up saying, it would never have been good enough. It took me a long time to mentally recover and have the ability to face any of this again. I couldn't look at anything Sinder related without breaking down. All of my fans that look...
Ej, tu jest w sumie jedno moje takie pytanie, nie? Jak sądzicie, czy Sinder wyszłaby lepiej na tym jakby tak jak zrobiła, czyli wrzuciła te nieprzemyślane przeprosiny, licząc, że coś to naprawi, czy w momencie, w którym by powiedziała okej, przesadziłam, nie chciałam, żeby doszło to wszystko do takiego poziomu, biorę to na klatę, postaram się w przyszłości być lepsza. Bo mi się wydaje, że jakby zrobiła to drugie, skończyłoby się to dla niej aktualnie lepiej. Bo okej, dalej by wyszła na szmacisko straszne, no ale przynajmniej nie ukrywa, że tak nie jest, nie?
Looked up to me were led to believe I was evil and encouraged to destroy or donate my merch. Almost everyone I knew or cared about turned on me in an instant, and anyone who's ever had anything to say about me did. I had only one of my close friends message me after everything was out there. I received rape, dox, and death threats over these accusations. So
O czym? Oglądamy 6-godzinny film Mujina na temat najnowszego Google Doki Sinder, który miał 1000 stron. Będziemy tu siedzieć jeszcze 10 godzin.
I stepped away from the internet. I reconnected with Red, and we worked things out between ourselves. When we were both ready to, he helped me with the long
Kto jest moim
process of
kocurem?
making this document. I didn't say almost anything else to anyone sooner, privately or publicly, because no one would believe me until I had absolutely everything put together to post all at once in one place. So yeah, already one hell of a way to start the 1,000-page novel, right? Next up, we'd have a subsection called Purpose of this Document, with 5 different bullet points. The first one would say, to present the full story and the facts and evidence around what happened with complete
Co mi
transparency,
atakujesz
defend
stopę?
myself against what's been said about me, and
Ej, kot
provide
jest do
mine
mnie
and Red's
agresywny.
perspectives and motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is, my side of the story matters too. The second point would be to take accountability for everything that each of us are guilty of in the past couple of years, whether they were
Ej, czat, ja mam pytanie. Czy ja mogę dać 1,25 speeda? Czy ja mogę dać 1,25 speeda? Bo inaczej będziemy tu siedzieć naprawdę 10 godzin. A to nie jest coś, co wam rozpierdoli, że nie będziecie słyszeć. Nie. Podwójne to wszystkich to pierdolnie. W sensie, ja potrafię oglądać, ale większość ludzi nie.
revealed in the original documents or not. This document will not absolve either of us of all wrongdoing, and it isn't trying to. Point 3 would say, dispel rumors, misconceptions, and
To
theories
jest moim
about me,
kulturem.
show how and why things actually occurred, and point out and refute discrepancies and lies in the claims or statements made against me. We've done things wrong, but the amount and degree of them has been incredibly exaggerated or completely made up. Point 4 would say, this document contains speculation. Baseless accusations were made against me without evidence, so I've kept speculation labeled as such in this document. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact. So yeah, just so you know, since I actually read the document, most of this speculation would be in the 8th section of the document, titled The Breakdown. There would also be some in Silvervale's section. Objectively speaking, when you say speculation with someone who has such a loyal audience like Sinder, the one thing that comes to mind is how dangerous that is. But anyway, we'll get to that later. The 5th point would say, this document is not to fuel harassment or spread hate towards anyone involved. I am doing what's listed above and posting this document in the same public setting the original documents were. If you
Ej, w ogóle, bo tak przeglądam Twittera w międzyczasie, nie? W ogóle uwielbiam takie komentarze, nie? Że gościu zrobił w chuj długi materiał, który można skrócić na temat tego, że nie obchodzi mnie to, co ona tutaj daje, Lili jest najlepsza, Sinder może spierdalać. Gościu pokazał, jak... Florian? Jak bardzo jest bias, spróbuj być lepszym reporterem, nie? I wiecie, co jest najlepsze? To jest tak gówno statement, bo to, no, tak naprawdę Jezus Maria, czekajcie, bo Floren mi napierdala i tak się gubię. Nie jesteś uprzedzony do jakiejś osoby, jeżeli jesteś po tej właściwej stronie, po której ja chcę, żebyś był. I to jest bullshit. I tak jest pełno takich komentarzy w ogóle.
I've harassed anyone involved in my defense, you are not my supporter. Your actions are reprehensible, and I've never advocated for anyone to do this for any reason. I'm sorry to anyone who's been affected by any actions of rogue community members against my principles. So these 5 reasons outline her purpose, and she does make it a point at the end to tell her community members, do not harass anyone, and if you did, you're not a part of my community. That's always an important thing to add when you're a content creator with a community. Sinder then says, I have been made out to be a two-faced, greedy, jealous, psychopathic narcissist who's maliciously used, stalked, sabotaged, and betrayed those closest to me and anyone around me for my own gain for years, manipulating my way to the top like some kind of evil mastermind. You were lied to. There are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality. This was a complete public assassination of my character over what were lies and assumptions, followed by my cancellation and disappearance, with my accusers profiting from it. If I was really the awful person I was made out to be, then this document wouldn't exist. I wouldn't have any way to refute the claims made against me. I could have just continued streaming and profited from the drama and the over 30 million views this situation garnered. I could have let everyone forget about this and come back like nothing ever happened, but it's not true, and I couldn't allow myself to move on without making things right. Everything that's come out, and stories that followed have been blown way out of proportion and turned into crazy conspiracies. Both Red and I have done nothing wrong, and all of that will be addressed here, but the story everyone was told was not the reality of what happened. Every single
I to jest statement, który mi w ogóle psuje całą wypowiedź Sinder, nie? Że Red i ja nie zrobiliśmy niczego złego. Girl! That's kind of bullshit.
person I've interacted with in the past almost 5 years, even those closest to me, and every single interaction with them would have been fake for the story told about me to be true. I believe that there were 2 people responsible for how things played out, with a 3rd person merely having an axe to grind against someone they never liked. Nanoless lied overwhelmingly about what happened between her and Red, sat back, and played everyone, including my friends. Shy Lily lied about me from the start, orchestrated things behind the scenes, and manipulated the public to their side. Silverveil took the opportunity to lie all about our interactions together, making things even worse for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation, including their own satisfaction. None of them could take accountability for their own actions and pushed it all onto me instead. The only 2 people that could disprove their lies were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. She's of course referring to herself and Red. Aside from the labeled speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. I have nothing to hide, and there isn't a reason to hide anything anymore. The bulk of what's shown here was over the past 2+ years. Keep in mind that no matter who you are, opinions, thoughts, and feelings can change a lot over such a long period of time, for better or worse. I went back and forth on a lot of things to put in here, asking myself if I should just leave them out for the people I still care for, or keep them in for my own sake. No matter what evidence is included in this document, it wouldn't be surprising if it's claimed that even with all of the evidence, all of this is just me trying to lie, manipulate, and gaslight my way out of what happened, and that no one should possibly believe me again. To show that I stand by everything written here, and that I'm sorry for the things I've done wrong, I made a very hard decision. I'm giving up my part ownership position of Gamer Subs. I've worked so hard for them since December of 2022, and earning this position was one of the biggest accomplishments of my life. I'm honored they chose to give me the opportunity, and I've been immensely proud to have the title. As sad as I am to do this, I feel the need to protect the company I love, the people that work there, and everyone associated over my own interests. Gamer Subs suffered a lot of damage when all the accusations were made about me, and that fell on my shoulders. This is my responsibility as part owner, and I don't want any more harm or negativity to come to them by having this position. I didn't have to do this, and I wasn't asked, forced, or coerced into making this decision. There are things more important to me than business. I notified them of my decision in June, and it will take effect at the same time this document is published. Each tab in this document is about the people and events related to the claims made against me, where I've provided links to each person's respective statements for reference, the evidence, context, and mine and Red's thoughts around each situation. You're intended to read each section, and in the order they're presented. This document should be viewed in desktop and light mode for the formatting to appear correctly. Some information and screenshots appear in multiple sections for whoever it's relevant to. The first few sections, being Nanoless, Bao, V-Card, and Numi's concert and Chai Lily, culminate in a section breaking down what you've seen throughout them, with the last few sections of this document being standalone. Unless stated otherwise, every link in this document is working at the time this is posted. This document will not be edited after it's posted either. Because we live in 2025, I need to say that this document was written without the use of AI. I understand some of the things in this document may be damaging to the people involved. They understand.
Najlepsze jest to, że uważam, że gdyby użyła do tego AI-ki, ten dokument byłby jakkolwiek lepszy.
Understood that their claims would be damaging to me before they publicly made them too.
Bo AI pousuwałoby niektóre partie.
And if I really am the person you would like to believe me to be, the burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. So yeah, one hell of a thing to start things off. And already we have some pretty hefty accusations, with Sinder blaming Shy Lily, Nanoless, and Silverveil of going after her on purpose. Later in the document, you'll get to make up your own opinion after seeing the proof that she provides. The next section in this document is titled Redacted, in which she speaks about, well, her partner. Before we get into that though, I have some pretty important disclaimers, starting with the first one. Some people, even after reading this first section, already had doubts. For example, with Sinder saying she didn't use AI, saying there's no way you could possibly write 1,000 pages yourself. That's crazy. Well, after having read these pages myself, I can tell you right now, no AI was used. In fact, there's one specific typo in which Red forgets to finish a sentence that you'll find halfway through the video that completely caught me off guard, and I left it in the video, so you'll get to actually see my confusion. Another thing that people doubted from the moment this document was posted was Sinder saying this document will not be edited after it's posted either. The reason why people started having doubts shortly after this was posted was because not even an hour afterwards, some sections would start to be missing pages. So I took the time to research it. On my browser, the nanolist document would be sitting at around 173 pages. Some people would claim that Nano's section used to be 230 pages. Others would say that it was 210. So where did all these pages go? Why is there so much confusion? Well, thanks to a viewer of mine by the name of Derek, I was able to get my hands on an archived link of the document when it was first uploaded. It takes way too long to load the sections on the top left, but I can't really blame it since it's 1,000 pages. In the Nano section from the archived document, we could see that the page count is actually different. It was actually off by many pages. So I sat
I wiecie co? To teraz wyjaśnia w chuj niektóre dziury, które przy tym były, jak to ogarnialiśmy. Bo tam było wrażenie, że parę rzeczy jest kuźwa pomijanych.
down, put on my detective hat, and compared every word, every single subsection and image included, and my conclusion is that it was the same exact document.
Ah,
word
kurwa.
for word. I tried to do this with other sections too. Nothing had changed. So what gives? Well, it seems like it has to do with both your aspect ratio on your monitor and your resolution. At a 16:9 aspect ratio on a 4K resolution, this document of Nanos is 184 pages. If I were to make my browser go from horizontal to vertical, the page count all of a sudden becomes 116. Yeah, it's that stupid. So this simply means that the page count's different on the archived version because the person who archived its monitor showed that page count in particular based on the resolution.
Ale to jest
and aspect ratio.
debilne.
So yeah, fairly important disclaimer because I've seen quite a few people throw this accusation around. As far as I can tell, it is false. Cinder truly didn't use AI and truly didn't change anything in the document since publishing it. The third important disclaimer, and I promise I'm almost done here, is the fact that this document took
Ej, ale to jest w ogóle ciekawa sytuacja, nie? Bo puszczasz takiego behemota, że jedną z dyskusji ludzi jest to, czy ty faktycznie masz tyle stron, czy przypadkiem czegoś nie usunęłaś, bo te strony są w tak ogromnej ilości, że jakakolwiek zmiana rezolucji, czy nawet o jeden rozmiar monitora powoduje to, że parę stron brakuje. To jest popierdolone, tak szczerze. Bo to jest w ogóle pierwszy raz, gdzie taka rzecz jest w ogóle brana pod uwagę, nie?
a very long time to make, and Cinder indirectly showed us proof of that. On page 205 of the 8th section titled The Breakdown, Cinder would be talking to us about something that happened in Cinder's lore video that she made for her May 2025 debut. Now, Cinder would link an image of the video's thumbnail where we can clearly see it was uploaded 3 weeks ago. The video was uploaded on August 2nd, 2025, and Cinder had posted her Google Doc on October 8th, 2025. This means that we can confirm, without any speculation, that Cinder had worked on her document for at least 5 whole weeks. But honestly, I think it was way longer. That's because in this document, you wouldn't just have many different screenshots of DMs from very different timelines. You'd also have sections in which Cinder would go through past VODs of the people she's talking about, would link the exact VOD at the exact timestamp, would transcribe exactly what was said in that VOD, and would make a comment on it. This goes on for pages upon pages upon pages. All this is to say that this document took an incredibly long amount of time. If I had to guess, more than 3 months around that time. It is an incredible effort to an almost worrying degree. And the final disclaimer I have to tell you as we head into the second section titled Redacted is the fact that, well, barely 5 months ago, the public was made aware that both Cinder and Red are together, but under the pretense that they're girlfriend and boyfriend. The reality, though, is that they're married as husband and wife. Now, I know this might come as a shock. Muujin, why would you reveal something like this? Isn't it private? Well, it actually used to be. It's just that someone unintentionally revealed that, and that was shortly after this document came out. Around a week after posting her
Okej, dobra, no to teraz wiele wyjaśnia, dlaczego dalej są razem. Bo jakby byli w związku, to obstałem, że to poszłoby się jebać, ale jak są małżeństwem, to jest za dużo komplikacji prawnych i uznali, a dobra, jebać to. To wiele wyjaśnia.
document, Cinder would say, "Hi Pyropups, I'll be streaming tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST. I hope to see you there." There will be over 1,400 replies, some of them very supportive, some of them not so much. Now, one of the people leaving a very supportive comment is none other than Shonda, a very well-known English VTuber. In her reply, she'd say, "Cinder, I think everyone deserves a second chance, and everyone deserves the opportunity to learn from their mistakes and grow. I hope that your time away has helped you. I really hope that you found a better state of mind, both for your sake and your husband's, but most importantly, for the Pyropups, and I wish you nothing but the best." All right.
Ach, nikt cię tak nie wpierdoli jak koleżanka.
So, overall, very wholesome, but I don't think Shondo knew that this was not public info. This was only known by some of Cinder's closest friends, which are now not her friends anymore. But I don't think Shondo did this intentionally at all. If anything, I'd be very surprised if she did. She meant well with this comment. Now, of course, I'm sure some of you watching will think to yourselves, maybe it was a mistake. But think about this. Take a step back. If you know two people are together, but you're unsure of their relationship status, you'd say, oh, they're partners. Or hey, they're in a relationship. You would never, and I mean never, refer to a couple as husband and wife unless you were 100% sure that was the case. Because why would you? Just say, say they're partners or in a relationship. So yeah, overall, very interesting revelation. Unfortunate that it was unintentional, but it is what it is, right? The cat's out of the bag. This is definitely an important disclaimer to keep in mind as we go through this section, because they're not just boyfriend-girlfriend. They can't just break up on a whim, right? They're committed to each other till death does them part. This means that not only Red was in a relationship with her, not only was he her manager, but he's pretty much the person she committed to until the rest of her life. Does that make this section better? Does it make it worse? Up to you to decide. But for now, let's get to reading it. Cinder would say, Red helped me put this entire document together. We want to be upfront and honest that this was a two-person effort. His own commentary is present throughout it and is labeled as his and highlighted in blue. Red would then chime in and say, hello, I'm Red. I'm Cinder's longtime partner and have worked alongside her since she started this career. I helped her put this document together to set the record straight. Over the past few months, I've had to come to terms with being the reason why Cinder's image, her relationships, and her career were all ruined. I heard people who were our friends, I effed up, and she had to answer to the world for it by herself. My actions ruined everything for her, and I'm taking responsibility and helping her pick up the pieces. I didn't want to put out something sooner. Without her, that could have made things worse. See, like this sentence right here, if ChatGPT wrote this, at least it would have added a comma, right? But as you can see, this is written by a person. He then ends this by saying, I ask that you don't hold what I did against her. Cinder would then take us on the subsection titled Red and I.
Inaczej. Ja rozumiem, dlaczego chcą, żeby to, co zrobił Red, nie było wykorzystywane przeciwko Sinder, no bo są osobnymi osobami i tak dalej, nie? No ale, jak teraz weźmiemy w ogóle pod uwagę to, że są jeszcze małżeństwem, no to niestety, słuchajcie, to tak nie do końca działa, no. Zwłaszcza jak nie dość, że jest jej mężem, to jeszcze menadżerem, też ogarniał wszelakie projekty i wszystko inne. Często był osobą kontaktową. No to mimo wszystko jego działania w pewien sposób odzwierciedlają to, co robiła Sinder. Czy tego chcemy, czy nie? Więc oczywiście, że będzie dostawała po łapach. No możesz życzyć sobie czegoś innego, ale no niestety tak to wygląda.
She would start this off by saying, Red and I are still together. Obviously, since otherwise it would have been a divorce. We had a falling out and spent time apart after the documents dropped on April 20th.
Mujin. Jaka szydera się wychodzi.
6th, but he was still here for me when I was ready to talk to him again. We were able to work things out between us and forgive each other for what happened. I wasn't planning to say anything about this again publicly, but I felt I needed to. Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own selfish reasons, and the things I said about him were out of my own frustrations and past experiences. Yeah, that's because in Rain's document, the person she cheated on Red with, there wouldn't just be adult conversation, she'd also be talking crap behind Red's back. Yeah. She says, I made things sound much worse than they were at the time and mischaracterized the person he is. Red already knew that this happened way before it was made public in April, and no one else was ever told about it before then either. We addressed both of our problems in our relationship and moved past it a long time ago. It had nothing to do with my career or current events and isn't relevant to talk about further. We disagree, we get mad at each other, we argue, but our relationship isn't toxic or abusive in any way. I would appreciate it if the speculation around it would stop. Red and I have always had some level of communication problems, even with each other. Neither of us are good communicators beyond surface level. It's hard to open up and we get in our own heads about things. We butt heads and disagree with each other sometimes, and even more so working together all day every day. It's gotten so much better over the years, but it's never been perfect. So the idea that anyone in any relationship would know about and agree with everything their partner feels, says, and does is crazy to me. I'm not the only one who's ever had a significant other keep secrets from them, and neither is Red. Every relationship is different and has its own nuances, dynamics, and problems, functioning in a way that only the two people involved know of and fully understand. No one looking in can say otherwise. Because I cheated on Red, should I assume that everyone's significant other has cheated on them in the past? Should I assume that all my friends' relationships are the same as mine? No. And for me to claim I know exactly how things work between any of them just because I'm their friend that sees them a few times a year is ridiculous. For the love of God, please put more commas in your sentences. Oh my God. She'd continue. When I became Cinder, we wanted to keep our relationship private. In public, Red was simply my manager, and we hid our relationship from my friends for over a year during multiple trips. We agreed that I'd tell my closest friends about our relationship in March of 2024 because we felt we were close enough and trusted them enough to tell them. When we traveled, my friends saw us always close by each other and showing each other our work DMs on our phones, almost all the time from chats we were both in, instead of talking about things out loud to keep up with projects while away and to keep them private between us. It's easier to say, look at this, to keep each other on the same page rather than have a verbal conversation while we were around other people at almost all times while away. What they saw at conventions or on vacations was all they saw. Only Red and I would have any idea how we worked together and acted around each other when at home. I lived with Red and his family from the summer of 2022 to the end of February 2025. I have never outright told anyone this, including my closest friends. We wanted to keep at least part of our personal lives private from everyone, even telling some people we lived apart. On stream, I've always said I lived with family friends and streamed in a basement. The basement part is true. It's where I spent the majority of my time and it's where I worked and streamed from. My career started there in 2021 with my ASMR. Red was the one with the PC, mic, and experience with content creation since it's always been his hobby. I would go there more and more often until I moved in when I became a full-time streamer. For most of my earliest streams with my PNG model, Red would be in the room with me, modding on a laptop and making sure things would run smoothly. He was there as my tech support since at the time I could barely play games, let alone understand how to use and fix OBS if something went wrong. We built my own PC and stopped needing him by my side by the time I debuted my first model in June 2022. He moved his PC into his own room and has worked from there since. Starting sometime last year, my streams kept disconnecting and we couldn't figure out why. This was going on for months, and no matter what we did, it kept happening. We thought there could be something wrong with the internet there that we couldn't fix, so as a last resort, my parents and I made space for me to move back in with them with my
Przecież
entire
nie
stream
żeby
setup in
coś,
February.
ale
We
to
were
jest
able to
mało
fix the
istotny
problem, but it ended
fragment.
up having nothing to do with the internet at all. I've been working and living here since, separate from Red. The reason why I'm revealing all of this now is because we could have easily gone through each other's DMs whenever we wanted in those 3 years, but we didn't. It's not like we never showed each other our messages directly. We did, all the time. But we didn't comb through each other's DMs at the end of every day to read anything we may have said. And I don't know anyone who'd say that's normal to do. We could just tell each other things that happened, and that was that. I never felt the need to look over his shoulder to check on anything and everything he was saying and to who. We trusted each other, and he's always had my best interest in mind. The next subsection would be titled Work.
No ale to właśnie, to mi śmierdzi na kilometr, nie? Bo jakby to najlepiej ująć, skoro pokazujecie sobie wiadomości cały czas i nie ma z tym żadnego problemu i wręcz codziennie patrzycie wzajemnie do swoich telefonów i w życiu przez cały ten okres czasu, a to się ciągnęło przez miesiące, przypominam, nie zobaczyłaś, że na przykład Red napierdala u Nano dziwne rzeczy? Bullshit.
Together, and from the first paragraph, many people would say how they'd lose hope in this document and would stop reading. That's because Sinder would say, I'm choosing to have Red continue working with me. He will be doing most of what he did for me before, but will not be doing any work-related communication for me in any channels I'm not also a part of. I now have access to his Discord account to check on things myself if I need to. It's clear to me that he learned his own lesson from what happened. He made mistakes, and I forgave him. I wouldn't be where I am without him, and he's just as much a part of Sinder as I am. He wasn't just a manager that handled some messages, and he had a part in a lot of the things I did. He's always been the main creative mind behind my debuts and other releases too, even with
Ej, słuchajcie, nie żeby coś, ale Florian zawsze teraz na mnie się spojrzał zmartwionym wzrokiem. On wie, co ja tutaj przeżywam.
how involved he was, Red is still his own person, with his own ideas, his own opinions, his own feelings towards people, his own goals, and his own ambitions, working under the same brand as me. He's always been the business sensible one out of us, and the work side of things was always his focus. We worked together on almost everything, but we didn't agree on everything. There have been many business or creative decisions we'd argue back and forth about, sometimes taking days to reach a compromise. Red didn't always consult with me before making his own choices in his messages with our partners. A lot of the time I agreed with what he did or said, and it was fine, but sometimes I didn't, and we either compromised or I had him walk back what he said. Red didn't tell me about every single interaction he had with people we worked with, and I didn't expect him to. I trusted him. There was never a reason for him not to tell me something important. That was until we disagreed about one of my friends, Bao. At the start of this year, we moved a lot of our work-related conversations with various artists into a project service so everything could be organized into one place. I could be included in discussions and decision-making where I needed to be, and would be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay.
Słuchajcie, ja mam jedno ważne pytanie. Sorry, że tak przerywam randomowo, aczkolwiek. Bloody, gdzie są moje rogale? Gdzie są rogale dla mnie? Co? Ja chcę rogale! Patrzcie, co moja moderatorka upiekła. God damn it, pierdoliłbym to gówno.
Every detail of the things he was handling. This was for our organization, convenience, and so I could interact with every person working with me directly. However, this didn't mean Red didn't still use his DMs to do business or talk to people we were working with. Besides the allegations in Nano's document, no one else we've worked with has ever complained about Red, and we've both worked with dozens of people who I believe would say their experience working with us was nothing but positive. Like I said in my apology, there were things Red didn't tell me about, or hid from me, and did without me knowing in his DMs. They're all shown in this document in the order below. I didn't know about these things beyond what I was told, if I was at all. Those things would be Red's inclusion of Bao and Cotton in his exclusivity deal with Nano in January 2025. Red telling Artist 1 Bao was someone he considered competition while discussing exclusivity on the same day as his deal with Nano, Red's conversation with Nano about Chilili in April 2025, Red's conversations with Mod 1 about Silvervale throughout 2024 and into 2025, Red asking Artist 2 about not working with Silvervale in March 2025, and Red's conversation with Artist 1 about Silvervale in April 2025, which Artist 1 told me about days later. The names of Artist 1, Artist 2, and Mod 1 are hidden to protect their privacy since they weren't directly involved in everything that happened in April. They will be reintroduced later in this document. So yeah, this was definitely one of the more controversial parts of this document, the fact that she's still working with Red even after everything that's happened, and it was one of the main pieces of criticism regarding these 1,000 pages, mostly because people stopped reading right then and there, thinking Sinder hadn't changed and this was just another document where she deflects blame. The final subsection in this section would be falling out. Cinder would say, the night the first documents were posted, Red was here with me. I ended my stream and he came over to see me while we worked on a few things together. We were still awake when Nano and Bao posted their documents at almost 2 a.m. EST. I didn't understand what was going on and started panicking. Red tried to explain what happened, but I blew up at him and kicked him out, regrettably refusing his help. We weren't in contact for almost a month after. I had one close friend reach out to me after things were public, and I responded to them sometime after Red was gone. I chose not to include their own message here. So yeah, in this message we could see Cinder saying, I'm so sorry blank, I'm trying to collect myself, Red and I aren't speaking right now and I'm so upset with everything. She'd continue, I was distraught.
W sensie, nie żeby coś. Jak ona wywaliła go na ponad miesiąc, to trzeba przyznać jedno. Red ma złoty język do przekonywania Sinder.
and I posted that Red was fired later that morning. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus and avoid accountability. I was blindsided by my friends publicly pointing the finger at me for his words and actions I didn't even know about and I didn't agree with. I didn't know what else to do. In my apology, I said, as of yesterday, he is no longer working with me and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Because Red will continue working with me, I will be deleting this tweet sometime after posting this document. And of course, here she'd be referring to the tweet where she'd say, effective immediately, Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. That got community noted. So yeah, by the time this video releases, this tweet would be gone. So yeah, as I had already mentioned, this is where most people would just stop reading, right? The first section was just a couple pages. This was like 4, and the next section would be around 14 pages, at least for me, on my monitor, with these downloaded PDFs. To many, this seemed like Sinder was backtracking over the things she had said as the controversy was going on, and that she hadn't learned her lesson. I mean, she was bringing back the one guy who was blamed for her downfall. It didn't look good, but we're not even 1% through the document, believe it or not, so we still have a lot to cover before you can come up with your final opinion. The next section would be titled, My Apology and Taking Accountability. Sinder would say, now that I've reviewed everything that happened and had time to reflect on my own actions, there are some details I need to point out and corrections I need to make for my apology. Then, I'll go over the things Red, or I, or both of us did wrong so we can take responsibility. Each section after this will explain the full story around each major individual involved, anything Red and I did, and defending ourselves against everything we didn't do. Quotes from my apology will be present throughout this document to show what they were in reference to. So this is where Sinder would post her apology that she made, you know, the one that wasn't really well received by the community, and would say, the things I claimed and admitted to in my apology were based on what I knew at the time, what was published in everyone else's documents, and what Red told me right after. I shut him out when I shouldn't have. I made my apology without his help, without all the info in front of me, and without knowing the full scope of what happened, how it happened, or what to believe. I was under extreme stress and pressure to say something as soon as I could, and was expected to accept fault for everything I was accused of, but not guilty of doing. Some of the things I wrote were overly apologetic, and I made things sound worse than they actually were because of the severity of the situation. The main takeaway people had from my apology was that I pushed everything onto Red and didn't take accountability for anything myself. She would then have small different sections with a couple of bullet points each. The first one would be what I blamed Red for in my apology, because he was guilty of doing them. Him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silvervale, and the second point would be him holding a grudge against Bao. So these were the things that Sinder was blaming Red for that he was guilty of. The second section would say what I blamed Red for in my apology when I was also guilty, saying Red was the one with a business-oriented outlook on things from the start. I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this way in my apology. The next section would say what Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know about until writing it. Red and Nano ever talking about a model for Geary in November 2023. That's another VTuber. Red including Bao and Cotton in his conversation and eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity in January 2025 and bad-mouthing Mao in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Shy Lily and her model in April of 2025. The next section would say things I said about Red in my apology that I was wrong about. The first thing being he did not manipulate Nano. So Sinder was saying she was wrong thinking that Red manipulated Nano in any way. And the second thing would be he did not push Nano to not work with Silvervale and she was not a constant topic between them. Sinder would
To jest bullshit. To jest bullshit, bo tak naprawdę Red puszował Nano, tylko nie mówił tego wprost, on to sugerował strasznie.
then show us another subsection saying things I took
Nie,
accountability for.
to wiesz, ona jest święta generalnie, nie?
In my apology, listing 15 different things. The first one being agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity, agreeing to specifically name Silvervale in the terms, and knowing a deal involving her was made. The second one being guilt-tripping Nano. The third one being feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. The fourth one being not knowing about what Red had said about Bao to Nano when I should have. The fifth one being not speaking to Bao about Red's feelings towards her and letting it spiral to the point it did. The sixth one being upset and taking it personally when Bao hired my video editor. The seventh one being upset when Sagamore told us he wouldn't be working with us again. The eighth one being confiding in Red about Shy Lily's behavior towards me. The ninth one being becoming resentful towards Silvervale. The 10th one being letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. The 11th one being assuming Spiked copied me. The 12th one being very possessive of my design details early on in my career. The 13th one being overreacting to Ninetales Hellhound OC design, which was apologized for in the past. The 14th one being cheating on my boyfriend. The 15th one being neglecting or leaving behind friends of mine. So this was Sinder admitting that all these 15 things did happen and that she took accountability for them in her initial apology back in April 2025. She then continued, saying, I admitted to the world that I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story pushed was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. Even with all of these concessions of what I did do, I was still somehow a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. What I did was not admit to the right things the people making these claims already decided I was guilty of. They also expected me to apologize for everything I've ever done without any of it ever being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past. I understand that the things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility, and my ignorance doesn't change that. I should have taken more care to check up on what he was saying and doing, but I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. My accusers went out of their way to claim Sinder did this, Sinder did that, completely disregarding Red's agency from any of his own words and actions. The proof I must have known about everything he's ever said and done was because they said we worked on things together on our phones during the few times a year we were traveling, and Nano's document showed 2 of my screenshots from over a year.
No ale sama to tak napisałaś, kobieto. Czemu ty masz problem do ludzi, że wzięli to, co napisałeś dosłownie, że pokazujecie sobie fony wiecznie. Nawet w tym dokumencie wyżej napisałeś to dokładnie to samo. Boże, kobieto.
apart from separate situations where I knew more or less what had happened between her and Red. There was no other evidence presented for their claim, but they told everyone it absolutely had to be this way. Emphasis was placed on Red's usage of we and our, as if they could know for a fact that it meant Red was always speaking with my knowledge, approval, and oversight every single time he said it. This was necessary for their narrative to work against me. This is what I said in my apology about this. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao these DMs either, and him using we and our in this context is abhorrently incorrect and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. And now here's what Red had to say about this. I have always been more or less the creative lead on things we did, like model designs, project ideas, and art in general, and Sinder often agreed with my creative judgment. She trusted me to do the communication I did for her without oversight. For example, a lot of times I would be the one talking to the artists we were working with who only knew me as Sinder's manager. If I knew the direction I wanted to take something, with or without talking to Sinder beforehand, and I said, I want this art to be like this instead of Sinder wants this art to be like this, then it felt like an awkward thing for me to say. In my mind, to the person we're working with, I'm just the manager, not the creator, not the streamer, not their client. What I myself wanted wasn't important. What Sinder wanted was. So in order to give weight to what I would say, I started using we early on, without speaking for her directly, saying Sinder. If we wanted to do something a certain way, then it would give me agency by implying that we both agreed on and made the decision. That Sinder was aware of the decision being made, regardless of if she actually was or wasn't at the time, and that my words had meaning. I was speaking on we, the brand's behalf. It became a habit of mine to talk this way regarding any projects or business dealings. I didn't start doing this because anyone told me I should be. I didn't speak like this all the time or in every single message. It's not like Sinder never knew about what I was saying when saying we. If afterwards she did disagree with me on something, then I'd have to walk back what I said and say that Sinder actually wants it this way, for example. Very often, Sinder was on the same page as me beforehand, or would agree with what I said without her knowledge using we afterwards. In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I used we when talking about Bao, so it would seem like Sinder also backed how I felt. Sinder not only wasn't aware of this, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying. In our conversation, Nano said herself that she was not really down with working with people who Sinder didn't want her to, so I made sure to tell Nano how we felt, expressing my own feelings to her as if they were both of ours. This will all be shown in Nano's section. So, in other words, if someone had bothered to read the rest of this document after Red's section, they would probably be even more shocked that this guy right here was going to work with Sinder again, right? I think all of this could have been avoided if Red didn't just say he was Sinder's manager, but if they made sure to officially announce that he was the creative lead. But who am I to judge? Sinder would continue.
No właśnie to, że ona pracuje dalej z Redem, rujnuje tak naprawdę wszystko. Bo jakby wróciła, powiedziała, jesteśmy razem, ale ja już nie pracuję w ogóle z Redem. A tak to wróciła, powiedziała, że dalej będę pracować z Redem, ale część komunikacji będę mieć ja. To jest takie... No gościu praktycznie zrujnował ci karierę, a ty go bierzesz z powrotem do pracy. No trochę chujnia, no.
There are three things in my apology I need to correct that will be shown in full detail in this document. She started off with a subsection titled Missing Information, Lies, and Incorrect Statements in My Apology. The first point would be, I left out a lot of information regarding my experience with Silvervale and trying to overly apologize to her, and ended up making things sound much worse than what really happened. The second point would be, I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano about Spite in 2023 to not make things worse for myself by revealing more than Nano or Spite did about what happened regarding her. That's already a very big revelation, obviously, because her apology was terrible to begin with, and the fact that she was lying too makes it even worse. The third point would be, I was wrong about which year the situation with Nyan Tails took place in. I wrote that it was after my debut, but it was actually an entire year earlier. She'd then continue, my apology and the accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I've laid out everything below that will be presented throughout this document so we can address them and take responsibility.
Ja czekam w ogóle na moment Bao, bo wiecie, ja teraz mam takie... Ja już to czytałem, ja to już komentowałem. Czekam na moment, gdzie była Bao, bo wiem, że tam będzie skipnięte to, co trzeba skipnąć. I kuźwa zacznie się kontencik dla mnie, nie? Ale kuźwa... Naprawdę, tego Google Doki nie da się słuchać nawet. To jest masakra. Naprawdę, gdyby ona użyła AI do pisania tego, to by było bardziej znośne.
Explaining the motives and reasoning behind our actions are not meant to justify or diminish them or the feelings of those affected, but to understand why they happened. The next subsection will be titled Everything One of Us or Both of Us are Guilty of. That accountability is taken for or shown in this document in the order they're presented in. We both became neglectful of many friendships and personal relationships online and IRL. Red and I became consumed by our work and prioritized my career over all else. Red considered everyone, including our friends, competition to some degree, and I agreed. Red and I left Tricky at our hotel in Tokyo one day during our Japan trip in October 2024. I chose to distance myself from Khan after what happened between her and a friend. I tried going back on my agreement with the artist Nixiu in April 2025. Red asked Nano to not work with Spite in January 2023 and told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing he spoke to her about Spite in my apology to avoid talking about it. Red initially dissuaded Nano from accepting a model from Gear.
Czyli w tym momencie przyznałaś się do kłamania na temat bardzo istotnej rzeczy. Czyli tego, że byłaś... No... narcyzm, który nie mógł kompletnie przyjąć do wiadomości to, że ktoś was porównuje, że jesteście podobne, dlatego chciałeś zrobić wszystko, żeby babie zrobić na złość. I to wcale nie sugeruje, że jesteś bardzo podobna do Reda, nie? Wcale.
In November 2023. I guilt-tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. Red reassured Nano about her considering and canceling Bao's model in August 2024. I knew Bao's model was canceled in August 2024 and didn't try to do anything about it. Red and I agreed to talk with Nano about exclusivity, including not to work with Silverveil specifically on any more models in January 2025. Red and Nano agreed to a deal for her not to work with Silver, Bao, or Cotton in January 2025, only telling me about Silverveil's inclusion. Red spoke to Nano about Chilili in April 2025 after seeing Nano work on a model for her and never told me about this conversation. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working with them in September 2023. Red convinced himself Bao gate-kept her video editor to hurt our future music video projects in December 2024, then held a grudge and list of grievances against her. I didn't speak to Bao to clear things up about what I knew Red held against her, and it led to me being an awful friend to her for months at the start of 2025. Both Red and I mismanaged the planning and communication with Numi about her concert at the start of February 2025. I pulled out of performing in her show and almost didn't go after choosing business over my friend. We both grew to dislike Silverveil over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurities, and how Silverveil acted towards me. Red asked an artist not to work with Silverveil in March 2025 and never told me about it. Red and I assumed Spite was copying me in 2022 and early 2023. I overreacted to Ninetales' Hellhound OC design in 2021. She'd then say every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red or I that isn't listed above is not true, whether it was an assumption or a lie in someone's document, statement about me, or verbally on stream. I would list the false accusations here, but there's been such a ridiculous amount at this point that I don't even know where to start. I will let this document speak for itself. These actions were not over years like the public was told. The majority of these actions happened in an 8-month span from August 2024 to April 2025. How each person was affected, if they were affected at all, is explained throughout this document. Nothing was black and white, and none of these actions were motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious for the sake of it. The next subsection was called My Friends. It's been falsely claimed that I was using, manipulating, sabotaging, betraying, and backstabbing all my friends for years in an effort to deplatform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of years-long grand conspiracy of deceit against anyone, and I have never pushed the ladder down behind me. I have never been jealous or envious of any of my friends, or anyone else. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I loved my friends. Our experiences together were real. Our memories together are real. It hurts that I even need to say that here. There are plenty of things my friends know I've done for them, helped them with, or included them in for no other reason than that they were my friends. I've always answered their questions and offered them advice when they asked, done my best to be there and support them at their debuts, with their own endeavors, and I've personally bought so much of their merch for myself without ever saying so. I literally brought brownies my mom made across the country to share with them. I spent my own time making one-of-a-kind cosplay pieces of their VTubers for them for no other reason than that they were my friends. More than the 3 finished pieces below were planned for more of my friends, including Bao, before I put all of my crafting focus into my Nihilister cosplay. It meant a lot to me that I could make things that meant a lot to them. And here we can see different examples of different cosplays that she made for her friends. She'd then say, I don't know what they think I did against them other than what I listed above, or where these ideas came from, or what rumors they were hearing about me, or how my friends
to
collectively
jest faktycznie taki bardzo duży potok słów, nie? Tu jest... Bo ona próbuje... Nixie, dziękuję za follow, witamy w zespole. Bo ona próbuje się z kupy generalnie takich... Czekajcie, bo ja mam trochę zlesowany już mózg przez to, nie? Ale... Bo problem jest taki. Sinder na każdą pierdołę chce odpowiadać, zamiast na faktycznie najważniejsze zarzuty. I ona dosłownie na każdą pojedynczą pierdołę odpowiada. Czy to jest dobra strategia? Nie wiem. Wydaje mi się, że nie, mimo że odzew teoretycznie był pozytywny po tym wszystkim. Ale mam wrażenie, że przez to, że ona to walnęła w taki sposób, bardzo dużo ludzi ma takie... Nawet mi się kurwa tego nie chce czytać. Spierdalaj. Nie, to jest takie, zostawiam ją w spokoju, ale czy to jest dobre wyjście, nie wiem.
This must have been the case after everything we've done and shared with each other. I absolutely could have been a much better friend, but I just can't believe every single one of them thought this little of me at a moment's notice. There were about a dozen of my friends involved before Nano's document was posted, and still not one of them said anything to me before they were posted publicly.
Ja wiem,
so one
że
thing I'll say is
jest,
that
nie?
months leading up to the drama, some of her closest friends were starting to have doubts that Sinder even cared about them over business. You'll see that in Numi's section, and you'll also see that in Bao's section. To Sinder, they turned against her at a moment's notice, but to them, this has been brewing in their minds for months. They were hoping it wasn't true, but when they saw the DMs between Red and Nano, everything exploded. Anyway, Sinder would continue. A lot of my friendships did suffer due to where my priorities have been, especially over the course of 2024. Because of my focus being overwhelmingly on work and less on my personal relationships outside of it, I neglected people I cared about, and so did Red, both online and IRL, even my closest friends. Unless it was about work, I didn't put as much energy into just talking and hanging out, but that's not to say I never did, never wanted to, or disliked them for any reason. I had my things going on, and I know they had theirs. When I wasn't streaming or working on something, I'd be isolating or hanging out with Red to decompress, and I didn't have the energy to socialize. I tried to plan collabs with friends as often as I could, and it was a way to hang out while still appeasing my content brain. My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos. features, but to say that I was using them for that, as if countless other VTubers don't do the same thing, is crazy. When I was traveling to see my friends, all I wanted to do was hang out and spend as much time together as I could, and it was the happiest I was. Red and I always loved, valued, looked out for, and appreciated our friends, even if we didn't show it as often as we should have. I'm sorry to those of my friends who I haven't given the time they gave to me. I'm sorry for those I haven't spoken to in a long time for no other reason than my own.
Ale w ogóle ten part, nie? To nie jest tak, że inni VTuberzy nie wykorzystają swoich znajomości, żeby piąć się do góry. No nie, to się dzieje normalnie. Cały czas. Tylko, że kwestia jest taka, czy potem na przykład nie wbijasz komuś kosy w plecy specjalnie, nie? Co kuźwa Sinder zrobiła. To jest ta taka różnica, bo wykorzystywanie siebie w strefie streamingu to jest kuźwa norma, nie? Ale jak wykorzystujesz kogoś, to przynajmniej miej na tyle kręgosłupa, że potem jak tylko się odwróci, nie wbijać mu kosy w plecy. Bo możesz się z kimś nie zgadzać i tak dalej, ale próba blokowania czyichś projektów od zaplecza jest skurwysyństwem już. Bo to, że kuźwa, wyśmiejesz to na streamie, będziesz negatywnie do tego nastawiony, to zupełnie inna para kaloszy. Bo to jest norma, nie? Ale próba od zaplecza robienia komuś szamba to jest no nieładnie, no. Ale mam wrażenie, że Sinder tego kompletnie nie rozumie.
Negligence. And I'm sorry to my friends that I only focused on work with and didn't spend enough time being your friend outside of it. So yeah, overall unfortunate just for about everyone involved. The next subsection would be titled The Business Mindset. Red and I slowly became more closed off and neglectful of people over the past couple of years, but especially throughout 2024, focusing more and more of our time and energy on this career. Work became almost 24/7 for us, never taking a break. It was our job, our hobby, and almost all we talked about. We loved what we did, but we both became consumed by the content grind. Our work-life balance became non-existent. We were going and going and going all day, every day as a two-person team, working to an obsessive degree. We were always trying to do more, with more people, all the time. Everything became about doing bigger things, achieving more, accomplishing more, growing bigger, launching more cool things, having more opportunities, while keeping up with at least 4 to 5 streams a week. Our problem wasn't greed, like it was claimed, it was ambition. Ambition that was wearing us too thin to keep up with everything, but it was never enough to take a step back and relax. We were always looking ahead, always had to be progressing, and never stopped to appreciate where we were or the people around us. The money was nice, but it's never been the driving factor for anything we did. It was an indicator of a successful project, event, or merch drop that anyone understood. The majority of what I've made and spent went back into my work or towards the house my dad has been building. I've released a lot of merch, and it's something Red and I have both been passionate about. Coming up with and releasing cool new merch products is one of the most fun and fulfilling things to work on. And being on new products like a drink flavor or a trading card game was super exciting to us. It was always about launching cool things for my community over the money it made. I've turned down merchandise opportunities and many more sponsorship opportunities than I've ever accepted, only taking on those I really wanted or had a strong interest in.
Sorry, nie jestem w stanie wziąć tego inaczej jak tylko i wyłącznie gadka PR-owa pod tytułem słuchajcie, to nie chodzi o pieniądze, to chodzi o radość, którą sprawia nam robienie tych rzeczy. Dlatego wyrzucamy nowy merch co 2 miesiące, dlatego bierzemy udział w akcjach promocyjnych napojów energetycznych, dlatego też w karciance bierzemy udział i wszystkim innym. Nie, to wcale nie chodzi o pieniądze, to chodzi o radość, która z tego płynie. To jest PR-owe pierdolenie strasznie.
Even though a lot of them were paying very well. Being a greedy, money-hungry person has been falsely projected onto me. It's never been all about the money for either of us. One instance I may be called out for regarding this was during my Heaven Hound model debut. During my lore video, I had an intermission where my chat needed to fill a gold bar on screen with bits to progress the video. It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the debut, and my chat having direct involvement by cheering me on was important to the story being shown. The motivation wasn't to have people give me money for the sake of it. This mindset got myself and my career to where it was, but it took over our lives to an unhealthy degree, leading to the deterioration of our health and relationships with people. Being cancelled and away from work gave us the time to address this problem in our personal lives. For example, I have my own dog now who's been keeping me busy. I've gotten back into cosplay after not working on my Nihilister build for months. I've been trying to lead a healthier lifestyle, and I've been going to the gym regularly. Despite finding it difficult to be motivated about things since April, I've been making changes so I don't fall back into the same unhealthy work mindset I was in. Alright, so it's never been about the money. Cinder has turned down many sponsorships before, more than she's ever accepted. She only did it because it looked cool. That's a great mindset to have, but I can't claim that I watched Cinder to know how often she would accept sponsorships. All I can say is that she always had something to sell, like merch, products, etc. And her community loved it. And in the end, that's what matters the most, to stick with your
Community tak to kochało, że aż potem paliło merch. Albo oddawało go za darmo. Jezus Maria. Albo oddawało też na Armię Zbawienia.
morals, but also give your community what they want. Anyway, Sinder would continue in the next subsection titled Competition. In my apology, I said, I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I just learned about all this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always had to be competitive. She'd say, Red always considered everyone a competition, including my friends. I understood and I agreed with his reasoning below. It didn't change anything between my friends and I didn't treat them any differently because of it. The only person I became directly competitive against was Silvervale, and that wasn't right of me. Red would then say, the content creation sphere is massive.
To jest masło maślane. Sorry. Ale jeżeli przyjąłeś taki mindset, taki sam, i patrzyłaś na nich jak na konkurencję, to oczywiście, że to wpływało na to, jak podchodzisz do znajomości. Bo jak nawet w minimalnym stopniu patrzysz na kogoś jak na konkurencję, zmienia to twoją interakcję z tymi ludźmi. Czy tego chcesz, czy nie. Część rzeczy, które byś normalnie powiedziała, nie powiesz. Część rzeczy, które byś zachowała dla siebie, no nie zachowujesz do końca dla siebie, tylko starasz się to jakoś wykorzystać, bo to jest konkurencja. Więc to jest pierdolenie, no.
And the VTuber sphere is a
Siema,
fraction of
witam
that with its
serdecznie.
own audience. So that already is an interesting sentence because it's pretty much assuming that the content creation sphere is a pie. There are limited pieces, and unless you don't get yours, you'll never get it. Personally speaking, I've met content creators who speak this way, but I've also met...
Co, kolejna osoba mnie znalazła z TikToka w końcu po latach? Cherry Serii, dziękuję za followa, witam w zespole. A ty już wcześniej dostałaś tutaj suba. Ktoś tutaj chyba dał unfollowa.
the opposite. People who believe that there's a piece of the pie for everyone. Now, in my own objective experience, the latter was way more pleasant to talk to, and I could actually form a friendship with. He continued, everyone was always doing something, launching something, playing something, and it's a constant race of relevancy. Whether you want to look at it that way or not, it's the nature of the industry. Part of the reason why we were always working on new things, releasing bigger things at a faster and faster rate was to stay competitive in the space. In a general sense, everyone was competition. Friends, other VTubers, other content creators, but at the same time that anyone and everyone could be considered competition, they were also collaborators, co-workers, and partners. The end goal was about staying relevant in people's minds and making sure our project could succeed alongside anything going on at any given time while also topping our own things we've done in the past. At no point was this view ever motivation or an excuse to hurt, take advantage of, or put down creators around us, especially friends. This is a business, it's a job. But keeping the business aspect of things in mind didn't affect the way I saw our friendships with people or the way I treated them. They were my friends too, and we both cared about them, supported them, and helped them out when they needed it. I've always had the backs of the people closest to us. The only people I've ever considered as direct competition in the negative sense were people either we had something against or they had or did something against us and were working with artists important to us. By April 2025, this was only Silverveil from how she acted towards Sinder for years. Bao after what I thought she did to us and our other friends in December of 2024, but only until sometime after my deal with Nano in January 2025, and potentially soon to be Lily by the way she was treating Sinder and coincidentally getting a model from Nanolist at the same time. It was wrong of me to feel this way, especially towards Bao, and I am sorry. So yeah, there you have it. The final subsection in this section would be 3 personalized apologies to 3 different people. The first one would be Tricky. Yes, the one they mentioned earlier that they had abandoned at a hotel in Japan. I'll just sum this up. They went to Japan to explore the country with their friends.
Ja nie kupuję nawet, że Redowi jest przykro w jakikolwiek sposób. Ja mam wrażenie, że jest mu bardziej przykro, że wyszło to publicznie, niż że źle zrobił. Cześć, Arisu.
One of them was Tricky. Red and Sinder barely had time for themselves. So they woke up at around 8 or 9 a.m., they waited for an hour in their hotel room without hearing from Tricky, and just left without her. They only ended up meeting up with her again at the end of the day. Cinder would say, Red and I are sorry to Tricky for leaving her behind and hurting her. We didn't think she'd be left completely alone with how many of us were together in Tokyo, but we still should have waited for her instead of going off on our own. She was one of our best friends and we're both so sorry. So I really, genuinely don't know why this is here, but maybe someone talked about it publicly or something. And
Ale to jest w ogóle skurwysyństwo niezłe, nie? Jedziesz grupowo na wakacje. Okej, jesteście małżeństwem, nie? Więc zrozumiałe jest to, że chcecie czas dla siebie. Ale nie informujesz osoby, z którą pojechałaś na wakacje, że chcecie pobyć sami i zostawiacie ją sami w hotelu i pewnie jeszcze potem nie odbieracie telefonu.
I just missed it. In any case, in comparison to everything else that's been alleged and actually done in this document, this is nothing. Anyway, the next person they'd be apologizing to is Cottontail VA. Cinder would say, I'm sorry to Cotton for...
No i jak sądzisz? Fałę. Sinder się obroniła, czy się nie obroniła? Bo ja z góry mówię, że nie.
The way I've avoided her and turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. I thought I was being a good friend to someone I was close with, but it was unfair to her to treat her that way. I did not agree with how Red included her name in his deal with Nano, and I wouldn't have let him if I knew about it, regardless of how I felt about her at the time. Red would say it was wrong of me to ask Nano not to work with Cotton. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and after hearing about the situation she was involved in, I took it upon myself to do what I thought was right by another friend. Cotton's always been nice to me personally, and she didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. So yeah, Cotton's name is going to come up again in this document, obviously, but for the most part, Red and Cinder were really apologetic. The last apology would be to Nixiu, an artist. Cinder would say Nixiu deleted her tweet with her document about me. She shouldn't have, because she was right. I was going to include it here for reference, but I've left it out because of what she wrote in it. So instead, I've summarized the situation below. So the reasoning as to why she left out the document was because Nixiu in the document itself would say, I don't want any public reaction to this. I really do not want to appear on videos or similar. I don't want my case being used as an excuse to put more hate into it, etc., etc., which is why I personally didn't include her document in my video about the situation 5 months ago. Cinder would continue. Nixiu, or Iomea AF, is an artist that reached out to me via email about making artwork in exchange for showing it off and giving a shout out to her Patreon on stream. I hadn't seen the email, but she made a tweet laying out her terms tagging me in it. I messaged her that I was interested. I put her in contact with Red, and he handled things from there. Through Red, we made our agreement. It wasn't until she had a large portion of the sketch finished when I had changed my mind about our agreement and didn't want to do it anymore. I don't know what was going through my head or what my reason was for this, but I told Red to call it off. Red tried to make it seem like there was miscommunication somewhere to save face for me, but it was really because I was being unprofessional. He talked to me and I agreed to follow through with the art showcase and shout out on my stream. However, I failed to follow Nixie's terms as they were agreed upon. I didn't verbally shout out her Patreon and only showed the link to it that was on her artwork. I also didn't show the censored NSFW version of the art, but that was because I was worried about getting in trouble with Twitch. This was an unprecedented situation I caused with an artist, and I've never done something like this with anyone else. I handled an agreement I made extremely and regrettably unprofessionally. This was way out of character for me, and I'm sorry to Nixie for how I handled things and for the stress I caused her. I encourage anyone reading this to please support her and her incredible work. And that brings us to the end of this section. We're not even 1% through this document and already many bombshells and interesting information. The next section after this will be over 200 pages and it will be about Nano. However, we're going to be having a bit of a change of plans. Alright, so here's the deal. As I mentioned, there's 13 different sections in this document, and we just went through the first 3. In the first section, Sinder would say, you're intended to read each section and in the order they're presented.
Słuchajcie, czat, zostało jeszcze tylko 5 godzin! Let's fucking go! Florian, dawaj dupę, chodź, tutaj muszę cię pomiziać. Idę po kota.
And as much as I'd love to follow her instructions, after having read the whole thing, I can tell you right now that going right into the 4th section titled Nanolist would be a bit counterintuitive. Instead, I'm choosing to head straight into Bao's section, which is the 5th section. Why? Well, there's multiple reasons for this. One could argue that the most important sections in this entire document are Silverveil's section, Nanolist's section, and Bao's section. However, in Nanolist's section, you're mostly seeing things from Red's perspective, with Sinder chiming in every now and then. When it comes to Silverveil's section, it's mostly Sinder talking about her perspective, with Red chiming in every now and then. When it comes to Bao's section, not only is it significantly shorter than both Silverveil's and Nanolist's, but there are many repetitions, there are many things in Bao's document that will repeat in those other 2 sections. Additionally, you get to see this from the perspective of both Red and Sinder, with both of them having differing perspectives and even logic. Finally, when it comes to Bao, her reputation precedes her. Before this controversy, most people didn't really know much about Nano other than the fact that she's a very talented artist. When it came to Silverveil, yes, she's been here for a long time, but for the most part, she keeps to herself. She doesn't really collaborate that much and is a fairly private person. When it comes to Bao, though, not only has she been here since the beginning of the VTubing boom in the West, but she is quite literally friends with everyone. Yes, she has her own friend group, but she's someone who interacts with large and very small creators. Like, it doesn't matter how many followers you have. She has interacted with hundreds of people throughout the years and has never had a problem. She has never been involved in petty drama. She's never had a Google Doc written about her, which is, I mean, saying a lot.
Teraz generalnie się dzieje wokół niej, nie?
All this to say that I believe that this might be one of, if not the most important section in this entire document. It gives you a broad understanding about Cinder's logic and perspective, Red's logic and perspective, and does a lot to explain how we got here. Most people might have read the first 3 sections before giving up on the 4th one, saying that Nano is 186 pages, and unfortunately miss out on this section that's extremely important. So that's why I chose to go with this immediately. So, without further ado, let's see how Sinder chooses to introduce us to this section. Here's what she had to say. Bao has always been a great friend to me, and I couldn't own up to being a terrible friend to her when I wrote my apology. I've neglected Bao, the same as a lot of other friends of mine, but more than the others in my closest circle. There was so much I couldn't explain in my apology about what happened between Red and I over Bao that's all presented below. Because of Red's resentment towards her after he thought she went out of her way to sabotage us at the end of last year, she became a sore topic between us. My partner's opinion of my friend pressured me to treat her differently to avoid any conflict between us. I never tried to talk to Bao about it because I didn't agree with Red to begin with, and I didn't want to start any drama between us. I was ignorant to the way she felt isolated from me and our other friends earlier this year. She was hurting, and I didn't do anything about it. I'm sorry to her for never addressing the problem when I could have, and I'm sorry I made her feel unwanted. I knew Bao had a model planned with Nano. She showed it to me at WeebCon in March of last year. I also knew that the model was cancelled in August before she told me and our friends. I was told that Nano chose to cancel Bao's model so she could focus on her own content. I had no reason to ask to read Red's messages myself when this happened, and when Bao messaged me and our friends, I felt so bad that I already knew about it. I saw how excited she was about this model, but I didn't do anything to try and help her. I was under the impression this was what Nano wanted, and I've always been on Nano's side about what she chose to work on. As far as I was aware,
Ale sorry, nie, to jest... Wiecie co, no mogłam coś zrobić, ale tego nie zrobiłam, bo uważałam, że ta jedna artystka no nie chciała tego robić, no i chciałam to zaakceptować. Nie wiem dlaczego śmierdzi to na kilometr. Czekajcie, ja idę w ogóle do kibla, potrzebuję sekundy. Dobra, lecimy dalej.
Bao didn't have any plans with Nano for a model again after that. I didn't know it was ever replanned or that Red brought Bao up to Nano in their exclusivity deal in January. I did not and do not agree with what he said about Bao. Bao was recovering from surgery when she was told one of her closest friends betrayed her. I don't know what she was shown or told by Nano and Shy Lily or our other friends involved when she made her decision to make everything public, but I believe she was misinformed. I wish she would have talked to me first, but I don't hold that against her. I never talked to her when I knew Red had a problem with her and I was neglecting her, so I didn't deserve that courtesy back. Bao was encouraged to reveal my relationship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing not to say anything about it before I did. Bao was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a VTuber in 2020. I was lucky enough to become her friend and get to know her. She works extremely hard on everything she does, especially her music, with how
Kiedy
much bullshit she's
posprzątam
been through. She's one of
mieszkanie,
the
czyli
strongest people
nigdy.
I've ever met. Bao's the kind of person who will always have her friends' backs. I'm sorry that I didn't do the same for her and for never being the friend she deserved me to be. Red would also chime in and say, I'm sorry to Bao. I completely misjudged her character, jumped to conclusions, and made a mistake that not only hurt her with Nano, but continued to hurt her because of my influence on Cinder's actions towards her for months afterwards. I'm ashamed of the way I felt about someone who's only been a supportive friend to us. I was too immature to look past my personal resentment towards her to talk to her about the things that made me feel that way in the first place. I went out of my way to get even with someone and take an opportunity away from them who had only hurt us in my own headcanon. He continues, I also want to apologize to Bao for reassuring Nano it was okay to cancel her model last August. I was only considering Nano's feelings and how it would affect us, and not Bao. I'm sorry. Sinder would then speak again and say, below we've laid out anything Red or I have experienced with or related to Bao that are relevant to everything that's happened. This includes conversations with our mutual video editor, Red's conversations with Nano about Bao's model, our real life experiences, and the production of Boss Rush's music video with Sakamore leading up to what Red told Nano in their exclusivity deal. Alright, so for an intro, this is already very loaded. If we take Cinder's word for everything here, she makes herself out to be a victim. Someone who was forced almost to be a bad friend to Bao because of her partner's opinion of her. This of course ends up making Red look even worse than he already was. And I think
I trzeba przypomnieć, że Sinder mówiła na początku dokumentu, że tak naprawdę on nie próbował wpłynąć na Nano, żeby cofnęła model od Bao. Boże, jak to dziwnie brzmi w języku polskim, ale no cóż, trzeba o tym pamiętać.
it's safe to assume that if someone were to write this experience on like Reddit, seeking some sort of advice, the top comments would probably say, leave him immediately or something. But at the same time, Cinder doesn't just fully blame Red.
To nie. Jeszcze by napisali strategię rozwodową, żeby wyjść z większym majątkiem.
She also blames herself for being a bad friend. This won't be the only time she blames herself for that. In fact, if anything, I don't think she was a good friend to anyone in this document. And this is according to her own words. Seeing that Bao is well beloved by the entire VTubing community, I mean, it's very hard to find someone who dislikes her and has a valid reason for it. Cinder, instead of attacking her like she does most people in this document, would instead make the case that Bao was simply confused, that, hell, she was manipulated. Red then chimed in and, again, confirmed the fact that yes, this was mostly his fault. He made up a headcanon in his mind and convinced himself that Bao was an enemy and tried repeatedly to sabotage her, even doing his best to sabotage her friendship with his wife. What comes next is something that would happen on the 30th of September 2023. Red would ask Cinder's video editor about working with them exclusively. This would happen 2 weeks after they saw that this editor had worked with Bao on something else. Cinder would admit that she took this personally when she shouldn't have, saying that she thought that it must have been because her content wasn't good enough, or as good as Bao, or maybe that she wasn't paying the editor enough. She does take the time to specify, though, that she was upset, but not specifically at Bao because she was her friend. Red on...
W sensie, najlepsze jest to, nie? To jest kompletnie niebranie pod uwagę, jeżeli chodzi o edycję wideo, że też przede wszystkim bardzo dużo zależy od tego, czy klikam między montażystą a streamerem. Bo w momencie, w którym ty masz streamera, od którego ci się o wiele lepiej montuje, nie dlatego, że te treści są lepsze, lepszej jakości, czy jest ich więcej, tylko po prostu, że bardziej ci się podoba to montować, no to oczywiście nie, trzeba się... Jezus Maria, zgubiłem wątek 3 razy. Ale oczywiście nie, trzeba się obrazić, bo to nie może być, to musi być coś złego, albo ona musi być lepsza ode mnie, nie? A to jest po prostu, czy jest chemia między osobami, nie? Bo montażysta, który lubi content danej osoby, wyciągnie z tego więcej niż montażysta, który po prostu, content to content, nie?
On the other hand, wanted this editor to do more for them in general, so he wanted to ask about them becoming exclusive for that reason. He'd go ahead and ask how much they'd be wanting to be paid to be exclusive, and the editor turned him down. Cinder claims that both her and Red were satisfied with their response and accepted their decision, and she managed to get over her insecurity and was happy that this editor was supporting her friend. She then claims that this was the only time she has ever perceived Bao as competition, but it didn't affect how she treated her. This was all a larger version of what she had included in her initial apology back in April 2025. In the next page, we can see the DMs between Redacted and the editor, and if you're interested in reading them, you can pause the video. After After this, more than a month would pass by, and that would be when Red would discover that Nano was going to work on Bao's model. In the DMs, Red would be asking Nano, hey, do you have a lot of models lined up? Nano would say, quite a few. Does it have to do with the project? Red would say, no, it's not for the project. He was just wondering, because he knows that she's working on a model with blank and silver, and one of his contacts at Mythic Talent, his agency, said you would be working with one of their clients soon. So we can see here that Red always made an effort to see who Nano was working with. This is something that you'll see multiple times, not just in Bao's section, but in other sections too, and by this point, Nano was used to it. She would just show him her entire...
No, ale to w ogóle pokazuje, nie? Że jak bardzo Red jest manipulacyjny. Że on notorycznie się pyta, jakie ktoś ma projekty i czy przypadkiem czegoś nie zasłyszał. Nie? Z jednej strony można to uznać, no stara się być poinformowany, tak żeby dobrze projekty planować, etc. Tylko że problem jest taki, z jednej strony ma to sens, no ale niestety z drugiej może też sugerować to, że gościu szykuje coś niedobrego. No i w tym przypadku wyszło, że szykuje coś niedobrego. No, tak notorycznie próbował podkładać ludziom nogi.
Entire list of clients that was upcoming, and Red would reply with oof. Red would add a comment to the document saying my oof reaction in the screenshot was due to the number of projects she had on her to-do list, not about who was on it. This was the...
To nawet najlepsze jest to, że to nie jest jakoś wybitnie długa lista rzeczy do zrobienia. Wy naprawdę nie widzieliście Trello niektórych artystek, czy nawet VTuberek. To, o Jezus Maria, to jest nic, nie? Tam jedne osoby mają po 20-30 zleceń, które jeszcze trzymają.
First time I had seen Nano would be working with Bao on a model. In the next set of DMs, Red would be asking questions about Bao's design to find out if it would be compatible with Boss Rush's theme. This would be a group song project that Sinder would produce later on, right? At this point, it was just an idea, according to Red. This was probably because they were thinking of including her in it. The last DMs of this conversation on the 17th of November 2023 would be Nano rethinking her waitlist. Red would respond with, hey, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you. But would then say, I don't know for sure right now, but I think you maybe should keep Bao, big maybe. And that's all I'll say. To which Nano would reply with, oh yeah, really want to work with Bao. Redacted would say, are you designing Bao's model? To which Nanolist would say, not sure, didn't get into specifics yet since it's planned for June 2024. Red would say in the document, I thought Nano should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing her herself. Nano said here she really wanted to work with Bao. A couple days later, Nano would DM Red, asking, by the way, since you got plans, aka projects that they want to work with Nano, do you think it would be best for me to have Bao's model done sooner or around June is okay? Red would say, I really don't know at the moment. Then he would detail all the stuff they're working on with Sinder, and Nano would say, maybe having it done sooner so whatever happens later, I'll be open for it. In the document, Red would say, Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she may get it done sooner than June.
No właśnie, no nad November jest. Przyznajcie, kto już walił konia? Kto nawet tygodnia nie wytrzymał, co?
A few months would pass by, and all of a sudden, we're at WeebCon 2024, more specifically, at the end of March. This is when Bao would show the model that Nano was working on to both Red and Sinder, showing a lot of excitement. Another few months would pass by, and in July 2024, Bao would message Red about doing a cover of She-Wolf with her for her Halloween cover album. Sinder would specify that this was the first and only time she went to Red specifically in their DMs to plan something with her. She would first tell Red that this song would be a duet. In the DMs, Red would say she's streaming, but I'll ask her. Some miscommunication would start to take place. 8 hours later, Bao would say, do you mind asking Sinder if she's down sometime soon? If not, let me know so I can let Numi know it'll just be us two. Red would say, I think she's down. She said you could have just messaged her, but then would ask, is the song just you and her, or is Numi doing it too? 3 days later, Bao would message Sinder to add her into the project server for the song, and Sinder would express confusion, saying, wait, I thought it was just the two of us. Maybe Red didn't tell me everything. Bao would say, bruh, it's you, me, and Numi. I told Red that if you didn't want to join, then it'll just be me and Numi instead. Now look, throughout these 1,000 pages, sometimes you'll have Sinder or Red talk about an event like this without adding more context and just moving on to the next event. I'm here to tell you though that this will be important later on. For now though, I can definitely see how confusing it must be to have just this simple misunderstanding between friends be aired out like this. Things like this could definitely discourage someone from continuing to read. But don't worry, because now things truly do get spicy. Shortly after this, literally just a few
Ja co roku. Rekordem były 3 tygodnie. Teraz staram się tydzień po prostu. I tyle.
days after being added to the project server, the first DMs between Red and Nano leading up to Bao's model cancellation would begin, more specifically on the 23rd of July 2024, when Red would ask Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut so that they could plan their schedule around it. As you might remember, it was meant to be done by June of that year, and they saw the early design in March, when Bao showed them at WeebCon. When Red would ask when Bao was meant to debut her model, Nano would reply she planned for Valentine's. So February 2025. This was more of a 6 months delay on the initial release date. Around that time, Nano would open up a commission form where people could apply to have her work on a project if she found it interesting enough. A couple days later, Nano would message Red saying, I might not take any comms from that form. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. Even though she got a few cool ones, she wants to move on with her own brand, but specifying that she will work with Sinder until she gets dumped. Red would encourage her to do this and would offer to help since he's the brains behind Sinder. For example, Nano would say, what would make a small community get people's eyes? And Red would say, like, you mean what it takes for a small VTuber to get lots of eyes on them? That's kind of my specialty. I did that. Later in this conversation, after talking for a while about her brand and what she wishes to do in VTubing, Nano would say, honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. This is when Red would start to inquire more about what she's currently working on and how many models she's worked on that haven't debuted yet. Nano would say there's like 4 models. One of them is meant to debut around October. Red would specifically ask, is that Bao too? To which Nano would say didn't start Bao yet. Red would talk about this in the document, saying, I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression
I wiecie co? Mi się bardzo śmiesznie na to patrzy. Bo ja pamiętam, jak generalnie wyglądało zamawianie mojego modelu, nie? W moim przypadku to było takie... No, chcesz model? Chcę model. Kasa przyszła. Za 2 tygodnie zaczęła pracę, tydzień później model gotowy. W sensie, moja matka generalnie strasznie speedrunuje modele, to jest przerażające. Niestety kreska jej się trochę zepsuła z czasem, ale no cóż.
Bao was already done. Nano told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her we'll find a new mama for being busy was a joke, like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. Now look, this was a fairly long conversation that would stretch into the 26th of July, but that would be when Nano would ask Red, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? To which he'd reply, no, but she'd guilt trip you 100%. But if that's best for you, then I think you should. Nano would admit, I'm very guiltyable, to which Redacted would say, I mean, the sooner you don't have model work, you can work on your own debut. And
W sensie jakby Red w ogóle nie wiedział, że Nano no jakoś zapewna swojej opinii nie jest i można ją przekabacić łatwo, nie? Jakby Red o tym nie wiedział.
Stuff. And Sinder and I can help you out. So I'm not telling you to cancel her model, but it sounds like that'd be best for what you want to do. Nano says, yeah, I'm thinking about it. Red says, is Bao the last of the 3 you still have to do? To which Nano replies with, yep, got blank too, which I'm considering canceling too. In the document, Red would describe this as, out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? She was already considering canceling it on her own. This was a huge difference from how she felt about Bao's model last November. Linking the message in which Nano said, oh yeah, I really want to work with Bao. Red would continue his explanation, saying that he told Nano to do what was best for her, and that he and Sinder would gladly help with her streaming. He'd then add, from his own experience with Bao, he thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so he thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. His logic was that he was being honest with his friend about another friend, but that he never
Oczywiście, jestem szczery, jeżeli chodzi o moich przyjaciół i to wcale nie tak, że próbuję ci sprzedać taką wersję, która będzie dla mnie optymalna, bo wtedy będziesz robiła więcej dla Sinder, a nie dla innych. It's just a business.
never asked her to cancel Bao's model or any other model. His argument would be that this wasn't targeted towards Bao. He would have done this no matter who the model belonged to, and that at the end of the day, he was closer to Nano than he was to Bao. So he was supporting her and wanted to do everything he could to help. According to him, this context was never shown in Nano or Bao's documents that came out in April 2025. Around a week later, Red would DM Nano and ask her if she decided to cancel any model projects like they had already talked about. Nano would say she hadn't.
Ale to jest moje podstawowe pytanie, nie? Co ten kontekst nawet zmienia? Że ktoś uzna, a bo Red chciał być dobry w tym wszystkim? No nie. To dalej można uznać za manipulację, nieważne jak to przedstawisz. To jest tak samo jak z ostatnim filmikiem od Riffy, gdzie wystarczy uciąć w dobrym momencie i już od razu nabiera innego znaczenia, nie?
Canceled anything yet, and then saying, actually, give me another moment. 6 hours later, Red would reply to that message saying, did you check on this yet? To which Nano would say, they're replying right now. Just give me another moment. 20 minutes later would be when Red would send the infamous message. Did you...
W sumie ja muszę napisać do Riffy, kto jej pisał na PW, jak wstawiła tego shorta. Bo nie wiem, czy widzieliście. To pozwólcie, że wam puszczę. Bo wydarzyła się mała drama, nie? Bo Riffy wstawiła na swojego YouTube'a w shortsach takie coś. I część ludzi się generalnie zesrała ponoć na PW, bo nie zrozumiała, że to jest żart i wyjęty z kontekstu.
Ja generalnie się nie utożsamiam już z youtuberami. Generalnie połowa tego ścieku youtuberskiego to są fałszywe parówy dente. Ja się z tym już nie utożsamiam, nie chcę mi się tam streamować. Połowa z was to fałszywe rury i mam nadzieję, że o tym wiecie. Elo, pozdrawiam. Albo raczej nie, bo nie zasługujecie nawet na ten środkowy palec.
Mam tylko jedno do powiedzenia. Większych okularów nie było, kobieto. Wcale ci +5 do inteligencji nie dodają. To nic nie zmienia. Anyway.
Cancel models. To which Nano would reply with, I did not, with a crying emoji. Red would explain that it was in all caps because of the previous messages sent and the fact that he still hadn't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't, and he said Nano arc delayed to 2026 in regards to what she wanted to do, right? Becoming a VTuber and stuff, joking with her like he always had. This is when Nano would say, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. And unlike the other conversations we've seen so far where Red would be taking more of a back seat, letting Nano do her thing, here he would encourage her to do this, saying, you shouldn't be. She has so many connections.
W sensie, ja z tego co czytałem, ja mam bardzo duże wrażenie takie, że w momencie, w którym Nano dostawała jakieś schizy, bo się zaczęła o coś martwić, czy cokolwiek innego, Red zamiast ją uspokoić, czy nie wiem, dać jakąś radę, jak to ogarnąć dobrze i tak dalej, to on siadał i tak, no słuchaj, ty wiesz, co jest dla ciebie dobre, zrobisz to, co będziesz chciała. W momencie, w którym dana osoba schizuje, nie? I oczywiście, że osoba, która schizuje, to jak ją popchniesz odrobinę, to ona pójdzie w tym kierunku, w którym schizowała, czyli w tym przypadku kancelacji projektów czy wszystkiego innego. I on robił to z pełną świadomością, bo to jest notorycznie raz za razem. Ani razu nie ma innej reakcji.
Find someone super fast. Did you already design the outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon. Nano would say, yes, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. And Red would say, don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price, if she starts shit, lol. Now look, the drama was 5 months ago, but if you remember it slightly, you'd remember that this was one of the main messages in Bao's document. This made Red look really, really bad. Because it didn't just sound like he was telling Nano to cancel Bao's model, he was also talking shit about her. He was also kind of making it harder for her, right? Her model was already being canceled, Nano wanted to make it up to her, and Red was still insisting, no, don't even give it for free. Give it for half price if she starts shit. From Red's perspective, this is what he would write in the document. He'd say, I was not the one to bring up Bao again. I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it and told her I thought she should at least be somewhat paid for the design she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she'd complain or guilt trip Nano over it. All of the lead up to this conversation was left out of Nano's and Bao's documents. And yeah, to be fair to Red, that was the case. The full context, the previous conversations were not included. In the grand scheme of things, though, does that truly make a difference? Well, I'll let you, the viewer, decide, because we still have a lot to go through. 45 minutes after what we just saw, Nano would say that she would be able to start on Sinder's angel model right away. Earlier in the DMs, she had mentioned that she could only start on it maybe in October, but at this point, we were still in August 2024, to which Red was very excited about. 2 minutes later, Red would message Sinder saying Nano's able to start the angel model right after the summer fixes and dances, to which Sinder would say, yay. From Sinder's perspective, Red would tell her that the reason why Nano canceled Bao's model was because she wanted to focus on her own VTubing career. He'd also specify that he and Sinder were going to help her out in that career. Sinder would say that she felt bad for Bao because she saw how excited she was when she showed them her concept back at WeebCon. But at the same time, she was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was her friend too, and she wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to do. She didn't see Red's messages and only knew what he told her. Red would also chime in and say, if I really wanted Nano to cancel Bao's model for some malicious reason and knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation, why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in November of 2023 and told Nano she
Bo wiesz, że jeżeli będziesz bardziej bezpośredni, to wyjdzie. A w momencie, w którym tylko tak lekko popychasz do przodu, to ludzie potrzebują o wiele więcej czasu, żeby się skapnąć, co się dzieje.
shouldn't. Why did I wait 4 months after WeebCon in March 2024 when Bao showed it to us? Why, when I thought Bao's model was already finished in June, like she told me it was planned for, would I have gone out of my way to make Nano cancel it now? Although I was closer with Nano, Bao was still a friend and I didn't have any problems with her back then. My opinion of how she could respond to Nano canceling on her doesn't change that. Nano has worked with multiple friends of ours in the past and it wasn't a problem, including Bao in this situation. I was supporting what Nano expressed to me she wanted to do for herself, and as her friend, I reassured her it would be okay. The next day, Red would message Nano and ask her how her conversation with Bao went. He'd argue that the reason why he was asking about this was because Nano had expressed she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, he wanted to ask how it went. In the document, he'd say, if Bao's design was done and the model wasn't even started, like Nano told me it wasn't, then I didn't think it was a problem if Bao could just take the design to another model artist. Hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's Day debut window Nano told me about. In the DMs, to reassure Nano, he'd say she won't hate you forever, just for the next few days. But if she still has the design, I don't think it's a big deal. Nano would say, okay, it's sent. Red would reply with, I'm here for emotional support, to which Nano would reply with, thank you, it hurts my soul. Red would say, the whole situation was wrong of both of us. Nano shouldn't have asked me about what she wanted to do with her other commissions, and I shouldn't have weighed in on what I thought. I'm sorry to Bao for my actions, and that this happened at all. Sinder would continue and say, it was after this when Bao messaged our group chat with our friends saying that Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao and at least tried doing something for her, but I didn't. Alright, so picture this. I think this is like a group of friends of like 6 people. Imagine revealing such sad news, right? Like Bao was completely heartbroken over this. Everyone would leave a supportive message except one person in the group, and that person happens to be the one who has worked with Nano the longest. Not a good look, right? Cinder would continue, after I posted my apology on the 27th of April 2025, as she was being cancelled, Bao tweeted this, talking about her model being cancelled last August. It was a standalone tweet, not as a reply to my apology, and not quoting it either. If you follow the drama, I'm sure you saw this tweet, and Cinder actually took a screenshot of it barely after it was posted, back when it was still at 7,000 views. It would be Bao saying, how? How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly cancelling my model after we were so close to begin live 2D and rigging. And to now find out that just a day before her sadness, Nano and Red would be talking about it as if it was nothing? That gutted her. She'd say, if you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind Red. In the document, Cinder would say, I was aware that in this instance, Bao's model was cancelled. And before she said anything, I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere. And I didn't say anything about it in my apology. I was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nano in his exclusivity negotiations in January 2025. This is what she would say in her apology that she wrote back in April. After Bao had posted this tweet, she messaged one friend that could get a message to her since she had already unfriended her and she had no way of contacting her. She'd say, Red and I had a falling out the night the documents dropped, and we didn't live together anymore either, so I had no way to access his DMs myself to go back and see everything he was saying and doing to make sure it was right. All I had to go off of was what Red told me in August about this, what was posted in Nano, and Bao's documents, and now Bao's tweet after my apology. I don't know if she ever got this message, and she never reached out to talk. I told this friend that I didn't know the model was cancelled because of Red's conversation with Nano, and not that I didn't know it was cancelled at all. This message would be sent on the same day. Cinder would say, I just saw Bao's tweet, I have no way of contacting her, so if you could please have her reached out for us to talk, it would mean a lot. I didn't know her model was cancelled due to Red's conversation with Nano. I know it's hard to believe I wasn't informed on every conversation he was having, but he had a lot of control over comms without constant approval because I trusted him. We don't live together for me to make sure everything he was doing was right. I'm so sorry to you and all the girls. The friend would say that they were going to ask her. In fact, the same friend would message Cinder asking if she was okay, and Cinder would say, I'm sorry, blank, I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm so upset with everything. Cinder would then go ahead and refute some aspects of Bao's tweet. She said we were so close to begin live 2D and rigging, and Nano would say in her document that Red asked her to cancel Bao's model mid-progress. Cinder would argue that that's false. Nano hadn't started yet, and she said that in DMs in July of 2024, when it should have been done by June 2024. Additionally,
Ja zostaję przy jednej rzeczy, nie? Nieważne, ile razy ten dokument będzie poruszany, jak długo on w ogóle będzie poruszany, ani nic z tych rzeczy. To jest jebana licealna drama. Nic kurwa więcej. Już naprawdę więcej mięsa było w tym dokumencie o Femboy House'ie. Bo oni tam przynajmniej obrzucali się jakoś gigantycznie mięsem. A tutaj jest... No, mimo wszystko, co się stało, tak naprawdę się stało, no ale nie usłyszeliście wszystkiego, albo ten jeden szczegół został wam inaczej przedstawiony, dlatego teraz będę się rozpisywać na następne 20 stron o tym. Jaka jest różnica w tym, czy Nano rzuciła tym komiszem w połowie go robienia albo na początku? Zero różnicy. Szczerze, zero. Nul. Nada. Najistotniejsze w tym wszystkim jest to, że ona rzuciła tym komiszem, a nie w którym momencie rzuciła tym komiszem. Jestem zmęczony tym gównem, naprawdę.
Bao's document would say there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not Nano had the physical and mental capacity to continue her model. Cinder would say this lines up with what Nano told to Red, and how Nano repeatedly overbooked herself but was never shown anywhere. She would also remind us that Red didn't message Nano specifically to see if she cancelled Bao, but to see if she cancelled any other models. So as you can see, Cinder definitely does disagree with some aspects of what Nano and Bao had said, including some of the most fundamental aspects. It seemed although Cinder realized that what she did and what Red did was wrong, she still wasn't as wrong as Nano and Bao had claimed. In any case, a few days later, on the 9th of August 2024, one of Cinder's
Nie, słuchaj, ja nie jestem zła na 100%, ja jestem tylko zła na 80%. Uszanuj to.
editors would decide to step down. This would prompt Red to ask their other video editor yet a second time to become exclusive. Red would offer the remaining video editor a raise in order for him to do more work for them. In other words, becoming exclusive. Cinder would specify this had nothing to do with Nano. So I guess that section was just to clear things up. If you read the DMs, which I already have, the editor would end up declining this offer. Now, what comes next is a fairly important date. It will be the 27th of August 2024, and it will be the last time Bao and Cinder would ever solo collab on stream, which means just the two of them. In the beginning of that month, Bao had asked Cinder to make clay animals together. Materials would take a while to arrive, and they'd be able to finally do it on the 27th. 4 days later, Bao would release her original song, Natural Disaster, featuring one of Cinder and Red's friends alongside her. Red would then comment on this, saying, "This event is here because of what I watched Bao say on her stream either on the day the song was released or sometime in the couple of weeks before then." She was talking about how difficult, frustrating, and time-consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on music projects, and that she would rather work with V-singers from now on who know what they're doing and can match her high skill level. These were her closest friends she was talking about, live on stream. I couldn't find an archived VOD of the stream anywhere to prove this happened either. What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends and how I felt about it. Cinder it was to work with inexperienced singers on music weeks, saying, "This event is here because of what I watched Bao say on her stream either on the day the song was released or sometime in the couple of weeks before then." She was talking about how difficult, frustrating, and time-consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on music projects, and that she would rather work with V-singers from now on who know what they're doing and can match her high skill level. These were her closest friends she was talking about, live on stream. I couldn't find an archived VOD of the stream anywhere to prove this happened either. What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends and how I felt.
Nawet jeżeli to powiedziała. Okej? To co w tym złego? Bo trochę nie rozumiem. Bo ktoś musi być całe życie słodko pierdzący? No nie. Są rzeczy... Inaczej. Jak się faktycznie z kimś źle współpracuje i wolisz współpracować z kimś profesjonalnym, co jest w tym złego? No cholera jasna. To, że ktoś jest twoim znajomym, nie oznacza, słuchaj Niunia, wszystko jest zajebiście, a w międzyczasie ci żyła na czole wyskakuje, nie? No właśnie, o wiele lepiej współpracuje się z ludźmi, którzy faktycznie wiedzą, co robią i nie trzeba ich prowadzić za rączkę. I to, że powiedziała to publicznie, to jest coś złego? No nie, no. Słuchaj, jeżeli bierzesz to do siebie, to faktycznie, no spoko, obraź się, elo. No ale... No, wiesz, przynajmniej nie jest to powiedziane publicznie, to po pierwsze. I jeżeli bierzesz to do siebie i się obrażasz, spoko, obrażaj się. Jeżeli bierzesz to, że musisz się poprawić, okej, to się popraw. Ale dla mnie gorzej by było, jakby to mówiła właśnie za plecami bardziej ludzi, nie? Że się... Bo to jest tak, jakby się tego wstydziła nagle, no.
About it. Cinder would then say, "At this time, Bao, Numi, and I were working on our She-Wolf cover. Red told me this and it made me anxious about the song, and I felt like I had a lot of pressure on me to do well. I barely had any singing experience and wasn't anywhere near Bao's level, but she asked me to be a part of this and I wanted to do my best for her." Alright, so this is truly the turning point. This is where the voices inside Red's head would tell him that Bao is an evil person, as early as the end of August 2024. Now, is it disappointing that we have so many archived VODs uploaded to Google Drive and linked to YouTube with timestamps and transcriptions, and yet this one particular VOD, where Red's opinion changed of Bao, couldn't be found? Yes, but whatever, we can just assume he's saying the truth. This does, however, tell us that he would actively watch Cinder's friend's streams and would come to her whenever something concerning like this would happen. I mean, Cinder admitted it herself. Red telling her this made her anxious about the song when she wasn't. Cinder felt like she had a lot of pressure on her shoulders and wanted to do her best for Bao. But guys, like, let's take a step back here. Bao is a friend of hers. This was something she could have DM'd her directly and asked about, but she didn't. So far, we can somewhat conclude that Cinder is someone who's insecure. And so far, from what we've seen, Red seems to be someone that, instead of reassuring her, only fed these insecurities huge amounts of food. In any case, on the 19th of September, 2024, TwitchCon 2024 would take place. Red would say, "There's 3 things that happened at TwitchCon last year that further formed the opinion I had of Bao." Let's go through them, starting with number 1. The first night there, Cinder, her friends, and I went out to dinner somewhere nice. Bao was supposed to be there with us but never showed up. It was the first chance the close friends had to see each other in months in person away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone present was talking about her not being there. Second point. One of our friends was telling us that they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked about them having a music video to go with it. The song this friend was making with Cinder at the time was planned to have a music video, but they weren't planning on having one for the song with Bao. They said that Bao got upset with them, guilt-tripping them over their decision about their own content. This reinforces what I had told Nano about Bao. And the third and final point, the last night before everyone went home, the
Ale wiecie, że to jest takie pierdolenie w tym momencie? Bo on doskonale wie, że nie może mieć albo nagrania tej rozmowy, albo zapisów tej rozmowy i to jest tylko... No uwierzcie mi na słowo, że tak było. No i że Bao to tak naprawdę jest, jakby to dobrze ująć, manipulacyjna, jest ciężka do współpracy i wszystko inne. No nie mam dowodu, ale zaufajcie mi na słowo, no bo wtedy inaczej cała moja narracja idzie się pierdolić.
Friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up getting sick and stayed behind. In the group chat, while they were figuring out where to eat, Bao said that she wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats. She had to just spend time with her friends. But there were still caveats. Wow, that's crazy, man. Is that even a sentence? Anyway, yeah, she had caveats about having to spend time with her friends. Sure. Neither Sinder or I have access to this group chat anymore. Now look, I said I would stay objective in this video. I really did. But objectively speaking, this is diabolical. Just reading these 3 points, I can feel how much he's judging Bao for her actions, and yet we don't even have the full context. Bao wasn't there on the first night. There's something called traveling, there's something called jet lag. Hell, maybe Bao had a very strong period. Maybe she's one of those girls that has such a strong period that for the first 2 days, she's practically handicapped. In any case, Bao was Cinder's friend before being Red's friend, right? And he was making some...
To teraz Baubery powinna wrzucić zdjęcie pod pasek z okresu w ramach tego, żebyśmy wiedzieli, jak bardzo bolesny jest ten okres. Wtedy będziemy wiedzieć, czy kłamią, czy nie. Dobra, oficjalnie mózg mi się już zlasował. Ja będę cierpiał, okej? Po tym wszystkim.
Incredible assumptions here. The second point had a friend of theirs being guilt-tripped by Bao. Look, when it comes to making a song together and making a music video, it's actually a ridiculously arduous process that takes a long time, and we honestly just don't have enough context to make up any conclusion. So if we don't have enough context, then how did Red have enough context to pin the blame fully on Bao here? I don't know. Maybe he already hated her and just needed a justification. And finally, the third point is like the first point. Except here, Red was sick and couldn't show up. He was also assuming things about Bao over text. Maybe she and multiple friends had already talked about going somewhere fancy and they were changing their minds, so she didn't want to go. Look, if any of you watching have been in a group of friends at any point in time, I don't know, and you had a group chat in like WhatsApp or Telegram or Discord, you understand how hard it is to get multiple people to go out to the same restaurant. Red was making a very big deal out of this, and what's funny here is that he was sick. He wasn't even going himself. Does that mean Bao can write her own document and say, Red didn't show up on the last night before leaving TwitchCon? He's a terrible friend. So yeah, look, maybe Red included this because he felt like he was being honest, but it just ends up making him look way worse because these aren't valid reasons to want to sabotage your wife's friend. In any case, during TwitchCon, both Red and Sinder would get to meet Sacramore, Bao's video editor, more specifically, the man behind her music videos. He would come to Sinder and say he'd love to work together and make a music video, which is why Red would eventually ask him to make one for Boss Rush. Sacramore, of course, made his own Google document as this was happening back on April 26, 2025, and I go over that in detail in my first video about the drama. Sinder would then say that Red reached out to Sacramore after TwitchCon about a music video project, which was the one for Boss Rush's song. They discussed it over the next week, but Sac couldn't fit it into his schedule at the time. So they would chat a bit right over the course of a few days at the end of September, leading up to October 4th. Red would ask Sac if he can make a music video for the end of October 2024, to which Sac would say, I really would love to be able to squeeze y'all in and absolutely would if I could, but I genuinely don't have any days free until the 9th of November at the earliest. Red would reply with, okay, thanks though, Sac. You're missing out on a good one. Okay, look, I just want to point out real quick the fact that Red multiple times has stated that Bao will guilt trip you if you don't want to work with her or want to cancel with her or etc. I don't know how you would classify this sentence. You're missing out on a good one, but it does kind of sound guilt trippy, right? Like, listen, man, my schedule's full. I'm really sorry. I'd love to make this work. Okay, but you're missing out on a really good one. It's like, okay, buddy. All right. And speaking of Red, he would end up hating Bao even more due to the trip to Japan that occurred from the beginning to mid-October 2024. He'd say there's two things that happened during our trip to Japan with our friends last year. The first one being, Bao got mad at another one of our friends for something that happened at a restaurant with a rude owner. She got pissed and yelled at and belittled our friend when they did nothing wrong. They confided in Sinder and I afterwards and were very upset over it. But it was fine because they said that that's just how Bao is. Okay, so if Red said that he was present when this happened, it would be way different than him saying that he simply got confided in. In other words, he only got one side of the story and he didn't get Bao's side. But fights like this happen between friends. We're not told if they apologize to each other, if they made up later. No, none of that. Just listen, this changed my mind about Bao, period. The second and final point here is everyone got together for what we called our Canadian Thanksgiving dinner, since it was a few days earlier. It was the last night all of our friends would be together, just like TwitchCon. And again, Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way and then sometime later said, never mind, she's not coming. We all were aware this was the last time we'd all see each other until 2025. Again, we don't know what happened. We don't know if an emergency occurred. We don't know if she specified it later. The only thing here that bothered Red is that she couldn't show up, but we're not given any more context. Red would then say, after TwitchCon in Japan, I was pretty convinced about how I thought Bao viewed and valued her friends outside of making content together. Cinder would then add, I experienced these things in Japan and at TwitchCon too. I was put off by them in the moment, but I didn't think about them beyond...
Wait. Ej, patrzcie ten poziom bullshitu w tym momencie, nie? Red sra się do Bao, na temat tego, że mówiła, że się z nimi spotka i nie spotkała w Japonii i że to utrwala go w przekonaniu o tym, jaka Bao jest, a w tym samym momencie oni zostawiają bez słowa triki w hotelu, żeby potem sobie pójść na całodzienną randeczkę. Ja tak mogę robić ludziom, ale ludzie tak nie mogą robić mi. Boże, jaka to jest beka. Jezu, to jest żenujące po prostu, no.
they happened. So see, both of Cinder and Red's perspectives are very different here, and they operate on a completely different set of rules and logic. What didn't bother Cinder ended up bothering Red immensely. And while this wasn't a problem yet, it would then become a problem so big that it would start affecting the way they lived together. We'll of course see more of that later, but for now, they got back from Japan, and Red would message Sakamore again about Boss Rush's music video since the planned release date was pushed back again. Cinder would include every single DM they sent to each other over the course of the music video's production. I guess they would do that for transparency's sakes. It is such a waste of time to go through every single message because mostly it's technicalities. It's like, hey, this song has a lot of typography. I can send you more details about the artwork, blah, blah, blah. I mean, really, this is very technical here. If you're interested in making a music video, maybe you'd find this interesting. But one of the more notable things that would happen is that Red would offer to pay double for Sakamore's work if he could finish it under a very tight deadline. Sakamore would agree, and he'd get right down to work. In total, there would be 12 pages of DMs, and again, most of it would be technical. In the end, what matters the most is that the music video ended up amazing. In the end, what mattered the most is that the music video turned out amazing. Red would pay the full amount immediately as soon as it was done, and he'd tell Sak, we'll have another project for you soon. Okay, not that soon, but still, thank you again for your work on this one, to which Sak would say, all good, looking forward to it. Now look, I know we're going through a lot of details, so a little reminder, Sakamore was Bao's music video editor, okay? That's what he was known for. Because of his work for Bao, Red and Cinder wanted to work with him, and they just did, making a banger music video that featured Cinder and a couple of other friends. And even though this was Bao's editor being used for the video, and even though she wasn't featured in that video, she would still leave a comment showing her support when it would be finally uploaded, saying, "Goddamn, they ate, those are my girls, holy." Now, check out what Cinder has to say about this. My new music group Boss Rush premiered our first song at the end of November. Red and I were going through the comments and we both saw Bao's. He didn't want me to like hers, so I gave in just to satisfy him. At the end of the day, it was just a comment. Now, to me, this is probably the most fascinating paragraph in this entire 90.
Będą od poniedziałku.
3-page section. The reason for that being
Czekajcie,
is you feel very bad.
Ja muszę zrobić jedną rzecz. Słuchajcie, bo ja trochę psychę tracę, generalnie powiem tak. Ja zrobię tak. Opa, bo muszę to wrzucić na drugi monitor. I ja sobie odpalam WoWa w międzyczasie. Pierdoli mnie to. Będę sobie zbierał rzeczy na WoWie. Słuchajcie, profesjonalizm pełną parą, jeżeli chodzi o ten streaming, aczkolwiek życie. Muszę coś porobić w tle, bo ja pierdolca dostaję powoli.
For Cinder in the first 3 sentences. It's like, what do you mean you wanted to like your friend's supportive comment and your partner forced you not to? You start to feel that maybe Cinder's trapped, that she wasn't able to express herself fully because of this deranged partner who had it out for Bao. But then she decides to add this sentence, saying, at the end of the day, it was just a comment. Almost as if she was completely undermining the supportive comment, as if she was just throwing it to the side in the trash, as if it never mattered to begin with, that this shouldn't even be a big deal. Okay, but look at this from Bao's perspective. She had her model canceled with Nano. Every one of her friends supported her. Cinder said nothing. She leaves a comment on Cinder's video. It got over 4,000 upvotes. It's one of the top comments. There's no way you can miss it. Cinder would like every other friend's comment except Bao. I mean, if you're Bao by this point, what would you think? Like, as if you're being singled out, right? It's not a pleasant feeling. I also want to take the opportunity to remind you that when Bao worked with an editor that had worked with Cinder before, she took it personally. Was Bao also taking this personally? Up to you to decide. Red would add, after the past few months, I had a pretty solid opinion of how I thought Bao viewed her friends. So I...
W sensie, ja rozumiem, że czasem takie rzeczy mogą być brane pod uwagę pod względem takim, a powiedziała to tylko i wyłącznie, bo chce być miła, mimo że tak naprawdę nas nie lubi, etc., nie? Tylko, że to też, nie oszukujmy się, jest trochę smutne myślenie. Bo warto trochę wierzyć, że część ludzi, z którymi współpracujemy, jest szczera w tym, co robią, nie?
persistent about it, so she listened to me. It was very petty of me towards a friend showing support. But when it came to Red's rivalry with Bao, this was only the beginning. Barely a week later, Bao would start a group chat with both Red and Sinder. They don't have screenshots of it now because they were removed from the group. In any case, the reason why she had created this group was because Bao wanted to collab with Sinder. And from Sinder's perspective, Red was adamant to her.
Jezu, czemu ja słyszę muzykę z WoWa cały czas? Dajcie mi sekundę, bo ja nie powinienem audio słyszeć w ogóle. No dobra, zrobię to inaczej.
Thing with Bao at this time, so they didn't. Red would add, Bao's never messaged us like this before, and this was right after Boss Rush popped off with another 2 friends involved. I wasn't opposed to doing things with her completely, but the timing was suspicious to me after the past few experiences with her, and I saw this as her trying to gain something from us. So I brushed her off, and what stood out to me is that she addressed Sinder specifically as the lead singer of Boss Rush. So look, when Red tells Nano, we're gonna fire you as a joke, it's just a joke. But when Bao addresses Sinder as the lead singer of Boss Rush, it's concerning, it's a problem. Interesting logic all around. And speaking of Boss Rush, it was so successful that Red, 11 days after it had released, would message Sakamore about working on another project for February 2025. This is when Sakamore would announce that he was only going to work with Bao exclusively going forward. In Sinder's initial April 2025 apology, she said, and yes, I was also upset when Sak, the Boss Rush music video editor, had told us that he won't be working on any future projects with us and would instead be working exclusively for Bao. But Red got it in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened, and seemingly held a grudge against her for it. In the DMs that were included, Red would say, hey, you want to do a music video for February? And Sak would say, hey, sorry, but after January 2nd, I'm closing down all comms and working completely in-house for Bao. Red would be confused, saying, I thought you wanted to do more. And Sakamore would say, yeah, I really want to. It's very hard for me to say no, but I have to prioritize other things in my life, and this path would help me achieve the things I want to do in my personal life as well as professionally. In the document, Red
No pewnie stabilna stawka bez liczenia na komisza z nieba, tak żeby mieć za co włożyć rzeczy do gara, nie? Zrozumiałe.
be a part of Boss Rush's project and was looking forward to the next music video together. Everyone loved the video he made and it was already nearing 500,000 views. I didn't know Sakamore well at all, so I had no real basis to know how he actually felt, but I just couldn't understand his decision coming out of nowhere. Now, I really want to take the time to point out one message that Red had sent Sakamore in these DMs. After Sakamore had laid out his logic, saying that he needs to take a different path in life to achieve his personal life goals, Red would reply with, alright, well, I let Sinder know she's pretty upset and disappointed, but it is what it is, I guess. Again, I just feel forced to point out the irony here, how guilt-trippy this sounds, how unprofessional this is, was when Red, when talking to Nano and talking in this document, would mention how guilt-trippy Bao was. I mean, if this isn't guilt-trippy, then what is? The next day, on December 11th...
Nie no, Red jest bardzo umiejętny w guilt-tripowaniu tak, żeby niektórzy ludzie się bardzo mocno nie skapnęli. I co w ogóle jest śmieszne, nie? To warto znowu przypomnieć, po raz kolejny, że na początku tego dokumentu było mówione przez Sinder, że Red wcale nie był manipulacyjny, nie?
Inquiring as to the exact reasoning of why Sakamore didn't want to work with them again. He was messaging Sinder at the same time and would ask him at some point. Cinder wanted to ask, is there any goals our projects can help you with? She's just confused about why it's so hard for you to turn down more projects when you enjoyed the last one and it did so well. Sakamore would again specify. At some point, the only growth for him in freelance is to just start charging more money for projects. But he didn't really care that much about money. He wanted to build a community, saying that he was going in-house with Bao because she has been his day one and supported / took a chance on him when he was a literal nobody, living in basic poverty and wanted to do whatever he could to repay her kindness. So it was very straightforward. He wanted to be loyal and work for Bao because she was his day one, and in the meantime, focus on his own stuff, not letting some freelance gigs get in the way of that. Red would act even more confused, saying, I'm not sure what you mean by your personal content if you're just working with Bao. I mean, this kind of came out of nowhere since you seem pretty eager to work with Sinder at TwitchCon, and even after the last project, especially since it did numbers. But if that's how you feel, then we won't try to change your mind and respect your decision. Thanks again for your work. Good luck on your goals. Red would say in the document, by the end of our conversation, I was suspicious of his reasoning. Sinder would then say, right after this, Red messaged our video editor about music video editors and what happened with Sak. They're close with and works with Bao and her other editors, including Sak. Yeah, again, this is how you can confirm this wasn't written by AI. What the hell was this sentence? What Sinder meant to say is that Red messaged their video editor, telling them about what happened with Sakamore and asking if he knew any other music video editors. The video editor would say, I know he's been wanting to make his own videos for the past year, but got caught up with doing a lot of editing work, so I guess he's really wanting to focus on it moving forward. I mean, it was right there. It was the same exact thing that Sakamore had told Red. And instead of taking it as fact, Red admits he didn't, and still thought something else must have happened. I wish I can summarize this next page, but there's no way to summarize Red's logic without you having to really listen to every word he says.
W sensie, Red naprawdę brzmi jak ten typ gościa, który... Jak to nie chcesz ze mną pracować? To na 100 oznacza, że ktoś tam za kulisami mówi ci złe rzeczy o mnie. Inaczej na 100 chciałbyś ze mną współpracować, bo ja jestem tak dobrą osobą do współpracy, że powinieneś ze mną chcieć zawsze współpracować. Lekko skrinżowałem robiąc to, z góry przepraszam.
this was when Sakamore said he's going in-house with Bao because she has been his day one and supported him when he was a nobody. Red would say, it was this message from Sakamore that made me suspicious of what his actual reason was for going exclusive with Bao. He only said all this after he was pushed about his decision, and this was only days after Sinder and I turned down Bao in that group chat where she called Sinder the lead singer of Boss Rush. Because of my experience with Bao over the past few months, I had confirmation bias. I convinced myself Sak was doing this because Bao must have guilt-tripped him and convinced him not to work with anyone other than her, including Boss Rush. And I was mad that this wasn't even just against Sinder and I, but Tricky and Vienna too, the two other singers of Boss Rush, who I cared about as much as Sinder did. He would then link an image of what confirmation bias means from a Google search. It's where people tend to favor information that confirms their existing beliefs, regardless of whether it's true or not. So in other words, he's calling himself delusional. And then he would go on to say that one thing that wasn't mentioned yet is Bao's own relationship in regards to her music throughout last year in 2024. He'd say she would talk publicly in her Discord server about how depressed she was about her own songs, about how nothing she did performed well, guilt-tripping her fans about not liking them or listening to them, and ignoring their supportive messages like it meant nothing to her because the numbers didn't reflect them. He would then speculate about the only songs she actually found successful in 2024. They would be 3, and would then point out that they all had her friends in them. At some point, Red would tell Nano about Bao's weird behavior, and would mention how the reason he thinks she got Sakamore to be exclusive was because one of her songs flopped. Here's the message. This was initially included in Bao's document in April.
W sensie, ja mam... To jest takie moje bardzo duże wrażenie, nie? Nieważne ile ja tego słucham, bardzo dużo rzeczy, o których czepia się Red, jest tak jakby odzwierciedleniem jego wewnętrznych strachów i tego, co by on sam zrobił. No, piosenka sflopowała, no to chcemy lepszego montażystę dla siebie. I to naprawdę wygląda w taki sposób, a nie inny. Red jest zakompleksiony i bardzo mocno projektuje. Czepia się rzeczy, które on by sam zrobił, mimo że inni ludzie tego nie robią.
He thought it was a flop from Bao's point of view. He was referring to how she thought of them, implying that he thought this was motivation for her to do what he was telling Nano about, which was about the topic of Sakamore. To back up his claims, he would argue that he would constantly see Bao complaining about her songs and view counts in her own Discord server, but couldn't provide evidence because he was banned out of her Discord server. He would then talk about another instance where Bao was playing Jackbox with friends, and how she would abruptly end her stream. When that happened, he would immediately jump to her Discord server to see what was happening, and would see Bao chatting in a public channel saying that her view count was too low to keep streaming and that no one cared about watching her. He'd say that she was very rude to them, especially her most supportive fans, but again, he has no evidence, he has no proof. He would say, I don't know if these messages still exist, but this right here is a glimpse of Red's reasoning in regards to Bao. But Red would go even further, right? He found a tweet from Bao that was made on the 15th of March, 2025 that indirectly supports the above. Bao would say that she had learned a hard lesson about work-life balance. She'd vent and say the fear of falling behind and being forgotten outweighed.
W sensie, no offense, nie? Ale Red mówiący o work-life balance to jest takie splunięcie i jeszcze policzek na kogoś, nie?
Content creator, never really feeling like she was getting anywhere, and if she did, it wasn't enough, and that she had to reevaluate, had to be an actual human being again instead of a machine. She also, of course, spoke about some jaw pain she was experiencing in this tweet, and Red said that he hadn't even considered this when forming his opinion of her at the time. So Red says, with everything I had seen, heard, or experienced with and around Bao over the past few months all added up, I had come to this conclusion. Boss Rush's song came out and was performing great right away. Bao, who was upset with her own music's performance throughout the year and who really cared about numbers, saw how well the song her musically inexperienced friends made was doing. She also found out her video editor Sak had made the music video for it. These made her upset. She messaged Sinder and I about doing something together in the week that followed, calling Sinder the lead singer of Boss Rush, but we turned her down. She was also turned down about doing a music video with another friend recently who was guilt-tripped about it, and now us refusing to make content with her made things worse. She must have spoken to Sakamore sometime after about how depressed she was over all of this, guilt-tripping him about everything she's done for him and to not working with anyone else going forward. When Sakamore told me why he made his decision to go exclusive, he emphasized how indebted he was to Bao, which would make sense if he was guilt-tripped into this. So over the course of this entire period, Red thought he was going crazy for being the only one to see all these different patterns of behavior, saying that he had thoroughly brainwashed himself into thinking there was no way that this pattern he was seeing wasn't true, but admits that now he knows he was wrong. He misinterpreted the situation and misjudged Bao's intentions due to his confirmation bias, going as far as disregarding every positive interaction he had with Bao. What's even more embarrassing in all this is that Bao was fully aware of Sakamore working on the Boss Rush music video, admitting that while he went through his own messages with Sakamore for this document, he noticed that Sakamore had pointed out that he had already let Bao know about this. You can see it here. On the 28th of September, Sakamore said, thanks, we'll let you know ASAP if once I chat with Bober, aka Bao. Red would then apologize, saying, I'm sorry to Sak for the pressure I put him under while working on our music video and overworking him during the holidays with what he was.
Jacy youtuberzy kupują mieszkanie razem? Kto wpadł na tak zajebiście debilny pomysł, który da content?
such a time crunch. I also want to apologize for the hostility in my messages to him when he told me he was closing his commissions. It was his choice to do so, so I shouldn't have disturbed him. But see, as I mentioned earlier, Red's obsession with Bao wouldn't just affect her. It would also affect his relationship with his wife, Sinder. On the 12th of December, 2024, Sinder would say, Red came up with his theory about Bao and brought it to me. This was a verbal conversation, so I have no evidence of it, only of the events around it. She'd say, I didn't believe Bao would pressure her editor just to hurt us, and didn't believe that Bao's past actions were as big as Red was making them out to be. She caved on not liking the to comment, understood what Red was saying, but completely disagreed with his conclusion. She was already stressed about multiple things coming up in her career, and now Red was telling her that he knew one of her friends had purposely done this to her. She'd claimed that she defiantly told him it wasn't true and to get over it. Red told her to ask Bao about it, but she told him to do that instead since he was the one with the problem. She had a collab on another friend's channel the next day that included Bao, and Red wanted her to cancel it last minute because she was involved after she had already made the announcement about it in her Discord server earlier. She didn't want to hear it, she got upset, and she went to sleep because of their fight. As proof, she would show us a tweet about her missing out on a very important announcement for a game she liked. She would then continue in the document saying neither her or Red ever spoke to Bao about this. She had opportunities to clear this up, but she didn't. She just wanted this to go away by itself and keep the peace between her and her friends. Red would add, regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, I was still friendly with her the couple times I talked to her afterwards. She was still Cinder's friend. I asked Bao for advice about something work-related in December, and the last time I spoke to her was at the end of the year when her, Cinder, and their friends were dealing with something else going on. Getting even with Bao wasn't something I ever thought about doing until the opportunity to came up when going to Nano about exclusivity. A day later, Bao would message Cinder about their collab that had just happened and apologized for the fact that she was not really very energetic or active near the end of the stream, saying she spaced out at the end. Cinder took a whole day to reply because she was busy, and even though she had the opportunity to talk to her about the topic of how Red felt about her, she didn't. The next day, Artist 1, who Red tried to make exclusive for Cinder, would tell him that he was starting to work with Bao now. The editor would reassure Red, saying, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere if that's a concern, to which Red said, no, it's not that. It's just not the first time Bao's picked up one of our regular people we work with. I'm glad you're getting that bag. The artist would reply, talking about your editor, lol, to which Red said, our editor is one, but not the only one. It's no big deal, replying with a dead emoji. Red would admit in the document that he was mad at Bao, but he wasn't planning to do anything about it. And that it was only when he went to ask Nano about exclusivity did he have the idea to include Bao's name as a way to get even with her. So in other words,
Ej, nie, sorry, jest to bullshit, naprawdę. Jak w ogóle, bo to jest jedna rzecz, nad którą ja się bardzo mocno zastanawiam, nie? Jak ludzie mogą to czytać i powiedzieć, a no bo to wszystko wina Nano, Red to jest złoty człowiek tak naprawdę, nie? Bo są takie osoby, nie? Ja mam tylko takie pytanie, czy wy w ogóle to czytacie? Widać po Redzie, jak on stara się manipulować sytuacją. No naprawdę, no. Szkoda sobie Strimki żyje.
doing something about it. On that same day, the 15th of December 2024, Sakamore would make an announcement announcing that he was exclusively going to work with Bao from now on. For some reason, Cinder makes the point of saying this was the same day as my Heaven Hound model debut. I have no idea how they're related. Red would then say, as far as I was aware, Sakamore was already basically exclusive to Bao to the same degree our video editor was to us, if not more so. For him to do a complete 180 in under 2 weeks from Boss Rush's release was unbelievable to me. He put his exclusivity with Bao in writing publicly and asked to be completely anonymous without being credited going forward with no reason other than he wanted to. I just couldn't believe there was more to it. I don't know if Sakamore ended up making any of his own content like he told me since this happened. Alright, I could confirm this since I do follow Sakamore on Twitter. He ended up making quite a few cool edits regarding games he plays, and this is something he really didn't have the time to do beforehand. Red would then add, recently, Sak opened his commissions again and is apparently...
Wiesz co, Rusty, jak chcesz, to ja mam miejsce w garderobie. Mogę cię tam wrzucić, ale nie wychodzisz z garderoby. Straż do wiadra.
working with Bao anymore. The very thing that sent me over the edge about Bao last December didn't seem to last. We can even see Bao congratulating him on opening commissions again, and Sak is seen saying, "Thank you for everything over the last 2 years. I will truly cherish all of the memories / content we've made together." This was on September 24th, 2025. So Sakamore had essentially...
Jest, aktualnie jesteśmy godzina 40, a co? Mówiłem, że to zrobimy tydzień temu. Dobra, nie tydzień temu, tylko mówiłem na Discordzie, że to zrobimy, nie? I to kurwa robimy! W sensie, nie żeby coś, nie? Ja już mam na tyle dość tego gówna, że ja sobie gram w WoWa na drugim ekranie i słucham tego gówna komentując to jednocześnie.
9 months. And if Red and Cinder had waited, they would have been able to work with him again very easily. This section would continue on to the year 2025, more specifically January. This is when the topic of exclusivity would come up again. It would start off with Artist 1, messaging Red and deciding, you know what, I could go exclusive, citing competitiveness in the field as their main reason. Red and Cinder would talk about this, and they would come up with the idea of asking Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano had already suggested some sort of exclusivity contract back in September 2024, and we'll see that in her own section, don't worry. But seeing that she had already breached the topic beforehand, Red and Cinder thought, you know what, let's actually offer it to her this time. Cinder says, Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and not to make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. On the 15th of January 2025, Nano and Red would make their exclusivity deal official. However, Sinder had no idea that it was going to take place that day. She'd only know about it after they'd agree. This is because Red would bring this up to Nano in their private DMs and not in the project server.
Ale to jest w ogóle popierdolone, nie? Dokonujesz, nawet jeżeli jesteście małżeństwem i goście swoim menadżerem, jest dokonana bardzo de facto kosztowna sytuacja i też ważna, też przede wszystkim, na temat tego, żeby artystkę wziąć na, można powiedzieć, stałe zlecenie, tak jakby, nie? Na ekskluzywność. I ty o tym nie informujesz osoby, dla której ona ma pracować, nie? To jest takie... Informujesz dopiero, jak wszystko jest przyklepane, nie? To jest... kochana komunikacja.
Sinder, Red, and Nano were present in. Sinder would then specify in Nano's and Bao's documents this conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. So in these
Wiesz
DMs,
co,
you
mam
can see Red
kocią
bringing up the
dupę
exclusivity deal
do
with Nano just as he
wymacania,
discussed
więc
with
jakoś sobie
Sinder. No
poradzę.
more new clients and not working with Silvervale anymore, who was already a past client. So here we can see the exact outline of what the deal is. Red says, well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you not to take any brand new model clients and to not make any new models or even outfits for Silvervale ever again. You'd still be able to work on models and outfits with all of your other existing clients, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. This is when Red would say something that was extremely controversial with the arts community and honestly in the VTuber industry in general. Which was,
żeby tylko
one
w
of our
firmie...
concerns is that
Słuchaj, tego nawet w związkach nie wiedzą. W rodzinie nie wiedzą, co to komunikacja. W ogóle komunikacja to mi się wydaje, że to jest jakiś taki termin z czapy, nie? Nikt w ogóle z tego nie korzysta, albo nawet nie wie, jak z tego korzystać. Po prostu sobie pierdolimy 3x3 wszyscy, nie? I ukrywamy rzeczy, które trzeba by było mówić.
nano babies means nanomodels don't have the same value anymore. This was the second time he'd bring this up. There was another instance that was even more explicit, right? But we'll eventually get to that. Then he'd say, and second is that there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Nano would ask, may I know who these people are? And Redacted would say, Silver, Bao, and Cotton. So even though he had explicitly agreed with Sinder that it would just be about Silver, he also decided to add Bao and Cotton. Nano would start to panic, saying, I have Bao on my list. Red would say, it's okay, Nano, you don't need to make any changes. To which Nano would reply, are you sure? I'm not really down on working with people who Sinder doesn't want to. But then Red would specify, yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus, none of this can leave our chat. In the document, Red would explain what's going on, saying, I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did to us. And I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend and because I knew she was on Nano's waitlist in the past. And so even though Sinder completely disagreed with how he felt about Bao, he would still make sure to tell her how we both felt. Right? When he would tell her, there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you, he was making it seem like both him and Sinder didn't want Nano to work with Silvervale, Bao, and Cottontail. Red would admit, I took advantage of that and made it sound like Sinder agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was the only time I lied about anything to Nano, and it was wrong of me.
Ale to jest naprawdę... Wyobrażenia Reda na temat danej sytuacji zrujnowały wszystko. Gdyby gościu nie był aż tak mocno przekonany, że wszyscy chcą mu zrobić na złość, tej całej dramy by nie było. To jest masakra.
To do this, everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts. My hesitancy and Nano's reassurance were both left out of Nano and Bao's documents. Cinder would then mention that she was completely unaware of what was going on in this conversation, and the DMs would continue. Redacted would start spilling the entire tea to Nanolist, telling her about how Silver gets more priority and bias at gamer subs, how Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while, hijacking Sacramore from them, and how Cotton hurt one of their close friends real bad. Again, we have no details on that, like none. This is also when he would say, oh yeah, I think Bao did this because her music video flopped, etc., right? And Red would mention in the document that the reason why this all sounded so harsh was because he was angry about it and he was venting to someone he trusted about something he genuinely believed happened. He thought that if Bao was going to gatekeep her editor, then he was going to try and gatekeep his artist. After seeing how much pain and anger her friend was going through, Nano would say, you know what, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao, like forever. As Red would start to ask detailed questions, Nano would specify that they had to make a separate deal for new clients, separate from her proposed idea about canceling with Bao. According to Red, that deal is what she earlier said she'd want some kind of payment for. Instead of focusing on new model clients, I chose to focus on the people I listed to her and offered the deal above. She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like it was claimed. The original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table and we were just talking about these three, I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for her rigging back from her offer, and I'd guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with Silver occasionally, never with Cotton, and only with Bao on her model, so she wouldn't be missing out on income we wouldn't be ready to replace. In the DMs, Red would be specifying the deal. Okay, cool. We can pay blank for you, the rigger, and you don't have to discount it from the next payment. You don't work with Bao.
Hej, mam głupie pytanie. Czy waszym zdaniem warto próbować jeszcze VTubing w Polsce? Myślę o tym, ale obawiam się gadania do zerowej publiki. Podstawowe pytanie. Facet czy kobieta? Bo to jest istotne. To się wydaje głupie, ale to jest istotne. Facet czy baba? No. No, bo muszę z materiałem lecieć. No. Kobieta. Jak najbardziej. W sensie, ujmę to tak. Kwestia, jeżeli chodzi o VTubing, jest bardzo łatwa. Jak jesteś VTuberem, jest ci generalnie o wiele bardziej łatwo jako kobieta. Nie oszukujmy się. Taka podstawowa rzecz. Ale jest jedna rzecz. Jeżeli chcesz być VTuberem, musisz wejść z jakimś pomysłem. Nie, że ty po prostu wchodzisz, no ja teraz sobie będę streamował i będzie wszystko git. No nie. Rzadko kiedy to się w ogóle kończy dobrze i rzadko kiedy ktokolwiek się na tym wybija. Najlepiej po prostu sobie zaplanować to, jak to chce streamować, co chce streamować, jaki content chce robić. Też przede wszystkim zaplanować sobie od razu content na YouTube'a i TikToka, bo na samym Twitchu się nie wyrobi człowiek. Tak naprawdę bardzo dużo rzeczy jest takich do wzięcia pod uwagę i też sporo takiej roboty na boku jest do zrobienia. Więc to jest pytanie, czy chce ci się robić coś więcej niż streamowanie? Jeżeli twoja odpowiedź jest tak, jak najbardziej. VTubing rośnie i dalej będzie rosnął. Czy to w Polsce, czy to na angielskiej scenie. Tak, konto na Twitterze jest ważne, ale nie aż tak ważne. Tak naprawdę najbardziej cię interesuje klepanie kontentu pod TikToka, YouTube'a. Czy to krótsze materiały, czy to dłuższe. Obie rzeczy przyciągają ludzi. I tyle. To jest główna porada, no. Miej plan jakiś, a nie podchodź do tego, chcę streamować, elo.
Cotton or silver at all again, models or art, and then Nano would ask, is there any way to add a little bit more since silver still asks for art every now and then? And then Red would say, well, hey, listen, when silver asks for...
Wiesz co, wystartowanie to konto na Twitterze jest akurat przydatne, nie powiem, że nie. No ale też tak naprawdę można nagrać jakieś fajne TikToki na start, to też już pewną część osób przyciągnie, nie? Też jak na przykład masz swój własny model, bo na przykład chcesz zainwestować, to fajnie można na przykład to sprzedać. Nie rób na przykład, jak masz model od sójki i tak dalej, nie rób, no za ileś tam lajków odsłonię model, bo to jest model od sójki mimo wszystko i to wszyscy już widzieli wszystko. Jest w ogóle jakiś taki nowy model, bardzo mocno customizowalny, gdzieś go sobie zapisałem, ale jeszcze nie wiem do końca, ale będę o nim mówił za jakiś czas w ogóle, nie? No, więc jakieś pytania jeszcze?
Tell us about it so that we commission another art piece instead of her. Nano would say, okay, sounds fair, but can I also ask for a demon Sinder figure? Red would say, I'll ask about it right now if you want one, and Nano would say, yay, deal. When Red would confirm that she was getting a demon figure of Sinder, this is when Nano said, then we have a deal, and Red would make a recap of the entire deal again. No work at all with Bao, Cotton, Silver. We'll continue giving you more work, we'll pay for the rigor, and you're sent a free demon figure. Nano says, yes, yes. There was no official contract involved, and from Red's perspective, this was a negotiated deal. There was no manipulation of any sorts. He'd argue, why did I bother making a deal with her if I could have just manipulated her to do what I wanted for free? After this had happened, Sinder would say that from her point of view, she was told that Nano had agreed that she wouldn't work with Silverveil at all anymore, but that Red never told her that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao was having her second model cancelled, even though her first one was already cancelled back in 2024. The deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients they had talked about before, but Sinder was completely fine with leaving it that way. This is why in her apology in April 2025, she said she had nothing to do with the exclusivity deal. She had no idea what the real terms were. So what Sinder did know is that Silver couldn't work with Nano anymore, right? That's it. That was the entire deal. They'd be paying for Nano's rigging on her model, and the whole thing was about Silver, and Sinder was completely fine with that, even though the deal didn't include anything about not taking on new clients. Red would say, I didn't tell Sinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao, and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it though, with how all the business discussions with Nano were through me, and even if she did later, then it would already be long done. Sinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was, more than keeping Cinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Sinder either, since I didn't know how she'd react, and I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her. A lot happened on the 15th of January, because on that same day, Red would also finalize the exclusivity deal with Artist 1, this time having an actual contract. The artist would ask, do you have a list of folks you compete directly with? And Red would say, I mean, from the list you sent, Bao and Silver for sure. The rest, no. In the document, he'd say, because Silver didn't like Cinder and I had something against Bao now, I considered Bao and Silvervale competition. He didn't bother bringing up Cotton's name though, since she never interacted with this artist. Artist 1 would send a very detailed contract, and in it there was a section specifically referring to Silver and Bao. Red, of course, didn't push for this to be changed, but this agreement never actually ended up happening due to other reasons that delayed them finalizing things. Red doesn't specify what they are. However, just as things finally seemed to be working for Red, barely a month later, Nano would cancel the exclusivity deal she made with him. Her reasoning was that she simply wanted to work with Silvervale again. Cinder would say that this conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document, and that Nano faced no repercussions from either her or Red.
W sensie, jeżeli chodzi o kreowanie postaci, czyli modulowanie głosu i tak dalej, to wszystko zależy od tego, czy ci się chce. Bo oczywiście nie jest to wymagane, no ale no zależy, nie? Na przykład dobrym przykładem, jeżeli chodzi o kreację postaci i jak to na przykład Runeo, jest Mori Calliope z Hololive. Bo ona przez bardzo długi czas, ona właśnie zgrywała personę i były tylko takie przebłyski prawdziwej persony, a z czasem po prostu ten wizerunek początkowy, który był kreowany, poszedł całkowicie do kosza, nie? Tak naprawdę chodzi o to, żeby czuć się przede wszystkim dobrze z kontentem, który się robi.
On her word. Nano would message Red and say, so it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend to me and it hurts me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, so I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I'll understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. Red would say, we'll still send you the figure and you can just discount Kumori's cost from the model. I think that's the rigger's name and it was censored throughout this whole document. Maybe they forgot to do it this time, but hey, cat's out of the bag, right? Red would highlight the sentence, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, and would say Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silvervale asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano. And just like in November of 2023, Silver was the tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Red never got confirmation on whether Nano canceled Bao's model for the second time, but at this point didn't care. He had mostly moved on from his volatile.
Jezus Maria. Wiesz co, powiedziałbym ci szczerze, przyjdź w poniedziałek na streama, nie? To wtedy można o tym pogadać. Ale wiesz co, jeżeli chodzi o takie modulowanie głosu i tak dalej, to naprawdę bardzo zależy. Bo na przykład idealnym przykładem w miarę udanej streamerki, która no po prostu musiałaby robić niektóre rzeczy inaczej, żeby się wypić dalej, jest Sina. Sina na przykład modulowanego głosu nie ma, ona generalnie tak brzmi, nie? To jest głos dziecka z tyłkiem, z brazylijskim tyłkiem, nie? I kwestia jest taka, że no ludzie lubią jej słuchać, nie? Ale przede wszystkim nic nie może być robione na siłę, nie? Musisz być naturalna w tym i w miarę lubić to, co robić i przede wszystkim nie mieć jakiegoś misapu, nie? Na przykład. No albo w sumie tak, jest jeszcze Kafi. O Kafi zapomniałem. No, Kafi jest dobrym przykładem, to, że to nawet u nas się potrafi sprzedać jakoś bardziej, nie?
So of course, when it comes to November 2023, we'll be seeing that in Nano's section. But a huge chunk of what we're looking at now is also in Nano's section, right? The next day, Nano would personally message Sinder telling her about her walking back the deal she made with Red, and Sinder was already aware because Red already told her. Cinder would say Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I. I was content with Nano working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her like always. So in these DMs, we can see that Cinder would say, I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's really confusing going back and forth about it, venting and saying that she gets compared to Silvervale a lot and it's like a shadow on her and it's like she's always living in someone's shadow, etc., etc. Cinder would then search both Bao and Cotton in her own DMs with Nano and she would find nothing, hoping to prove that she truly had no idea that they were included in this whole exclusivity agreement that Red had made. This leads us to the final messages that Cinder had ever had in DMs with Bao. It was on the 28th of March 2025, a few weeks before the drama had unfolded, and it was Bao warning Cinder about the Impractical Jokers drama, where a couple of people from the cast got outed for talking to younger girls, and she didn't want Cinder to bring it up without knowing the the context. Cinder said, yeah, I saw the Joe allegations a while ago and it's just spiraling. And Bao would say, oh no, I know you like the show, I'm sorry, baby. The final subsection in Bao's section would be being a bad friend, compromising with Red, and Boss Rush's role. This would somewhat be a recap to everything we just saw. She'd say that after her argument with Red in December of 2024, her and Red wouldn't talk about Bao again until sometime after her Heaven Hound debut. He pressured her not to interact with her professionally, and she wasn't going to agree to that. But at the same time, she didn't want to cause any problems between her and her husband at home. She'd say Bao was a friend that lived
Ale to jest popierdolone, nie? Kiedy twój mąż zakazuje ci się kolegowania z przyjaciółką, bo myśli, że zrujnuje mu projekt. Jezus Maria. I to jest tylko wyobrażenie bez dowodów jakkolwiek.
country, I only saw her every few months and already didn't do things often with her. On the other hand though, she lived with Red, so she chose to do just enough to keep the peace and to find a middle ground between them. She didn't plan anything with Bao one-on-one, which they already rarely did, according to her. She didn't raid her in the time she was able to, and she didn't retweet artwork of them together on her NSFW Twitter account. Red didn't want to include Bao in anything Boss Rush related either, including collabs. Red would again admit that it was wrong of him to push his feelings about Cinder's friend onto her and expect her to essentially cut her off, and after months had passed by, he would open up to the idea of a 6-person Boss Rush song with all of Cinder's friends, including Bao. Cinder would then specify that she rarely talked to Bao outside of her friends group chat unless she messaged her first. So unless Bao messaged Cinder directly, Cinder wouldn't really interact with her much. This was even before her disagreement with Red. And this actually applied not just to Bao, but for most of her friends for a long time. She said that because of Boss Rush's inception in March 2024, she got to be closer friends with Tricky and Vienna than everyone else. She chose to prioritize them more, and then at some point she'd noticed that one of her friends was feeling isolated, so she wanted to include her in Boss Rush as well. That would be Yuzu. She wouldn't be able to really suggest this idea to Yuzu because of her cancellation, and then would go on to detail all the projects she was planning to do and had already done in 2025. This would all be in an effort to explain that she was spread too thin, that she was doing too much with too many different people, and wasn't really able to give Bao the attention she deserved as a friend. Cinder would continue the document and say that the reason why she turned down Bao's songs
Wiesz co? To jest dobre pytanie, tak szczerze, nie? Wiesz co, ja wychodzę trochę z takiego mentala, nie? Na pewnym etapie swojego bycia VTuberem postanowiłem, że zostaję dramatuberem. Ja w tym momencie wiedziałem, że generalnie mam przesrane w życiu i będzie wymagane ode mnie, nawet przez samego siebie, klepanie i oglądanie takich rzeczy, żeby mieć kontekst, żeby wiedzieć potem w przyszłości na przykład o czym mówię. Nie będę tego przerabiał na materiał w ogóle, to od razu mówię. Szczerze, chcę szanować w miarę swoją psychikę, no ale wiecie, wybrałem taką ścieżkę, to trzymajmy się generalnie tego, nie? Nawet jeżeli boli. Ja dosłownie, ja skończę tego streama dzisiaj, nie wiem o której, i ja sobie po prostu wyjdę z domu na spacer, bo będę potrzebował spaceru. Pewnie nawet słuchawek nie założę, co jest rzadkością, aczkolwiek no chyba raczej mi się nikt nie będzie dziwił.
was because she didn't want to sacrifice the plans she already had for the year of 2025 and commit to another song, mentioning that even Numi said no to Bao at first because of her own schedule. This is in reference to the song that her, Numi, and Bao were meant to sing together. She'd then say with how much more I was doing and planning with mine and Bao's other friends within our same friend group, and because of how I was neglecting her, Bao felt isolated, also evident from her tweets in
Bloody,
March.
jestem
In March of
masochistą, wiesz?
2025, Bao would make 2 tweets, the first one being, my friends are busy, they do not hate me, my friends are busy, they do not hate me. She'd repeat that a couple more times. The other tweet would say, feeling alone in a crowded room sucks so bad. Cinder would also link the stream Bao would make as the drama was unfolding, where she explained how terrible the months leading up to it were, and here it is.
In every scenario, I try to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I can't understand. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it. We had been through so much offline and online, and there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you.
So again, you just have to look back through what happened in this section, right? Her model gets canceled, everyone supports her, Cinder doesn't. Everyone leaves supportive comments on the Boss Rush music video, they all get hearted by Cinder, Bao's gets ignored. I'm sure there were other things in private too that contributed to Bao feeling this way, but this isn't easy. And for months, instead of blaming Cinder or thinking she's a terrible person, she would try to put herself in her shoes instead, thinking, oh, she must be busy, she must be doing this, I'm sure she missed my message, I'm sure she doesn't mean to do this, and boom.
Nie wiem, ile to początkowo oglądaliśmy.
Husband actively try to work against her, and this whole reality that she had fabricated around herself to cope with the idea
Ale
that her
chyba
friend was still
10
her
godzin
friend and
było.
wasn't being distant for any reason would shatter. So no wonder she cried her eyes out for 1 hour of this stream. Cinder would argue that regardless, they still did things together as a big group, but she understood how Bao must have felt. She wasn't including Bao in any of her own things, and when our friends had free time, it went towards our plans together, without her. At some point, Numi would say that Bao had confided in her about Cinder and the way she thought that Cinder felt about her, also linking a VOD in which Numi talked about this. Cinder would then say, but never did Bao try talking to me directly about how she felt, the same way I didn't talk to her about Red's feelings. She'd then say I was neglectful of Bao and my friendship with her, and ignorant of how the things I did and did without her were making her feel. I stayed quiet and gave in to Red, hoping he would move on over time, never knowing what he did and said behind my back. I was an awful friend to Bao for months when she didn't deserve it. On the 26th of April 2025, Bao would post her document 6 minutes after Nano would post hers. According to Sinder, she was already removed along with Red from Bao's friend list at this point and blocked on Twitter. Sinder would end this section about Bao with a very ironic message. That message would be sent on the 27th of December 2024, saying, "This is a message I sent to another close friend at the end of December. Ironically, I didn't have healthy communication with my friends. I couldn't open up to them or talk to them about difficult subjects. I never spoke to Bao about anything that was going on." In the next section, I go over how my lack of communication hurt Numi too, another one of Sinder's friends. That ironic message that Sinder was talking about said, "I love when friends have healthy communication. Ugh, it feels so good." Congratulations, you made it to the end of Bao's section, but no time to breathe. As you saw, the next section
Fuck! Już myślałem, że będzie koniec. Fuck! Jeszcze 3 godziny, misiaczki. Damy radę, co? Nawet jeszcze połowy nie klepnęliśmy. Chcę sobie wbić głowę w biurko.
It will be way shorter than this, thank God, but we will go through it before going to Nano's section because, as you saw at the end there, Numi was already aware of how Bao was feeling in regards to Sinder. She was also one of Sinder's closest friends in the space. So what happened exactly, and how did Sinder hurt her just like she hurt Bao? Well, let's check it out. This section would be called V-Card and Numi's Concert, and here's how Sinder would introduce it, saying, "I messed up and hurt one of my friends, Numi. I agreed to be a part of her concert in New York City in February, but I let her down and canceled my performance. Then, when V-Card's launch date was delayed to her concert weekend, I put business over my friendship when I chose to not even be there for her so I could be representing a company and streaming with Shy Lily, which I mistakenly planned on the same day. Although I did make it to Numi's show, I still made a decision that hurt her. All while preparing for her own concerts, Numi had been producing an original song for me since December. I was asking a lot of her when I wasn't doing the same in return. I made her feel more like a business partner than a friend. Numi has always been an incredible friend, and I was lucky to have her care about me. She always motivated and inspired me, especially when it came to music. I was the one who was a bad friend. Her messages are only here for context. I'm sorry to her again for this whole situation I caused. I didn't bring any of this up before because it wasn't something that involved anyone who had posted a document about me. I thought this
W sensie, ja mam wrażenie, że ona to pisze w ten sposób, bo na Numi nie znalazła nic.
25 privately between Numi and I. Apparently, I was expected to talk about it, and when I didn't, it was used against me. This situation was vaguely described to push the idea of my manipulation, avoidance of accountability, and sabotage of my friends. But none of that is true to what actually happened. It was caused by my own miscommunication.
Nie, to nie jest tylko jej menadżera. To wyszło na to, że Shindo przez przypadek zlikowała w komentarzu na Twitterze, że Red to nawet nie jest tylko jej menadżer, tylko jej chłopak, to jest jej mąż. Oni są małżeństwem.
Anxieties and misplaced priorities. So I want to go through the entire series of events, my thoughts, feelings, and decisions leading up to V-Card's launch, my collab with Shy Lily, and Numi's concert in New York City. So this document is fairly short with 26 pages. What takes up most of these pages are images of DMs, but fundamentally speaking, it's a fairly simple issue to describe, so I'll be summing it up and reading DMs when necessary. From the start, this was pure miscommunication, okay? On the 1st of September 2024, Numi would bring up the idea of a concert to Red. Numi was asking if Sinder could come in November 2024. Red would tell her to message Sinder directly since she was her friend. Sinder doesn't really remember if Red brought this up to her before Numi messaged her, but regardless, a couple months later in November 2024, Numi would message Sinder and would invite her to her New York concert. Sinder would specify that she remembers that Numi had brought this up to her in person somewhere before this, but couldn't remember where, when, or even what was said. Numi most likely assumed that Sinder remembered the conversation they had IRL, so the only thing she sent her was, "By the way, the New York concert will be February 1st if you'd still like to come," to which Sinder would say, "I'd love to, where is it?" and would get the details. A month later, on the 26th of December 2024, Numi would message Red about Sinder's attendance for the concert and would specifically say that she'd be performing with her on stage. At this point, Sinder would say that she was shocked when Red would tell her about this because she thought she'd be an audience member. However, instead of actually trying to clear it up with Numi, and hell, maybe even laugh about the misunderstanding, she chose to let Red handle everything for her and commit to singing. Sinder's logic here was that Numi had never messaged her directly about the concert, so you know what? Let Red handle it since he was talking to her about it anyway. The next day, on the 27th of December 2024, Sinder would bring up a collab idea over a new product launching with Gamersubs, which was V-Card. It was supposed to release on the 17th of January 2025, and she wanted to make it happen around that time. Around January 6th, 2025, Red would message Numi about the hotel so he could start planning the trip for the concert, and Numi would reply. The next day, Sinder would message Shy Lily again about the V-Card collab to make sure that the initial plans were going to go through. They would have normally had the collab on the 18th of January, but then V-Card's release date would be delayed until the 31st, which would of course delay their collab as well since it was meant to be around the release date of the product. On the 10th of January 2025, Red would finally get back to Numi about her question about whether Sinder wanted to perform. He'd bring up...
A co? Jak chodzi o karty, nie? Strefa MTG. To wiecie, co mnie ostatnio kusi, żeby sobie kupić? W sensie, nie, nawet dla czystej beki, nie, mimo że nie jestem gigantycznym fanem Spidermana, nie? To... Wiecie, ja jestem bardzo dużym fanem Final Fantasy, nie? I jakiś czas temu Magic the Gathering to w ogóle wystrzeliło w chuj, nie? To w ogóle da się kupić taniej, nie? Ale bo tutaj nie widzicie, ale tam jest 450 zł. O, tutaj macie nawet, tu 650. Deki Commander do Magic the Gathering z Final Fantasy. Kuźwa kusi mnie, nie? No bo pograłbym sobie w Magica i to jeszcze kartami z Finalka.
% sure about performing live and would make a few different excuses as to why coming in person will prove tough, like how Sinder only likes to go on stage and cosplay, how they're worried about fans finding their car if they drive there, etc. Numi goes as far as proposing that Sinder could just join in virtually from her home as her VTuber model. She didn't have to actually come to New York. She'd also reiterate that she doesn't want to pressure Sinder to do anything that makes her uncomfortable. Now I really have to point out here, Numi reiterates this multiple times, and unlike Red's discussions with Sacramore, she wasn't guilt-trippy at all. Red would then ask who's coming to New York other than Sinder, and when Numi would say that multiple of her friends were flying out, Red felt pressured, saying, oh, so we're the bad friends. Even as Numi reiterated, you guys don't have to feel obligated to...
Boże, ej, ale... Patrzcie, i to jest dokładnie to. Bo w momencie, w którym ty się nie pojawisz tak jak wszyscy, to jesteś złym przyjacielem. I on dokładnie tego samego myślenia, tylko w tym przypadku w stosunku do siebie, to on wcześniej użył w przypadku Bao, bo wszyscy byli tylko nie Bao na tej kolacji w Japonii, no to Bao jest złą przyjaciółką. On kurwa korzysta z tej samej logiki cały czas.
Either, by the way. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm pressuring y'all at all. I know everyone is tired from 2024 travels. And Red would say, well, now we're like the bad friends if we don't. Numi would again reiterate, I don't care. If you guys don't want to come, it's not a big deal. And yet Red would still insist, even though he knew that Sinder was very uncomfortable performing on stage. On the same night, Numi would message Sinder about matching t-shirts. And again, Sinder says nothing about her being uncomfortable regarding singing live. In the document, she admits she should have just gone to Numi to talk to her about this, but she didn't. A few days later, on the 13th of January 2025, Sinder would ask Red to message Numi on her behalf to let her know that she isn't comfortable singing live, but would still be showing up to the concert to support her. The excuse Red would make up was she's nervous to sing with a live mic, to which Numi would say, no worries, with a smiley face. In the document, Sinder would outline 4 reasons as to why she chose not to perform. The first one being, I was too anxious to get on stage and sing with a live microphone. This was the biggest reason I made the decision to not do the show. She'd even show us DMs with another friend back in April 2024 of her almost
będzie
bailing
poniedziałek
out
na
on her performance
materiale,
at the
wiesz?
Weepcon concert because of
We
her being
wtorek
nervous.
będzie
The second
pyrką.
reason was she didn't really want to make a public appearance on stage without being in cosplay. It took a lot of space in her luggage, it was a hassle to bring with her. She still would have been okay just wearing her Cinder wig, but that didn't fix her problem with singing live. The third reason would be I didn't think my part of the show was that important or integral to the concert overall, and that pulling out wouldn't have been that much of an inconvenience to Numi. As far as either of us knew, there weren't any songs planned for me to do yet, and the set list was done in December. Sexy Drug was the only song Numi and I had covered together, so I assumed that would have been the only one. Any other songs in the set list that may have been intended for me to perform were never communicated. She suggested to Red that I could perform one of my songs, but I only had 2 songs to choose from. Even if we sang them all, that was a total of 3 songs. I didn't think it'd be a problem to fill in that 1 to 3 song gap in the set list if she even had to. I don't know anything about the prep work that goes into planning a concert though. And finally 4, Red told me that Numi reassured him that I shouldn't feel pressured or obligated to perform or even go to the concert. 3 days before this furthered the idea that my guest performance must have not been that integral to the overall concert, and it would be okay to her if I pulled out. Cinder would then say I kept putting off making a decision because of my anxiety of performing versus the stress of letting down Numi. I should have made my choice sooner and messaged her myself to talk about it with her instead of Red. And she never messaged me to ask about my decision either. Maybe it would have been able to make something work for me instead.
Ej, dobra, a nie czujecie takiego lekkiego bullshitu w tym? Bo rozmawiamy o ludziach, którzy już faktycznie występowali na scenie, mają za sobą no dupne kariery youtuberskie, nagrywanie różnych piosenek, mienie 1000 osób na streamach i tak dalej. Ja rozumiem, że nie do końca jest to 1 do 1, nie? Bo nie widzisz tych ludzi normalnie tak jak na przykład na scenie. Ale żeby mieć aż takie problemy o to i skrywać, że no nie mogę, bo się stresuję tym wszystkim. Jest to trochę zrozumiałe, ale dla mnie pachnie trochę bullshitem i po prostu szukaniem wymówki.
Letting my fears get the better of me. Red and I were still going to the concert even if I wasn't performing. Bao would end up filling in my spot in the show at the last minute.
Ale mogę być po prostu negatywnie nastawiony od góry i to przyznaję.
Gamer subs, V-Card, and my collab with Shy Lily had nothing to do with my decision not to perform, only about not going to the show later. My collab with Shy Lily was not scheduled at this time, and absolutely no way was I trying to somehow sabotage Numi and her concert. So yeah, this is definitely unfortunate so far. Cinder just thought that she wasn't that important to Numi, right? But this entire stress and anxiety and her saying that she didn't want to let down Numi, I don't know, it felt more like it was performative. Numi tried her best to accommodate her, saying she can cancel, there was no worries. But Cinder kept talking about letting her down as if she was her boss. In reality, a true friendship means you could be honest with each other. It also didn't help that most of the communication was done through Red. Cinder wasn't even the one who told Numi that she couldn't sing. In any case, a few days would pass, and on the 16th of January 2025, Sinder would officially make her announcement that she became a partial owner of GamerSupps, and would single-handedly start to pressure herself to live up to the expectations of what a GamerSupps partial owner should do. This of course would be in reference to Shy Lily, the first VTuber to ever become a part owner of GamerSupps. VCard was about to be the company's first massive drop of the year, and she of course wanted to be present for that. More specifically in the
No ja bym się nie zdziwił, gdyby już w przyszłości nie rozdawali części firmy VTuberkom, bo może się to źle skończyć.
do that together, the two VTuber part owners side by side, while sharing something we both were excited about. This is why she had reached out to her about this in December. On the 22nd of January 2025, in her song production server, Numi would tell Redacted and Sinder that the shows that are coming up will affect her schedule around the song she was making for Sinder. We can see Red talking about the release date for the song, but eventually they pushed it back to her birthday sometime after this. A few days would pass by again, and on January 26th, Sinder would tell Shy Lily that she is still down to do a collab a day after VCard's release. This confirmation would effectively be throwing Numi's concert under the bus. Sinder would specify that Red had nothing to do with this decision. She was the one who had chosen business over friendship. Shy Lily could have very easily rescheduled or been more flexible, but it was Sinder that confirmed the date with her and wanted February 1st, the day in which Numi would be performing her concert. From Cinder's perspective, Red telling her that Numi said it was okay if she couldn't go to the concert was also a factor in her decision. She'd say in her document, "I'd come to find out that this was just Numi being Numi, and it really did mean a lot to her that we'd be there." She'd then continue and say, "My brain goblins told me Numi would have lots of our other friends there cheering her on, and that my presence wouldn't be missed if I wasn't. I never told this to her either." So on January 27th, Sinder would message Numi and tell her, "Hey, sorry I can't make it to your concert. I didn't expect VCard's release date to get pushed back to your concert's date, and I feel obligated to be around for the launch weekend as a GamerSupps owner now. I'm sorry, I love you so much and I miss you." The next day though, on January 28th, Red would find a last-minute train ticket to New York that would allow her and him to show up to the concert as it's starting. Numi wouldn't reply to Cinder's initial message, and the next day she'd message her saying this, "Hey, I think I found a train that can leave later. Red and I are trying to figure it out. When does your show start?" Red would message the same thing to Numi, and still no reply. On that same day, Cinder would ask Lily if they could start their collab an hour earlier so that she can make it to the train. She didn't tell
W sensie, ja mam pytanie, czy to jest trochę dziwne, że zostali olani? Po pierwsze, tak trochę chamska wiadomość była o tym, że no bo czuje się odpowiedzialna za GamerSuppsy i tak dalej i zostało to przeniesione, etc., etc. Zwłaszcza, że trzeba wziąć pod uwagę to, że Numi miała kontakt z Shay Lily, która w tym wszystkim brała udział i prawdopodobnie wiedziała, jak to wyglądało. Druga sprawa jest taka, przygotowujesz się do koncertu, to ty nie patrzysz na telefon i tak, bo może jedna z osób, która miała przyjechać, ale mówiła, że pierdoli, przyjedzie, więc będę patrzeć na telefon, żeby wiedzieć, czy na pewno przyjedzie, nie przyjedzie, no. No nie, przygotowujesz się do koncertów, tam jest taka kupa rzeczy do zrobienia, że ty nie siedzisz w telefonie, nie? Jezus Maria.
And to Shy Lily, that was completely fine. On that day, she would stay up very late, until close to 4 a.m. She'd make a tweet talking about how she feels like she's been neglecting her friends, and how she was very stressed about this, adding, "Things have been so crazy in my life, but I'm trying my best." Then, in the evening of January 29th, Numi would finally respond to Cinder, and it would be a message loaded with a lot of emotions, thoughts, and feelings. Before we get into that, Cinder would say, "I've never been able to open up about my feelings, anxieties, self-esteem, or insecurities, and I never even tried to go to Numi and talk things out sooner. She was getting mixed signals from Red and I wish I handled communicating with her better." I think it's really important that we read Numi's message, even though it's a bit lengthy, because it has a lot to do with how she felt in regards to Cinder and how many of Cinder's friends were feeling too, including Bao. She'd say, "Hey Cinder, I wanted to apologize for my late reply. I was in the mountains for a few days after the concert and wanted to focus on spending time with friends that were here before really checking my messages. I just wanted to say I appreciate you trying to make the time to see the concert, and I understand you have been working hard and want to focus on your business, so I wouldn't ever hold it against you if you felt obligated to be there for VCard. What did disappoint me though was when I asked you about the concert months ago and you said yes and kept reassuring your commitment to the concert until last week. I understand every single anxiety and fear that comes with performing and going out of your comfort zone as well, so I completely felt your reasoning and would never want to put you in a situation where you felt uncomfortable. What made me sad was that I had to hear it from Red and not from you about all your thoughts, while you were texting me about being excited for the concert and off collabs. Even when checking my messages when I got home yesterday, Red was the one telling me about you feeling guilty, whereas you were telling me you felt obligated to be around for the launch of GamerSupps. The messages between you both were completely different, and ultimately it felt as though I was being treated like a business partner rather than a best friend. Right, this is important to specify. To Numi, Cinder was a best friend, not just any friend, not a coworker, not an acquaintance, a best friend. Anyway, she'd continue.
Przerżnąłem się przez połowę, więcej nie dałem rady, tak szczerze. Więc ja bardzo dużo kontekstu znam. Ten fragment, który teraz oglądamy, nie znam go, bo fragmentu Numi nie przeczytałem.
But it had me feeling frustrated and confused about whether or not you truly cared about how important this was to me, or how much Blank and I spent planning the New York concert.
Jeszcze kawałek dalej oglądałem, ale kawałek dalej czytałem, ale nie więcej.
I only heard about some feelings from Red. I want to apologize if I ever made you feel hesitant to share your feelings, or if I gave off the impression that...
Przeczytałem na pewno całą część Bao na spokojnie w języku angielskim już, nie? A nie z tym gównianym tłumaczeniem, które było. No ale no, nie wygląda to dobrze, w żadnym stopniu, nie?
empathetic towards the reasons I was given, but I truly hope in the future we can be more open to communicate our feelings so that the other feels less nervous or upset about things. I know you've never given me a reason to doubt the strength of our friendship until this year, so I want to trust and believe that it isn't as bad as I was imagining when I received the messages from Red. I hope that things can be okay, and that you know I'll still be here to listen to you if you ever want to talk about it all more. So as we can see, Sinder in her mind so far, I mean, this wasn't a big deal, right? Like, oh, she can find a replacement. It was probably not a big deal for me to perform in the concert anyway. It was only like 1 or 3 songs. And oh, she'll probably have many more friends there anyway. She doesn't need me. It could be insecurity. It could be the idea of work taking over your mind. It could be...
W sensie z jednej strony tak, nie? Te części są najważniejsze. Z drugiej strony bardzo istotną częścią, którą ja na przykład pominąłem oglądając to na streamie, w sensie oglądając, omawiając to na streamie, jest część, gdzie jest zarzucane Shailili generalnie bycie manipulantką w tym wszystkim, ten cały to jak ona się już wypowiada po tym wszystkim, nie? Gdzie wrzuciła wszystkie dowody, no i teraz pora na konkluzję. To jest też bardzo istotny fragment.
To how Numi perceived their friendship versus how Sinder perceived their friendship, right? To Numi, this was a best friend, would have meant the world if she was there. To Sinder, she has a bunch of other friends. Yeah, she's a good friend, but I just can't make it. I'm sure she can find a replacement. Cinder would reply saying, it's okay, Numi. I hope you had a good time with everyone after this past weekend. I'm really sorry for putting you in this situation, making you feel so frustrated about everything. I've been so stressed out with the things going on in my life and career lately that I hadn't stopped for a second to consider how my actions were making you feel. She would agree with Numi that Red should be the one telling her about how she feels about things, that she's a friend and she deserves to hear things from her mouth directly. She would say how it's always been extremely hard for her to voice how she's feeling with people in general, especially when she's anxious about the situation. She'd reiterate that she wasn't comfortable with her singing skills at all, especially in front of a live audience, and that she let down Numi when she needed her. She didn't realize that her appearance was that big of a part of the concert. The next paragraph she typed in the apology would be highlighted in the document, saying, now that I'm a part GamerSup's owner, I feel a lot of pressure to live up to what Lily is for them into the community. My announcement didn't really make the splash I thought it would, and V-Card is probably their biggest new drop this year. For full transparency, I made plans to collab with Lily the day after V-Card's launch day, which would have been the 18th. But because the launch was pushed back, the collab was pushed to this weekend. I didn't really know how to tell her no, so I planned it as early in the day as possible to be able to make the late train to New York City. She then confirmed that she is coming to Numi's show, and said that she could try her best to perform their cover song together to make it up to her based on the planning process, right? If it's possible to actually find a replacement or not. She would then say, I'm really sorry about all this, Numi. In the document, she would specify what she meant when she said she didn't think the announcement made the splash she thought it would, saying this was such a major and massive accomplishment to me, and it felt like a lot of people, including some of my closest friends, didn't notice or care. Now again, Numi would reply with a very lengthy message, but again, I really have to emphasize it's very important because it shows not just...
Ale jak ktoś ci w ogóle odpisuje tak długą wiadomością i to jeszcze, wiecie, z tabami, z dobrym rozdzieleniem tekstów, to wiesz, że spierdoliłeś, nie? Bo jeżeli ktoś aż tak bardzo konkretnie wylewa z siebie z rzeczy, to
felt, but how multiple of Cinder's friends felt, including Bao. She'd say, all I really wanted in all of this was to hear how you felt, so I really appreciate you being open and honest with me despite everything. I was given so many different reasons, and when you brought up feeling obligated to be there for the V-Card thing, I think it really made me feel sad because you didn't acknowledge anything prior to that. It was the first I heard from you regarding the concert, and hearing you connect the reason to business, I felt like I meant less to you. As disappointing as it was, I truly just wanted to hear from you, so thank you again for opening up in the previous message. Red is a nice friend to me, and I understand for a lot of business things it's better to go through him, but this was just something very deep and personal to me and something that you committed to with me when I asked you in person. So it meant a lot more to hear from you in that respect. The different response.
Jak tam oglądanko? 2 godziny 14 aktualnie. Zostało 3 godziny 30 minut. Anyway.
From the both of you were very confusing, but most of all, it left me confused with how you truly felt regarding it all. I hope from this you can understand that I'm here for you too. We do different things, but we're both in the same space dealing with a lot of similar difficulties. I'll always be here to extend an ear or a
To
hand
jest
if you
ten
need me, especially if it's related
1000-stronicowy
to
Google
music. One of the
Doc od
reasons I kept
Sinder.
asking you if you were sure about the show, aside from the
Kobieto.
prep for everything, was because I wanted to know if you were having any second thoughts, or if you needed to vent
Muszę
any frustrations or
komentować.
fears regarding performing. I've told you this, but I had stage fright for years because of a traumatizing first experience, and I only gained confidence through VTubing and making music with Blank. Every single show I've done was either ruined or messy in some way, but I've still managed to push forward and get over a lot of my fears. When Red was telling me you were anxious, I wish you could have brought it up with me sooner. It's scary opening up to people, especially after you told me how other friends were to you in the past, but I promise you I would have been here to listen to you and hear about everything and reassure you that it would be okay. If afterwards you still felt too scared, we could have figured it out and found a proper replacement without any added stress from both of our ends. In the next 3 paragraphs, she would
A nawet
reiterate that
jeszcze
she's
w
there for her
połowie nie
if she needs
jestem.
her, that she's there to listen, that she's there to support her. She empathized with her situation with GamerSubs, especially in the position she's in, and she never wanted Cinder to stress so much over this concert. She realizes that this is an important weekend for her, but to Cinder too. But the next couple sentences would be really, really important, right? Numi would say, despite...
Szczerze? Słusznie. Słusznie została rzucona wilką na pożarcie. To też na przykład jest taka kwestia, że to nie jest tak, że ona powinna stracić z tego powodu karierę. I nie straci z tego powodu kariery, ale ona będzie przez bardzo długi okres czasu ograniczona pod względem kolabowania z ludźmi. Też osoby, które będą chciały z nią kolabować, to będą tylko osoby, które będą chciały ją wykorzystać dla jej zasięgów. I czy to jest faktyczna najlepsza kara? Tak. Bo tam się wydarzyło bardzo dużo bullshitu i to, że w ogóle wyszło na to, że ona i Red są w ogóle małżeństwem i to jest takie, no słuchajcie, odpowiadacie za siebie, czy tego chcecie, czy nie. Red był manipulacyjną szują, nieważne jak będziesz próbowała to ująć na początku dokumentu. Widać, że Red jest manipulującą szują, który wie centralnie, co robi. Czy dziewczyny też z drugiej strony na przykład są winne? Tak, jak najbardziej. Ale czy wina Sinder i Reda jest większa? Jest.
Friendship. I have tried my best to silence any kind of demons I've had telling me the worst case scenario. I remember the person you were when we met, and I want to fully believe that you're still that person that I know would be there for me and her friends and her community. And like I said, you don't have to do anything to make things up to me. I truly just wanted to hear your thoughts. It's okay. Thank you again, and I accept your apology. So her saying, despite the fears I've had over our friendship, the demon she tried to silence in regards to Sinder. This is an extremely important detail because this was exactly how Bao felt too. Since the end of 2024 leading up to 2025, Sinder would get extremely busy with work and would start to truly neglect her friends. Numi was pretty much revealing to us here that these demons were in her head for a while, and she tried to silence them for as long as she could. Just like Bao, always trying to give Sinder the benefit of the doubt, putting herself in her shoes and trying to empathize. Obviously, that's a very big deal. It shows that you're neglecting your friends, miscommunicating, etc., etc. And to Sinder, she'd admit that this whole situation
W sensie pozostałe, no Nano dała sobie wejść na głowę i generalnie od tak niwelowała komiszej, a nie powinna tego robić. Bao tak szczerze z perspektywy czasu po prostu robi z siebie trochę większą ofiarę niż jest. Shailil jeszcze nie wiem, nie doszliśmy do tego fragmentu. Najbardziej czysta z tego wszystkiego jest aktualnie Numi.
she realigned her priorities.
Ja jestem na
and she told herself
bieżąco,
that she
ja
couldn't let
całego
something like this
przeczytałem.
ever happen again. She'd only reply 2 hours later to Numi because she broke down crying after reading her message. They'd figure out the details and they would conclude that she was coming. So the next day, on February 1st, 2025, Sinder and Shylily would do the unboxing collab for V-Card. Cinder would share her DMs with Shylily, showing that they were friendly, I mean everything was going well, and both Red and Cinder would finally be able to make it to the concert in time right after the collab. They wore their matching shirts together and they spent the rest of the weekend there with friends. At this point, Cinder would claim that she was already planning to be at Numi's next concert in the US, if not both of them. She simply wasn't going to let Numi down again. These two shows ended up happening at the end of July, and she wasn't there for obvious reasons, because she was cancelled. This would mark the end of the Numi section. And like I said, it's pretty important in parallel to what happened to Bao. Even though Numi had, essentially suffered a bit less than Bao, I think Cinder was still communicating with her fairly regularly. She didn't neglect her as hard, but I mean, Numi was aware of what was going on with Bao. They were truly trying to find the best case scenario while trying their best to give Cinder the benefit of the doubt. Of course, that would all come crashing down though on April 2025, when Nanolys, otherwise known as Nano, would post her document about Cinder. Let's head to her section in the document. This section would be around 203 pages, one of the more lengthier ones of this document. It would start off with Cinder posting.
Co jest najlepsze, większa część jest o Silverveil, co jest kurwa żałosne. Bo to jak w ogóle na początku tego dokumentu były rzeczy wrzucone na Silverveil, ale nie, w sumie w samej rozmowie z Nanolys, nie, to masz takie, o mój Boże, kobieto, shut the fuck up. Bo naprawdę to, jak oni mają jazdę po Silverveil, tego naprawdę nie da się słuchać.
The tweet that Nanolys had made and saying this. Nano's document claimed both Red and I manipulated, used, and dragged her into drama, while slandering multiple VTubers, including our friends. These claims were the basis for everything else publicly released afterwards, documents from half a dozen people, and many others tweeting their grievances with me. It all hinged on Nano's document being posted and its validity. When I wrote my initial apology in April 2025, I said I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions. When I wrote this poorly worded sentence, I hadn't seen any of these DMs. I was in a panic and didn't think Nano would be lying about anything. But now that I've read Red's DMs myself, I can say that Nano was not manipulated, abused, used, lied to, mistreated, expected to take action over any drama.
I to jest fragment, w którym jeżeli ogarniasz trochę w ogóle, co się działo i przeczytałeś ten dokument, to zastanawiasz się na temat jednej rzeczy, nie? No skoro Sinder nie uważa tego w najmniejszym stopniu za manipulację ze strony Reda, to jak w codziennym życiu ich małżeńskim Red manipuluje mocno Sinder? To jest dla mnie podstawowe pytanie teraz, nie?
regarding her commissions and clientele. She was never forced to do or not do anything, has always been in control of her own choices, and always had the ability to say no. She was met with understanding and faced no repercussions professionally or personally from either of us when she did. Nano's messages were deceitfully presented to push a narrative that never happened. I don't believe Nano ever showed the full context of her messages with Red to my friends. Her claims were backed by Shy Lily, and I believe they were misled into blindly supporting her. Nano was a close friend who we respected, and was a massive part of my own success. I've only ever praised her privately and publicly. There was nothing she could do for me to hold anything against her or choose to stop working with her. Red and I always encouraged Nano to do what was best for her, not us. Red, who handled our plans with her, made sure to work around her schedule. But
Ej, ale to jest taki bullshit, nie? Zwłaszcza, że dało się tam wyczytać parę rzeczy pod tytułem chcemy dla ciebie jak najlepiej, ale dla ciebie jak najlepiej to jest pracowanie dla nas. Tam naprawdę dało się poczuć to, że on naprawdę ma to na myśli.
if she needed more time on them or to take a break, and give her first priority on projects she was interested in. He trusted her, and the extent he lied to her about the other people involved was in telling her his own genuine thoughts, observations, and experiences with them as he knew them, the same way my accusers did to the public with how they assumed how Red and I had to have operated together. The claim that Red and I worked to sabotage projects Nano had is a lie. We both would praise her for the work she did for other people, and I've always celebrated and supported new Nano model siblings when they debuted. Even if Red was really asking Nano to cancel every model she had, it was ultimately still her choice to do it or not. But all of the blame for her actions was somehow put on me. This next paragraph is in purple because it's going to be mentioned multiple times over the document. I don't see a reason to read it. And should continue. We've worked with Nano for 4 years. She is an incredible artist who I've treasured working alongside for my entire career. I put my faith in her at the start when we were both much smaller creators, and she saved me from a year-long struggle to get my first model, and she's been with me every step of my journey since. I wanted Nano to be a part of anything she could, and chose to make her artwork the backbone of my brand. I love and appreciate every single thing she's done for me, and I'm proud of everything I've been able to do for her. In April, I believe Nano found herself in a situation she couldn't back out of, and then chose to do what would result in the most beneficial outcome for herself: hide the truth. Below are a large portion of Nano's DMs with Red and I over the past 2.5 years that show any situations brought up in Nano's document in full context, show the relationship we had with her, how she felt about us and other people involved in everything, and any other relevant conversations that weren't included in what was posted to the public. I've also included some of my own messages with her and some messages with other people. Some of these DMs are repeated and included in the following sections of this document. Nano's profile picture is different in some of these screenshots because of them being taken at different times throughout making this document. So yeah, as I said in the beginning, this document was written over not weeks, but most likely months. All right, this took a long time to make. The first thing that would take place in this document would be on the 23rd of January 2023. During this time, Red would be asking Nano not to work with Spite, another VTuber sharing a similar design to Sinder who debuted and was a content creator before her. Red would only tell Sinder about this after the fact. She claims that she didn't know, and yet, when he actually told her, she was completely okay with it. She didn't really express any opposition. Sinder would then say that, interestingly enough, these DMs were not included in Nano's or Spite's documents at all back during April 2025. She asks why, and then says, since they didn't say anything about it, I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversations with Nano about Spite to try and not make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of the state I was in. She's referring to the apology she made back in April, saying, once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was Silver. So obviously this is a pretty big revelation. I thought the apology back in April 2025 was horrendous. I didn't hide that at all. It was very badly written. It was very sporadic. I mean, it was clear that she was in very bad mental headspace, but I really didn't think that it could get worse, and it somehow just did. Yeah, she straight up lied. And yes, it's bad even if you were to look at this objectively. Red would comment in the document.
Nieważne jak na to spojrzysz, jest to bardzo chujowe zachowanie. Niestety. Snow, dziękuję za followa, witam w zespole.
I saw Spite interacting with Nano, possibly with the intent of trying to work with her. This was the logic, and would then say I've never talked about Spite with any other artist, and I'm sorry that I asked this of Nano. So this overall gives us a good idea about how even back in January 2023, both Red and Sinder displayed paranoia in regards to others. Sinder would search up the name Spite in her DMs with Nano to prove that she had never spoken to her about it, that it was only Red that mentioned her. The next few pages in this document would be just very normal, uneventful conversations between Red and Nano. This was in an effort to show us that Red and Nano only spoke respectfully to each other, and that Red was very accommodating to her, regardless of whether she needed to change her own schedules or couldn't finish something on time. There will be around half a dozen pages of this. But then we'd find ourselves back right where we started. This paranoia that Red had displayed about Spite on January 2023 would actually continue in May 2023, and this time it would be about Silverveil. Red would ask Nano about when she made Silverveil's first model because him and Sinder was starting to grow suspicious that it had to do with Sinder in her debut a couple months earlier. Their logic was that Nano wasn't well known as a model artist in the summer of 2022, and had only done 3 models at that point, including Cinder's. So this was then pretty much implying that they thought she was copying Sinder because Sinder was doing so good, right? There's going to be more about this topic, I mean way more, in Silver's section of the document, which is also over 200 pages. So overall, during the month of May 2023, Sinder was working with Nano to make her art for her Gamer Subs cup.
Ej, czad, mogę się z wami z czymś podzielić? Dupa mnie boli już. Mnie dupa boli od słuchania tej dramy. Naprawdę mnie dupa boli. Chcę umrzeć.
art on it. She also really wanted to be the first full-color cup, something that the company was still experimenting with. However, she'd find out through her GamerSupps manager that the reason why the company even started coming up with the idea
Nie,
of making
niestety,
a full-color...
wiesz co, nie mam, bo mi się często rozłączało i przewróciłem na słuchawki na kablu, nie? A tak żałuję, bo ja dosłownie, ja nie wiem, ja też bym jakiś, wiesz, ja bym się po prostu wtedy przełączył na słuchawki bezprzewodowe i ja bym chodził po mieszkaniu sprzątając, robiąc tego streama dzisiaj, naprawdę.
Because of the piece that Nano had drawn for Silvervale, something that hadn't released yet. When finding out about this news, both Sinder and Red tried to rush Nano to finish her art ASAP so that she could be the first creator to have a cup with GamerSupps that had Nano's art on it before Silvervale. This was because she wanted to feel special, but also because she didn't want people to compare her to Silvervale like they've been doing for a while now. At the same time, what was even worse is that in Cinder's opinion, both her art and Silver's art was fairly similar, with both of them making a heart shape with their hands. Nano would of course wonder why they were rushing this cup so quickly. This would be when Red would reveal to her for the first time about the unspoken drama between Sinder and Silvervale, and says that, for example, Silver was rated by Sinder multiple times on Twitch, and she's the only one that Silver doesn't thank by name. He'd also mentioned that Silver refuses to acknowledge Sinder by not following her anywhere, because he's assuming that Silver dislikes her for copying her. This is when he would really give her the entire backstory, right? How Sinder wasn't even Sinder in the beginning, her VTuber model was meant to be her ASMR persona called Tashi, how she then became a Hellhound purely because she didn't want to copy Silvervale's model at the time. And this would also be the first time Red would reveal his obsession with having Silver and Sinder collab and interact, showcasing how well they fit together due to their designs and revealing how Sinder always feels like she's in Silver's shadow. These DMs would last for a long time. And even then, Red would say something interesting here. There's more drama that happened over the past couple of years.
Ej, a z czystej ciekawości, nie? Silver Veil. No okej, dalej z cieniu.
All from Silver's side. At some point, he'd realize just how long this conversation has been going for and would tell Nano, oh wait, it's late for you, you should sleep. To which Nano would reply, don't worry, I love gossips. Red would comment on this in the document and say, Nano's always been open to talking about drama and gossip with me. I guess he felt the need to highlight that he wasn't forcing her to listen to any of this. He'd go on to talk about the first interaction.
Ej, ale to jest takie umywanie sobie dupy, a nie oszukujmy się. Jak ci jeden z twoich największych klientów przychodzi ponarzekać, to ty go słuchasz, rozmawiasz z nim, bo wiesz, że wtedy możesz dostać więcej zlecenia. Dlatego dosłownie wylizujesz rowa wtedy. Czy tego chcesz, czy nie. Więc nie wiem, przed czym się próbujesz bronić, Red, naprawdę.
Sinder had with Silvervale, which was a complete misunderstanding, in which she posted art of her character with Silver's
Business
and
is
mistakenly put
business,
the hashtag
dokładnie.
Cindervale, which was seen as a shipping hashtag, right? Don't worry, we'll go through this entire backstory in Silvervale's section. In any case, Red proceeds to share his speculations and theories about Silver, going as far as monitoring the viewer list during Cinder's debut and seeing that Silver was in chat for around an hour while not saying anything. He also adds that a few weeks after Cinder's debut, Silver would go to Nano for a model, after her art had significantly improved. But it was almost as if he was taking credit for that, and this is something you'll see more than once in this document. Overall, a lot of these topics will make a comeback in Silvervale's section, but that's way later in the document. Nano's section is the first section about someone else involved in the drama that Sinder wants you to read. And this is doing nothing but showcase to us how obsessed Red was with Silver, typing about her for hours. In any case, we'd go back to the topic of the GamerSupps Cup, and he'd say that Silver is probably racing to release her GamerSupps before Sinder, and would add a small remark saying that he wouldn't mind if GamerSupps had their booth at Anime Expo with both Sinder and Silver on the art together, purely because it'll just make Silver mad while adding a laughing emoji. He'd then speculate that Silver stalks Cinder's page, which is why she asked Nano for a model, going as far as saying that Silver has too much of an ego and will never give Sinder validation because she believes that Sinder is a copy. Now look, so far this is gossip, but you have to understand, Nano and Red have been talking for a while now. They both consider each other friends, and Red of course is talking about this as if it's fact, when it's just speculation. None of this has been confirmed so far. But to Red's credit, at the end of this conversation, he would say, now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. She's a big customer, and of course he's referring to Silvervale. He would then reiterate, so like, we're not saying to stop working with Silver, but like, we'll always have plenty of work for you if you're willing to take it. Red would specify in the document, I'm using we're here, but Sinder had no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it later. I was speaking for both of us without her knowledge or consent. This is something he would do more than once in these 1,000 pages. There's a comment here that Red would make that I find interesting, saying that Sinder is Silver's Dinkelberg. It's obviously meant to be a joke, but it's also a reference to the cartoon Fairly Odd Parents. In other words, according to Red, Silver saw Sinder as a nemesis out of complete jealousy, while Sinder had no clue about it and was completely innocent. This was the logic behind Red's thinking. This is how he perceived Silver. Nano would then clarify that she was the one to ask Silver about making her a model. So this whole theory about Silver wanting to copy Sinder, okay, going to Nano just because Cinder's model was successful, she just immediately killed it. She does say though that she was now regretting it because she wasn't sure if she was up for more model work. Also adding that all this talk makes me feel sus. So look, I don't know if you'd call it manipulation. I think maybe manipulation might be a bit too far, but this multi-hour gossiping tirade of Red definitely was starting to influence Nano's opinion of Silvervale, even though
No tak, to jest manipulacja. No nie ma tego jak inaczej ująć tak naprawdę. Bo jeżeli komuś tak napierdalasz, to liczysz na to, że ta osoba albo będzie miała takie same poglądy jak ty na ten temat, albo że zmienisz jego zdanie.
in fact, it was all speculation. Red would make a comment about this in the document, highlighting that Nano didn't want more model work, without highlighting how much she now found Silver to be sus. It sounds kind of similar to what happened with Bao, when Red would sit there and vent that Bao was stealing editors, was stealing things from them. All this negative gossip seems to have an immediate effect on Nano, and this is something that Red fails to acknowledge or mention throughout this document. After this, Red jokingly welcomes Nano to the inner circle. This was because most people had no idea about this drama. Nano was one of the few people that was told about this by Red. This conversation would really go on for a very long time, but the next notable thing that would happen would be Nano saying, like my VTubing arc, I'm moved by spite and I enjoy it. She's referencing the fact that when she gets angry, she wants to destroy, right? Red would reply to this and say, be careful with spite. I hear she copies things, lol. So Nano wasn't even talking about Spite, the VTuber, but Red saw this as an opportunity to gossip even further. He had effortlessly moved on from Silver to another VTuber that he was going to negatively gossip about. He'd talk about how Spite had come into Cinder's chat, cheered 1500 bits, and was friendly, about how she then proceeded to unfollow Cinder on Twitter and stopped calling herself a hellhound in order to rename herself to a Cerberus instead. Red would specifically describe this happening because Cinder, quote-unquote, blew past her, aka became more successful. He would then say that this is when Spite would start to copy Cinder non-stop, and it would get so bad that she'd make a tweet about how she's not copying anyone with her design. The DMs would go on for another maybe 10-20 minutes, and it would still be Red talking about Spite in a negative manner, sometimes making fun of the way she talks, like, Cinder is copying me. And we can already see in this conversation how this is starting to affect Nano's opinion of Spite, even though she probably never spoke to her or knew much about her. After this conversation, Red would tell Cinder about it. This prompted Cinder to message Nano about it the next morning. She'd tell her that only 3 other people know about her situation with Silver, and that it's been eating her alive ever since she released her design. She also would specify that she didn't tell Nano about the cup design being similar because she didn't want to make her feel bad, so more miscommunication, and this really feels similar to what happened with Numi.
Tak. Sinder by lepiej wyszła na tym, jakby zignorowała tą całą dramę i po prostu robiła dalej swoje. Albo by po prostu wzięła na klatę, okej, odjebało mi ze względu na to, że chciałam się piąć do góry, postaram się być lepsza, mam nadzieję, że dalej będziecie mnie oglądać, elo. Ale tego nie zrobiła.
Even though this was almost 2 years earlier. Cinder would then include DMs of her showing off what her figure is going to look like to Nano. She was going to have a physical figure made to be sold to her fans. Nano would say, try having Good Smile to make a demon, and Cinder would say, but Good Smile didn't even want Silver, to which Nanolist would get annoyed at and say, stop talking about Silver. Cinder felt the need to include this in the document and specify that the reason why she said this was because Good Smile was very hard to work with. When she said they didn't even want Silver, this is something she heard from another friend, and was in reference to how Silver was a much larger creator. So if Good Smile didn't want to work with her, they sure as hell weren't going to work with Cinder. So 5 days later, after refusing to communicate about this and letting it fester until the last second, Cinder would ask Nano to officially change one side of the cup art with gamer subs because it was way too similar to Silver's, to the point where even gamer subs didn't want any issues, especially since they'd be releasing them fairly close together. So far, this subsection showed us that Nano was part of Red and Cinder's obsession with Silver and Spite since 2023, and it definitely allowed us to take more of a peek as to the logic and feelings that were dictating Red and Cinder in their actions. The next 8 pages in the document would be dedicated to yet again show how friendly Cinder and Red were to Nano, how Nano would sometimes ask for money, and they'd simply give that to her, then subtract it from future.
I to jest coś, co ja się czepiałem w ogóle, jak to omawialiśmy za pierwszym razem, nie? Że tutaj jest bardzo dużo takich zbędnych screenshotów, które mają tylko i wyłącznie pokazać, jaka przede wszystkim Sinder jest super i jest ugodowa i też, że Red nie jest taki zły. To jest bardzo manipulacyjne wykorzystywanie po prostu small talku.
Missions, how they'd always prioritize her for work above all other artists, and how Cinder would always include Nano's logo or a reference to her in every stream background of hers. You can see Nano's logo here, the eye symbol, and it would be present in all of Cinder's backgrounds. This again is done in an effort to show that she wasn't just a business partner, she was a close friend to both of them. By July 2023, Cinder had grown quite a bit, and this gave Nano a lot more attention since she was the one who designed her model. She'd start receiving more commission requests, and eventually, Silver would want one. If you remember a few months ago, Nano would have been the one who messaged Silver. Nothing concrete came out of it, but now it seemed like it was going to happen. Nano would tell this to Red and would even say, I know it's Cinder's enemy, but she's still my client, I'm sorry. to which Red would say it's okay. Red would then specify in the document that he hadn't forced Nano to call Silver Cinder's enemy, and that he and Cinder didn't even view her like this at the time. At the end of the day, though, it's up to you to decide whether that's a fair thing to say, especially after the hours of gossip Red had laid upon Nano. But during this conversation, Red would, like almost a broken record, mention the same things about Silver, and would even post the same image with Silver and Cinder side by side. This truly seemed to be one of his biggest passions, right? Uniting Cinder and Silver together, even though Silver was pretty distant from Cinder, and we'd see that in her part of the document. Later in the conversation, Red would congratulate Nano on her newfound success with all these new client inquiries, but then would say, I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes, already showing us that he was worrying, if not already panicking. According to Red, this was the first instance of him implying that he'd be competing directly with anyone. He would then say we have some problems going on and things we need to fix, and just some drama getting to us, but yeah, it's non-stop crazy things. This was in reference to a message he had typed earlier saying just a lot we have to take care of before that debut. This is when Nanolist would again state, may I know what's up, kinda like to gossip. Again, Red would take this opportunity to say, Nano's always been open to talking about drama and gossip with me. During this gossiping session, Red would say that Silver's cup releasing so soon after Cinder's has been getting to them. And it was at this point that Nano actually realized, you know what, maybe she doesn't like gossip that much anymore. She simply didn't want to hear about Silver again, jokingly saying, I'll slap you about Silver stuff, forget about her, I swear. Red would comment about this in the document saying Nano got tired of hearing about drama around Silvervale specifically. Red would see that she was getting tired of this and would try to explain his logic, saying that if Silver did recognize Cinder as an equal or a friend, then it would be like she's endorsing her copy. This would be detrimental to her, especially since they share a lot of the same audience too. In his mind, they have to fight for that audience's wallets with their cups and figures. But then specifying, it's not even about the money. Red just wanted to see them get
W sensie, jakbyś wyjebał te wszystkie screenshoty. Ze 100 stron? Może? By z tego było. Bo tam, wiecie, screenshoty to tam w chuj stron zabiera. No bo tam 2 screenshoty potrafią iść na stronę. Nie? Więc wydaje mi się, że 100-150 może tekstu tam jest.
long. But of course, the marketing potential and money they could make if they teamed up would be crazy. And this is something that Red was really passionate about as well. Overall, this whole situation is a shame. Getting a cup with gamer subs, especially back then, right, in the early days, was a very big deal. But it seemed like Red and Cinder could never celebrate anything. They would always look at their accomplishments in comparison to others, especially Silvervale. And in the end, they say comparison is the thief of joy. And this particular thief must have really enjoyed hanging around Cinder and Red. After this, the next 9 pages would show DMs between Red and Nano, then DMs between Cinder and Nano, in which they prioritize working with her over any other artist, change their plans to accommodate her, and choose to wait for her whenever she says that she can't work on things at the moment. They'd also show a couple pages that were directly copy and pasted from Bao's document. In any case, by November 2023, even though Nano was getting way more popular due to all the demands for commissions, Red and Cinder would remain very loyal to her. They would always come to her for their models, never hiring someone else. Them saying this might have been to soften the blow for the very controversial thing that Red would end up saying next. Because when this was revealed in Nano's document in April 2025, the art community and the general VTuber community was absolutely baffled at how someone could say this to an artist. It would be him saying, not to discredit any of your work, because everything you work on is the top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. He'd reiterate this point again.
To jest w ogóle jeden z najgorszych fragmentów, nie? Bo oni dosłownie jej powiedzieli, że słuchaj, Niunia, jeżeli w większej ilości zrobisz modele, no to one nie będą już tak cenne, jak są teraz, nie? I to wiesz, zależy od osoby, nie? Ale część osób może to po prostu uznać, że słuchaj, jak będziesz robiła modele za dużej liczbie osób, to one nie będą wyjątkowe, no i nie do końca możemy chcieć je potem brać. Bo chcemy być unikatowi mimo wszystko, nie? To wiecie, zależy bardzo od człowieka, jak to przyjmie, ale większość osób przyjęłaby to bardzo źle.
This was about supply and demand, and the perceived value of Nano's models if they weren't as scarce. Like I said above, this was not to discredit the quality of her work or her talent as an artist. I would recommend you say this to any artist you might know. You'll probably get punched in the balls. An artist lives to create, right? They want to do as many beautiful things as possible to impact as many lives they can. To attribute this action as a cheap supply and demand business tactic is genuinely, in every way, an insult to their work and their entire reason of being. But Red couldn't see that. He was too busy thinking about business. This was Red essentially trying to gatekeep Nano from others, all for the sake of making Cinder appear more special. Some people called it manipulative, but that's up to you to decide. Regardless, Red would reiterate that both him and Cinder loved Nano. It just sucks that right now everyone wants a Nano model. I mean, it's good because you make a lot of money and you gotta eat lol, but sucks that it's not as special. He would again make that same point. Nano would express, I'm actually hard grinding because next year I might get my own house, to which Red says, housewarming party when? Now at this point, both Red and Cinder wanted to make her 3.0 model to be ready by 2025, right? This was the end of 2023. Nano would say, look, since I'm booked till June 2024 so far, let me know whenever is possible to confirm this new model, so I'll stop the models a bit for real and focus on yours. Red would say, I'll have to talk to Cinder and and talk to blank again, and then Nano would say, like I said, would be an honor to keep being Cinder's mama, but if she wants to go for blank, it is what it is. Won't take it personal or anything. The reason why these DMs are there is so that Red can say, her saying it is what it is almost sounds like it's just business. This is in reference to something we'll see later that made Cinder look bad. Red would then say something along the lines of, we take pride in calling you her artist, but he'd specify that he didn't say this because this was about him and Cinder owning Nano or keeping her from working with anyone else. It was simply because Nano's style had become synonymous with Cinder's brand. Red would then start to vent about all the new and exciting things he's working on, which also led to how unhealthy
I patrzcie jak ten komentarz, nie? Bardzo źle wypada w momencie, w którym weźmiemy też tą wypowiedź sprzed chwili, że arty dla większej ilości osób, to wtedy twoja sztuka nie będzie wtedy tak unikalna, nie? I on tutaj się tłumaczy, to nie chodzi o to, że my ją po prostu mamy, tylko chodzi o to, że po prostu marka Sinder jest bardzo mocno już związana z marką Nano, nie? Kurwa.
balance had become, and Nano would say,
Jesus
dude, you make me
Maria.
rethink my entire current wait list. Red would say, huh? Why? You gotta buy a house. You and your husband need a house. To which Nano would say, I don't know, Cinder's just the best baby I got, to be honest. Red would say, just by talking about our plans to Nano, she said I was making her rethink her current wait list, calling Cinder the best baby I got, to be honest. The next page is something we already saw in Bao's document, in which Red would say, but I mean, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work with us, I'm not gonna stop you. Which Nano would say, yeah, I'm thinking on cleaning the most later commissions. This is when Nano eventually would say that she really wanted to work with Bao. She didn't really want to cancel. Shortly afterwards, Nano would tell Red that she's canceling both Silverveil's and Cottontail's models, and that she'd have her manager, which is her husband, Mio, do it himself so that he gets the fault. Those were her own words. She didn't want to deal with the consequences herself. Red in the document takes the opportunity to say that this wasn't his fault, and that he only supported her decision after she had made it, never manipulating her prior. So again, this is up to you to decide whether it's true or not. A couple days later,
Właśnie problem jest taki, że potem motyw ekskluzywności wyszedł, nie? Tylko, że wiesz jaki to jest problem? Ta ekskluzywność to była jednorazowa opłata w wysokości chyba 3000 zł. Czy coś koło tego. O ile mnie pamięć nie myli. Albo to było 3000 zł, albo to było 3000 euro. Ale chyba 3000 euro, co dalej jest śmieszną liczbą.
would message Silver, we already saw this in Silverveil's document, and would tell her that she has to cancel the model commission because her manager, aka her husband, was asking her to cancel the most commissions possible for health reasons. Cinder would then take the time to show the message she had sent Silverveil, congratulating her on her gamer sub stuff and how she received it and how they look amazing. This was 2 days before Red's conversation with Nano, right, talking about canceling Silverveil's model. Silver would show this message in her document and would be disgusted over how Cinder was saying these nice things, while from her point of view, Red was in DMs with Nano, canceling Silverveil's model. Cinder would argue that this message was genuine, and that she had no idea what was going on in Nano's DMs. After canceling, Nano would express in her Discord server how she's feeling healthier and less stressed. This was a day after she had decided to cancel both Silver's and Cotton's models. To Cinder, this is all very two-faced, because when Silverveil would post her document about Cinder, Nano was already very well aware why Silver's model was cancelled. She still, however, replied to Silverveil's tweet and would say, I literally can't believe this, linking a screenshot of the section we just referenced very shortly beforehand, where Cinder sent a very nice message to Silver, while at the same time, 2 days earlier, both Red and Nano were talking about cancelling Silver's model. Again, to Cinder, this was very two-faced. Nano knew exactly why Silver's model was cancelled, and yet here she was acting surprised over the fact that it happened. The next thing we see is Nano proceeding to ask Red about when she should finish Bao's model. Now we saw this in Bao's section.
Sinder robi po prostu Pikachu face'a, kiedy słyszy za każdym razem, że Nano anulowała komuś model. O mój Boże, jak to?
Dedicated Cinder slave. This is something that Red would point out of the document, and he would say this isn't ever something he ever implied her to be, or that he only wanted her to work with them. However, such interactions could mean a lot of things, and while unprofessionalism might come to mind first, since Nano was asking a friend about when she should finish a commission for a client, one could also see this as a way for Nano to stay in Red's good graces, to maybe prove her loyalty to someone who showered her with trust, while also happening to see enemies everywhere. On the 20th of November 2023, Cinder tries to show us that she wasn't trying to monopolize Nano by showing us a conversation with someone she had worked with. That person was wondering what it was like to work with Nano, and Cinder would do nothing but sing her praises. And speaking of praises, the next image shows Red messaging 2 tweets to Nano, one featuring Cinder and the other one featuring Buff, another VTuber who had her model made by Nano. In these 2 tweets, they were both praising Nano as their favorite artist. Red would say, your daughters are really related, lol, and all of this would be Cinder trying to show us that Red, as well as her, never had any problem sharing Nano with others. A couple days later, on the 25th of November 2023, we see that Nano
Ach tak, ta jedna rozmowa, która potwierdza, że nie jesteśmy skurwielami, nie? Co z tego, że jest 9 innych rozmów, ta jedna potwierdza to. Ach, kochany.
conversation between her and Red. This was in reference to when Red would say, hey, if you make more models, then it's less special. She would come to the conclusion that she wasn't okay with it after speaking to some friends and would realize that she was still pretty confused
dobry
about the
pomysł z tym
sentence in which
alkoholem,
Red
ale
said
nie
that
wiem, czy
more
jeszcze
models
chcę
mean
pić.
that they're less special. She understood
Chociaż
this as Red
przydałoby
saying
się.
that she should stop making more models and just purely focus on Cinder. At this point, I feel like it's important to mention that Nano is Brazilian, her first language is not English, so maybe the misunderstanding stemmed from that. I don't know. Still something important to know. Based on Red's reaction in the DMs and based on the comment he made in the document, he was visibly caught off guard. He was under the impression that Nano wanted to work on more Cinder stuff. That's the impression he got from her messages. And he reiterated what he meant about her making more models for other people in regards to how it would be less special. He'd say that's with anything though, not just your work. If you have something special and then everyone wants and gets that thing, it makes it less special. I'm sorry you were under the impression we were trying to make you only do work for us. Nano would then say, but every single model I do is unique and I make them special in their way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel this way. She'd then even apologize, saying, I'm sorry I made you both feel this way too. But still, even after this entire interaction, Red would still, triple down now? He'd say, to me it was a matter of supply and demand, just like a rare trading card. The more models Nano made, and the more often she would, the less valuable they'd become for the people who have them. Nano's models are all incredible quality, extremely unique, and highly sought after, but they'd each individually be less special or valuable if there were 100 of them rather than only 10. So essentially he was treating this like Pokemon, when in reality this was someone's living, someone's passion, and someone's objective to make as many awesome models as possible. He'd then say, I only thought this way over models because of the role and importance they play for a VTuber, and the importance Nano's art was to our brand. It was never about who was asking Nano for a model, just that more and more people were. More new model clients meant more recurring model clients, meaning less time for anything we wanted to do with Nano, which is why we considered an exclusivity deal in January 2025. My priority has always been our plans and our schedule. Everything a VTuber does revolves around new model debuts. Merch, music, events, and more are all planned around a new model or outfit as a centerpiece. That's why I always asked Nano about her schedule and where she could fit in our plans at the consistent pace we've always... the sentence just ends here. There's literally just a period. Where she could fit in our plans at the consistent pace we've always... Okay, that really caught me off guard. Anyway, he continues, that way we could keep up with the pressure to always do bigger and better things all around new models. On the other hand, as you'll read, I could also completely sympathize with Nano's perspective as an artist. In an artist's view, they want their art to be everywhere and seen by as many people as possible, and have more and more people appreciate their craft, hard work, and love they put into what they do. More artwork for more clients means more of their work will be seen by more people, leading to more new clients and more new opportunities to sustain themselves financially. New ideas and new concepts that come in keep work exciting and prevent creatively burning out from doing the same thing over and over again with the same older clients. When Nano told me how she felt, I was 100% on board with what she was saying and had no reason to argue against her, even if my priority has always been Cinder's projects. I also cared about and prioritized Nano as my friend and what she wanted to do for herself. I apologized to Nano for the confusion and accepted her decision without any pushback. When I said business is business in these messages, it was referring to the fact that Nano made a business decision that was best for her, even if it wasn't necessarily what I wanted, and I respected it, didn't hold it against her, and worked around it with her. In the next screenshot, we could see him saying that sentence. In fact, he says it twice. The first time would be in reference to Nano saying, thank you for understanding my side. We're all trying to have our names everywhere. Just please don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. And again, apologize for the trouble on your plans. The second time would be when she'd say, I want to take Silver's model, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. And Red would say, business is business, with a laughing emoji. From Red's point of view, he was completely understanding and sympathetic to Nano's side of things and working with Silverville. He would never ask her not to work with Silver or to cancel her model. But if she wanted to work with Silver, then there was nothing he could do to
Słuchaj,
stop
nie
it. It
pierwszy,
was
nie
her business
ostatni raz.
decision, and he respected it just like he always had. This is what business is business was referring to, according to him. He would then reassure her that everything was fine. But then at
Zobacz
the end would
sobie-
say, me and you are good, but I still have to tell
Zobacz sobie ten nowy model, który tam 3D od Warudo, który dzisiaj wyszedł. No i musisz zdecydować, co chcesz robić, nie?
the laughing emoji. And then he said it'll be fine. He felt the need to specify that this was a joke. After this conversation, Red would respect Nano's wishes, but then say they'd have to cancel Cinder's 3.0 model until further notice.
Słuchaj.
Instead only focusing
Jest takie jedno powiedzenie. I wiecie dlaczego ja wybrałem drogę Barda? To nie przez moje umiejętności śpiewu. To nie przez moje umiejętności grania na instrumencie. To przez alkoholizm i miłość do gaci.
on the upcoming pirate outfit because he was assuming Nano wouldn't be able to do both now that she's going to commit to working with others. This is when Nano would say, I might be able to, considering I'll only take silver back. It wasn't clear why she wanted to still cancel with everyone after having this lengthy conversation with Red,
Co to
but
za
at this point I
facepalm?
think there was a big problem with both communication and expectations on both ends of this relationship. Red should have
Taka
never brought
prawda,
up his
no.
paranoia and rivalries into his business relationship with Nano, and her liking gossip doesn't really mean much seeing that he initiated the first move. What he did was unprofessional and does a disservice to the person he's representing, which in this case was Sinder. On the other hand, Nano was all over the place. She was doing a disservice to people who were willing to spend thousands of dollars on her models by being so indecisive, and she mistakenly, through a number of different factors, saw this as some sort of loyalty test with Sinder when it wasn't really the case. At least, that's what Red and Sinder claim. Now next up, there would be a conversation about another VTuber by the name of Giri, another one of Cinder's friends. She was first mentioned like close to 10 pages ago, but it was very out of place. It was just this page by itself. This will be one of the many projects that were going to be
A wiesz
canceled
co, kiedyś
because of
było.
Nano wanting less work. On the 19th of November 2023, Nano would bring up her name to Red, saying that Giri might be interested in a model. Red's reply would be, ain't no way,
Foxy, patrz, czat napierdala, że chcą motkę napierdolonego Barda.
to which Nano would say, hold on, it's not like this. Then they would change the subject. We're now back to the 25th of November, when Nano would say, I might be able to, considering I'll only take silver back. Red would then ask the question, did you end up working on Giri's model? To which Nano would say, oh, not yet, she was just browsing. This is when Red would say, no worries, business is business, further explaining what this means in the document, saying, business is business here is me telling Nano that no matter what her decision on Giri's model was, I would accept whatever outcome she chose. I didn't want to affect her decision about it, and Giri never came up between us again. At this point, this sentence was his catchphrase. Anyway, they'd continue their conversation, and Red would start worrying that Nano told everyone, including Silver, that the reason why she chose to cancel their models was due to Sinder, to which she would say, I told them all it was health issues. Before ending the
Patrzcie, jak się kuźwa alkoholizuje człowiek oglądając tego Google Doca, no. Ale za jedną rzecz szanuję. Grappa zielona, najlepsza.
conversation, Red would make sure to specify, we never want to make you feel like we're making you or forcing you to work on or not work on something. Sorry that it sounded to you like I was telling you to only do Cinder work.
Ja generalnie nie proszę. Ja robię tak jak Red, czyli tak cię pcham palcem w danym kierunku tylko i wyłącznie.
Nano would personally message Cinder to make sure things were okay. This is when the infamous phrase, it's just business, would make an appearance after Cinder would write it in DMs, a phrase that would become a meme during her cancellation on April 2025. In the document, Cinder would take the opportunity to explain the reasoning behind this phrase and why she wrote it, saying, since it has been completely ignored in my apology, deceptively misinterpreted, and turned into a meme, let me explain again what I meant by it's just business when I used the phrase myself. If Nano had chosen to pause, delay, or cancel any planned or future work with me for any reason she would
No
give
słuchaj,
me,
za
whether
niedługo
due
jeszcze
to my
dostaniesz
clients,
czarną
burnout, or any
listę
other
ludzi,
reason,
z którymi
it
nie
was
możesz
just
pracować.
business. Both Red and I had repeatedly reassured Nano over the years that there was nothing she could say or do to make us choose to stop working with her, and nothing about our work together would ever make me rethink the friendship I had with her. Our feelings did not dictate Nano's business and commission decisions. We always made accommodations for her to be able to work with us when she could, and she was always willing and excited to do things with us. If she had come to us herself saying she didn't want to work with us ever again, then that was just business. Neither of our comments were made trying to convince her to sabotage or cancel any projects for anyone else using business to justify it. It's just business was used in this conversation about the situation alone, to tell Nano we accepted what she wanted to do. I don't remember using the phrase anywhere else again, but it has been turned into this catchphrase I've allegedly had all along to sabotage people. If you were to present my conversation with Nano first, without any of the context of Red's discussion with her happening just before this, it could look like I was directly responding to Nano's message about canceling other people's models as just business. This is how it was presented in Nano's document. You'd also have to ignore everything else I said in the same message to Nano and everything else from the same conversation that referenced what Red had told Nano the day before. When you have the full context of the situation and the order it happened in, my "it's just business" comment means something completely different than what it was deceptively portrayed as to the public. So here's the thing. I think Cinder might have failed to realize why the "it's just business" meme caught on when she tried to clear it up in the document. It's not because of the phrase itself, but more so what followed afterwards in her DMs with Nano. These DMs would start off with Nano saying, hey, I wanted to just talk to you about your thoughts regarding what Red had said. This message would say, not to discredit any of your work, but making more models makes them feel less special, etc., etc. Nano said, I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not.
Jaka? 2 godziny 50 minut. Słuchajcie, zostały tylko 3 godziny, let's fucking go! Fuck.
Cinder would say, I understand what it means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. The next paragraph would be her saying, being one of your very first model babies was so amazing. I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with live 2D cutting to improve your skills. And I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model and then started asking you for them. This, to many, came off as painfully manipulative. The fact that during a conversation about others working with Nano, Cinder would take the time to make it a point that if it wasn't for her commissioning Nano and taking the time to find her someone to teach her character rigging, then Nano wouldn't even be in this position with multiple clients to begin with, rubbed many people the wrong way. It almost sounded like Cinder was taking credit for Nano making it here. Now, look, even though she didn't further explain anything about this sentence in this new document, she did explain it in her initial apology, saying it was to reminisce over their shared past. Thing is, though, one can definitely reminisce with someone about their shared past without having to bring up an important favor they did for them as the centerpiece of the conversation. This is why these messages became a focal point during the drama during April 2025. The next 2 pages would then be more DMs between Red and Nano in which they treat her very well, moving projects around to accommodate her, etc., etc. But then Cinder would make it a point to include some DMs between her personally and Nano showing how well she treated her as well. Like, for example, congratulating her about working on so many different cool projects with different people. The next 5 pages would again be DMs between Red and Nano in which she was accommodating her, being fully understanding of her situations, etc., etc. And then the next image would show DMs between Nano and Cinder in which Cinder helped her out with some audio questions. This was an effort by Cinder to show that she did have normal conversations with Nano and that she was very nice to her outside of this situation. The next event in the timeline would be on the 25th of June 2024. This is when Nano would tell Red that she was getting less commissions than usual, and that this worked for her because she wanted to take more time to try and stream more often anyway. She would, however, indicate that she was interested in taking on more Cinder work. This, of course, made Red visibly overjoyed. A week later, Nano and Cinder would
W sensie, Foxy już wpłynęło. Bo na 100% aktualna drama Bao jest rozdmuchana przez Pyropapsy. 100%. Nie wiem, może jakoś generalnie jest to specjalnie robione, ale ma to miejsce po prostu. Na 100%.
Sinder and Red would stop by Nano's meet and greet and anime expo. 17 days after that, someone would message Sinder about her experience working with Nano, and she'd say that she's fantastic to work with. All these different situations are in this document purely to support Sinder and Red's claim that they were nothing but nice and supportive to Nano. And to their credit, when it comes to those situations, yes, Nano seems to have been treated pretty well. The next 8 pages would then be a complete repetition of what we saw in Bao's document, so there's no need to cover them. The next event that would occur would be at the end of July 2024. Nano would get into a public drama with a well-known VTuber rigger who was meant to rig a model she made for Iron Mouse. On her model, she had a pearl necklace. The problem, though, was that it was clearly badly rigged, lazily put together with the beads moving as if they were independently levitating, right? As if there was no string attached to them. Nano would see someone's tweet highlighting the necklace's disappointing rigging, and then she'd make a quote tweet about it, publicly calling out the rigger, saying, "I fucking hate this, because this should be the original chest and he modified it without my knowledge."
W sensie, model Varudo to, o ile się nie mylę, to jest na Steamie, to musisz szukać, wiesz? To chyba na Steamie jest. Ale pewności 100% nie mam.
He being the rigger. And I clearly state that I offer free fixing.
W sensie, inaczej. Sytuacja z Bao jest generalnie specyficzna aktualnie, nie? Bo jak początkowo ludzie przystrali się tak naprawdę o nic, to z czasem zaczęło mieć to inny wydźwięk z jednego względu. Tam jest pokazane, jak Bao lajkuje rzeczy, które są bardzo antymężczyzna. Nie... I to dało trochę innego znaczenia temu, co Bao generalnie napisała na początku, bo początkowo nie było w tym nic złego, nie? Tylko problem zaczął się taki, jakie potem rzeczy zaczęła lajkować i ludzie udostępniali, co ona lajkowała, nie?
Until model is done and good. She then continued the thread
Ale
saying
o tym
there
będzie
was
jutro.
no communication between me and blank, the rigger. But surely this is not minor visual difference. The Sinder, this was Nano admitting that she had never communicated with a person she publicly called out. Of course, drawing a parallel between this and Nano publicly making the document about her in April 2025 without messaging her first. Nano would reply to herself again saying, "Yeah, I learned to stand up and tell clients that I won't work with them if it's rigger X. It's kinda douchey, but feel like it's needed." To Sinder, this is proof that Nano could stand up to herself if she found something to be weird, further proving that she wasn't manipulated to cancel anything by Red. As this was happening, both Nano and Red would speak about
Przydałoby się
DMs.
czasem,
In it, we
wiesz?
can see Nano trying to put on a brave face while stressing out and not really knowing if she did the right thing. Red would be there to reassure her, telling her that she did indeed do the right thing and shouldn't worry. At some point, Nano would say that she'll probably apologize because she doesn't want to stain her name while potentially staining Cinder's name as a result. Red would tell her it won't. Trust me. In other words, what he was saying was, don't worry, and no need to apologize. Red would make a comment in this document saying, "Some of my messages here aged really well." This is of course ironic. The document would then show a now deleted tweet of the rigger in response to the public callout, saying, "I fucking hate this." Nanolist removed herself from tag and direct conversation and uses emotional language to attack and rally rather than actually caring about fixing the art that I've provided instructions for 7 months. But the focus seems to have shifted away from, and that's it, that's where the tweet ends. Overall, the subsection was aimed to highlight that in Red and Cinder's opinion, what Nano did to that rigger was wrong, and that they could draw direct parallels between this and what she did to them in April 2025. I should mention though that after the public callout, the rigger fixed this issue fairly quickly, very quickly in fact.
W sensie, też Bao aktualnie dostaje największy hejt ze względu na to, że Nano, Les i Shaili generalnie siedzą cicho i ludzie nie mają zbytnio się o co przyczepić. I jak powstał moment, gdzie można przyczepić się Bao po tym całym Cinderdoku, to się rzucają, jakby to wiesz, było wołowina Wagyu rzucona po prostu na pożarcie.
Known whether this rigger and Nano are on good terms today or if they're still hostile to each other. The next 12 pages in the document will be a complete repetition to what we already saw in Bao's document, so we're going to be skipping those. After these repetitions, the next 8 pages would be more DMs trying to showcase how well Nano was treated by Red and Sinder, even including details about how Sinder and Nano had collabed on her birthday, for example, and how much fun they had recounting it in DMs. There's going to be more pages like this in this document, so from now on, I'll be skipping them since I'm assuming that you got the point. This leads up to the next topic. On the 29th of September 2024, 2 months after canceling Bao's model, the word exclusivity would be brought up for the first time. But unlike how it was portrayed during April 2025, according to this document, it was Nano that has brought this up first, not Red. Cinder would say, about 2 months after canceling Bao's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her projects. She brought up the possibility of some kind of exclusivity deal to Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Cinder stuff. This is what I said about Nano accepting projects in my initial apology. Every time I had been told that Nano had agreed to work on a new commission with me, it had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, it was that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. Cinder would then say, this was followed by her canceling a long list of model projects herself for a bunch of different VTubers after filling up her waitlist with more projects than she could reasonably take on again. Cinder would then reference her initial apology again with the sentence, of her own volition, Nano canceled a large portion of her model commissions last September. Cinder would then claim that this entire conversation was left out of Nano's document, and all of the blame for these model cancellations was put on me and Red. If you're one of the 6 VTubers who had a project with Nano canceled around this time,
No właśnie, tylko że problem z tą wypowiedzią jest jeden. tam jako pierwsza w ogóle wzmianka o tym, że faktycznie ekskluzywność wyszła od Nano. Jednakże przez pewien czas było to także sugerowane przez Reda. I to parę miesięcy wcześniej, więc to nie jest tak, że bo to zostało stricte pominięte i tak dalej. No nie. Nie tylko, że zostało pominięte, ale także ty udajesz, że pewnej części tam nie ma kobieto, no.
I had no involvement in this conversation and was only told about what happened afterwards. So in these DMs between Nano and Red, we can see her, unprompted, say the phrase, hypothetically, if I accept to be paid to cancel every commission that's not Sinder related, would you pay it? When Red would reply with, huh, I don't understand, Nano would explain in all caps, I'm freaking out with my comms and I think I just want to do Sinder stuff, I'm dying inside. I want to do my own shit too, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask such a weird question. At this point, Red would need a bit more to understand what was going on, and when he finally understood, he'd say, we'll pay you for work you do for us, and if you want more to do to replace other commissions, we can do that. He would then directly reply to the message in which Nano would mention her hypothetical scenario, trying to understand it more as he asked, by this, did you mean for us to pay to cancel other projects? Nano would reply with, yeah, just a silly thought. This is when Red would specify that he and Sinder were willing to pay her for new projects to replace those commissions, but not just to cancel them outright without getting anything else in return. However, Red would make an exception, adding the phrase, unless it was silver, with a laughing emoji. Here's what Red had to say in the document. I was open to the idea of exclusivity, but the details needed to be figured out. If Nano chose to keep working with us, we'd always have something for her to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, she suggested we pay her to cancel on 6 other VTubers. I wasn't going to pay Nano just to cancel other projects, except Silverveil, who I said as a joke, but she chose
No, nie chciałbym, żeby ona z kimś, żeby komuś rezygnowała z komisza. No chyba, że to Silverveil, to wtedy mogę zapłacić. Boże, jakie to jest żenujące, naprawdę. Oni mają taką jazdę na Silverveil, że to już jest obsesja po prostu.
to cancel them herself, we'd help replace the income with our own stuff. Continuing their conversation in DMs, Nano would say, I think I'll just freak out and cancel all my shit. Red would ask, how much do you have besides our stuff? And this is when we'd see the full list of models on the chopping block. It would be Obi Katy Cat, 2 Iron Mouse models, Giga, Zentreya, Fufu, and Megalode and VT. Now, if you're unaware of VTubing or VTubers in general, at the time of this conversation, Iron Mouse, Giga, and Zentreya were all part of the shows, one of the biggest VTuber agencies at the time. 2 of those models were for Iron Mouse, just by herself. One of, if not the biggest English VTuber on the planet. These weren't just any commissions.
Jeszcze wytrzymam, wiesz?
Artists of any size would absolutely kill for the opportunity to work on them. Still though, out of curiosity, Red would ask, how much did you want us to pay to cancel everything, lol? And he would make a comment on the document saying, Nano wanted us to pay for her to cancel these 7 commissions for other people. If we were to pay her the price of them just to cancel them, it would have cost us anything from $40,000 to $50,000. Back in the DMs, Red would say, to be honest, I think if you were just to be focusing on Sinder and your own content, plus just drawing art again for Twitter/Patreon, that would do you good. To which Nano would say, that's my dream in all caps. After this, they'd start to talk about some other things. And then Red would ask, what do you want to work on? 3 minutes later, Nano would say, I'm canceling shit, I need my freedom. She would then ask, Red, should I cancel blank? Say yes or no and I'll do it. I just need a voice, I won't blame you or anything. Red would panic and say, yeah, but I'll have to live with that. Nano misunderstands completely and assumes him saying yeah meant that she should cancel and says, fuck, okay, I will. Red panics even further, saying, wait, no, that's not what I meant. And Nano would say, that's my own response, not yours. You don't get to say what I do. I'm a free woman. 20 minutes later, Nano would say, okay, I'm free. I cancel.
I'm free woman. Pamiętajcie, nie ma nic bardziej przerażającego niż wolna kobieta. Nigdy nie wiesz, co zrobi.
So many stuff. Red, in all caps, probably worrying, would ask, what did you cancel? I was going to say you should at least keep blank because that's good advertising for you. The rest should go. Now giving his opinion. But Nano wouldn't budge and said, no, I'm so done for now. I've been thinking about this for a long, long time. Red would say, Nano can't.
Berry, ale mam pytanie. Czy jak jesteś wombatem, to czy jesteś wombatem Andrzejem? Bo to jest bardzo istotne. Kto wie, że mówię teraz o Margonem, odejdźcie od komputera, za dużo siedzicie w internecie.
Because she accepted too much, saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time, like she told me 2 months earlier leading up to canceling with
A Jezu, kim jest wombat Andrzej? Jest taki jeden, no już teraz został zmieniony, ale powiem wam starą wersję. Był taki jeden quest w Margonem, który wymagał od ciebie znalezienia zaginionego wombata Andrzeja. No i kwestia ogólnie była taka, że no Andrzeja ciężko było znaleźć, jeżeli nie wiedziałeś, gdzie on jest. Bo w tamtym czasie były małe monitory i Andrzej był zawsze poza twoim line of view. No i żeby w ogóle dojść do tego wombata Andrzeja, trzeba było przejść jakieś 10-mapową jaskinię, więc kupę czasu się szło, żeby odnaleźć wombata Andrzeja. Bardzo debilny quest, który tamten moment dawał ciekawą nagrodę, którą dało się wykorzystać 20 leveli dalej, nie? Po prostu.
With Bao. Again, we already saw this in Bao's section. Back in the DMs, Nano would end this conversation by saying, "No regrets, honestly." This series of DMs was Red trying to showcase to us that he didn't manipulate Nano to cancel anything, that she took this decision all by herself, even though she implied in her document in April 2025 that she was being manipulated to do so by both Red and Sinder. This was also the first time exclusivity was mentioned, and it was Nano
No
that brought it
niestety,
up, not Red. Now, it is
polska
important to
polityka cię
mention, and
zniszczyła.
Sinder does that in her document, that Nano is actually following her own rules in her terms of service here. She clearly outlines on her website that she
A czekajcie, jestem ciekaw, czy w ogóle dalej jest. Powinien być chyba. Dobra, niech będzie to konto. O. Możesz mi wejść do tego Margonem? Dziękuję. Czekajcie, bo potrzebuję... O, dobra, tutaj będzie najlepiej. Patrzcie, czekajcie, ja wam zaraz pokażę wombata Andrzeja. Tak, oryginalnie to była gra robiona w ogóle w RPG Makerze, nie? Już teraz nic z RPG Makera nie zostało, ale no przez lata było bardzo dużo takich bardzo podstawowych grafik z RPG Makera. No i do dzisiaj gra jest zbudowana w podobny sposób, jak się buduje gry w RPG Makerze, nie? Czekajcie, gdzieś tu był wombat Andrzej. I szło się tutaj na wichrowe szczyty. Tak, to jest taka przerwa od sieczki z mózgu, wiecie? Przyda się generalnie człowiekowi, nie powiem, że nie. O, i tu jest wombat. Kiedyś trzeba było przejść tutaj, było wejście, tu jest właśnie wejście do jaskini i tam było potem jakieś 10 leveli i trzeba było przejść na tą drugą stronę tutaj. No i tutaj jest wombat Andrzej. Ta fota jest dosłownie już ponad 10 lat tutaj. No, tak to wyglądało.
paid if she no longer wishes to work on your project for any reason. But still, I think it wouldn't be crazy to say that she was going through an internal crisis of burnout and existential dread. Unfortunately, though, the main people who had to pay the price for that were the VTubers who loved her art the most, the ones that were willing to pay thousands of dollars for it. Now, if we're going to be objective, Red's behavior here was fairly reasonable. He saw someone he calls a friend go through such a crisis while bringing up the idea of exclusivity, and he tried to help and understand where she was even coming from. Now, did he try his absolute best to stop her from making such a big decision, though? One that could probably be very damaging to her reputation? That's arguable, but he did recommend that she keep the commission of at least one VTuber in particular because he thought that would further her brand's reach. The last thing I'll say about the subsection is that I'm not sure whether Red was truly joking when he said the phrase about Silver regarding exclusivity, saying unless it was Silver in regards to paying her to just cancel commissions. But at this point, it's no secret. Even Sinder wanted Silver to stop working with Nano, and she's already admitted it in this 1,000-page document. So whether he was joking or not doesn't change anything, right? They wanted to sabotage Silver, period. Anyway, the next 16 pages in Nano's section would be videos, DMs, and tweets, showcasing to us how Sinder not only didn't have a problem with other VTubers who use Nano models, but that she actively did collabs with them and even had some very wholesome DMs with them. The other VTubers showcased in this document were specifically
To jest już to, o czym mówiłem już parę razy, nie? Tutaj w tym całym dokumencie były wrzucone na siłę fragmenty, które mają pokazać, jaką dobrą, koleżeńską, wspierającą osobą jest Sinder. I jest to tak kurwa chamsko zrobione, że bardziej się nie da.
Puff. We would also see how Sinder would congratulate Nano whenever she reached a new milestone, like winning the VTuber Parent of the Year award, and Red would also make it a point to praise her other work with other VTubers. Cinder would say the next event in this timeline with Nano was when she and Red made their exclusivity deal. But before we go over that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the first place. There was another person we were consistently working with, and that was Artist One. They wanted to discuss a permanent pay position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business-related discussions with them. There's more that happened with Artist One in Bao's and Silvervale's sections of this document. We of course saw what happened in Bao's section already, so this is kind of repetitive. In any case, we can see Artist One here pitching the exclusivity idea to Red and be talking about how he'd prefer a monthly salaried position over a commission by commission system. To spice the deal up, he'd say that agreeing to this would prevent him from doing things for others that are deemed Sinder exclusive, such as model.
No ogólnie bardzo dużo artystów dałoby sobie uciąć nogę w zamian za możliwość robienia po prostu na miesięcznej garzy, a nie w zależności od tego, ile komiszy będzie.
effect work and something else that's blurred in the conversation. Red was intrigued by the idea, and this is what Sinder would have to say in the document. The next time Red and I talked, we should ask Nano for some conversation. Red was intrigued by the idea, and this is what Sinder would have to, such as model visual
Nie mówcie mi, że napisy się spierdoliły.
effect work and something else that's
Czekajcie, zrobimy F5 tego.
We of course saw what happened in Bao's section already, so this is kind of repetitive. In any case, we can see artist 1 here pitching the exclusivity idea to Red and be talking about how he'd prefer a monthly salary position
Słuchajcie, mamy problem. Napisy się zepsuły. Czekajcie, to jest 3 godziny, 2 minuty. A jak się cofnie?
to have our names everywhere. Just please don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. And again, apologize for the trouble on your plans. The second time would be when she'd say, I want to take Civil's model, but I don't want to disrespect Sinder. I just want to do pretty much made their exclusivity.
Nie, nawet napisy nie dają rady z tym głównym. Czekajcie, włączymy angielskie. Okej, są teraz angielskie. I auto translate znowu i dajcie mi polski. Jak nie, to ja wam zostawię po prostu angielskie napisy, nie?
Before we go over that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the first place.
No nie. Czyli tłumaczenie napisów automatyczne się zrąbało na tym etapie. KW. No cóż, życie.
And suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business-related discussions with them. There's more that happened with Artist 1 and Bow's and Silvervale's
W
section.
sensie ja nie potrzebuję napisów, ja generalnie słucham tego bardziej.
It's kind of repetitive. In any case, we can see Artist 1 here pitching the exclusivity idea to Red and be talking about how he'd prefer a monthly salary position over a commission-by-commission system. To spice the deal up, he'd say that agreeing to this would prevent him from doing things for others that are deemed Sinder exclusive, such as model visual effect work and something else that's blurred in the conversation. Red was intrigued by the idea, and this is what Sinder would have to say in the document. The next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano has suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to Artist 1 gave him the idea to ask her about it again. So the next step here would be January 15th, 2025, when we already saw most of what happened in Bow's document. Red would tell Nano not to take on new clients, and they would end up agreeing on Nano not working with Silver, Bow, or Cotton. That's it. Sinder, of course, was only aware of Red asking Nano to not work with Silver, not about Bow and Cotton. The next 20 pages are DMs we saw already in Bow's section, in which Red and Nano would negotiate the terms of the deal. Red would be venting about Sacramore, Bow's editor, and how he went exclusive for her, how Artist 1 would include a section specifically for Silver and Bow, but Red wouldn't push for this to be changed, and how afterwards, very shortly after, less than a month later, Nano would cancel her deal and message Sinder personally to apologize. Now we're on the 11th of April, 2025, shortly before Sinder would be canceled. These would again be DMs between Red and Nano, and Red would notice that Nano took on Shy Lily as a client.
Wiesz co, ja z tego korzystam tylko i wyłącznie dlatego, że puszczam wam coś. A też były momenty, gdzie ludzie generalnie narzekają na to, że gdzie są polskie napisy? To puszczam, jeżeli mogę, nie? Personalnie ja nie potrzebuję. Też bardzo dużo osób zresztą nie potrzebuje, no ale są osoby, które lubią po prostu życie, no. Nie. Nanoles. Jesteśmy na Nanoles, bo Bao była pierwsza, potem była Numi, a teraz wracamy do Nanoles. Generalnie tak wygląda materia Mujina.
With her and others that were planned further down the line. Nano would say no, this is Shy Lily's only one, and that she needed to finish up a few things on another
Nie, automatyczny dubbing się. Napisy, okej. Dubbing spierdalać mi
she was working on. What made this instance special is that he asked Nano specifically when Shy Lily messaged her. In other words, when did their communication begin? He's only ever done this once as far as we know with Silvervale. The reason for him doing it now, though, would start making sense when we'd see Red's comment in the document. He'd say, I asked Nano about Lily and her other projects just like I would any other time, and Nano gave me the information just like she would any other time. I thought that Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating Sinder lately. Here's what Sinder would say in the document. That night I saw Red and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shy Lily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Shy Lily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we're both part owners at the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shy Lily with the way she was treating me and the fact she was working with Nano now, similar to how things were with Silvervale. I didn't agree. In my mind, Shy Lily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common.
Jezu, naprawdę ten człowiek wszędzie szuka konkurencji. Dosłownie wszędzie. Shy będzie miała model od tej samej osoby. No to już harda konkurencja się robi. No nie wiem, czy nie będziemy musieli sabotować Junia. Jezus Maria.
us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately and was anxious about it. So this was pretty much just like Bao. Red took it upon
No,
himself to be
przydałaby
shining
się
knight in
tablica do
white
tego
armor,
wszystkiego.
protecting his wife from those who seek to harm her, even though according to her, she completely disagreed with him and his logic. The next day, Red would mention Shy Lily to Nano again, and just like the situation with Silverveil, he would start gossiping about one of her clients in regards to Sinder, saying, "Hey Nano, do you have more plans with Lily besides just the model, like outfits or merch or anything?" Nano would say no. This
Jak
so
to
far.
zostawiasz
This is when Red
mnie?
would spill the
Słuchaj,
beans
jeszcze
and
tylko
say,
2,5
her asking
godziny,
me for a
no.
model recently just made
Mniej
the
więcej.
antenna go up. She's been acting weird towards Cinder lately, and we don't know if something's going on. In the document, he'd say, "I followed up with Nano about Lily because of
Ale
the way
mnie
she
już
was
dupa
acting
boli.
towards Cinder over the past few weeks. It really seemed like Lily had a problem with Cinder." The DMs would continue, with Red specifying that Shy Lily's weird behavior towards Cinder had begun ever since V-Card launched, a trading card game featuring VTubers that was sold by Gamersubs. Nano would ask what he considers weird behavior in this case, and according to him, Shy Lily would start to dip out of collabs involving Cinder last minute.
Słuchajcie, ja nie wiem, czy się ze mną zgodzicie, ale ja mam wrażenie, że ten Google Doc został wrzucony w takiej, a nie innej formie i takiej, a nie innej długości. Głównie ze względu na to, że Sinder liczyła, że ludziom się tego po prostu nie będzie chciało czytać. I że ludzie się zgubią, jak będą to czytać. Przez co nikomu nie będzie się chciało o tym mówić, a wyjaśniła.
Recently ghosting her messages and not thanking her by name when she'd raid her on Twitch. He was confused about this because around the launch of V-Card, they were still collabing. We can confirm this since we had seen earlier how Cinder barely made it to Numi's concert because of her V-Card collab with Shy Lily. Red found it suspicious how Shy Lily had stated that she wasn't looking for a new model anytime soon, and yet had reached out to Nano recently. He'd then say, "I don't know, hate that we keep bringing you into drama," with a crying emoji. Here's what he had to say in the document about this. "I didn't lie about anything I said here. Me saying ever since after V-Card launched was because around then was the last time I remembered them collabing and talking to each other, like I said after. I remembered Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this, and obviously Lily changed her mind since then." The conversation in DMs would continue, with Red saying, "Feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model mama." He then
No
dedicated
i
an explanation of
czytanie
this document
instrukcji to jest
just for
chyba
that
najlepsze
sentence, saying, "This is
tłumaczenie.
the only time I ever said anything to anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Cinder and at the same time started working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her, at the very least over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect, and no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Cinder did." Red would keep this conversation going by asking more questions, like for example, "Is it just Cinder and blank you've been doing continuous model outfits for? And do you know who's rigging Lily's model?" He would then apologize for all the questions, and say that he has to stay informed about our top artist, and how there's never a break. This is when Nano would say that he shouldn't stress too much about this, jokingly saying that it's bad for balding. Red would say he'd keep Nano in the loop when it comes to drama, because he and Cinder have to stay competitive, even when they shouldn't have to. Nano would again say, "Don't go too far in the competitiveness, it can get bad, gotta chill sometimes," and Red would say, "Hey, it's not us." Here's how he would explain it in the document. "I stayed informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been that way, and it's never been a problem with her. I said we have to stay competitive, as in a general sense with the entire VTuber sphere, even when we shouldn't have to with someone like Lily who we thought was a friend, now acting this way." Finally, the two would switch the subject and talk about art-related stuff in regards to a Cinder model. The conversation would end with Red asking Nano about her opinion on design ideas. Here's what Red had to say in the document about that. "These are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why, if she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason, she didn't ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, implied, or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model she already started, and I had no intention to." Cinder would also show us the final message she had sent to Nano on the 15th of April 2025 with no response from Nano, asking, "Hi Nano, would you want to come on my stream again sometime?" Cinder would say our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. This would lead us to the final event that had occurred in this section. It would happen shortly after Cinder would send her final message to Nano around the 15th and 16th of April 2025. Cinder would say, 3 days after Red's messages with Nano about Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explaining away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband Mio, so him being replaced and Nano coming to this decision out of nowhere made no sense. I was never added into this chat and wasn't even aware of it happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. Red would chime in and say, "Nano added me to this chat originally since this was the first time I'd ever been in contact with this other person. At the time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding me into the chat and her leaving were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner."
Wiecie, co mnie bardzo przeraża? Zważcie uwagę na jedną rzecz, nie? To jest 3. godzina filmu, 4. godzina streama. A pragnę przypomnieć, że to nie jest, że jesteśmy tylko godzinę do przodu. Ale też przede wszystkim my oglądamy na 1:25. Czyli oglądamy to szybciej niż powinniśmy dalej.
was the original.
Nie łączyłem ich
So
z
just
gra.
like Red had mentioned, he'd be introduced to Akira suddenly and would find out that Nanolith was going to be taking a break from working on large-scale commissions for Sinder. Akira, who was the new manager of Nano, would say that this decision wasn't made lightly, but was brought forth due to burnout. The entire thing was described as a temporary shift, with Akira stepping in only because Nano struggled to find the right words. Red was of course shocked, but tried to be as understanding as possible, saying that if that's what Nano wants, then he's fully supportive of that. He would mention that the project he was working on with Nano wasn't large scale. It was a
Wiecie, to jest bardzo dużo lania wody, nie? A zwłaszczcie uwagę na jedną rzecz. To i tak jest skrócone w tym momencie.
model update and wondering if that will be affected too, to which Akira would specify that everything will be on hold until at least July 2025. The next day, Red, no doubt still really shocked, would message the group chat again asking for more clarification. He'd ask, is Nano taking a break from commissions in general for the next few months due to burnout from back-to-back projects and then things will resume as normal, but maybe with more time between new things? Or after her break, has she decided not to work with us in the scale she has been now, only to take on our projects sparingly so she can pursue other things? Thanks for the help. Akira wouldn't be very helpful, giving very vague answers, saying it's still too early to say, but I believe that when she comes back, she'll be doing smaller scale projects first before transitioning to bigger ones. Red was still wondering, would she still be able to take on projects? Red would again ask, given the timeline, let's say she's back in July, there's something that Cinder needs that needs to be completed by August. Can she actually do that? Would there be enough time? He needed a concrete answer so that he can figure out the next steps.
Ja
for that
też mam
project.
takie
He also said
wrażenie.
one more thing, were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic
Zwłaszcza, że tu przede wszystkim tu jest więcej komentarzy Reda niż komentarzy Sinder w ogóle znowu, nie?
it up with her, I'm thinking we might have a clearer answer by June regarding a potential start date for the Demon Model update, which was the project Red was referencing. Otherwise, it's probably a bit too early to have that conversation with her. Bear in mind, we were still in April 2025, right? Akira would then say no. As far as I understand, it's really just a case of artistic burnout and the pressure she feels to prove herself. Red would explain in the document, I asked Akira more questions and tried to speculate on some kind of timeline when Nano may possibly be able to work with us again, since this threw off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically if there were any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout, thinking my conversation about Shy Lily with her could have had something to do with this. I was reassured it was just burnout and artistic pressure. Now I know I was right to suspect this. The conversation would continue, with Red wondering if he and Cinder should start looking for a new artist. Akira would say that they completely understand if they can't wait for Nano to recover from burnout and would even assist them in finding a new artist if possible. Red would express that he was simply confused about all of this because to him, Akira made it sound like Nano was breaking up with Cinder, making sure to specify that if she truly only needed a few months to recover, they'd wait for her. An hour later in these conversations, Red would say that Cinder is very distressed after he broke the news to her, while asking for a confirmation that when Nano returns, she would still be willing to work with her. Akira would again give a very vague and non-reassuring answer, mentioning how it's too early to tell, and how once Nano is ready, be it months or a year from now, then he and Cinder will get contacted again. Cinder would say in the document, after Akira's messages, I was heartbroken, distraught, and didn't know where to go from here. Akira asked for Nano to not be
W sensie, ja nie wiem, czy tam w ich małżeństwie jest abuse. Tego bym nie spekulował, ale prawdopodobnie jest to bardzo dużo manipulacji ze strony Reda. Ja bym się naprawdę nie zdziwił. Ale wiecie, bo to manipulacja, na przykład manipulacji nierówna, nie? Dla samego przykładu, jak na przykład, ja wiem, że zabrzmie teraz jak typowy samiec generalnie, ale hear me out. Jak twoja kobieta ma okres, dla przykładu, nie? Jest rozdrażniona, wszystko ją boli i tak dalej. To jeżeli pomyślisz z góry, żeby zrobić to, sram to, tamto, kupić jej ulubioną czekoladę, etc., to z jednej strony możesz uznać to, o mój Boże, ale miło, nie? Ale z drugiej strony to też jest manipulacja pod względem takim, że wiesz, gdzie nacisnąć, żeby mieć kurwa spokój, nie? Więc to niestety manipulacja nierówna, ale w przypadku Reda bardzo mocno widać to, że możliwe, że sprzedał jej bardzo mocno wersję, pod tytułem ludzie nie zrozumieli. Dobra, czekajcie, ja sobie teraz to znowu dam na główny ekran. Dobra.
contacted, and despite everything, I still respected Nano enough to not reach out if that's how she felt. Red reassured me that things would be okay and that we'd work with Nano again when she was ready. There was nothing that I could think of as to why Nano would come.
W sensie, wiesz co, Foxy, tak naprawdę, patrz, spójrz na to tak. Są miesiące, gdzie zrobisz to z własnej woli, bez żadnego ukrytego motywu i tak dalej, nie? Bo po prostu chcesz być miły. Ale na przykład przyjdzie ci miesiąc, gdzie ty sam jesteś wkurwiony, ale ni chuja ci się nie chce kłócić. To już wtedy jest na przykład manipulacja, nie? Wszystko bardzo zależy od motywu, jaki chcesz wykorzystać w danej sytuacji, nie?
this decision, and without saying anything to me at all. I canceled my fantasy stream I was supposed to have that night, and she would show us the 2 posts she made canceling that stream. In this message, Sinder would say the sub-only stream is canceled tonight because she received some bad news and doesn't have the energy to stream right now. Sinder would say if this was truly what Nana was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it and she chose not to talk to us at all about it, we still accepted her decision with hopes of working with her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nana went about this. She didn't even give us the courtesy to explain herself after years of working together, and instead sent someone we've never even heard of to say goodbye for her. The last message above was 5 days before Nano posted her document. In these DMs on April 21st, it will be read saying that Sinder was very hurt that Nano hadn't chosen to talk with her directly about this. That both him and Sinder understood that yes, burnout makes sense since Nano was really overworking herself with so many projects. Overall, they just feel like this could have been handled better, or hell, even a compromise that made both sides walk away satisfied, instead of having a long-time relationship feeling like it was upended overnight. He would also reveal that due to the uncertainty of the future, he and Sinder began discussing backup plans with other artists. Akira would reply with a very PR answer, saying, I'm also truly sorry the situation came up so suddenly. Nano has been bottling up her feelings for quite a while, and it unfortunately led to a recent emergency hospital visit due to the stress. So, I don't know whether this is true or not. I don't know if Akira just made it up to calm Redacted down, but in any case, 5 days later, Nano would post her document about Sinder. In the document, Sinder would say, Red and I were together when Nano posted her document at 1:45 a.m. EST. She was the first one to post. Around this time, Red sent her a DM saying, Nano, please, but deleted it right after. I messaged her, Nano, can we talk? But deleted it too. She then removed us as friends on Discord so we couldn't contact her again. So yeah, this entire situation seemed to have been radioactive and was plagued by gossip and unprofessionalism. It shows us that even though we're dealing with very big amounts of money and projects that can touch the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, it still managed to involve high school level antics. I really wonder what you think when it comes to Nano's situation from Cinder's perspective. I wonder if this changed your mind about anyone involved here, and I wonder if you're starting to rethink your life, seeing how far you've made it into this video. In any case, I would recommend silencing those thoughts in your head because we still have a lot to cover, with the next section being about Shy Lily, meant to be directly seen after the whole V-Card and Numi concert incident. Let's get to it. Alright, so Shy Lily's section would actually be a mere 25 pages. It was definitely weird how one of the main instigators that Cinder claimed ruined her life only had 25 pages. And
No, to jest w ogóle ciekawe, nie? Bo to jest tak, na stówę zrobiła to Shy Lily, ale nie mam dowodów.
section. Well, that would be because the next section, titled The Breakdown, meant to be more of a recap of everything we've seen so far, would unofficially, like halfway through, become a continuation of Shy Lily's section. Yeah, I'm telling you, this document was an absolute joy to read. In any case, before getting to the breakdown, we have to get through this section first, so let's do
Ale po co ta szydera? No wszyscy wiemy, że czytanie tego dokumentu w najmniejszym stopniu nie jest przyjemne.
that. Cinder would start it off with an image of Shy Lily's reply to her apology tweet back in April 2025. Here's what she'd have to say about it. Shy Lily was a friend, but I've never been close with her. I wanted to get to know her better because of how close she was to my other friends. She's someone I've always looked up to. I saw her as a role model, and as of this year, a potential business partner. I wanted to live up to who she's been for the VTuber community and gamer subs now that I held the same title. She was the only example of a VTuber in that position before me and set the bar for what a gamer subs part owner is and does. I've never been jealous of her or envious of what she had, and I didn't see her as my competition at any point. Since October of 2024, Shy Lily and I had been messaging back and forth every now and then in our DMs, leading up to our interactions before and during our V-Card collab.
W sumie te efekty Sizy z trójki trochę podobne wchodzą.
You saw in the previous section. From the second half of March 2025,
Nie zdziwiłbym się, gdyby jakaś rytualna niunia kazała mi zabić znajomych za niedługo.
she stopped replying to my messages. It's not odd to get busy and miss messages, and I was guilty of that all the time to too many people, but it was out of the ordinary and was going on for almost a whole month by the time I was cancelled. This was alongside her seemingly dodging collabs we were both a part of and off-putting reactions to me rating her. I became anxious about what was going on in March and April because I viewed her in such high regard. Shy Lily didn't have her own document about me and didn't say anything until after I did, but she was the first one Nano contacted about any of this and was involved the entire way through. Shy Lily pulled everyone together to organize, plan, write, and post the documents that ended in my cancellation, and her lie-filled reply to my apology was the final nail in my coffin. Her actions show she clearly had something against me before Nano ever said anything to her, and she couldn't take accountability and admit to it until I was already in the ground.
Boże, i mówi to w ogóle kobieta, która nie potrafiła powiedzieć wprost Silver Valley, że ma z nią problem, tylko przez kupę czasu próbowała się kolegować, jednocześnie sabotując jej projekty. Girl, please.
Lily said she wanted her own section, so here it is.
Ja obrabiać dupę mogę, ale wy mi dupy obrabiać nie możecie.
This would of course be referring to Shy Lily in a stream as the drama was going on, jokingly saying, I wanted my own section, or where's my section? And she continues, I'll show and explain everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily for the couple of months leading up to what happened, since it's relevant to understand what Red told Nano in their messages. I won't be repeating things that included Shy Lily in the previous section about V-Card, and this section will pick right before the release of the game and my collab with her. Okay, so first off, these are some pretty heavy accusations, you know, saying that she orchestrated everything, that she was involved from the beginning until the end, that her reply was the final nail in her career's coffin. It seems like Sinder was going with the narrative that Nano was manipulated, Bao was lied to, and that Shy Lily was behind all of it. This leads us to the first section in this document, titled V-Card Launch Information. Sinder would say, I need to talk about this.
Ej, sorry, ale to jest dosłownie myślenie pod tytułem no bo ja dla Nano i Bao byłam taką dobrą koleżanką i tam było nieporozumienie. To ta suka z Shy Lily musiała je zmanipulować, żeby wyszły naprzeciwko mnie, jak ona mogła, a to pizda. Anyway, jestem dalej z Redem.
First, because I made a mistake and knew it upset Shy Lily even if she couldn't admit it to me. This event would happen on the 26th of January 2025, and Sinder would say, Red and I were planning my stream for V-Card's launch day and asked gamer subs about Shy Lily's exclusive unboxing stream to make sure we weren't stepping on her toes. During my stream on the 31st, I didn't start doing anything V-Card related until 3 p.m. EST out of respect for her. Red then gave gamer subs a list of questions I wrote down for him that my community had asked me about V-Card on one of my previous streams. She would include DMs like in the previous sections, but to sum this all up, this mistake that Sinder did was appearing to want to steal the spotlight from Shy Lily during V-Card's imminent launch. Why is that a big deal? Well, look, it's a fairly known fact by now. V-Cards was a project that was in the works for a while, and Shy Lily spearheaded it. Like Sinder said, she was the first VTuber to ever be a part owner of Gamersubs, and this was her baby. This is why Sinder didn't want to do an unboxing stream as Shy Lily was doing hers. She didn't want to disrespect that. Cinder would join Gamersubs officially as a part-time owner as V-Cards was getting ready to launch, and Shy Lily was okay with getting Cinder on board the project, even though it was literally near the end. But of course, Cinder being
To jest pokazanie, patrzcie, one też nie są czyste. To jest 100%. Tylko, że problem jest taki, że moim zdaniem Sinder się zakopuje jeszcze bardziej przez ten dokument.
the second VTuber to ever become a part-time owner of this company, felt a lot of self-inflicted pressure to live up to Shy Lily's name. This is why she wanted to participate in the launch of this product and advertise it as much as she could. She, along with Red, would ask questions her community had about the product directly to Gamersub staff 5 days before the product was meant to be released. The problem, though, was that many of these details were still not 100% confirmed, even though the product was very close to release. Staff, of course, failed to mention that to Cinder. Now, on the other hand, Shy Lily wasn't mentioning any of those details on her stream either, so Cinder took it upon herself to clear the air and answer questions, because there were many questions about this product that weren't really very clear yet. Here's the thing though, many of the answers that Cinder was given and that she gave out to her community were wrong. Gamersubs would only let her know about this after she had already revealed them to the public, but by then it was too late. Since the info had already spread like wildfire, pretty much everywhere, on the VCard subreddit, on Shy Lily's Discord server, while citing Cinder as an official source, things got messy very quickly. So on the day that VCards would release, on the 31st of January 2025, Shy Lily would express how angry and annoyed she was about VCard info leaking early, including incorrect information.
Bloody, moja odpowiedź brzmi yes.
Cinder would link Shy Lily's VOD of over 7 hours and a half and would provide a timestamp. I can show you a couple of quick clips that really summarize how Shy Lily was feeling.
Most likely correct, because sometime today or sometime late yesterday, info has been giving out, but whoever has been making rumors over the last couple of days that have been ruining my day off, let me correct that bullshit Reno real quick. Let me just find the info.
Czekajcie, mogę to puścić? A, dobra, to jest to.
Jason, come on, pull the trigger. Come on, motherfucker, pull the trigger!
Kiedy przesłuchałeś całego Google Doca? I to jeszcze czytanego przez AI?
So yeah, she was very visibly frustrated. Here's another clip showing that off too. Watch.
Sad it happened, but sure, I guess people are just excited to be the ones to spread stuff before me. Whoever added the rumor that there's a 20-minute pre-launch on the app, that's wrong.
Yeah, she wasn't happy at all about this. Here's what Sinder would have to say in the document. Of the info I gave out the day before, I was wrong about the price by $5, which I was only updated about after my stream ended. The other thing I advertised that I assumed would be the case, but was wrong about, was VCard being available 20 minutes early on the GamerSupps app. All of their drops were consistently like this for a long time, but it was only on VCard's launch day did Red and I found out that it was discontinued. Everything else was correct, but I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say anything about it. Shylily said that official sources were the only ones with correct info, meaning herself and the GamerSupps or VCard Twitter accounts. When someone asked if I was an official source, she said, no, I was a part owner now, and I didn't know there was a difference between me and the other official sources. I was given the information directly from the source, thought it was okay to make public, and thought I was doing the right thing by answering questions the community had. My motivation wasn't to be the first to share this info. The community didn't know what was going on just a day before the game launched, and instead of leaving them in the dark, I gave them the answers to the questions asked on their behalf. As a new part owner, people were looking to me for answers about VCard, and I thought I was doing the right thing by informing them. I was wrong to do so and made a mistake, and I made sure to correct the info I had wrong on my stream on launch day. That night, I messaged Shylily to apologize about what I did. After what happened with Numi 2 nights earlier, I was making an effort to be more open about things. Shylily avoided saying I was the person who was leaking info, or admitting I was who she was mad at. I was the only one who could have shared the incorrect price and was the one mistakenly advertising the early app pre-orders. And there were posts citing me as the source of all this leaked information. Shylily knew it was me, sounded pretty mad on stream at the leaker who was excited to be the one to spread stuff before her, but danced around it as if she was never mad at me. In the end, she praised me for having the balls to reach out to her about this. So as Sinder mentioned,
Ej, sorry. Czy ona w tym momencie narzeka na to, że Lili zachowała się profesjonalnie? Czy ja może coś kurwa źle zrozumiałem w tym momencie? Że powiedziała na streamie, że zlikowana cena jest nieprawdziwa i tak dalej. Mimo, że w 100% wiedziała, że to jest Sinder. Nie przypierdoliła się do niej publicznie, tylko zachowała to profesjonalnie dla siebie. I jak się Sinder jej napisała z przeprosinami, to powiedziała, że ona o tym wie. Ja pierdolę.
she felt guilty, and she didn't want this drama to erupt further, especially since she only so recently joined GamerSupps. She'd messaged Shylily to clear things up on VCard's launch day, so January 31st, 2025, after Shylily's stream, I guess, where she was ranting, and what would follow would be a very wholesome conversation with Shylily completely understanding that it wasn't...
Dobra, nie. Ja tego nie zdzierzę. Słuchajcie, czat. Ja idę, sik pauzę i idę po jebany alkohol. Nie dam już rady tego na trzeźwo oglądać. Pierdoli mnie to. Tu jest taki poziom jebanego bullshitu i gaslightingu wszystkiego, że się nie da fizycznie z tym wytrzymać. Zaraz wracam. Dobra, ubrałem moje spodnie do alkoholizacji i moi państwo, Garage Hardcore Whisky Sour. Dziękuję, do widzenia, let's fucking go.
even Sinder's intention to make things more complicated, and blamed GamerSupps for not telling her that this info was still confidential and not final. And as Sinder said in the previous page, Shylily would end the conversation saying, huge fucking respect to reach out, that takes a lot of balls, LMAO. Almost a couple weeks later, on the 16th of February 2025, both Red and Sinder would ask their contact at GamerSupps to please give them updated information and not make them go through what they went through very recently. They didn't want these misunderstandings to happen ever again. However, 11 days before that, on February 5th, 2025, we would have the last ever collab between Shylily and Sinder. It would be both of them with two other VTubers playing Super Mario Party Jamboree. A month later, on the 3rd of March 2025, Sinder would ask Shylily if she wanted to play a co-op game with her, hoping to bond over it while getting to know each other. Lily would say that she was busy due to the new World of Warcraft season coming out and said sorry. 8 days later, on
Ej, najlepsze jest to, że człowiek wiecznie zapomina, że Shylily to jest hardkorowy gracz WoWa I zawsze co jakiś czas jest przypominane w ogóle o tym w stosunku do jakiejkolwiek dramy czy czegokolwiek innego. Albo na przykład jak wychodzi nowy dodatek w WoWie, to Lili ogranicza streamy przez tydzień.
March 11th, 2025, Shadowly would reach out because she was having streaming issues, and her chat told her that Sinder had the same exact issue at some point. The conversation seemed very friendly, and both walked away from it positively. However, things would soon start to change from Sinder's point of view, starting from the 21st of March, barely 10 days later. Here's what she would say in the document about that. After this, there were 2 different repo collabs Shadowly and I were supposed to be a part of. This was when I thought things started to change between me and Lily. There would be one on the 21st of March 2025, and Sinder would say this was the first repo collab. It was originally going to be on the 15th, but was rescheduled to the 21st. Shadowly was supposed to be there, but she decided to cancel last minute due to the collab she had going on that day. I understood just like everyone else, and this alone wasn't a problem to me. The second collab would be on the 27th of March 2025, so barely 6 days later. Cinder would say this second collab
jutro będzie, wiesz, na kanale.
in a group chat. Shy Lily was added to the chat, but apparently couldn't make it shortly after. She never messaged in this chat directly before she was removed. These are all of the messages here, and it never went anywhere.
Boże,
after
ty
this.
pojebie,
Now you can see
kto
just
pije
barely
grapę
a
z
few
whisky?
messages here. Someone would say, oops, Lily can't make it, and they would remove Shy Lily from the group very shortly after. This would happen on the same day, less than an hour after Cinder had joined the group. What would happen next is Cinder including all the rest of her DMs with Shy Lily in the document. Here's what would happen. On March 28th, the new V-Card rules would drop after community dissatisfaction over them. Cinder would message Shy Lily about collabing to play it in the game Tabletop Simulator. This would be in an effort to renew interest in the product, and Cinder would admit this proposition was motivated by business implications, but would also add the fact that this was something to do as friends too. A couple days later, and we would start seeing the whole raiding incidents. Here's what Cinder had to say about them. The first raid would be on the 30th of March 2020.
Boże, ta drama o raid to było największe gówno, jakie mogła wrzucić do dokumentu. No offense. Laska zesrała się o to, że w momencie, w którym ona zrajdowała Shy Lily, to Shy Lily przywitała jej społeczność, ale nie wypowiedziała jej zniku. To jest naprawdę jak ja, nie wiem, Lucy Starfire zrajdował, bo ona też streamuje, to ona by powiedziała siema Florianki, a nie cześć Bart. Ja pierdolę.
Cinder would say, Shy Lily greeted the raiders and didn't say hi to me, or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened, but if you were to watch for another 5 minutes, after she'd basically moved on with her stream, you'd see she then did quickly thank me for the raid. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and thank me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one raid. Nano's document had a link to the exact timestamp this raid happened in Shy Lily's defense. So the reason why Nano had this in her document was because she showed screenshots of her DMs with Red, where he'd start to gossip about Shy Lily. We're going to see these later in this section. But for Nano, this was an effort to prove that Red was...
Ja w ogóle jedną rzecz zauważyłem, nie? Im dalej jest w tym Google Doki, tym ja coraz bardziej agresywny jestem. Ten dokument powoduje to, że chcę komuś przyjebać. Kurwa, wiecie co? Walić przedtreningówkę, nie? Walić kofeinę, różne rodzaje spalacze tłuszczu, czy kiwał, czy cokolwiek innego, nie? To jest najlepsza przedtreningówka na trening. Wchodzisz na siłownię tak wkurwiony, że wyciskasz 2 razy więcej.
just delusional, same as Cinder. He was complaining about Shy Lily not thanking Cinder when she raided her, but she did, so what gives? 7 days later, Cinder would message Lily. 4 days later, Cinder would raid Lily again. She'd say, Shy Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders, but didn't thank them either. She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shy Lily had an off-putting reaction to me sending my community to her in the past couple of weeks, coupled with removing herself from collabs I was a part of and ghosting my messages. This more recent raid was not linked in Nano's document. I decided to DM her again to bump what I had sent her before. After still not hearing from her, I was convinced I had done something wrong. I wasn't expecting an over-the-top reaction from Shy Lily just because I raided. Just a hello and a thanks for the raid, like any other streamer would do, especially from someone who was a friend. In the past, Silverveil, who Red and I knew had a problem with me, purposefully refused to say my
Czad, mam pytanie. Jakie żarcie zamówić, co? Bo nie mam dzisiaj nic w lodówce, a przydałoby się coś ogarnąć do żarcia za niedługo. Pizza, jakiś burgerek, Chińczyk, może indyjskie, meksykańskie coś? A nie, meksykańskie to tylko odbiór, niestety. Boże, że w Katowicach meksykańskiego żarcia nie przywożą. Lol.
name when I rated her. She continually ghosted my messages and got a model from Nano at a suspicious time, among other things, which will all be shown in her section. These specific experiences with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led both Red and I to believe that Shy Lily had a problem with me for some reason. I wouldn't have thought that the individual things I experienced with Shy Lily were pointing to a greater problem if they weren't all happening over the same few weeks. So as I said, what comes up next would be Sinder including the DMs between Nano and Red, where he would start gossiping about Shy Lily on the 11th of April 2025. They would be 6 pages in total, and we already went through all of them in Nano's section, so there's no need to go over them again. But if you've already forgotten, which is totally reasonable since this
W
document
sensie ja generalnie lubię ostre żarcie, to nie problem dla
how
mnie.
she's been avoiding Sinder, how she's been acting weird, how the antenna went off on his head because she's been asking Nano for a model. That would pretty much be it. Then by the 15th of April, Sinder was getting really anxious, so she messaged Boeska, Shy Lily's manager, asking him if he could bump her messages to Shy Lily. This
Boeska to też jest w ogóle partner Shyli. Ona też jest w związku ze swoim Menago.
is when Boeska would say that she wasn't really on Discord that often except for business meetings and stuff, so that's why she wasn't replying. To which Sinder would say, "Thank you, Boeska. We were messaging kind of frequently a month or 2 ago, that's why I asked, but no worries." Here's what Sinder had to say about it in the document. Boeska told me Shy Lily
Dobra, czat, sorry, ale musicie to zobaczyć. Ja wiem, że ja się mogę w tym momencie trochę pokazać, gdzie ja mieszkam, nie? Ale jebać to. Widzicie to gówno? Widzicie to gówno? It's over 9000! Kto się chyba botami przypierdolił, tak szczerze? Ktoś chyba botami przypierdolił. Nie wiem, jak sądzicie, nie?
rarely uses Discord and only uses it for business meetings and stuff, which was weird because until these past few weeks, I didn't have any problems getting a hold of her in our DMs. I hadn't had to message Boeska to get to Shy Lily since before October 2024, so this was out of the ordinary by now. The new messages below were the same day in the group chat with us and Shy Lily. I was fine with not doing anything together, and I just wanted to hear from her since I had no idea if something was wrong. Nothing else was ever said in this chat. So this image, we can see DMs between Boeska and Sinder in a group created with Shy Lily, and then Sinder would say in the document, Boeska told me Shy Lily would be very occupied in the coming months because of a trip somewhere, implying I shouldn't expect to plan anything. And this leads us to the last thing in this section, an event that would occur on the 21st of April 2025, when Sinder sent her final message to Shy Lily. Here's what it said. Hey Lily, is everything okay? I know I've been told you aren't the best with messages, and I get we're both super busy with things all the time, but I kind of feel like I've upset you in some way and wanted to ask you directly. This would prove to be too late, because 6 days later, the entire cancellation of Sinder would occur. Nana would post her document, bow shortly after, and nothing would ever be the same again. Alright, so overall, I do want to re-emphasize the fact that this section, I don't know why it exists. I think she just made it maybe to be petty over the fact that Shy Lily said she wanted her own section. But as I said in the beginning of this section, most of the things Sinder had to say about Shy Lily would be in the next section called The Breakdown. But in regards to this section in particular, like many other incidents that occurred or were mentioned in this document...
Słuchajcie, bo mamy nowy miesiąc. Ja bym na śmierć zapomniał. Słuchajcie, jeżeli macie niewykorzystaną subskrypcję Twitch Prime, to ja chętnie przygarnę, wiecie. Ostatnio Twitch zwiększył ilość kasy z tego, więc nie pogardzę. Będę wdzięczny, jeżeli ktoś ma.
A lot of what happened was due to misunderstandings and miscommunication. Cinder's immense self-inflicted pressure to live up to Shy Lily in regards to the gamer subs made her do things that she might have not usually done, all in an effort to get closer to Lily and make herself look better in the process. Sometimes this may come off as way too overbearing or even suffocating.
Dziękuję,
Lucy. Why Shy Lily had distanced herself from her. In any case, don't make up your opinion just yet because there's way more to still look at in the next section titled The Breakdown. Alright, here we are, the breakdown. Everything that we've already seen in the document is meant to culminate into this section. And even though Sinder might have been a bit lighter on her attitude towards Bao or Numi in the previous sections, here she goes all out. It's confrontational towards everyone and anyone involved in her cancellation.
Mięso!
Without Silverveil, Aru, and Spike because they have their own sections. Here's how she started off. Nanoless, Shy Lily, and almost a dozen of my friends planned the original documents about me. It took them...
Moi państwo, w końcu, po 3 godzinach, 30 minutach przechodzimy do mięsa. To co, widzimy się za tydzień, moi państwo. Dziękuję za streama. Do zobaczenia już za niedługo. Trzymajcie się ciepło. Cześć! Nie no, just kidding, just kidding, just kidding!
2 days to decide to cancel me. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and somehow I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they had already determined I was guilty of. When I first started this document, I thought my friends all lied about me, Red and Nano to protect her and hurt me. I could understand why, but as things came together, I was no longer convinced that was the case. It didn't make sense for all my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all their lies back to one place. At the start of this document, I said I was convinced there were 2 people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation. Shy Lily lied to Nanolist about her own actions towards me, telling Nanolist she was being manipulated when she wasn't. Under the excuse of manipulation that Shy Lily gave to her, I believe Nanolist lied to everyone about her experience with Red and I to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Shy Lily supporting her, they lied to my friends and they lied to you. I believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they'd expect to be manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened and were convinced to see things the way they weren't.
Ach, oczywiście. To nie to, że ja się zachowałem chujowo, tylko że ludzie byli źle poinformowani i wprowadzeni w błąd. Dlatego uważają, że jestem chujową osobą, a nie dlatego, co zrobiłam. Słuchajcie, Hasan też nie raził psa prądem. No bo mówi, że nie raził psa prądem. To znaczy, że trzeba mu ufać, nie? No bo jakby raził, to by się przyznał, nie?
All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years. When the timeline for the things those accusations were based on was really only 5 to 8 months long, leading up to my cancellation on the 26th of April 2025. They were operating under a different set of information than me, and they used what they already knew to jump to conclusions. They may have also been manipulated not to contact me or Red for our side of the story because it would contradict what was being told to them. In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanolist, Bao, Shy Lily, and my other friends who were involved. They used their own words and all the evidence in the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claim, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did. So as I said, what's different here is that there will be sections based on speculation. Now, of course, it's disappointing to know that there's speculation in a 1,000-page document, as Sinder called it, 1,000 pages of proof. But here we are. We'll definitely take a look at a couple, but it's speculation, right? If there's no proof, there's no need to talk about it to begin with. I think that's what most people would think.
No słuchajcie, też byście się wychowywali w biedzie, gdyby wasz ojciec był bilionerem, no. No słuchajcie, to jest bieda, no.
If anything, it's dangerous because it emboldens people who have been harassing others for the past 5 months. Hell, I know VTubers who've been harassed simply for reading the entire document and giving their opinion on it. Cinder can say that she doesn't support people like this all she wants, but they exist, and speculation only emboldens them. That is factual. Anyway, she continues. Who was involved before anything was public? Nanolist. Nanolist was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point for all the claims that followed. She posted the first document. Shy Lily was the person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from the start. Bao. Red's messages to Nano about Bao were the heart of their claims. She was included as soon as she was able to after surgery. She posted her document minutes after Nano. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shy Lily's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her concert. She also gave a list of people who were involved on her stream on the 28th of April 2025. So this is why she included the section about V-Card and Numi, right? Numi told Shy Lily about this, and Shy Lily talked about it on her stream. This was Cinder trying to explain what happened and that she didn't abandon her friend. She'd continue, the other 3 girly pops. That's the name of their friend group. I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help corroborate things the rest of them talked about. Buff and the other 3 Vichiban members. Numi said that Buff and the other 3 Vichiban members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream on the 22nd of July 2025, she basically said that she and a lot of other people were involved before things were made public. The VOD of the stream was made private within a week or 2 of it happening. Cinder would link a Google Drive link. She saved the VOD. You know what? You gotta respect it, man. At a certain point, this document's ridiculous in terms of length, but you gotta respect the effort. I mean, seriously? That's crazy.
No, szczerze? Trzeba przyznać, że się postarała.
Here's what Buff would say.
And I don't want to bring up this situation because it still is affecting a lot of us, but you know, with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like you go do that. And we'll be here to support it.
All right, so from Buff point of view, this was about them supporting the victim in question. And the final person on this list is Sacramo. Bao's video editor, Sac, had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too. Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. I don't have evidence that anyone else was included on this list, although there's more people I suspect to have at least been aware of what was
From the fridge to the TV, Kaya will be free.
Anyone else who was mentioned in Nano's document were involved at all in the planning of anything beforehand, including Cotton, Silverveil, and Spite. As Nano's document states, their names were censored in it because none of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted. Cotton tweeted one of Nano's screenshots with her name uncensored about 2 hours after the document was posted, and Silverveil and Spite posted their own documents with Nano's screenshots about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's respectively. She then included a screenshot from Nano's document in which Nano says any names that are censored here were censored because the creator in question did not provide consent to have their name revealed by the time of me posting this document. Sinder would then include the 17-day timeline from the 11th to the 28th of April. To her, this would all start off with Red's messages to Nano about Shy Lily.
Was a problem. Anyways, long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling because I explained how that's weird, that's cringe and manipulative to do.
Next up, Cinder would say that on the 14th or 15th of April, Nano would show her DMs to Shy Lily. Shy Lily would say that the screenshots from Nano were from a few days ago when she saw them. She said this was what started it all, linking a VOD. Watch.
Reflecting, That one screenshot started it all, and that was from, at that point, a few days ago. That one screenshot, and I was like, that's fucked up. And I
To nie jest ananas, Willy. To jest agrest. To jest emotka agrestu. Nawet jest podpisana Tukk agrest. Nie jest to zwyczajnie z... Nie, to jest agrest. Mordo, to jest agrest. To jest po prostu z powiedzonka, które napierdalam od gimnazjum. Że jaram się jak szynszyla agrestem.
gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. I did say, oh, I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM. But somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem. Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord.
All right, so this would be Shalily's perspective. She would also talk a bit more about those DMs in question, telling Nano that it's weird what Red was asking of her. So this is when Sinder would include the first bit of speculation here, saying whether Nano decided to show Shalily more of her messages with Red herself, or Shalily actually asked if Red ever said anything about anyone else, I can't say for certain, but can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her messages Nano showed to Shalily is also unknown. Shalily convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, and manipulated. Shalily could have also instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with Red and I, who she warned would continue to lie and manipulate her if she didn't. So yeah, totally based on speculation. We have no proof, no one talked about this, no one said this, all in an attempt to make Shalily look worse. But that would be unnecessary if Sinder had proof in these next 200 pages, right? The next day she'd message Boeska about...
Right? Right? Tam jest jakiś proof, nie?
Not hearing about Shalily, we already saw this.
Czemu? Bo gra deckiem, którego ja nie lubię w Yu-Gi-Oh! Dlatego. I dostał timeouta na godzinę. W nienawiści do pewnych talii zostałem wychowany.
And on the 18th, Nano didn't message Bao, but Shalily did, telling her they needed to talk. Bao would tell Shalily she wasn't
No,
in the right
oglądanie
headspace and to wait until
materiału
after
od
surgery.
Sinder.
However, it was rescheduled for Monday, the 21st of April, 2025.
To się
She did
dzieje.
not talk until after Bao recovered from surgery. And already we have even more speculation. The first one being Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Shalily suggested, but apparently didn't. Shalily was the one to reach out to Bao to tell her this information. Why? This is something that, of course, Lily will talk about on her stream. We'd see even more speculation. Cinder would argue that a lot of her friends wanted to go to Ren Fair between the 18th and 20th of April. Her and Red were supposed to go, but they canceled. She'd argue that because they were on the trip, she doubts Shalily told them during that. She'd say that on the 21st, she would message Numi about her asthma, saying she hopes she feels better. Numi would reply with one message, and then Cinder would say it was uncharacteristically short. To her, this means that this was on very short notice. Right after Ren Fair, her friends were starting to realize what was going on, and would decide to cancel her a few days later. In Bao's document, she'd say, I found out about all this less than 48 hours ago. At the time, it was posted on the night of the 25th PST, and Lily said this was 5 days before her stream on the 28th. Speculation. It's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too. Finally, this would all end in everyone posting their documents, and Cinder would speculate. Their documents were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. I wouldn't have had a chance to do or say anything to anyone before their narrative about me was widespread. Out of Shalily's fear, I'd be manipulating my way out of it.
To be honest, the only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc.
Słuchaj. A jak sądzisz? Czy sądzisz, że tutaj było powiedziane cokolwiek konkretnego w tym całym dokumencie? Jak sądzisz?
First Google
No
Doki.
właśnie.
Sorry. That was the only tough night.
Google
that was the only
Doki.
tough one. It was 10 a.m. I had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to when they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people with, you know.
Cinder would continue shortly before Cotton, Silverveil, and Spite were contacted about their inclusion and possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evident by their names still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted. But Cotton tweeting one of Nano's uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after, and Silver's and Spite's documents posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too, with their own name uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shylily, just like Bao was. Cinder would then talk about things we already know about, like how she fought with Red, kicked him out, how she posted her apology, and how everyone would stream their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. The first speculative subsection here would be Nano's new manager. Cinder would ask, how did they get involved? How are they connected? And how did...
Słuchajcie, jak się tylko ten Google Doki skończy, to ja pójdę sobie i pierdolnę taką drzemkę. Aż się doczekać już nie umiem.
they get in contact with Red. She'd say that Akira is the game director of Kernel Hearts and founder of the game studio Ephemera Games in Argentina. She'd show their Twitter profile. Then she'd say Nano does not follow Akira, and nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They've never interacted on Twitter either. She'd make the connection that the only person following Akira that was also a friend of Nano was Momote, who she met IRL. Cinder would then say, I don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection I could find between them. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Red had said to her. She'd bring up past DMs with her and Red, in which she would say, okay, asked some help from my friends. My friends told me it's a bit unfair to stop other models, etc., etc. Cinder would say, after speaking to Shy Lily about Red, could Nano have gone to her friend Momo, who connected her with Akira to play the role as her new manager to Red? Overall, it was her asking questions. Why was this done? Why do I think that this was only after Nano spoke to Shy Lily? She'd then say Nano avoided ever communicating directly with either Red or I again after the 12th of April 2025, and I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. Everything started when Shy Lily told Nano that the things Red said about her were all lies.
Tak, jesteśmy za
It's really
połową.
likely that at some point Shy Lily would suggest or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated. Nano then needed to find someone either Red or I knew to separate us, and she couldn't do it herself the same way she couldn't contact Bao herself, and Shy Lily had to do it for her. So I think you get the gist of speculation in this section. It'll be mostly directed at the fact that Shy Lily was orchestrating things in the background. But since Cinder has no direct proof to prove this, she tries to explain it anyway because that's what she's convinced of. She makes it no secret. In the first page of this document, she says, yeah, I believe Shy Lily was one of the main orchestrators. But she'd have even more speculation, saying that the time zones of the DMs shown in Nano's document don't add up. You'd see things that were 1 hour ahead, 2 hours ahead of her time zone, etc. To Cinder, this shows that Nano likely wasn't acting alone when taking screenshots of her own DMs that were shown in her document. The next 51 pages would be Cinder breaking down sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph, the entire document that Nanoless had written about her on the 26th of April 2025.
Oh,
As
Jezus
you'd expect,
Maria.
the entirety of these 41 pages are Cinder reusing proof that she used in Nano's section to argue against her entire document. Like, for example, she would reiterate the fact that Nano was never used, that she wasn't fully honest
Więcej tego samego kontentu. Woohoo! Yuppie!
about being burnt out, which resulted in most of her models being canceled, and it would also call out some embellishments. Like, for example, Nano would say, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. Cinder would argue, Red did not make this claim against Bao, and said nothing about our video editor not having time for new clients. Our editor wasn't seeking to take on more clients, and was content editing for me and Bao only. This is what he said, which is what the screenshots below show in her document. This claim was only
Jezu, nawet jak ci powiedział, że mógłby to wziąć 2 tygodnie wcześniej, to nie znaczy, że przez te 2 tygodnie nie mógł dojść do innego zdania. Boże! Kurwa, jego jebana mać! To jest... Czemu ty, człowieku, szukasz problemów, kuźwa, wszędzie, zamiast zacisnąć poślady i znaleźć kogoś innego? Właśnie, kurwa, narzekając na to wszystko, ty tracisz więcej czasu, w którym mógłbyś znaleźć, kuźwa, nawet kogoś lepszego. Jezus Maria.
made to push the false narrative that we were maliciously overworking Nano, which is brought up later in her document. She'd also say that Nanoless was being dishonest with how she would portray Red talking about Bao. How one message was in August of 2024 when she initially canceled Bao's model, and how the other one was in January 2025 when she accepted the exclusivity deal. To Cinder, this is deceit. It manipulates the messages to leave out vital context and misconstrue what actually happened in each case. Overall, though, it was really just a repetition of Nano's section, except here she was being more confrontational and using all the DMs and images and her logic to go against everything Nano was saying sentence by sentence. If I may be so bold and talk about my personal preference here, I would have much rather had this in 40 pages than reading 200 pages of Nano's section. This maybe would have not resulted in 99.9% of people not wanting to read your 1,000-page document. The new things that will be included here is even more speculation. Look, we've already established that some screenshots in Nano's documents were cut off, like when she said, it do be fair to Red's proposition of an exclusivity deal. There would also be some context missing, as we saw in Nano's section. These conversations wouldn't start at certain places in which Nano's document said they did. Cinder would say, so if my friends knew what the full screenshot showed here, but they were manipulated in Nano's document before showing them to the public, then who did it? At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message calling their deal with Red fair was seen by Shy Lily, Bao, and my friends. My friends who were involved are not stupid. They wouldn't have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right? I originally thought that as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed on everything that happened before making their decision to cancel me. Unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, the one who contacted Bao for her, was backing all of her claims to them. I believe with Shy Lily already on her side, Nano lied to her about her experiences with us from the start to hide her own guilt and push it all onto us. How could she
Ona dalej nie chce wziąć jakiejkolwiek odpowiedzialności za to, co się stało. I udaje, że kurwa Red się do tego nie przyczynił wszystkiego. Ja pierdolę. Ja naprawdę nie wiem, co ja mam powiedzieć. To jest żenujące.
show Shy Lily what she did and said about one of her friends, Bao. If Shy Lily was only shown the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show to her, she wouldn't have cared what the full context was. Shy Lily saw what Red said about her, and that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her with whatever little evidence was given for it. The rest of my friends could have just been told by Shy Lily and Nano what happened and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots, completely trusting in their story and jumping to conclusions because of their past experiences. Especially in Bao's case, who was right out of surgery, whose most trusted friends were telling her what happened and posted her document 2 days later. Supporting the idea that they may not have seen everything is that no one tried to contact me about any of this, and may have been manipulated not to under the guise that I'd be the one to manipulate them. If they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. So this was Sinder saying that Nano from the start had hidden some details of her conversations, that she had just targeted Shy Lily with things that mattered to her, which were conversations involving her specifically. That's all it took to convince Shy Lily to take her side, and then she used Shy Lily's reputation to convince everyone else who was also Cinder's friend to turn against her. Are you starting to see why speculation is so dangerous here? There's no proof that this happened, and yet there would be so much more. There would be another subsection of speculation, pretty much saying Nano turned on Red, who's been on her side for years, immediately because she'd never suspect Shy Lily of any wrongdoing. So when Shy Lily told her that she was being manipulated, she trusted her immediately and threw Red under the bus, her friend of multiple years. Again, speculation. Hey buddy, you want more speculation? Here you go. Who wrote Nano's document? She would go as far to say that Shy Lily was the one who wrote Nano's document. She'd argue that because Shy Lily's reply would have many things that were similar to how Nano's document was written, it would only make sense that she was the one who wrote it. To conclude this speculation section, she'd say, it's fairly obvious to me that Nano conspired with Shy Lily to write her document for her. Even if Nano lied to Shy Lily from the start, Shy Lily still helped Nano lie. Besides presenting everything in such a convoluted order, there were doctored screenshots in her document like I showed above. Alright, so let's just take a step back here. When she says doctored, she means either cropped, which we already looked at, or having had names censored, okay? It's not like it's Photoshop, right? Let's just get that straight. Just continue. The same screenshots in Bao's document being uncropped and unedited shows that Bao was being honest with the information she was given, but Nano and Shy Lily weren't. Being the person who presumably wrote Nano's document, Shy Lily and Nano would have known exactly what I meant by it's just business, but she was the one who lied the most about it in Nano's document and her reply to me and on her stream. Interesting how she was able to connect my messages from that same conversation with Nano to how I must have known about what Red said in his DMs with her 2 years later, but somehow not the fact that my use of the phrase and its meaning came directly from what he said the day before. At some point in this speculation, she'd also say this, and most importantly, Nano's document is filled with the use of the and symbol in its writing, just like and only like Shy Lily's own reply to me. She's referring to Shy Lily's reply to her on her apology to me. Okay, at this point, I do have to point out that during the 5 months of Cinder's absence, the Pyropups didn't also disappear with her, okay? To many people, this Pyropup community was truly everything they had. Some would literally tweet daily awaiting her return, similarly to how Christian talks about the second coming of Christ.
No, generalnie Pyropapsy bardzo były aktywne mimo wszystko, nie? To jest też specyficzne.
And he'd even have fan pages pop up trying to keep this community together, all in the hopes that their queen will come back one day. Now, I want to point out there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, if anything, it's wholesome and it's definitely encouraged. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't.
Ej, czekajcie, bo coś mi wpadło do głowy, nie? To są Pyropapsy. Sorry. To są Pyropapsy, moi państwo.
My brother! What do we want?
Dałe, dałe.
We want away.
To our queen.
Look, my brother. The queen.
It's Sinder.
Got the way, my brother.
To our queen.
So you are also looking for that way. That's our queen. Protect the queen. She is definitely the way.
Nie jestem w stanie spojrzeć na Pyropapsy inaczej, przepraszam.
Just wholesomeness. There were many angry Pyropups that attacked people who just as much gave an opinion on Cinder. They would justify it with conspiracy theories. One of my favorites is how Shy Lily made all of this happen and forced people like myself who are on Mythic Talent to talk badly about Cinder, otherwise she threatened to kick us out. The problem with so many speculations in this document is that they are literally almost one-to-one. Some of the speculations, the most deranged aspects of the Pyropups, were spouting on Twitter for months as Cinder had disappeared. And yes, one of them was that Shy Lily wrote this document. So I don't know if Cinder came up with this conclusion herself or if she took inspiration from those people, but this is...
Ja bym się nie zdziwił, bo ona czytała wszystko, co się pojawiało i na bieżąco sobie dopisywała ekstra historię w tym wszystkim. Nie zdziwiłbym się kompletnie.
dangerous. This gives people more justification to attack Shy Lily on nothing more than a baseless claim. I mean, it's literally titled, or at least labeled, speculation. Why is this here? Do you not have enough proof to prove your point about her? This is why I believe this section is so damn dangerous, and I just can't believe she couldn't see that when she wrote this. Anyway, the next 30 pages would be the same thing as what we just saw, except about Bao's document. She'd be breaking it down sentence by sentence. She'd say, originally I had gone through Bao's entire document pointing out the lies within it, but I no longer believe she and my friends were lying. They were misinformed and were speaking from what they thought was true. Nano and Shy Lily lied to and manipulated them all to see the story their way. Bao was understandably hurt when she found out about what happened and wasn't in a sound state of mind after her surgery. I'll only be going over parts of Bao's document with the context that she may not have had the full story from Nano or our side of the story and pointing out her assumptions that weren't true. Just like in Nano's document, Bao's document presents things as if her model was only cancelled once in August 2024, even though Nano cancelled it a second time in her deal with Red in January 2025. I'll address this down below. So look, just like Nano's breakdown, Bao's breakdown is just a repetition of her entire section. We would learn some interesting details, like how, for example, Sinder was completely unaware that Bao had encouraged her video editor to take their exclusivity offer. This call apparently happened a month before Sinder was cancelled, but that video editor never told Red or Sinder about this, so that was interesting. Now, I know in the beginning I said that she was confrontational with everyone, including Bao, but when it comes to this breakdown right here, it wasn't the case. Sinder truly believed that Bao was misinformed, that she was tricked, hell, even manipulated by both Nano and Shy Lily. Bao would then stream on the 27th of April. This would be the stream where she would cry her eyes out for an hour straight. She would then transcribe certain aspects of this VOD and write comments about it. Cinder would reiterate that she believes that Bao couldn't understand what happened because she didn't have the full context or ever known the motivations and reasoning behind what actually happened. She'd apologize again to her for not being able to talk to her before this whole thing happened. One of the more interesting things here is the fact that Bao would say, Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was and how in the middle of the year when I was so depressed and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed, I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her. Cinder would say, Bao saying I didn't come to Numi's concert that I was planning with her for over half a year was the only thing she lied about on her stream. I'm choosing to believe this was just a mistake in the heat of the moment and not a deliberate lie. There's a portion of this section below talking about Numi's concert where I'll talk about this again. So yeah, maybe Bao meant that she didn't come to sing, which was the case, and Bao still had to be her replacement. I don't believe Bao was talking about the fact that she showed up in the audience. This was not about, she's literally talking about her flying to sing, right? So that's what she's talking about. She'd also argue that Bao had an impossible choice given to her by everyone involved. Remember that whole clip with Buff Bup? Cinder argues that that person Buff Bup was talking about, the person they were waiting on to see what they should all do, was Bao, not Nano. And then of course,
Ja na stówę obstałem, że to jest Nano. Boże, ale Sinder robi się straszna foliowa czapa, no. Ona szuka winnych wszędzie.
she speculates. Nano could have said she wouldn't make anything public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie all along, it couldn't stand on its own, so she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao. The next subsection would be even more speculation. Yeah, so I hope from now on you can respect my decision. I'm not going to be reading those anymore. It's pointless. We were promised 1,000 pages of proof. Speculation is not proof. When people call these 1,000 pages a bunch of schizoid rambling, that's what they mean. They're referring to speculation. It's unfortunate because it makes the rest of the document look like poo-poo. So I'm not going to waste my time on it. There's no need to waste your time on it. I'll only read them when it's so ridiculous I have to point it out, or if it's funny. Did Nano even want to make Bao's model? Can't believe that's a subsection of speculation. Alright, so the next subsection, Cinder would argue that what truly cancelled her was Shy Lily's reply to her apology, having over 8 million views, 150,000 likes, saying it's full of false accusations without showing any evidence, adding that it's much easier to only read this than read my whole apology, and who wouldn't trust Shy Lily? For reference, this was the entire reply, and she'd argue that the first sentence Lily would type, which was the absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight this absolute insanity, would be the first thing Shy Lily did was completely discredit anything I said in my apology as unbelievable, claiming it was all manipulation and gaslighting. No one was going to question her. She's Shy Lily. Shy Lily was involved in everything from the start, convinced Nano she was being manipulated, organized by friends against me, and evidently wrote Nano's document for her. Alright, so now this is pissing me off. Listen, I'm just going to take a step back here. I know I said I was going to be objective. I believe I still am when I say, what the hell are you doing? What do you mean and evidently wrote Nano's document for her? I thought this was meant to be speculation. I thought we weren't going with this as if it was a fact.
Nie. Spekulacje to jest fakt, jeżeli zostanie wystarczająco dużo razy powtórzone.
Here you are doing that. Look, I'm not going to lie to you. This makes me not want to even talk about the rest of the document. Because what the hell are we doing here? 1,000 pages, and this is the best you can do. In any case, everything else she says, we've already seen in the document. The one thing that would be interesting, right, would be Shy Lily saying, you actively lied about it to them instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in that friend's career? This is, of course, referencing the whole V-Card collab and Numi. Cinder would argue, Shy Lily said I blamed her for missing an obligation I agreed to. No, what I agreed to was to perform, and I didn't want to perform because of my own reasons. Actually, wait, is that actually interesting? Maybe I screwed up. She'd argue again that by Numi's own words, she wasn't obligated to go and perform in the concert, that she didn't blame Shy Lily, and then says, and the fact she thinks I did points out to the importance she gives herself when it wasn't about her. She made my apology to Numi about her when it wasn't. I took accountability, apologized, and still made it to her show after our collab. Alright, cool. So overall, there were definitely some things that might have been a bit exaggerated in that reply. The only last thing I want to show you from this tweet breakdown is Shy Lily saying that she's always had a bad feeling about Cinder.
You're not the only person that say I always had a feeling. I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it, but as a woman, you can't not get along with another woman based on a gut feeling. You can't do that. You're a catty bitch. You can't do that. You can't not get along with someone because of no reason when they prove to be everything but a threat. You can't do that. Anyways, usually when you have a gut feeling, you stay back and you observe. You take distance. I'm a very distant, very in my own lane kind of person to begin with. I'm very distant, very minding my own business, very just me and myself time, you know. Usually you stay back and then you observe for an entire year of how nothing goes wrong and how your friends like that friend. And how everything seems peachy. And then you're like, you know what? My gut feeling fucking ass. This is the reason I'm constantly constipated.
So Lily has always had a gut feeling, the fact that Sinder has been too nice, the fact that her senses were telling you something was wrong. She'd then say sometimes your
Niestety zatwardzenie nie jest przyjemną sprawą.
gut does tell you something, nothing happens for a year, and then you're like, wait, am I wrong? So that could signify how she was still friendly to Sinder. But then what confirmed her feeling was what happened when Nano reached out. So that clip was from a stream that was 6 hours long. The next 35 pages would be Sinder breaking down sentences, sometimes literally just to say petty. Like she's just sitting here saying petty. She took the time to actually timestamp this, link it to the exact timestamp. Charlie was saying something like, I don't know what you're talking about. We're just going back on business tonight. It's just business as usual, in reference to the whole it's just business comment from Sinder. And Sinder would just say petty. At some point, Charlie would say, you burned your Sinder merch. Honestly, you paid for it. You do whatever you want. But if I can encourage you to do something, donate it. You cope the way you want to cope. If you want to cope your merch, I ain't judging. To Sinder, Shadowly encourages viewers to donate any merch of mine they may have, but doesn't disavow burning it either. All right, so one thing that is interesting here, Shadowly saying, they were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collabs that had like 7 other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do it. I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on a specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just didn't want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. Yeah, one of them I did because that one I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy? It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging where I said, sorry, I'm busy? They just took it and they were like, okay, we'll just replace someone else. Cool. So anyways, I was accused of dodging, which somewhat fairly I did do once. Cinder would dedicate like 2 or 3 pages just for this. She'd show us what Red said, lately dipping out of collabs they were both a part of at the last minute and now ghosting her messages. Cinder would say, the one and only collab she can be talking about here was this repo collab that happened on the 21st of March 2025. Here are the first messages of that collab being planned. It was originally going to be on the 15th of March 2025. Shiley said she was available. In the end, they couldn't do the 15th. Cinder said she couldn't do Thursday, but she's free Friday. And Lily would agree, for sure Friday next week. Thursday works, but I wouldn't stream there. All right, let's go. On stream, Shiley said she had something that day. She dodged the collab and that it was a dentist appointment, but then said she didn't have the appointment on the day of the collab, but the day after the dentist, she didn't want to collab. Well, here's Shiley's tweet about her dentist appointment from the 8th of March 2025. That's not the 15th or the 21st. That is Shiley talking about the fact that she managed to sit through her dentist appointment without a panic attack for the first time on the 8th of March. Cinder says, so then, before anything else, Shiley said, and the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. One of them I did because that one I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. Cinder would continue saying, she said she dodged one collab with the excuse that she already knew, and another collab just because. So what Red said about dodging collabs wasn't slander like she lied about. The other collab I believe she's referring to is the one that never happened on the 27th of March 2025 that was shown in Shiley's section. This is where she would just leave the group. So if one
Boże, to jest taki pierdolony no-think burger!
collab was dodged on the 21st of March, and the other collab being planned on the 27th of March was dodged, how could Shiley use the excuse that she already knew? What happened between Nano and Red from their conversation on the 12th of April? Then Cinder would reference when Shiley would say, but you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. Cinder would say, the only collab Shiley could be talking about here is the repo collab from the 21st of March. First, let me address why she thinks I was concerned and weary. The day of the collab, we were told Shiley wasn't going to make it because of a Bikini Bottoms collab she had that day. Because we rescheduled this collab once for another friend, I thought we were going to reschedule again for Shiley so she could play with us. That's all. So far, she said this collab was dodged because of a dentist appointment. Then it was the day after a dentist appointment, so she didn't feel like it. Then it was because she already knew what happened over 2 weeks in the future somehow, when in reality it was because of the Bikini Bottoms collab that day. But did she dodge because of the Bikini Bottoms that day? No. It's true that Shiley had a Bikini Bottoms collab that day, but that was only at 2 p.m. EST. Our repo collab was at 11 a.m. EST and lasted about 3 hours. Shiley would have been able to do both. Okay, but maybe she didn't want to stream that long. Shiley started to stream that day at 11 a.m. EST, just chatting for 3 hours until her Bikini Bottoms collab while the rest of us played repo without her. She would link her VOD and then would say she could have played with us, but she dodged. Why? I believe it was because Shiley already had something against me unrelated to anything to do with Nano and didn't want to platform me on her stream. Shiley dodged at least 2 collabs with me. Red did not lie to Nano, and Shiley lied to everyone saying it was slander. She admitted to it herself on stream. First off, listen, I'm not signing with anyone, okay? But I gotta admire or at least respect how far back she'd go to find receipts. I mean, finding a tweet of Lily talking about her dentist appointment is crazy. Now look, she does make a good point on these things, but I did also bring up something else to consider from a different perspective. Bao, for example, had been feeling ignored for months. She's
W sensie najlepsze jest to, że Sinder znajduje takie pierdołowate rzeczy, że widać, że szukała każdej możliwej rzeczy, do której mogłaby się przyczepić. I to jest tak widoczne chamsko.
also friends with Lily. She might have vented to her. The thing with Numi's concert happened. Even
To
though
jeszcze
Sinder
nie
apologized,
papieżowa.
she might have still told Lily, and Lily would have been like, okay, I don't care that she apologized. She clearly cares about business over Numi's friendship. And again, Lily is also friends with Numi. Good friends. Now, yeah, of course, this is speculation. I'm glad you pointed that out. But I'm not over here blaming people for what happened. I'm just saying this could have happened. These are things to consider. I'm not saying that Lily wrote Nano's document as if it's a fact. Cinder would also make a comparison to the whole raiding incident, right? How she said nothing, and compared it to back in 2024 when she raided her, and Shy Lily was like, thank you so much for the raid, queen. It means the world to me, etc., etc., showing us that her reaction was different. Shy Lily would say on stream that everyone who knows her knows that she sucks at Discord. She's very distant and very messy. That's why she doesn't reply too quickly. Cinder would again argue she had no problems communicating with her before this. Shy Lily would then say, so anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab because I simply didn't feel like it. And yes, I'm guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she asks for a collab, which by the way, she also only does when there's something business related. AFK drop, VCard drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch, then I'm important. Then we can network. Cinder says, Shy Lily again admits to dodging a collab, this time settling on the didn't feel like it excuse. Now she said she's guilty of ghosting 2 of my messages, not 1 like she just said. She would say that earlier in the VOD. She'd go against this idea by showing all the other times she asked for a collab. They weren't all business related. Sometimes it was just, hey, let's just play a game. The next thing Shy Lily would say in the VOD that is noteworthy enough to include in the video is she saw me as competition, painted it on me for asking for it by wanting a model from the same model mama, which is a bit weird when she's the one begging for a partial owner and all kinds of other things that she wants from me, but hey, somehow I'm the one who's looking for trouble for wanting a new model. Cinder would say, I didn't see Shy Lily as competition, and Red's view was more than just going to Nano for a model. If she treated me like a friend, it wouldn't have been something he brought up to her. She said I claimed I was begging for partial ownership and all kinds of other things I wanted from her. That's wild. Not only did she have nothing to do with my part ownership, as if she ever had the power to give it to me, not once have I ever said anything about that to her.
Ja
All
też.
kinds of other things I wanted
Ja
from her,
też.
to hang out and get to know
Lord.
her. I've never begged Shy Lily for anything. What a
Jak
narcissistic
dojdziemy
thing
do
to say. She concluded
papieżowej,
this section by saying throughout her whole stream trashing me, Shy Lily avoided
niech ktoś zajmie się Florianem, błagam.
accountability, gave excuses, deflected, and made jokes out of the things she was doing while simultaneously admitting to everything she claimed was slander and manipulation that turned Nano against me in the first place. For the love of God, please use commas. I'm running out of breath. Shy Lily didn't care about the lies she was telling about me on stream. She won and celebrated my cancellation. She couldn't help but take a victory lap around my corpse. Says a lot about her narcissistic character. Accountability only mattered to her when it's the other way around.
Nie ma tu jak narcystyczna niunia wypomina innej narcystycznej niuni, że jest narcystyczna. God fucking damn it. Gdzie jest papież, kiedy jest potrzebny? Trzeba poświęcić to środowisko.
I should have known better than to expect the Shy Lily to hold herself to the same standards as she did Snake. Shy Lily is the only one who was involved that has a highlight video of her stream talking about me on her main YouTube channel. She was more than happy to profit off of this and broadcast her lies about me to her 1 million subscribers. And just as you thought Cinder was going to stop, she goes back to speculation. This one is unfortunately worth mentioning, not because it holds any ground because it's speculation, but because a part of it is actually a continuation of a V-card conflict. You see, in Shy Lily's section, there was only the conflict of the whole misinformation thing. The fact that Cinder was told by staff the wrong info, and that kind of stepped on Lily's toes because this was her baby, this was her project. She is literally the owner of V-Card, but we'd also see that there was another conflict, one that's probably even bigger, that wasn't mentioned in Shy Lily's section. Let's get down to it. Cinder would argue Shy Lily always had something against her. Why? Let's look at some of the things she said on stream again. We're skipping this because there's nothing noteworthy we haven't looked at. Now, the continuation would be here. Cinder would say, Shy Lily viewed me as a very greedy person, and that all my actions were due to my alleged greed. She encouraged viewers to donate any and all of my merch, but didn't dissuade them from burning it either. Lily also wants to make it seem like I begged to be in her position at Gamersubs as a part owner, even begging her for it, as if I was jealous of her. Not because I actually earned it like she did. She seemed to have a very emotional outburst when talking about me calling myself the Charizard of V-Card. So see, this is what I was talking about, the whole continuation of the V-Card drama. Let's keep going. Not that she'd know this, but for my debut anniversary on the 25th of June 2025, I was supposed to be releasing a limited edition tub of Pyro Power with a promo V-Card, both with art drawn by Nanolist. Red and I fought with Gamersubs to make my promo card the same card across all purchases instead of having a 1 in 10 chance of getting the holographic one. It could have made so much more money if people needed to buy a bunch of tubs to get the right card, but it wasn't about the money to me or Red. So this is Cinder proving in her DMs with Red that she's not greedy, that she wanted all her fans to receive a holographic card if they were buying a tub because they're spending $40 of their own money. Usually it's a 1 in 10 chance. On the 28th of March, Cinder would message Shy Lily saying, do you want to play the V-Card sim together sometime soon? This was because the rules were updated and she wanted to play it in Tabletop Simulator, as we saw in Shy Lily's section. The very next day on her stream on the 29th of March, Shy Lily received a TTS message about my then upcoming AFK flavor. The first thing she said was that she had nothing to do with my part ownership.
Oh, because she is co-owner. That has nothing to do with me, bro. I don't have a saying in that. That shit has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me, bro. It's got nothing to do with me. That's Gamersubs. And leave me out of that shit.
Then, a couple days after Cinder got cancelled, Shy Lily would say in her stream that she speculates doubt over Gamersubs fully removing Cinder's flavor with them after the drama, and that they can't force Cinder to step down from partial ownership. However, she can step down willingly, which I highly suggest she does if she has any ounce of guilt, regret in anything. Cinder would then make it clear she reached her decision to give up her part ownership herself, and Shy Lily had nothing to do with it. But Shy Lily said this as if I needed to repent for the lies she and others told about me. Gamersubs had nothing to do with anything that happened, but that didn't stop Shy Lily from telling her viewers it was what she wanted me to do. If Shy Lily really cared about the impact my part ownership would have on Gamersubs, she would have considered handling things privately with me instead of being the driving force in making all those lies public, losing the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. She probably knew all this controversy about me and could be a way to push me out of the company, all while keeping her hands clean. It wouldn't look good for Shylily to go after the other GamerSup's owner after all. 2 days after that stream, on the 1st of May 2025, Shylily couldn't help herself and made an announcement in the VCard production server where the staff, VTubers, and artists developed the game, notifying everyone. She chose to involve the over 70 people in the server and what happened personally. I don't have a screenshot of the Discord notification or the full message because it was deleted shortly after it was made. However, I have a screenshot of my notification history from that day when it happened, showing a part of what she said. Here we can see Shylily saying, "Hey crew, I know it's been a terrible fucking week. I hope you're all holding up. I'm not good with words and drama and emotions and all that business, but just wanted to say I feel sorry for you guys dealing with the stuff that is none of your business or concern." So this was Sinder speculating, right, that Shylily always had a problem with the fact that Sinder was a part owner of GamerSub, something that was unique to her, and she didn't like the fact that it was now someone else like her. She'd say,
Ja wiem, że ja się będę powtarzał, okej? Ja wiem, że ja się cholera będę powtarzał. Ale powiedzcie mi jedno. Czy nie uważacie przypadkiem, że te całe speculation, że Shylily zrobiła to, bo tak naprawdę przez to, że Sinder także stała się po części właścicielem GamerSupsów, odebrało jej to jej unikatowość, dlatego Shylily w ten sposób się mści, jest bardzo, ale to bardzo w chuj, ale to w chuj dużą projekcją. I mi to wygląda dosłownie w ten sposób, że jakby Sinder była na miejscu Shylily, to ona w 100% by tak zrobiła. Nawet by się nie zastanawiała nanosekundy, czy powinna to zrobić. Po prostu by to zrobiła. Dlatego uważa to, że to są trafne spekulacje, bo nie wyobraża sobie, że ktoś może myśleć inaczej. Czy zachowywać się jakkolwiek inaczej w tym wszystkim. Jezus Maria, ja naprawdę coraz bardziej się odpalam.
I think most importantly, she didn't like how enthusiastic I was about VCard and the role I was carving out for myself in it. Not only did I mistakenly give out information early when VCard launched, like I showed in that section, but mine became the most sought after card in her game. Finally, the continuation of the VCard drama. Sinder would say, I call
Jezu, i to jeszcze ten problem, że jestem drugą najlepszą kartą w zestawie zaraz po niej.
called myself the Charizard to advertise myself in the game and advertise the cards themselves. Everyone knows Pokemon and everyone knows Charizard. VCard's first set of cards was like Pokemon's base set. I compared myself and Shylily to the Charizard and Blastoise of the VTuber card game because we were the two VTuber part owners of GamerSubs, like Pokemon Red and Blue. Calling myself this wasn't to try to steal her thunder in her game or take credit for it in any way. I may have called her Blastoise, but she's literally the Pikachu of VCard. Shylily didn't like me calling myself the Charizard. She didn't like the prominence it gave me in her game, but GamerSubs did. Here we can see her GamerSubs contact being very excited, calling her the Charizard. Can't wait to see everyone ripping packs in the search for the Charizard card of the set. Someone would even show Sinder a card of hers on eBay that sold for $750. This was the clip that Sinder had linked here of Shylily talking about the situation.
I still find it funny that she called herself the Charizard if V card. Girl forgot Lily wasn't a Goldeen, she is a fucking Kyogre. There is no competition.
God, that... Oh, when she said that, and when she tried to bring me onto... Okay, I know. When she said that and she tried to make this thing with me and we were doing a collab and she was just like, oh, haha, the Charizard and Blastoise of V-Card doing the... Oh, like... How dare you sit there and pretend to be some box legendary of something that you didn't create?
Right, so as I mentioned, V-Card was Shylily's baby. She had worked on it for a long time.
W sensie, i patrzcie, znowu mamy przykład sytuacji, która może być dwojako odebrana, nie? No bo przyjmijmy scenariusz, że Sinder nie miała nic złego na myśli, że po prostu, no bo ona jest ognista, Lily jest wodna, dlatego Charizard i Blastoise, nie? Nic złego. Ale z drugiej strony wiesz, jakie znaczenie ma Charizard w świecie Pokemonów. Jak bardzo to często jest rozchwytywana karta. Że jedną z najdroższych kurwa kart z base setu, dobra, nie jedną z najdroższych, tylko najdroższą kartą z base setu jest jebany Charizard. I ty nazywasz siebie Charizardem, a ja ją Blastoise'em, to jest równoznaczne, że ktoś może to uznać jako splunięcie na mordę. Jeżeli nie dodasz do tego jakiegokolwiek kontekstu. I to jest... Ona kompletnie nie zdaje sobie z tego sprawy, że ludzie mogą to przyjąć kurwa dwojako.
and then Sinder joined in near the end. It seems like the whole misinfo thing with Sinder and information about V-Card before its release was nothing compared to this. This was the real issue Shy Lily might have had with Sinder that made her stop talking to her. Everyone knows that Charizard is the most expensive card in the Pokemon base set. If you can get a Charizard that's first edition, shadowless, in perfect condition, it can sell for enough for you to buy a house. I wish I was exaggerating. Blastoise is also considered rare, but nothing close to Charizard. Now look, maybe Cinder's intentions here truly weren't her stealing the thunder of Shy Lily. Maybe she just thought it was cool, right? But I'd say you'd have to lack quite a bit of self-awareness, because even here, she's flexing the fact that her card was the rarest one in the set compared to her. Look man, if Shy Lily or GamerSubs were the one who called her Charizard, we can say she's innocent here, but coming into a project as it was getting ready to release and claiming that you're the rarest card, that's kind of a dick move. Does it warrant ghosting though, or dipping out on collabs? That ideally should have been something that they would have handled privately. Cinder would then specify that she was meant to be part of the second set of V-Cards that would release in the summer of 2025. Weeks after her cancellation, she was told she'd be removed from the lineup. One thing she'd want to mention is the fact that she was a water type, which means that the whole Charizard thing wouldn't have applied to the second set. Cinder would then go ahead for like the next 29 pages talk about the whole Numi concert thing, about how she was expected to talk about this in her apology, even though it was never mentioned in any document, even though she had already apologized, and even though Numi wasn't even one of her accusers. Shy Lily used this against her, and Cinder is pissed about that. Shy Lily would say, for example, that she broke an important promise, that Numi received 1 million empty promises. Cinder would say things like, I never promised Numi I'd perform at the show, or that I'd be there. Red didn't do so on my behalf either. So really, it's just these small little specifics, right? And again, if this was Numi's section, for example, yeah, I'd go through it, but everything here is something we already saw. So overall, it seems like Shy Lily might have misunderstood what happened with Numi. Maybe she didn't receive the full context, maybe she understood it her own way, and she ended up embellishing a lot of the stuff that happened. Also,
Ale nawet jeżeli... Słuchajcie, jest jedna taka kwestia. Nie wiem, ile oglądacie... No właśnie, Shy Lily, no powiedzmy, nie? Numi i Bao są generalnie bardzo istotne w jej karierze. One się bardzo mocno kumplują. One razem także prowadzą podcast. To, że na przykład wydarzyła się taka sytuacja z Numi i Numi jest z tym ok, to nie znaczy, że na przykład Lily będzie z tym ok i może być o to zła. Nawet jeżeli główna osoba nie ma o to pretensji. Ja mam wrażenie, coraz większe po prostu, coraz większe wrażenie, że Sinder nie do końca rozumie relacje międzyludzkie i jak działa przyjaźń. Dla niej to jest pewien koncept, który musi spełniać pewne kryteria i w którym musisz zachowywać się tak, a nie inaczej. Wtedy to jest przyjaźń, a wszystko wychodzące poza tą normę już ona myśli, że nie istnieje. Nie zdziwiłbym się, gdyby to było w chuj autystyczne właśnie. Bo naprawdę tu widać, że ona nie rozumie paru rzeczy, które są oczywiste, jeżeli weźmie się pod uwagę, że mogą ludzie się inaczej zachowywać. Nie wiem, nie kojarzę tego fragmentu, ale jeżeli faktycznie to miało miejsce, że ona była uczona w domu, była odludkiem generalnie i tak dalej, to tłumaczy w chuj. Bo tu widać, że ona kompletnie nie rozumie, na czym to polega, nie? No właśnie, każdy, kto oglądał My Little Pony, zwłaszcza na streamie JJ Jokera z CTSG, ten wie, co to przyjaźń. Boże, jakim ja jestem dinozaurem internetu.
also bringing up something that Sinder had apologized for. In the grand scheme of things, this honestly shouldn't matter, right? The problem with Sinder that people had wasn't the fact that she didn't show up to Numi's concert. This was just used as an example. But Sinder truly felt the need to show that she did show up and that there were no promises, that she never said she would go and sing on stage, that she never promised to sing, and even if she said no, Numi said it was totally fine. Sinder would then go ahead and break down Numi's account of what happened. Numi at some point would say, I'm somebody that I feel if there's an issue, I want to talk about it. It's uncomfortable, but it's something that I always want to do. And there was something that happened between us a couple months ago that I had talked to her about for months, and she agreed and was super excited about. But any other things that I heard about were not from herself, but from Red. Cinder would argue. Numi's first and only message to me about her concert was on the 25th of November, 2024, where she invited me to go and didn't say anything about performing. This was about 2 months before her show in New York City. So I'm sure you can understand the whole thing is a repetition of her section, but this time a bit more confrontational, pointing out that there was miscommunication, but you can't fully pin this on me. At some point, Numi would say, I have my music friend Holmes who spent, dozens of hours working on the set list for, me and Office Drummer to perform, and we put a lot of time and effort into putting this together, and I asked every single month for months and wasn't told about it until it was at a point where we literally couldn't find a replacement. Cinder would say that the set list was never communicated to her or read. Cinder would then say, I don't know what Numi means by, I asked every single month for months and wasn't told about it until it was at a point where we literally couldn't find a replacement. Numi's message above to Red was the one time she asked either of us about my performance in the concert, and the only time she messaged either of us first about planning it in general. She did not ask either of us every month for months when this one message was from her 5 weeks before the concert. On stream, she said they literally couldn't find a replacement for me, but from her messages to Red, it sounded like she really didn't need a replacement guest. It was her show. She had a set list made, and as far as I ever knew, it didn't include me at the time I pulled out. She told Red 3 days before he canceled that she never announced me as a guest and that I shouldn't feel pressure to perform or even go at all. Numi would then say that Bao literally saved her, and it sucks to see how Sinder and Red talked about Bao behind her back, all while she meant so much for her. She'd then say that she talked to Bao about how she felt, and she didn't really know what to do, and said she just wants to hear from Sinder. Numi would then say, I forgave her. But I saw that she brought up a collab that she said she couldn't miss, and I didn't believe that because if there's one person outside of Bao that I know would not put business over me, it's Lily. And I found out that I was lied to, and that this was something that could have easily been changed and didn't have to be on the day of the concert. Sinder would say, where did I say that? Where did I lie to Numi and say that? What I did say is that I could reschedule the collab to make my mistake up to her. I believe Shiley convinced Numi to see things her way and made her believe my intentions were to hurt, sabotage, and lie to her the same way she convinced Nano to believe Red was lying and manipulating her. She'd then say Numi, Bao, and Shiley couldn't have been misinformed on what happened with Numi's concert. They knew what happened, what I said, and that I was at the show. I'm choosing to believe that Numi and Bao didn't intentionally lie about the concert. Emotions were high, and maybe they were speaking from feelings rather than fact, but the story told to the public wasn't true, and no evidence of what happened was shown. Another thing I want to address is what Numi said about Bao and Tricky being isolated. I've already conceded Bao was isolated due to my actions and apologized in her section of this document, and I apologized to Tricky in the accountability section for leaving her behind that day in Japan. But Tricky was not isolated by me or Red. I was doing things all the time with her online and with Boss Rush, and Red and I were almost always with Tricky during every trip we were on together when no one else was. All the time we spent around Tricky made her one of our closest friends. Red and I have done more for her than anyone else. Tricky confided in us about all the time she felt hurt by others when traveling, but Tricky, like myself, has always wanted to keep the peace between everyone instead of bringing things like that up. So now we finally understand why she brought up the whole story of abandoning her at the hotel in Japan. Anyway, the next subsection would be more speculation titled Nano Lists Lies, in which Sinder argues that she's certain Nano lied to Lily. She didn't show her the full context of conversations, cropped some DMs, made it seem worse than it actually was. She would then conclude the subsection with
Dobra, to czekaj. To o ile się nie zgubiłem już chyba z 3 razy, nie? To według tej teorii Nano skłamała Shailili, Shailili skłamała Nano, Nano skłamała Bao, przez co Bao została wprowadzona w błąd i ona też prawdopodobnie skłamała Shailili, tak? Czy gdzieś zgubiłem wątek? Życie to spisek, faktycznie, dobra, to wiele wyjaśnia.
Is it more believable that one person lied with the support of another to convince
Nie,
my friends of
Angel,
the
nie
story,
mogę
than
wolniej.
almost a dozen people, all of my closest friends, all willingly agreed to and conspired to publicly lie about me in a matter of days? So that was the argument she was making.
A,
Right? It's so much
przepraszam, czekajcie, muszę zrobić jedno. Cześć, Angel! Jak tam niunia? Przecież... No dobra, nie chcesz niunia, no dobra, no to siema Jędrzej, siema Błażej. Przypominam, Angel ma małego. Anyway. Lecimy dalej z tym gównem.
easier to say that Shiley and Nano lied rather than all her closest friends lying. I think one thing she didn't consider is that maybe all her friends agreed in unison about something they didn't believe to be a lie, based on their own experiences with her and how she's been negligent of their friendship. Something to keep in mind. The next subsection is more speculation, titled Shiley's manipulation. She'd conclude this by saying, this started because Shiley lied to and manipulated Nano. My friends and the public
Już mi
wouldn't have
dawno
any reason to
odjebało,
distrust
mi już
anything Shiley
strzecha
did, but they
siadła.
had other reasons to jump to conclusions too.
Ale
Shiley-
spokojnie, leci prowiant, zamówiłem sobie 2 burrito i enchiladas. Więc generalnie będę szczęśliwie wpierdolony i zjem i pójdę spać.
didn't like me for her own reasons and wanted to hurt me
Słuchaj, Niunia, słuchaj, wiesz co? 5 godzin gadania o tym dokumencie. Jeszcze godzina 40 oglądania.
because of what was said about Bao and Nano's DMs with Red. She brought everyone together and manipulated things along to turn everyone against me, then admitted on stream to all the slander Red told Nano. Again, this is all speculation. Hey, would you look at that? Another subsection titled Speculation, the reward for lying. Here should argue that after lying, both Nano and Shiley would gain unprecedented merch deals, followers,
Kurwa,
money,
już 16.
you name it. Even saying that Shiley replaced her in her own friend group as the hero of the story. She
Foxy, twoją matką jest Bloody, pamiętaj
She
o
didn't miss
tym.
the opportunity to advertise her new merch, as well as a new outfit with Nanolist that Sinder would argue looked very similar to one of her previous outfits. But regardless, Sinder was convinced Nano and Shiley did this to gain rewards. And that's exactly what they got. Another dangerous speculation that no doubt threw so much hate their way. Okay, the next section, don't worry, we're almost done here, is titled Eskeb with Shy Lily. Sinder would say there's one last thing I want to show to really cover all my bases. I didn't
Jak to co? Masz wychowywać gówniarzy. Ktoś musi ich pilnować. Ja zajęty jestem. Ja piję browara.
know where else to put it, so I've added it here. I asked Shy Lily if I could get a skeb of us together. In other words, a drawing. After it was delivered, I intentionally waited about 3 weeks to send it to her so I could post it closer to my original VTuber debut date that I was preparing for a year and a half. I messaged Shy Lily about getting a skeb together in January. This was our first time talking privately, but we were interacting on Twitter back and forth for a couple weeks before this. So these are the DMs. It would end with Shy Lily saying, reminds me of Groudon and Kyogre. This is in reference to the whole fire and water thing. Cinder would then say, even though she made this comparison, it's not like she'd ever portray herself in a Groudon Kyogre-esque fight sequence against a fire-themed enemy where she comes out as the hero and saves her friends, especially not just months after she took pleasure in and had a major role in canceling me. So here, of course, she'd reference the lore video of Shy Lily, right? How it looks, in Cinder's opinion, very similar to how she was fighting her. Then she'd say, I know how long a project like this takes to complete. And even though I'm sure Shy Lily had a story she wanted to tell, someone else was credited with writing this lore video. I just find it ironic that it happened. So in other words, this was a complete waste of time. Thank you. Thank you for looking at these 3 pages, buddy. Thank you. This was a complete waste of time. I just wanted to include this because it was ironic. This was a 21-minute lore video. This is like an anime fucking episode. This was released barely a couple months after the whole cancellation thing, but must have been planned way prior. The sane thing to assume, in my objective opinion, is that seeing that Shy Lily is a water-based VTuber, right? She's an orca. It would only make sense that her enemy is naturally fire. But hey, listen, maybe I'm just speculating too hard here. All right, in
Wiesz co, nikt tutaj nie spekuluje tak hardo jak kurwa Sinder.
conclusion. In Bao's section, Red explained his grudge against Bao that led to his and Nano's exclusivity deal. Does it matter explaining why Red held things against
Wiesz
Bao?
co, obstawiam, że to nawet nie 5 miesięcy, tylko bardziej z 3. Może to wtedy było pisane, no bo ona nad całym dokumentem pracowała 5 miesięcy. No to wiesz, to pytanie, czy to było w 3. miesiącu, 4. czy 5, nie? A no offense? Zlecenie 21-minutowej animacji, no trochę potrwa.
Bao that he told Nano about, or explaining that I only treated Bao differently because of Red's feelings towards her? No. But since this was all made public, it had to be explained. What both of us did was wrong, and we should have addressed the problem when we could have. But it matters how Red got to his conclusion about Bao. Red couldn't see the whole situation around Bao and Sack any other way. After Sack went exclusive, Red pieced together every action he experienced and noticed from Bao to corroborate her story based on assumptions and a pattern of behavior that made perfect sense to him. He ignored any of the good things Bao had done, now thinking she was being fake about everything. He didn't contact Bao about any of this to verify his theory. He was angry at her and already made up his mind about what she'd done, and thought she'd lie about it anyway. Red eventually tried to get even with her by making a deal with Nano to take the opportunity of working with her away from Bao. Once the truth came out, he turned out to be wrong. What Red did was piece together an assumed story about someone from observations and experiences with them after something negative happened regarding them, adding to a supposed pattern of behavior, focus solely on all the negative things that happened with that person that fit the confirmation bias towards them, never considering any of the positives, which all became part of a conspiracy, never contacted the person to find out the truth of the story due to being angry at them for what was already determined happened, and thinking they'd lie their way out of accountability, took retaliatory action against that person in response to what it was assumed they did. The story about the person turned out to be wrong to begin with. Well, couldn't Bao and my friends have done the same thing? She'd argue that everything Red did to Bao, they did to her. They used their status in the community as some of the biggest VTubers around, ambushing me in the middle of the night to publicly out the person they were falsely convinced was some kind of evil mastermind. They all did this together, so no one was going to question their group's corroborated story. It was okay to ruin me and ignore our history together because they...
Dobra, mam pytanie. Co by to zmieniło, jak powiedzmy zaatakowały cię o 1:00 w nocy twojego czasu, zwłaszcza, że dziewczyny są z Europy, a między 1:00 rano, a nie wiem, 12:00? Co by to zmieniło w tej całej sytuacji? To jest dodawanie middle of the night, żeby dodać dramaturgii tego, jak uporczywie chciały, żeby to najpierw się rozrosło, zanim ona będzie mogła na to odpowiedzieć jakkolwiek. Tylko, kurwa kobieto, i Lili, i Nano, chociaż nie, Nano nie wiem, czekaj, gdzie jest kurwa Brazylia? Okej, a Brazylia jest w Ameryce, okej. To dalej strefa czasowa trochę przesunięta, nie oszukujmy się. Shy Lily jest aktualnie w Amsterdamie. To kurwa, to jest taki rozstrzał, że to nie ma znaczenia jakiegokolwiek.
They were convinced they were doing it for the sake of friendship. If you asked questions or asked for more evidence, you were banned, blocked, and silenced, because how dare you question those grieving in this difficult time? The public wouldn't have known any better unless I gave the full context of what really happened in this document.
Nikogo, tak szczerze.
Told to them through recollection and hurt feelings. Bao lost out on a VTuber model with Nanolist, the artist who wanted to cancel it in the first place, and who convinced her it was my fault. I decided to pull out of my own
Rasti tylko Ikariam, jak
because
coś.
of my own anxieties, and I was a bad friend when I made the choice initially not to be there for her. I lost my friends, my career, countless opportunities, and my
Jadę do Brazylii? Czy zostanę Mordokaiserem? O!
reputation to millions of people has
Boże,
been
jestem
ruined.
dinozaurem,
My name has
naprawdę.
been dragged through the dirt and has become an insult synonymous with insincerity and betrayal. I'm avoided being spoken of like I'm VTuber Voldemort now, and some people are pretending like I never existed. These things are not equal. The damage my friends have inadvertently caused me is irreparable and immeasurable, all over conjecture. Lies they were fed, things I never knew happened, and opinions I did not agree with. Whether they knew the truth or not, they all perpetuated lies about me to the public, and my life has been forever altered because of it. Despite it all, I still forgive them. She then argued that everything that happened...
O! Patrzcie, Czekajcie, wyobraźcie sobie, że teraz masuję się po sutach, mówiąc to, ok? Bo to jest istotne. O, jaką jestem dobrą osobą. Wybaczyła mi mimo wszystko. A, mimo że mnie zdradziły, to ja im wybaczam. A Red był dobry.
Circles back to poor communication from everyone. The fact that they didn't message her, communicate with her, tell her about what's going on before going public with this. The next subsection will be titled, in conclusion,
Dziękuję.
Nanos. This is where we'd see my favorite sentence in this
Też
entire
zauważyłem.
document. Cinder would say, I don't think Nano's actions didn't start out malicious. Let me read that again. I don't think Nano's actions didn't start out malicious. See, this is why I'm so certain AI didn't write this. What she meant to say was, I don't think Nano's actions started out as malicious. Anyway, she would pretty much say what she said already. The fact that Nano reached out to Shy Lily to find out if her conversations with Red were normal, but then Shy Lily manipulated her. If Shy Lily supported her, then of course no one would question Nano, because in Cinder's opinion, Shy Lily is the be-all, end-all authority in VTubing. She would then go on to reference everything we saw in Nano's section. The fact that she started feeling better and would talk about it in her Discord after canceling commissions by herself, not being forced to. The fact that she chose to use the same exact strategy she used against that rigger in public on Twitter, instead of actually talking to them. Cinder would then say, Nano has shown herself to be an entirely self-serving and opportunistic person, pretending to be meek, whose word means nothing. Given the opportunity to further herself or gain something to her benefit, even at someone else's
Powiedziała Sinder.
expense, at the biggest VTuber's expense, or even if it's at the expense of people as supportive as we were to her, she'll take it. The public was lied to about what really happened between myself, Red, and Nano. Nano wasn't manipulated, she wasn't a victim, and I didn't betray Bao or any of my other friends. Nanolist betrayed me, and in the end I was nothing to her. It really was just business to Nano. Red and I were her most supportive and loyal clients over 4 years, paying for her to be taught how to cut art for model rigging in the first place, giving her over $100,000 to buy her new house, building our careers side by side, and this is how she thanked us. No matter what Nano
To nie jest, że ty dałaś jej 100 000, żeby kupiła dom, tylko kupiłaś od niej produkty, za które mogła kupić dom. To jest różnica, kurwa, jego jebana mać.
did, she will continue to be supported by the people she worked with to cancel me and by people that want her artistic talent. I will continue to use my art and models from Nanolist until they can be replaced. Finally, we'd have the final subsection in this section titled, in conclusion, Shy Lily. I used to look up to Shy Lily, but now I don't know how anyone can. The L she holds on her forehead must stand for liar, because Shy Lily was the first person to do so. She had her own grudges against me before this all started, and in true narcissistic fashion, she lied to and manipulated Nano to avoid accountability, turning her against me. She's Shy Lily, so of course Nano was going to believe anything she said. The only thing done to Shy Lily was that Red dared to speak about what she was guilty of doing, and thought we'd have to consider her competition for her petty, unwarranted behavior towards me. She still expected her own section my apology though, as if I had anything to apologize to her for other than not knowing she was talked about. She probably just wanted a concession from me for some narcissistic sense of victory. Then she would talk about Shy Lily's claim that she sucks at Discord, saying that it's an excuse to avoid accountability, for her not putting enough time and energy to talk to people she doesn't feel are worthy of her time, including her own friends, something that Sinder was attacked for, from Cinder's perspective. Cinder would then say, I'm confident Shy Lily wrote Nano's document for her. Dude, are we really doing this again? I thought this was meant to be speculation. Alright, whatever, I'm not gonna read the rest of this. Look, this whole section ends with yet another conclusion, right? It's fairly short. It's Cinder saying, it's very easy to lie about someone when the person being lied about is the only one who can disprove them, and everyone was manipulated to believe anything they could say, and their defense couldn't be trusted. Twist what really happened to fit a narrative, then repeat it over and over again until it's believed to be fact. Cinder took no accountability. Cinder knew everything. Cinder betrayed her friends. It's just business. And no matter how many times they claim Cinder did this and Cinder did that, it doesn't make any of Red's actions my actions. Any evidence shown of my actual involvement was near non-existent. Just because they corroborated their stories and told them loudly and emotionally doesn't make them true. If you need to present your evidence dishonestly, out of order, out of context, even doctoring it, and then make claims that the evidence doesn't show, then maybe that evidence isn't reliable, and the real story is different from the story being told. This was a witch hunt, and everyone involved just wanted to move on from it as soon as I was gone. So yeah, look, this section was definitely crazier than any other section in this document. There was definitely some proof here, some things from certain VODs that are worth questioning. For example,
Czekajcie, jakby to dobrze ująć.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy?
Ja mniej więcej tak cały ten part Google Doki mogę kuźwa skrócić.
Shy Lily's dentist story, right? Or the fact that there seems to be a misunderstanding over the whole Numi concert story from multiple people. Either way, I think these valid points get undermined heavily by the sections titled speculation. Extremely dangerous, very irresponsible, and they do nothing but hurt the entire document. I also don't know why the whole Shy Lily disagreement over the Charizard thing wasn't included in Shy Lily's section. I think it belongs there. I also don't know why Cinder decided to write 1,000 pages when she could have just done, I don't know, like 100 pages where she quote-unquote broke down every document instead of writing like 200 pages on each person. Whatever. This section only involved Shy Lily, Bao, Numi, Numi, and Nanolus. We still have more to cover, like the sections for Silverveil, Aru, and Spite. And thankfully, they won't have a The Breakdown section, but they're definitely going to have speculation in their own sections. And speaking of those sections, the next one in line is Silverveil. Let's get to it. Alright, so here we are. One of the most important sections in the document, titled Silverveil. This also happens to be the longest.
Dobra, moje państwo, przechodzimy do jeszcze większej schizy niż wcześniej.
Section, the entire document, weighing in at 237 pages. Now, I don't know why the document was structured this way. I don't know why the breakdown was purely for Bao, Numi, Nano, and Shylily, but asking questions will only make you go insane when it comes to this document, so you know what? Let's just get right into it. Here's how Sinder would introduce the section, saying, Silverveil and I have never been friends. There were 3 reasons I tried to make some kind of connection with her throughout the years. The first one being, I have been endlessly compared to and harassed about my similarities to Silverveil that ate at my insecurities ever since I started my VTubing career. These comments weren't true, but I believed Silverveil bought into them and disliked me for it. If Silverveil and I could clear things up, be on good terms, and to be able to publicly acknowledge each other, it would have helped to end the harassment both of us were getting for so long. The second point is, any creative or business endeavors Silverveil and I did together could have been very successful and benefit us both. I've gotten countless requests from fans asking for this, Red had lots of ideas for potential things we could have done, and I was always open to working together with her. The third and final point is, I genuinely sought a friendship with someone I was repeatedly told was very similar to me in our personalities, likes, and interests. Silverveil was never obligated to do any of these things, and I never felt that she was. I just wanted to get along. For so long, I held out hope that we could talk things out, but she showed me, through her own behavior, how she really felt about me due to no actions of my own. My pursuit to fix things between us turned to mixed feelings, and after she repeatedly gave me reason to, I grew to resent Silverveil by the summer of 2024. The never-ending harassment for copying her, and other circumstances around her didn't help, and the times I confided in my friends about my experiences with Silver, they'd all agree with me and tell me their own stories about her. It was Silverveil's dislike of me and her actions towards me throughout the years that informed mine and Red's opinions on Shylily's and her feelings about me before I was cancelled. Silver wouldn't acknowledge me by name when I'd rate her, ghosted my messages for months, and got her model from Nanolus at a very suspicious time. A similar petty pattern of behavior without any communication. Here are some of the things I said about Silverveil in my apology. I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time, between the constant belittling of myself, a controversy around my first waifu cup, and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. And it was also that fact that made me insecure. Like, I wanted to know if she believed all those things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice. I became unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct action of her own. I was so wrong for letting
odejdziesz dopiero jak dam prawo jazdy, czyli kurwa nigdy!
Taken away from you. So of course this was in the document for 5 months ago. She would continue in this document saying, I was overly apologetic because of the severity of the moment. I chose not to go into detail about any of my interactions with Silver and even said there wasn't any between us when there was. I felt awful about the feelings I had about her, calling myself unapologetically evil when I wasn't. I did not sabotage Silverveil. I agreed to ask Nano not to work with her.
Nie zrobiłam nic złego. Nie sabotowałam Silverveil. Ale oczywiście popierałam to, żeby Nano nie robiła dla niej modeli. No przecież na tym nic nie straci. Pierdolę, kurwa kobieto. Czy to czytałaś w ogóle?
On models anymore, where Silver lost nothing, and I apologized for the opportunities I took from her when there really wasn't any. In doing so, I gave Silverveil the ability to fill in the gaps in the story however she wanted. Despite apologizing to her for evils far beyond what I've ever actually done, it didn't stop Silverveil from confidently lying about me when she finally had the chance. Silver said that she wanted her community to be fully informed about everything, so below is my full experience with and around Silverveil, ending with a breakdown of her document and a showcase of all the lies she told on her stream. So this would lead us to the next subsection, titled Accusations of Copying Silverveil. Cinder would say I have been accused, compared, and harassed for years by people thinking I copied everything about Silverveil, including my personality, voice, and even my laugh. I was
Boże, ale wy to sami pisaliście w rozmowie z Nano.
was never going to address this publicly, but I'm taking this opportunity to lay everything out and show that I didn't copy her. Cinder would then go ahead and detail to us her journey that led up to her first VTuber model. Initially, she was meant to be a cherry blossom wolf girl that would be based on her previous ASMR channel persona, Tashi. This idea would be set in stone in November 2020, but then would completely change barely a week later on November 24th, 2020, when Silverveil would announce that she was joining Bishoujo and would debut a new model that looked similar to what Cinder had in mind. Red would very quickly message the artist that had already started working on the Tashi concept with an idea about a hellhound VTuber. The next 12 pages would be Cinder showing us the different details involving the new characters, including references, design inspirations, and even a very rough sketch, and more. And it would only be on the 16th of December that the final design of the Hellhound VTuber named Cinder would be finished by the artist. According to Cinder, she saw Silverveil as an inspiration because it was thanks to her new model that she was forced to change her artistic direction and came up with an even better idea in the process. In the next page, though, Cinder would admit that when she needed stream assets, she'd message Silverveil's artist and would say that over the years, she'd reference multiple things from Silver, such as emotes and 3D models. Regardless though, according to her, she'd become friends with this artist thanks to this interaction, so it wouldn't all be business-based. The next step in Cinder's journey would be her wanting to draw fan art of her character interacting with other VTubers she looked up to. The first one she'd do this with would be Silverveil, while also planning to do it with both Bao and Fruit, along with others. Back on January 15th, 2021, she would show off the fact that she was drawing something, and then she'd post this final fan art on the 31st of January 2021. In the caption, she would call Silverveil an inspiration. Cinder would be then very happy to see Silverveil's mom like it, retweet it, and even leave a comment on it. The next day though, her mom would delete her comment, unlike it, and unretweet it, which made both Red and Cinder panic. This prompted Red to immediately message Silverveil's art.
Jak oni po miesiącu mogli odlajkować, odretweetować i odkomentować rzecz? O mój Boże! To nie tak, że specjalnie sprawdzałam, czy taka rzecz się może nie stanie, czy coś, nie?
Who they were already starting to work with. He'd ask her if she knew what happened. This is when the...
Ale patrzcie, to, że ona odlajkowała, odretweetowała, to jest jedno, nie? Ale to, że oni w ogóle to zauważyli i to jakiś, nie wiem, nawet tydzień, miesiąc później. No cóż.
Artists would point out that maybe it had something to do with the off-putting Cinderveil hashtag, which could be interpreted as a shipping tag. If you don't know what shipping is, God bless you, it's when you cheer for two people to be together romantically or sexually or both. The full caption of this post by Cinder would say, "Here's a little gift for Silverveil. You're such an inspiration to me, I thought it would be cute to draw us together since we're opposites. Hashtag Cinderveil anyone? Maybe these wolves will be a part of the same pack someday." Later that day, Silver would personally message Cinder, saying that she loved her art, but also would confirm that the hashtag was the reason her mom unliked it. She'd say, "I just had a little bit of a concern with the forced ship tag. I just feel like it was a little off-putting and in bad taste considering we don't..."
No i patrzcie, to jest w chuj normalna reakcja. Nie każdy musi lubić shipy. Zwłaszcza, że Silverveil chyba ma partnera z tego co wiem i może czuć się po prostu z tym niekomfortowo. Więc takie na siłę próbowanie przepchnięcia tego jest no słabe, no. Zwłaszcza, że ty nie jesteś randomowym widzem, który wpadł na genialny pomysł, tylko jesteś inną streamerką.
Really know each other yet. I hope you understand.
Zawsze tu są
Cinder
dymy,
would
stary.
apologize, say that she didn't intend for it to come off that way, and would delete her post, making sure to post it again with a different caption. Overall, the conversation seemed to be very friendly, and Silver would let Cinder know that the reason why she knew of this and thought to reach out was because Red had messaged the artist, and the artist told Silver. Red would end up thanking the artist, and it seemed like everything was settled, everything was cool. However, even though Cinder would repost this tweet with a different caption, she would discontinue the idea of making fan art featuring her and other VTubers like the planned ones with Bao and Fruit, for example, probably being scared or anxious that a misunderstanding like this would happen again. Now, the reason why Cinder brought this entire incident up in this document was because during her cancellation, people would reference this fan art tweet to back up the claim that Cinder copied Silver, and that it was all intentional and pre-planned from day one. She, of course, disagrees with that. The next event in the timeline would be in November 2021, when Cinder would message Nano to create a demon version of her model. The reason why this is shown in the document is to prove that she never intended to copy Silver's goddess design that was revealed a month later. If anything, it was inspired by another VTuber's design, Fruit. This whole Cinder demon design would officially debut in 2023, so it took quite a while to get done.
W sensie, nie żeby coś, nie?
This whole Cinder demon design.
Czy tylko mi te dojce wyglądają nawet na nienaturalnie duże? Nie, dla mnie te dojce zawsze dziwnie wyglądały na tym modelu.
Would officially debut in 2023, so it took quite a while to get done. Before that though, she would debut her first ever model, the one that was made for her concept art back in June of 2022. It was the third VTuber model Nano had ever...
Wiesz co? Ale tu tak, nie wiem, tak mi nie pasują jakoś dziwnie, wiesz?
Drawn, and Cinder would specify in this document, I was finally able to use and show off my model by Nano, which was the third one she ever made. But the first one she made after I had taught her by another artist to cut art layers correctly for Live 2D. But as exciting as this all was, it wasn't just sunshine and rainbows. According to Cinder, after her debut, she was harassed for allegedly copying everything about Silverveil. Nano's model was compared to Silver's original model and was used as proof that Cinder was copying everything. According to
Dlaczego mam wrażenie, że jakieś randomowe konto napisało: "O mój Boże, przypominasz Silverveil", i ona to wzięła, że ludzie masowo o tym piszą.
Red, they'd say that she looked like Silver, sounded like her, acted like her, and hell, even her name, being Sinder, sounded like Silver. And what's interesting here is that during Cinder's debut stream, Red would be monitoring the viewer list. He'd find out that Silver had watched for around an hour without following Cinder on any platforms, typing in the chat, doing anything, pretty much. The document would include Red saying this directly to Nano. Like, for example, Silver was at Cinder's debut last year, Cinder started growing fast, and then not even a month later contacts you about getting a model from you herself rushed for her birthday. Here's another example, but like I was saying before, Cinder debuted and Silver was there for like the first hour, watching, never said anything. Then a few weeks later goes to you for a model after we got you training, lol, and your art had improved so much in such a small time. So look, I don't know how normal it is for a mod to stare at the viewer list, monitoring whenever someone's watching or not, but hey, he did, and he was really proud of that, so good for him.
W sensie, no offense, nie, ale... No spoko, że weszła, była godzinę, zobaczyła co jest i poszła robić swoje, nie? Nic w tym strasznego. Ale jak ona śmiała nie napisać nic na czacie? O mój Boże! Dobra, ja czekam aż... Czekajcie. Star Oni będzie miała redebiut za niedługo. To... Słuchajcie, to pamiętajcie, żeby przypomnieć Star Oni, żeby zobaczyła, czy ja będę przypadkiem na czacie, na liście osób oglądających. Jeżeli będę i nie napiszę nic, to ma mi zrobić drama, ok? Przypomnijcie jej, proszę.
In any case, on the 30th of June 2022, a few days after Cinder's debut, Silver would start to advertise her big, brand new model being worked on, teasing.
Na razie się wykrwawia powoli.
Unfortunately, it wouldn't be able to be completed by her planned date, which was her birthday, around August. That's when she would message Nano, and here's how Cinder would describe the situation in the document, saying, Nano was not a well-known model artist back then. I was her third model she ever made, and I had trained her on how to cut her art for L2D, aka Life 2D, aka VTubers, right? You have to cut a VTuber model in order to rig it and have it move. By the 30th of July 2022, Nano already had Silver's model fully drawn. Red sent me this copy-pasted message from Silver in her server. I responded with, great, because we both knew that if Nano was making her a new model, I was going to be accused of copying her again. So overall, this subsection was meant to outline Cinder's frustrations with being compared to Silver, all while not being acknowledged by her. What I find interesting, though, is Cinder's justification towards her protectiveness over Nano, pointing out not once, but twice, that she was the one who trained Nano on how to cut models for rigging. This is something that she...
Twoje umiejętności są moją zasługą. Dlatego dymaj w piwnicy po kres twoich dni. Ufu?
She would again mention during talks of exclusivity over 2 years later, just as we saw in the Nano section. That's where she would say, it's just business. Now we're still on page 43. The rest of this section's 200 pages would expand on Cinder's frustrations in regards to Silvervale over the years. And the next event in the timeline is a perfect example of what you should expect for these next 200 pages. On the 2nd of August, 2022, Silvervale would make a tweet saying, send me your plushie collections to review on my stream, and Cinder would reply to this post with her own collection. She'd be hoping to connect with Silver over something they're both passionate about, plushies. Here's the thing though, Silver never ended up doing the stream, and Cinder believes it's because she had the most liked reply, which would have forced Silver to interact with her during that said stream. 10 days later, on Silver's birthday, which is on the 12th of August 2022, Cinder would repost the fan art she drew for her back in 2021, wishing her a happy birthday and tagging her in the post. Again, no acknowledgement by Silver. Next thing you know, we are in October 2022 during TwitchCon of that same year. Cinder would have multiple impromptu meet and greets, and during one in particular, she had someone bold enough to confront her to ask her about copying Silvervale's model and artist. She had to clarify.
Słuchaj, otworzenie fansli to jedno, nie? A teraz wyobraź sobie, że nie wiem, Sinder w końcu Silver po pół roku na fansli w końcu pokazuje cycka. Dzień później Sinder też pokazuje cycka na swoim fansli, nie? I potem, dlaczego mnie porównujecie do niej? Ja bym się nie zdziwił, gdyby takie coś miało miejsce, tak szczerze.
To them that Silver got her model after she did. Cinder would then say, I went to Silver's meet and greet with Aru and Red. This was the first time I spoke with her directly since my DMs with her on Twitter at the end of 2021. While we were waiting in line, or right after the meet and greet, Aru suggested the idea of a K9 collab between us two and Silver. This is the image of us meeting Silver that Aru posted later that day. I did not make my own tweet about meeting Silver. So this was of course a virtual meet and greet, and you can see both Cinder and Aru holding up their phones with their models on them, smiling. Silvervale would reply to this message on Twitter and say it was so adorable. Aru would then propose to Cinder that all three of them should have a collab together. While driving back home from TwitchCon, Cinder would ask Aru if she was still planning to message Silvervale about that, and Aru would say yes. Silvervale's reply to Aru's message would come quickly, with her saying that would be a ton of fun, then adding, I've been really busy with the con prep and stuff, but things have been calming down lately. However, just as Cinder felt like she was making progress with Silvervale, something she would deem weird would happen. You see, before she went to TwitchCon, she would post this meme on her Twitter account. She'd claim that this meme had always been an inside joke with Red. This wasn't a meme format, this wasn't viral, she hadn't seen anyone else do it. For her, she was the first to have ever done it. I'll show it to you just for the sake of you understanding what the hell's going on. So it would start off with a voiceover saying, do you ever wonder what's going on inside someone's head? And it would transition into her dancing and showing off her model's assets. What Sinder found weird though is that after TwitchCon and 8 days after she had posted her meme, Silvervale would post the same exact meme format. Here's how Sinder would describe it in the document. She'd say, Silver tweeted her own version of my meme a week after mine. Before I was retroactively accused of copying her again, I
Kobieto, ten mem swoją historię ma w okolicach 2015. Ja pierdolę. W sensie, ja rozumiem, że można się przyczepić, że zaraz po tobie zrobili to samo, nie? Albo coś podobnego. No ale słuchajcie, no to są memy, na tym to działa. Ktoś zobaczył, komuś się przypomniało, a zrobię to samo. Przecież ile jest sytuacji, gdzie pojawia się, nie wiem, jakiś viral na VTubie i potem 16 000 innych VTuberów, kurwa, robi tego samego mema, tylko w swojej wersji. Ja pierdolę.
replied to her tweet with my own. This was not a meme format going around, and I don't own this format by any means, but the fact she just so happened to do the same thing I did right after I went to her meet and greet without following me on Twitter and without ever acknowledging me was very off-putting. So as you can see here, as soon as Sinder would see the tweet made by Silvervale, she would reply and say we have the same brain cell, linking her own tweet. This incident would also be something that Red would vent about to Nano when he would bring up Silvervale. Next thing you know, it's the 17th of October, 2025. Cinder would join a Minecraft server called Bounce NMP that had many VTubers in it, and she'd run into Silver. Red would describe this encounter as Silver being dismissive while Cinder being super nice. However, in the VOD that was linked
Oczywiście, Sinder jest zawsze super nice do każdego. Zawsze.
in the document, I watched it, but it was a fairly normal interaction. I mean, Silver was kind of awkward, but I don't know if we'd call that dismissive. I'll show you a bit of this encounter so that you can make up your own mind. Watch.
Silver?
Oh my god!
Oh my god, hi! Oh my god! Hi! Hello!
Hello.
Hi!
Hello there.
What's up? This is
Ross.
Silver. This is Cinder. Hello, Ross.
Hi, nice to meet you.
We're being swindled.
The trader's invisible, right?
Yeah, I heard some invisibility potions.
Oh, whoa, you tamed it.
I guess I did.
Wait, is this someone's house right here?
It's yours.
It's my storefront.
So pretty.
Yeah, so just to save you like a few minutes of your life, the encounter would kind of just carry on being the same exact way. Cinder's friend, Lena, would be doing most of the conversation with Silver, and Cinder would just spectate, saying, wow, cool, awesome. But she'd never directly speak with Silvervale. They just said hello to each other, and that was pretty much it. Regardless, though, this was a very big deal for Cinder because it was the first time they had spoken verbally, and the only time they've ever interacted in a stream setting. The reason why she mentions this encounter is because this is what would make Cinder want to message Silvervale again on Twitter for the first time since their little art misunderstanding that occurred back in 2021. She would even mention this in her apology in April of 2025, saying, I tried reaching out some time ago to try
Przepraszam, ale to jest komedia. To jest nic więcej niż komedia, że istotną rzeczą w twoim życiu jest to, że inna streamerka odpowiedziała ci cześć na serwerze Minecraft. Ja pierdolę, co tu się dzieje? To jest to samo, jakbyś się szczycił 5 lat później, że dałem ci serduszko pod komentarzem na YouTubie, nie? To jest mniej więcej ten sam poziom. Ja
start up
pierdolę.
a friendly conversation to change things and make things right, say hi to your conventions, and support your endeavors. But despite all that, I was still being eaten alive by my own doubts and fear or harassment. I was pressured by the community as a whole to try reaching out to collaborate since I got these messages so often comparing us, and I hoped we could work something out. Red would even talk about this with Nano as he was spilling the beans, saying Cinder DM'd Silver on Twitter before, asking to play Minecraft together since they were both really into it, and was never answered, and they're not Discord friends. Just so we're clear here, Silver didn't follow her, right? And you couldn't message Silver unless she followed you. So the only reason Cinder was able to message her was because back in 2021, Silver had messaged her first about the whole art misunderstanding. Cinder would say, hi Silver, I was wondering if you'd be down to hang out off stream sometime. Maybe we could play Minecraft together. I think the Bounce SMP Christmas update is coming soon.
Yeah.
I just released cards to everyone. I'd love to get to know you. This will be on November 30th, 2022. Silver would end up replying 11 months later on October 23rd, 2023. She apologized for missing this message, saying, I really prefer not to be collabs. It's nothing against you at all. I'm just more of a solo game streamer. I was really flattered that you were interested though. I'm still always down if you want to message or anything though. I'm rarely on Twitter, so messaging on Discord works too if you prefer that. But that's like almost a year later. Let's ignore the fact that Silver replied to her, okay? We're still in 2022 and Silver hadn't replied yet. A couple days would pass by after she would send a Twitter message, and Cinder would remember about Aru's proposition. She'd message her again to see if she heard from Silvervale regarding the K9 collab, and Aru would say that she'd message Silver right now, and that would be the final time this collab would ever be mentioned from Cinder's perspective. Now, the next subsection is about people comparing.
Dobra. Czat. Mamy przerwę. Robimy przerwę. Właśnie żarcie mi przyszło, muszę je odebrać. Słyszymy się za chwilę. Dobra, jestem. Ja nie chcę.
her community name to Silvervale's community name, Silvervale called her community members Petal Pals, and Sinder would call them Pyropups. Yes, people have said that they sound similar and that Sinder copied her. Man, VTuber Game is actually so cringe. What am I doing with my life? In any case, just like with her design, Sinder would take the time to show us this was an original idea. She had come up with it herself, designing how her community members would look like, these little puppies, and we even link a YouTube VOD of a stream in which a viewer would donate, hey, you should call your community Pyropups, which is where she got the idea to call them that. Anyway, next thing you know, we're in April 2023, one hell of a time skip. And here we'd see how Sinder would rate Silvervale multiple times on Twitch, and according to Sinder, Silver would never thank her by name. She even links a VOD with a timestamp in which she rates her. Both Red and Sinder would keep track of how she would react to other people rating her, and they'd conclude that the only person she did this to was Sinder. The only person she didn't mention by name after being rated was Sinder. This would be something that Red would tell.
Mam jedno podstawowe pytanie, nie? Na to wszystko, jak Sinder na nas reaguje, na to, jak w dużym stopniu chce wam po prostu wejść w dupę. Czulibyście, że coś śmierdzi z tą osobą, nie? Czy chcielibyście z nią mieć jakieś większe interakcje w ogóle przy tym wszystkim? Bo ja nie. I mam wrażenie, że Sinder trochę tego kurwa nie rozumie.
Nano as well as he was spilling the beans. At that point, both Red and Sinder would decide to message a friend of theirs who was also a friend of Silvervale. Cinder would vent about this, but Red would ask that friend if she could talk to Silver directly regarding the situation. A few days later, on the 26th of April 2023, Cinder and a friend of hers would be seen talking about how crazy it was that Silvervale had left Vishoja. This would lead Cinder to open up about how she believes that Silvervale hates her, saying, "I'm pretty sure she hates me anyway, but that's another can of worms, hee hee. I'm glad us and our friends are actually genuine friends." She'd eventually open up this entire can of worms and would go through the entire backstory of her and Silvervale, going as far back as her ASMR persona and how Silvervale debuting with Vishojo as her cherry blossom model inspired her to become Cinder, a completely different design. At some point, her friend would say, "I've never understood why people would assume that. Like, why would you be silly enough to spend thousands on copying a big streamer?" Cinder would reply to this message and say, "Somebody did that to me." And here she was referencing Spite, who has been a VTuber for longer than Cinder and who has her own section in this document. Cinder would then say this about the situation with Silver: "It's just like a shadow over me all the time that unless I try to resolve it with her directly, it'll never go away." This was the motivation behind her wanting to announce her VTuber collectible figure before Silver does, so that people don't think she's copying her. She would explain that to her friend. Overall, this was definitely...
Ale tak, wtedy uznają, że to nie ty kopiujesz Silverway, tylko Silverway kopiuje ciebie, a to już jest lepszą sytuacją, nie? Pierdolę.
An important conversation to look at because it helps us further understand Cinder's thought process in regards to her desire to be friends with Silvervale. She saw this as the key to clear her name and get rid of all the haters who compared them as if they would vanish overnight. This made her want this to happen very badly, almost to an obsessive degree. Now,
No i to przede wszystkim pokazuje, że ona nie chciała się z nią kolegować, bo lubi jej content, lubi jej personę, tylko chce się z nią kolegować ze względu na to, że przestaną być porównywane wtedy. No sorry, Niunia. To śmierdzi.
the next 24 pages would be a copy-paste repetition of DMs between Red and Nano, in which their gossiping arc would begin in May of 2023. Red would lay out the entire drama, and Nano would listen. Now, more things would happen in that same month of May 2023, one of them being Red opening up Discord and Twitch moderator applications, and one of Silver's mods applying. That person was chosen because of their experience modding for another large VTuber, and he'll refer to them as Mod 1 from here on out.
Chcecie iść o zakład, że nie przyjęli go dlatego, że miał doświadczenie, tylko że dlatego, że mógłby mieć ewentualne brudy na Silvervale? Jakieś takie 100% pewności mam przy tym?
This will show up again later in the document, okay? Around that same day, Sinder would message Nano and ask her to record some voice lines for her lore video. She'd be doing this for many of her friends. This would specifically be for a segment in which she's overcome by negative voices in her head. She wanted her friends to voice them. She'd send Nano a list of these different negative voice lines, and 2 of them had to do with Silver. This is something that Sinder would admit herself in the document. The first one being, you're just a copy, and the second one being, try to be original for once. This showed us how this was constantly a negative thought on Sinder's mind. A couple months later, in July 2023, Sinder's cup with gamer subs would finally release. She did everything...
Tak, to jest dosłownie, ta laska ma tą samą bluzkę co ja. A to szmata. Muszę jej zniszczyć reputację. I najlepiej odbić chłopaka.
She could to release it before Silvervale so that she's not compared to her. It was also very important to her to have the first cup with Nano's art on it. Cinder would show us what Silvervale's full color cup would look like, and then would show us her old cup design that she felt looked too similar to Silvervale. As you might remember, in Nano's section, she would make it a point to ask Nano to change her pose so that people don't compare her to Silver. And yeah, one could definitely see that almost to a worrying degree. As if Nano had literally recycled Silvervale's pose. Anyway, the next 6 pages would be another copy-paste repetition of DMs between Red and Nano. This is where Nano would mention that she'd be getting more commissions thanks to Cinder's popularity. Red would tell her about Silvervale being competition against his and Cinder's will, and Nano's eventual request to stop mentioning Silvervale. The next subsection would be about TwitchCon 2023 and the infamous picture of Cinder and Silvervale. If you remember, Silvervale in her document would pretty much say that this picture was taken without her consent, that Cinder had posted it to make it appear like they were friends, when Silver wanted nothing to do with her. Here's how Cinder would describe it in the document. Silver and I had back-to-back meet and greets at the Mythic Talent booth at TwitchCon. When mine ended, I saw her line wasn't busy, so I hopped into it to say hi to her. The last time I tried talking to her was my Twitter message about Minecraft almost a year earlier. Another friend of ours happened to be there to see Silver too, so I went in line with them. When I saw her, I congratulated her on her Novel Horizons figure and Starforge PC that were both displayed at Mythic's booth. Told her she should be proud of all the cool things she was doing recently, and I wished her luck on whatever she was planning next. Silver nodded along, thanking me, and I left. Red took a picture of me talking with her in the moment, which is not something either of us planned to do beforehand. Later in the day, I posted it on Twitter. I didn't see the harm.
No, nie planowałam tego, może być potem trochę niezręcznie, aczkolwiek i tak to dalej wrzucę. Zaufajcie mi, nie miałem niczego złego na myśli.
And posting a cute picture of us together, we were both with mythic talent. Everyone wanted to see us interact, and showing us on friendly terms could stop the harassment. Sinder would then reference her apology from April 2025, in which she said, "The photo of me at the meet and greet was taken candidly and I thought it looked so cute, and I posted it without asking which was wrong of me." And here we can see that tweet, with an image of Sinder, with Silverveil in front of her, again, virtual meet and greet, and the caption would be, "Stop by to say..."
Ale wiecie, co jest najlepsze? To wszystko mogłoby się zakończyć o wiele szybciej, gdyby Silverveil po prostu powiedziała jej wprost: spierdalaj. Nie lubię cię, nie chcę mieć z tobą do czynienia, przestań próbować mieć ze mną kontakt na siłę.
Hi after my meet, Wolf Girls. Alright, so here's the thing. Before we continue, I need to take a second to explain a pretty big misconception in the VTubing community. Cinder outlined these reasons for posting the image with Silverveil, saying, "I didn't see the harm in posting a cute picture of us together. We were both with mythic talent. Everyone wanted to see us interact, and showing us on friendly terms could stop the harassment." Now, while I'm sure that most people could empathize with the last point of wanting to stop harassment, the second point, saying everyone wanted to see us interact, was maybe subjective, but the first point of "we were both with mythic talent" shouldn't even be there. The reason for that is, mythic talent is a talent agency, yes, but many make the mistake of assuming it functions like a VTuber agency or corporation, where the talent roster is
Okej, w ramach wytłumaczenia na język polski. Mythic Talent to jest jak Store Media. To, że w niej siedzisz, nie oznacza nic. Oni służą jedynie do tego, żeby ci łatwiej załatwiać deale. I to jest tyle. Nic więcej, nic mniej.
expected to interact in order to boost their own popularity while also boosting their agency's popularity. As you might already know, I happen to be with Mythic, okay? And one of the first things I was told as I was being pitched the idea of joining by their staff was, "We are not a VTuber agency like Bishoujo or Nijisanji, for example." This means that if you just so happen to be a fan of someone that's in our agency, it doesn't give you the right to message them, interact with them, or collab with them. Your talent manager can maybe reach out to their talent manager, but if they signal no interest in interacting with you, then that's it. There's nothing else we can do. And I mean, think about it. If that wasn't the case, then I'm pretty sure everyone in this agency would have collabed with Queso by now, okay? Seeing that he's also signed with Mythic Talent. I just thought this was important info to get out of the way.
No to swoją drogą, zwłaszcza, że każdy chciałby kolabować z Queso, bo to jest kurwa taki jebany olbrzym. Nie mówię tylko wagowo, ale pod względem w ogóle liczby ludzi, którą przyciąga.
Because it's not explained in the document, and also I've been seeing a lot of people online talk about Mythic as if it's a full-fledged VTuber agency. It's not. And just because you happen to be in it, it doesn't mean much in regards to who you can interact with. I should also mention that Sinder has not been with Mythic for a while now, but I'm not sure if her departure had anything to do with Silverveil or the drama that happened in April 2025. In any case, after seeing her in person, Sinder would ask her Mythic talent manager to reach out to Silverveil to see if she was interested. 3 days later, Silverveil would respond to Cinder's Twitter DM that was sent 11 months beforehand, and they added each other on Discord. This is when Sinder would show her entire chat history with Silverveil. It would be a direct continuation of their Twitter DMs. After saying hi and going on about how she got sick from TwitchCon, Sinder would get down to business and say that if Silver wasn't interested in stream collabs, then maybe they can do sponsorships, merch, music, or something else, echoing what Red told Nano at some point. I believe he said something along the lines of, "Imagine the money they could make," because they were perfect for each other. They just fit their theme perfectly. This is when Silver would say she's flattered and that she appreciates the persistence. However, she wasn't interested in transactional relationships with anyone. Cinder would reply and say that she completely understands and congratulated Silver on her new model teaser. Silver would thank her and wished her the best. The next 4 messages.
Ej, ale to patrzcie to. Tu widać, jak na tacy, że Silverveil chce się psiapsiłkować, a Silverveil nie. Ona chce tylko i wyłącznie, dobra, bo mi nie dasz kurwa spokoju, to zróbmy coś razem i się ode mnie odpierdol. It's time for business.
That were shown in these DMs would be from Sinder, as Silver just simply wouldn't reply anymore. Cinder would specify in her document that while Red was more focused on the business side of things, especially seeing that there were dozens and dozens of her fans asking for a collab, she just wanted to fix whatever problem Silver had with her, all in an effort to be on good terms and maybe lessen the harassment. One of the 4 messages that Cinder sent Silverveil was her congratulating her on her gamer subs drop, saying that she got everything in the mail and that it looks amazing. Cinder would argue that this was used against her in Silver's document. We'll get to that later. In any case, the next 6 pages in this document would be more DMs between Red and Nano that we already saw in Nano's section. They would detail the entire process of Nano canceling Silver's model and Red arguing that he didn't manipulate her to do so. On the 16th of February 2024, Cinder would send a message in her DMs with Silver, in which she congratulated her on her new model debut, but also pointed out that she couldn't send messages in her Twitch chat for some reason. In the document, Cinder would say that even though she was being ghosted, she still clung onto the hope that they could make amends, and always gave the benefit of the doubt to Silver for missing these messages. She'd then say there were multiple times I thought to just straight up ask her about the problems between...
Jezu, to jest naprawdę kobieta, która nie rozumie, że niekoniecznie musisz powiedzieć komuś spierdalaj, żeby on spierdalał.
Between us so we could try and work our differences out, but I never had the courage to send that message. Look, at this point, to say that Sinder clung on to hope can either be seen as optimistic or just straight up devoid of any logic, maybe even naive. At the same time, Silver should have definitely been...
No to jest 100% naiwne w tym momencie. Bo sama Silverveil nie chce mieć z nią nic do czynienia. I to widać po prostu bardzo.
more direct at this point, but one could argue that Sinder was so persistent that maybe she was scared to be blunt with her. So yeah, we can definitely try our best to understand the logic here, but it won't do much at this point because things will only get worse from here. The next subsection would be on April 2024, and it would start off with something similar to the Gamersubs Cup fiasco, except this time it would be about a Gamersubs flavor. In this instance, though, Sinder wouldn't be able to release her product before Silver, and would claim to have received harassment because of it. Silver would release her product on April 19th, 2024, my birthday, and Sinder would release it on the 26th of April 2024, so a week later. Regardless, though, Sinder would still make it a point.
Boże, czy to jest robienie problemu, że wrzuciła coś w swoje urodziny, kiedy nawet się nie kumplujecie? Ja pierdolę.
To message Silver. Regardless, though, Sinder would still make it a point to message Silver on Discord congratulating her on her new flavor. However, this would be the last message she'd ever send her on Discord. All of this had happened in April 2024. This leads us to the next major event in this Silverveil section, which would take place on May 7th, 2024, during a round of new mod applications for Sinder. Here's what was written in the document. I had mod applications open again, and another 2 of Silverveil's moderators applied after being encouraged by Mod 1. Red messaged Mod 1 for their opinion on these new applicants. They've been modding for Silver for almost 2 years alongside them. Red then asked about me being restricted in her Twitch chat a few months earlier, and if there were any problems her mod team had with me since Mod 1 had been around for a long time. Mod 1 had asked Red to keep their conversations private from Sinder. She'd say, I was never told about these conversations Red was having with them or what he was told by Mod 1 over the following year, until Red and I were putting this document together. So bear in mind, these conversations happened in May 2024, and Sinder would only discover this after being cancelled. Red would chime in and say, I want to apologize to Mod 1 for including our messages here. I hope you understand. So, in other words, this was Red admitting that he didn't even ask Mod 1's permission to show these DMs to the public, even though that mod had told him to keep this information private. So in these DMs, Mod 1 would say that he had encouraged a couple of Silverveil mods to apply. He'd also revealed that he had incorporated an idea in Silverveil's server that was already present in Cinder's. It worked well, but the response he claims he got from Silverveil was, well, I'm glad you like modding for Sinder more than me. A day later, Red would end up accepting the 2 Silverveil mods who applied due to their experience and recommendation from Mod 1. 16 days later, on May 24th, 2024, Silverveil would post her own version of an emote with the caption saying, hi. Cinder would reply with her own version of that emote also saying, hi. An hour later, Silverveil would delete her tweet. Cinder claims that this was the last time she had ever attempted to interact with Silverveil, and that this, after many years, would be the turning point in which she'd finally lose hope of fixing things between Silver and herself.
Przepraszam, ale co kurwa? Czy ona sra się o to, że Silverveil usunęła posta z przywitaniem? Nie prywatnego na Discordzie, prywatnej wiadomości, czy gdziekolwiek indziej, tylko publicznego posta na Twitterze. Bo Sinder na niego odpowiedziała, no i teraz czuje się urażona, że Silverveil usunęła tego posta. Ja pierdolę, co to jest? O jasny chuj. Przepraszam. To. Świadczy o tym, że naprawdę Sinder ma problemy psychiczne. Okej? To jest jedyny fragment w tym 1000-stronicowym Google Doci, który ja potrzebuję, żeby powiedzieć, że Sinder po prostu odkurwia. Ja pierdolę.
After many years, would be the turning point in which she'd finally lose hope of fixing things between Silver and herself. A day later, Red would message Mod 1 about this incident, to which Mod 1 would admit that the reason why this happened was because a Silverveil subscriber had shared Cinder's post in the subscriber-only chat in her Discord. A few other subs would see that post, and would start to ask for a collab between both Cinder and Silver. This would lead Silverveil to delete her tweet, and had her mods delete any mention of a collab with Cinder in her channel. So at this point, Mod 1 was like a mole for Red. He'd ask him to monitor things, and he'd...
Patrzcie, sprawdziło się to, co mówiłem. Zatrudnili go na stówę, żeby był kretem.
report whenever something would happen in Silver's server. On the 30th of May 2024, Mod1 would message Red telling him that more of Cinder's emotes got blacklisted in Silver's chat. More specifically, an emote that featured Cinder drinking from a gamer sub's cup. On the 24th of June, Mod1 would tell Red that he thinks Silver canceled her stream due to Cinder's 2nd anniversary celebration that was coming up. He would quote a sentence in her cancellation announcement in which she said, "Thanks to those that still watch me." Because of this, Mod1 would say, "I wouldn't have thought anything of it if it wasn't finished off with that little statement." A day later, Red would message Mod1 asking him if he and the other mods modding for Cinder caused them trouble in regards to how Silvervale treated them. Mod1 would say that nothing happened as far as he was aware, but that he has no respect for petty drama and saw himself stepping down from Silver's mod team in the future. On the 11th of July 2024, Mod1 would message Red yet again about Silvervale's chat drama, showing 2 screenshots of mods talking on her server. In the first image, you can see mods talking about how the chat restriction worked. You type Cinder and Twitch would say your message could not be sent. In the second screenshot, one of those same mods would give an analogy in order to indirectly explain why this was happening to begin with, saying, "Let's say you're my neighbor, and every morning on my way to my car you say hello and try to draw attention towards yourself from the crowd of people that are for some reason also watching me walk to my car. I have told you in private multiple times to very nicely please leave me alone in every aspect of my life. I have never walked over to your driveway and attempted to draw attention to me from the crowd that watches you walk to your car. I have never even set foot on your property. You continue to show up in the morning in my driveway. You continue to show up in the morning in my driveway regardless." To Cinder, this didn't make any sense, right? Silver had never so explicitly expressed the desire to be left alone in DMs, instead always being
Ja bym polemizował z tym.
friendly, which makes her speculate that she had told her mods a different story. And I'm sure if we were to look at this from Silver's perspective, she had expressed this, but in the nicest way possible. Mod 1 would continue to provide the tea. He'd send a screenshot to Red in which we can see him talking to another one of Silvervale's mods. In this image, he would be the one in green. The other mod was venting to Mod 1 about how Silver apparently begged for help from him, but then would ignore him when she didn't need him. He said that she offered him $500 to help her fix her Skyrim mods. He'd try, but then he'd fail, and she'd make him feel like a loser for that, even though he tried for over 10 hours. This was all used to highlight that Silvervale was unstable, mean, petty, and I guess to Red, it would be justification that in this issue, him and Cinder were the good guys. After sending this image, the conversation between Red and Mod 1 would continue, with Red confirming that he'd not
Bloody, jak będziesz mi obrabiać dupę, rób to publicznie, proszę. Przynajmniej będę mógł się pośmiać, dobra?
told Sinder about any of their conversations, and Mod 1 would express yet again that he wasn't sure whether he'd continue modding for Silver. The last messages in these DMs that were included in the document are of Red and Mod 1 criticizing and making fun of the fact that many of Silvervale's mods happen to be high-paying Patreon subscribers, with Red confused about how she can even maintain a community. So yeah, we're not even halfway through the document, and every time you think it can't get messier, it somehow does. By now, Cinder's perspective is well understood. She feels as though she did nothing wrong while receiving harassment over copying someone that she just wished to be friends with. Silvervale's perspective isn't talked about so much in this document, but she cannot for the life of her tell Cinder straight to her face how she feels, at least not as explicitly as Cinder would like. This could be explained with the idea that Silvervale is very scared of igniting public drama, especially after she had been ruthlessly harassed, doxxed, and bullied to tears over her Hogwarts Legacy drama back in 2023, a year prior. If you want to see more details about that, you can watch my video about the shoujo. But for the time being, Cinder and Silver were like oil and water, and it took Cinder a very long time to realize that, thinking for years that they were more like peanut butter and jelly. Now, the next instance in which Cinder found herself struggling about Silver would be yet another GamerSubs product. As early as March 2024, her and Red would start planning a merch drop for her upcoming anniversary in June 2025. It wasn't going to be ready in time, so they decided to push it to August 16th alongside her new bikini model debut. At first, Cinder claims that GamerSubs confirmed this could be possible. 2 months later, they'd be told that they couldn't launch it that day since another similar creator to them was having their own drop, and it was requested earlier than them at the start of the year. Cinder says that normally this wouldn't have mattered much, but with Red piecing it together and coming to the conclusion that this must have been Silvervale, it was different. Here's how she described it in the document. Once Red figured out it was her who was launching something at the same time as me for the 3rd time in a row, unintentionally throwing a wrench in things again, and after my interactions with her since TwitchCon is when I became competitive towards Silver. We doubled down on trying to launch the weekend of the 16th, if not on the 16th itself. We did eventually compromise to launch the week before on August 9th, even if it wouldn't be alongside my debut. However, a couple weeks before the release, we were told the 16th was suddenly available, so we moved my drop to that day. Silver launched her birthday merch drop with her new 3D model debut on August 13th, a day after her birthday, and I launched my merch drop alongside my bikini outfit debut on August 16th. Cinder would then show us the art Silver used to showcase her new 3D models' 2 different outfits. She'd then show us the art she made by the same artist, implying that it was copied. Now, I do find it interesting that Cinder, in her own explanation, said that Silver was unintentionally throwing a wrench in things again, which seems to be a very reasonable conclusion. It was Silver's birthday at the time. It happens the same year every year. This is something that you can plan for. And yet Cinder decided to debut her bikini outfit around that time. In fact, Cinder's anniversary as a VTuber would be every June, 2 months before Silver's birthday. So is this constant overlap around every summer really a surprise at this point? Is there no way to plan for it beforehand? I think that's worth asking. Anyway, the next 3 pages would be the same exact pages we saw in Nano's section, where Red would talk to Artist 1 about an exclusivity deal, which would then prompt him to propose the same idea to Nano. Now, there would be 1 page after that with new info about a certain Artist 2. Here, Red wouldn't be in DMs. He'd be in the project server with Cinder present, and he'd ask Artist 2 if they were interested in narrowing down their client list for being paid extra. They sounded open to the idea, but gave no final answer. The next 4 pages would be yet again a repetition cancellation of Nano's section in which Nano would cancel her exclusivity deal so that she could go work with Silvervale again. She'd also make sure to personally message Sinder to explain the situation. After this, the document decides to not keep a linear timeline anymore, going back in time instead of forward. We're now in March 2024, and the reason why this happens is to show Mod 1 messaging Red about how a user got banned in Silver's chat for saying that she should collab with Sinder. Later that day, that same mod would tell Red how he suffered rude behavior from another Silvervale mod simply for having pulled Cinder's card in V-cards. I have truly never felt more unemployed in my life. The next thing that would happen would be us jumping in time again, and now we're in...
Ja po byciu latach... Ja lata przez... Jezus Maria, już mam tak mózg glansowany, że zdania nie potrafię ułożyć. Ja przez lata bycia hikikomori aktualnie mam ochotę pójść do pracy.
March 2025. This is where, yet again, Red would choose to take matters into his own hands, and instead of messaging Artist 2 in the project server where Sinder was present, as he had done before, he would choose to DM them. He wouldn't tell Sinder about this, and in the document he'd say, I didn't have a reason for not telling Sinder about this, I just didn't. In these DMs, Red would explain the drama to Artist 2 between Sinder and Silvervale, and would ask him to not work with Silvervale ever again, seeing that she had been a client before in the past. It's not clear whether this deal actually ended up going through, but seeing that this was like a month before Sinder got cancelled, I'm just going to assume that it didn't. We now find ourselves in April 2025, the month of Cinder's cancellation, but in its beginning, not in its end. More specifically, the 11th of April. And again, we'd find ourselves in a very familiar situation involving none other than gamer subs. Here's how Sinder would describe it. I launched my AFK flavor in merch, and the very next week, Silver drops her Pixel merch drop, making this the 4th time our gamer subs drops have been released back to back. The first time was to try and release my cup ahead of hers, and they happened to be back to back. The second time with our flavors could have been a coincidence, and the third time was bad timing. For it to happen again, randomly in April, separate from any other events, was weird. So yeah, Sinder would release her AFK flavor, and then Silver would release her Pixel merch on April 11th, so a week later. I just want to point out that Sinder was releasing a flavor, Silver was releasing merch. So even though they were releasing two things with gamer subs, they were not related at all. In any case, when Silvervale would release her merch drop on the 11th of April, Red would put on his detective hat and ask Artist 1 if he was the one who photographed Silvervale's merch drop. This was yet again a conversation that Sinder had no idea about. Red would be able to conclude that since the artist took the pictures of Silvervale's merch at the end of February, that would mean that it had been 2 months since the merch drop was ready to release, and yet here it was releasing beside Cinder's drop. This would be when Red would spill the lore on the drama between Sinder and Silver to Artist 1, and at some point, Artist 1 would say, from my experience, she's always been kind to me, but communications are a bit sporadic. But I did have the opportunity to get to know her a bit better before outside of work topics, like a bit on her personal life and backstory and stuff, like she...
Czy wy mi mówicie, że ten artysta jeden też pracował dla Silvervale? Nie wydaje wam się to podejrzane, że bardzo dużo ludzi, z którymi oni współpracują, czy to artyści, czy to moderacja, pochodzi od Silvervale, a potem napierdalają, że ich kopiują? Zero instynktu samozachowawczego. Nada.
used to do cosplay and compete too, so I was like, damn, she'd get along well with Sinder. Red would, of course, agree wholeheartedly, saying they're very similar people. And from the start, I said they'd get along great, until we found out Silver had an ego. We've asked to do sponsors together with Mythic, we've asked to do merch together with Gamer Subs, you know, besides just stream collabs, and all the fans want it. But there's one person in the way of that happening. Sorry, blank, it's just a very loaded topic. 5 years in the making. So again, same opinions echoed by Red in the past would be echoed again, and it didn't seem like he was ever going to change his mind. The conversation would go on for a bit longer, but nothing notable would be really said. A couple days later, Artist 1 would personally decide to message Sinder, and here's how she would describe it in the document. Artist 1 messaged me in our DMs to ask if Red had told me about this conversation with them about Silver 3 days earlier, which he didn't. Red never told me about this himself, the same way he never told me about his conversation with Nano about Shy Lily days earlier. His messages with Mod 1 and Artist 2 about Silvervale, or that Bao and Cotton were part of his exclusivity deal with Nano. And so she'd include the conversation she had with Artist 1, but nothing noteworthy would be said. And so barely 12 days later, Sinder would be cancelled. This is why the next subsection would be called Breaking Down Silvervale's Document. Here's how Sinder would introduce it. In the events regarding Nano, Silvervale, like my friends, only knew what information Nano shared. I won't be adding or addressing most of the DM screenshots shown in Silver's document since they were all present within Nano's document, and the full conversations were already shown. After going through the things Silver wrote, I'll address the many things she claimed on her stream. So as Sinder had stated in what I just read, she would go ahead and dissect Silvervale's document and comment on individual paragraphs. Now you might be wondering, Mugen, why did you skip Cinder's dissection of Bao's and Nano's documents in the breakdown section? I already explained, it's due to repetition. But you know what, I won't skip it here, and you'll see for yourself. It'll just be Sinder repeating what she's talked about in this section, or the other ones. So Silver would start off by saying that even though most of the screenshots provided by Nano featured Red, she found it impossible that he acted by himself and without Cinder's consent, seeing to what extent he represented her publicly and professionally. Cinder would say that Silver had no knowledge about how she and Red conducted themselves together and how she was just agreeing with the narrative the other accusers had decided upon, pushing all the blame onto her. In the next paragraph, Silver would express how heartbroken she was over Nano being manipulated and treated like a tool. Cinder would reiterate that Nano was not manipulated, abused, or treated like a tool in the 4 years they worked together. Next, Cinder would show us the screenshot in which Red is proposing an exclusivity deal to Nano, where she wouldn't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silver ever again, models or art. She'd cut off the final message by Nano in which she'd say, "It do be fair, but okay, can I ask for a demon?" prime Cinder figure? The full image, though, would be in Bao's document. This was Cinder arguing that Silver had cut off this part on purpose in order to make her look worse. Then came the juiciest part of Silvervale's document, in a section titled Cinder and I. She'd say, discovering that all this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder, we weren't friends, and we have barely talked. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interactions, I was as cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I had gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. I am fully aware how common that attitude is, and that's just how you grow in this sphere, but I personally don't have the emotional fortitude or bandwidth to have for the express purpose of growth. For the record, I think it's fine to have that view and approach to content creation, but I also reserve the right to simply not vibe with someone. I would much rather not associate with someone at all than pretend to be their friend for the purpose of growing my brand. Here's how Cinder would respond to this, saying, I drew fan art of us. I asked to hang out offline to get to know each other, and I went to see her at public events. When finally given the chance to ask her, she refused any kind of business relationship. I was okay with it. I accepted it. That's what Red prioritized me pursuing. I just wanted to try to be her friend, and if not friends, then at least on good terms. She's absolutely correct in saying that she has the right to not vibe with someone. She was never obligated to be my friend, but instead of telling me that directly, she was completely two-faced to me. I did nothing wrong to her, and yet she still held some hatred against me for existing alongside her. The next paragraph in Silver's document would be about how Cinder would ask her Mythic talent manager to reach out to Silver, and how she declined her proposition of collabing on merch with other various collabs that were meant to be monetized. She didn't want to be used transactionally. Cinder would re-explain her logic of reaching out to her through Mythic since they were both in the agency and she had just met her at TwitchCon at a Mythic meet and greet panel. She would say that Silver made the decision to message her on Twitter, and would express confusion over how she was nothing but nice to her in DMs, saying things such as, I'm always down to message or anything, while never telling her off or directly saying she doesn't want to talk. She'd also point out that their DMs were cropped out, not showing how Cinder completely understood Silver not being interested in monetized collabs, and how the next messages were Cinder congratulating her and wishing her well. Cinder would then go ahead and explain how 2 messages from Red that were sent to Nano in DMs were presented out of order in Silver's document in order to make her and him look bad. However, it's important to point out that they were presented in the correct order in Nano's document. The next paragraph being dissected in Silver's document would be in which she would talk about her VTuber model being cancelled. It was meant to be completed for her birthday, but Nano messaged her in November 2023 saying that she needed to cancel the commission for health reasons. She'd state that she was heartbroken to now find out that this happened only due to external pressure from both Red and Cinder. To argue against this, Cinder would yet again link the screenshots that were present in Nano's document, showing that she was going to cancel regardless due to her being overworked. She'd then say that if Nano lied and told Silvervale that her model was cancelled because of Cinder, then she doesn't blame Silver for thinking this was the case. She would then state that she doesn't really think that Silver really cares about what happened to her model, because Nano is currently making her a brand new one, showing us a very recent screenshot from Nano's stream on the 17th of September 2025. In Silver's document, she said that she didn't think much of it at the time, but now found it interesting that Cinder had sent her a message congratulating her on her latest Gamer Subs drop, while actively working to take the potential for more away. Again, Cinder would refute these claims and would argue that this message was genuine. In fact, it was sent 2 days before Silver's model was cancelled. Finally, we'd reached the last section of Silver's document titled Moving Forward. Silver would claim that Cinder and Red spent years sabotaging her for no understandable reason, that she had done nothing wrong to warrant this kind of hate other than simply just existing at Silvervale. She accused both Red and Cinder of actively seeking to get her models and art cancelled. Cinder would argue that she didn't do anything to warrant Silver's hate of her, and that Nano independently cancelled her project with Silver, adding that Red did ask one other artist not to work with her on his own, and as far as he knew, nothing was cancelled because of it. This is of course in reference to Artist 2. The final paragraph from Silver's document shown here would be her saying how it was hard to express how crushing of a feeling it was to be talked about so maliciously without her knowing, while mourning all the potential opportunities and friendships that were taken away from her due to spite and insecurity from Cinder, and hoping that her document can convince its readers that she is not the person Red and Cinder claim she is. To this, Cinder would say, the rumors expressed about Silvervale were true to our own experiences with her. There was no reason for Red or I to lie about that. The same way there wasn't a reason for Red to lie to Nano about my experience with Shy Lily. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that Silvervale is the person that I've shown her to be. Alright, so now I kind of hope you understand that this is really just a repetition to everything we've seen. Yeah, there were a couple of interesting things like how Cinder thinks that Silvervale on purpose included cropped images to make her look worse, but overall, instead of writing 230 pages, she could have just talked about this, right? That could have been the whole Silvervale section for all I care. But Cinder wasn't done, because if you thought that this was crazy, wait till you realize that the next 40 pages are Cinder quoting individual sentences from multiple Silvervale streams in which she talks about the situation as it was happening.
Nie dziwię się, wiesz?
In fact, every single thing Silver said that was included in this document had a YouTube link of the VOD in question with the exact timestamp that was referenced and then transcribed. Now look, I can't make everyone happy, and I'm sure some people won't like this, but at a certain point, I have to put my foot down, man. I do have to take some hard decisions for the sake of this video's quality, and for the sake of my own sanity. I read these 40 pages and can conclude that they're nothing more than a painfully elongated version of Cinder's dissecting of Silver's document. This is the same thing as what happened in the breakdown, okay? So regardless of the opinion you hold right now about Cinder or Silver, I don't think this will change much of it. So this is why we'll be skipping to page 227, where we'll be reading Cinder's conclusion about this section. Here's what she'd say. In conclusion, Silvervale. I was not jealous of Silvervale. I did not obsess over Silvervale, and I did not copy Silvervale.
Nie byłam zazdrosna o Silvervale.
What happens to the cars once they cross over the state line?
Nie byłam zazdrosna o Silvervale.
I just deliver them.
Give me something, Velasco.
No dobra.
For years, I've been harassed for being her lesser half, and my existence was discounted as a poor ripoff of someone else. The lengths people went to convince themselves I did everything to copy Silvervale throughout my career.
Stary, ty się wylewasz ze swojego drapaka.
My friends must have gone to convince themselves that I was somehow sabotaging them for years. Neither was true. My insecurities about these comments ate at me for so long, I've had to go to similar lengths just to avoid getting harassed over these comparisons. I've only ever wanted to get along with Silver, but I got off on the wrong foot with her because of my mistake in the original fan art post, and she never forgot that. Once it was apparent that Silvervale wasn't willing to show me the kindness and respect I showed her, and that I couldn't expect her help in ending these hateful comparisons between us, I resorted to agreeing with Red to ask Nano to stop making models for her. Eventually, one of the biggest things we were compared over wouldn't be an issue anymore. What we did was wrong, no matter how Silvervale treated me, but she quite literally lost out on nothing due to my actions. I didn't have a problem with Silvervale herself because of other people's comments about us. My problem was with the way she treated me opposite to what she said to me when I did nothing to warrant it. She pretended to be friendly, then ghosted me, restricted me from her chat, and blacklisted anything to do with me, all without ever saying a word directly to me about how she really felt. Regardless of how I felt about Silvervale, I never did anything so petty to her. I made fan art of us together, I asked to hang out offline once, I asked her to collab once. Over the course of 2 years, that was too much for her. Silvervale claimed she was very direct with me when she wasn't, so let me be direct with you. Silvervale is a master emotional manipulator. If Shy Lily claimed I was a narcissistic manipulator, then I don't even know how she described Silvervale.
Mam pytanie. Czytaliśmy kurwa to samo?
Effortlessly lied directly to her audience she claims to care so much about through her crocodile tears. She manipulated them into giving her the support she felt I was taking from her for years. On stream, she would lie about me, then manipulate her viewers by saying how awful and stressful everything was and how uncomfortable and anxious I made her. She repeated that exact thing over and over again, turning me into the big bad wolf I never was, ending with how much she cared about and loved her fans. She manipulated the majority of her mod team against me, and even emotionally manipulated one of her mods for the sin of trying their best to help her out with something she asked for help with. Silver couldn't take accountability for her own actions towards me and lied about them to everyone when I was already down. Silver had to lie about everything she experienced with me because if she told the truth, it'd be her being at fault, not me. There was literally no reason to lie about what happened with my fan art from 2021. I was already cancelled, but Silvervale wanted to make me look worse for no other reason than that she could. She said anything she wanted about me because I was the only one who could refute it. I drew fan art of us together and she took it personally and held it against me ever since. Silver's been so full of spite towards me that if she wants to claim she wasn't lying about everything, then she's deluded herself into believing an alternate reality of twisted fan fiction where I've been the cause of all her problems and her own personal comic book villain. She was never willing to bury the hatchet until she was able to bury it in my back. How could anyone trust anything Silvervale says after this? Silvervale resented me for what she saw as me trying to use her, stealing her viewers and mods away from her, and being just as successful as her in my own right, despite just being...
Mam pytanie. A to nie tak, że ukradłaś jej moda? Dla samego przykładu, który potem nadawał to, co usłyszał u Silvervale u ciebie? Wcale się to nie stało, nie? Wcale. Nul, nada.
Her copy. She became adamant to turn her mods against me, remove all mentions of me from her Discord server and Twitch chat, refused to do something as small as reply to each other on Twitter, and couldn't bring herself to even thank me by name when I rated her as the...
No ale co masz się kurwa dziwić to, że usuwała wzmianki o tobie z Discorda w momencie, w którym nie chce z tobą współpracować, daje to do zrozumienia, ignorując ciebie generalnie i mówiąc, że nie podobają jej się niektóre rzeczy, które robisz, a ty dalej w to kurwa brniesz. Po prostu ukręca jakąkolwiek rozmowę na kolabie, a do ciebie dalej nie dochodzi tego, że ona nie chce.
Not give me any public validation. She could only see my words and actions in the petty, threatened way she chose to interpret them in. I was nothing but kind to her for years, and instead of just telling me to fuck off like she truly felt, she was two-faced, and then lied to her chat about her willingness to be direct. She pretended not to see my supportive messages to her for months, while she lied to her mods about me and soft-banned me in her chat for simply saying hi.
Wow, wysyłałam wiadomości pod tytułem: o mój Boże, Niunia, jaki wspaniały nowy model, OMG, może collab?
Every now and then. She expressed she didn't like getting harassed over comparisons to me either, but she never could acknowledge that simply getting along could have helped end that for both of us. I never expected her to do anything with me, just to treat me like a person. She was seething over my existence alongside her and blamed me for every inconvenience she suffered in her career ever since I wrote #Cindervale in a long deleted tweet. But she claimed she was the one that broke my brain. Maybe if she looked in the mirror instead of glaring over at me for 4 years, she would have recognized the problem. Just like every other situation I've discussed in this document, the issues with Silvervale were due to a severe lack of communication, a refusal to communicate. Silvervale didn't start my cancellation, but once it was in motion, she jumped on board to throw as much fuel into the fire as she could. Ever since her years-long abuser was taken out of the picture, and Silvervale reclaimed her community from me, she's been much more active than she's ever been, now doing handcam streams and even playing at the cosplay. She's been profiting off of all the lies she told about me, just like Nano, who's making a brand new model for her right now. Cinder would then link a clip of Silvervale on her stream saying, you know, maybe people can stop being so fake. I don't know if they will, but you can hope, I guess. It's not hard to be a good person. It's really not. It's so much more effort to lie to people and manipulate people. And how did that not get stressful, you know? Like, how did you not feel bad at least a little bit? This was, of course, in reference to Cinder. Now, normally, this is where you'd think the section would end, but Cinder had other plans. She'd include a subsection titled A Pattern of Behavior, labeled, of course, as speculation, continuing the dangerous trend she started in the section titled The Breakdown. Here's what she had to say. Silvervale did not like me. It's very clear by her own behavior over the past few years, her own mod accounts, and her lies. My second debut anniversary was on the 25th of June, 2024. It's very likely, evidenced by her own words on stream and the account of one of her longtime mods, that she canceled her stream on the 24th of June because of my celebration subathon, meaning she knew when it was. In August 2024, my bikini debut and merch drop coincided with the week of Silver's birthday debut and merch drop, an important event for her where she debuted a similar pair of outfits to my 2.0 and Demon designs from the year before. Her Pixel merch drop was presumably completed and ready to release at any time almost 2 months ahead of the eventual launch date on the 11th of April 2025, and just so happened to be released a week after my AFK merch drop on the 4th of April 2025. I got to be cancelled for my anniversary this year on June 25th, but I was supposed to be launching a limited edition label of Pyro Power with a promo card on that day, both with art drawn by Nano, planned as far back as February 2025. On the 26th of June 2025, Silver had the same bikini debut and merch drop I had during her birthday week and merch drop last year, a day after my anniversary this year. During her stream about me, on the 29th of April 2025, she said that we plan out our drops like the whole year, so I have like a whole year of really cool drops planned. And in 2024, she had her birthday drop planned as far back as the start of the year too. In almost all cases, gamer/creator choose when they want their drops to be. Her bikini debut and merch drop was already put together before my cancellation, and she would have been able to schedule it whenever she wanted. If the pattern of back-to-back releases was to continue, I believe Silver planned this at the same time as my drop to spite me and overshadow my anniversary, the same way I'm sure she felt my bikini drop did on her birthday week last year. Another thing I noticed were the unusual amount of similarities in our beach background environments, which were both done by the same artist. Cinder would then go ahead and show them side by side. She'd also argue that the overlay also looked the same exact way. Then she would say,
Nie no, w chuj podobne. Mają za sobą basen i fontannę. Kopiują w chuj.
but she broke me? Then she'd end this by saying, and if she didn't make it clear, Silvervale prefers not to do collabs and doesn't want any transactional relationships. She'd show a tweet from Shy Lily saying that she was going to collab with Silvervale to play video games with, and it turns out that they were playing this video game because it was for an advertisement. This entire section would end with an image of both Silvervale and Shy Lily playing that game together, having a good time, to which Cinder would say, birds of a feather. Now, of course, this wasn't a normal collab, it was a sponsor stream for a game, but maybe that's the point Cinder was trying to make, right? This whole monetized relationship, that Silver was doing that collab for money when she told Cinder that she didn't like to do that. One could argue, though, that Silver and Lily were already friends before this collab, and didn't meet purely for monetization purposes. In any case...
Nawet jak ktoś nie lubi kolabów, jak pierdolnie kolab raz na ruski rok, to nie oznacza, kurwa, skończonego świata. Ja kurwa dole. Zabijcie mnie już, naprawdę.
This is how the document ends. So first things first, I'd like to congratulate you for making it this far. Wow, what a trooper. But more specifically, to this section alone, since it's the longest in the entire document, even though we skipped like 40 pages. High five. At this point, I don't know what you think. Maybe you side with Silvervale. Maybe you side with Cinder. Maybe you hate both, and maybe you genuinely don't care and want some trashy VTuber drama to listen to while doing chores. Either way, I've already tried to provide you with different possible explanations as to why Cinder and Silver were behaving the way they were, and it's up to you to decide what you want to think. However, I wouldn't decide just yet, because we do find ourselves in a precarious situation. You see, the way Cinder felt about Silvervale was almost exactly how another VTuber by the name of Spite would feel in regards to Cinder. She'd constantly get harassed, compared, and belittled in regards to Cinder, and being told that she was nothing more than a cheap copy, while never being acknowledged by Cinder. The next section in this document involves Aru, but we'll put that on the back burner for now and go straight for the one after that, the section titled Spite. This is where I'd be very curious to see how your opinion evolves. Let's head straight to it. Alright, so Spite's section would start off like any other section in this document. Cinder would show Spite's tweet in which she had her Google Doc about her, and then would write an intro, saying, I'm very sorry to Spite for the harassment she's gotten over the years for absolutely no reason other than being similar to me. I know how it feels to be called a copy, or inferior version of someone else when you know it's not true. I disliked Spite for what I thought was her copying me, and I was harassed for being similar to her too, just not nearly to the degree I was with Silvervale. I never reached out to talk things out with Spite, and I should have. I'm sorry. I've never condoned or told anyone to harass any other creator, even if I've ever held anything against them myself. I lied when talking about Spite in my apology. I knew Red had had talked to Nano about her in 2023, he had gone as far as to ask her not to work with Spite. It was not something I had anything to do with, but I was okay with it after he told me Nano agreed. I lied so I wouldn't make things worse for myself and admit to more than I was already being accused of at a time when everything was crashing down for me. I'm sorry to her for being unknowingly excluded from working with Nano because of how I felt about her. I believe Spite was contacted by Shy Lily and compelled to make a public statement about me. It's made up of allegations without evidence and is purely based on conjecture. She's profited off these baseless accusations since making them against me. If Spite was never shown in the screenshots of Reddit to work with her, which I feel Spite would have included in her document, then she made her statement over one screenshot of Red's DMs talking about her from May of 2023. At no point have I ever stolen or copied anything from Spite. Besides Red, I've only talked about my grievances with Spite to a handful of friends. Following her on Twitter is the extent Red and I have ever been watching her, and I haven't cared about what she was up to beyond mid.
Mam alergię na bullshit, wiecie?
A long time ago, and I wish no ill will towards Spite. So again, this section would have speculation. In fact, the first page had speculation saying that Spite was contacted directly by Shy Lily and compelled to make a public statement. We don't have proof of that as far as I'm aware, but the most important thing I'd like to tell you is that this section is 112 pages. The majority of it is images, either DMs or designs, in which Sinder tries her absolute best to show us that everything in Spite's document, in which she outlined how Sinder copied her without acknowledging her, is false. She did this by showing us her origin story, the fact that her characters always had two colors, one of them being blue, similar to Spite. The fact that according to her, Spite only revealed her model a few months after Sinder had revealed hers first, back in 2021. She showed us the references she used for Sinder, and in it we can see a VTuber by the name of Kaza, and the funny thing is that it was created by the rigger of my VTuber model, Cho. Just a funny little detail. But yeah, overall, it would be so many pages of screenshots of DMs and everything else that proves that she wasn't copying anyone, that it was all her original idea, and that more importantly, the blue version of herself was not her copying Spite in any way. Even though they have some similar looking outfits, none of it is like this, okay? Now look, I can confirm from reading this section that Cinder wasn't purposefully trying to copy Spite. I guess in some cases it truly was coincidences. But then you remember Silvervale's section, right? And you wonder, why couldn't it also be the same thing there too? Maybe in Silvervale's perspective, they were also coincidences as well. I mean, look at this.
Nie. Bo jeżeli mi zarzucają kopiowanie kogoś, to jest oszczerstwo. Ale jeżeli komuś zarzucają kopiowanie mnie, to jest już prawda.
On the 22nd of September 2022, Spite would post something saying 1 year anniversary, first ASMR stream this Saturday, right? 2 days later, Cinder would post a tweet reminiscing about her old persona in which she did ASMR and that she's making more as time goes by. God, man, how is this posted on Twitter? These boobs are crazy. These
Trochę spóźniona cenzura, ale szanuję.
Have to be censored. Anyway, despite this was Cinder on purpose trying to take the spotlight away from her. But Cinder, it just so happened to be when she would publish these videos back in 2022. However, there would be one tweet, okay? She'd admit at least that there's one tweet where she made it specifically to piss off Spite. She'd say, there's one tweet I found that I know I made in spite of her. This was after 6 months of what I thought was Spite copying me and being compared to her and harassed for being similar. It was wrong and petty of me to do this. So on the 10th of January 2023, Spite would announce that she was doing an outfit reveal debut. And so on the day of her debut, Cinder would post this tweet on purpose as some sort of clapback, saying, Queen of Fire, check out my cool skull throne. I can't wait to wear this on a hoodie when my merch comes in. And it would be artwork of her specifically in blue flames, which kind of looks similar to Spite. So now you might think, cool, there's some misunderstandings. Cinder does admit that she did it and she regrets it. Sure. Can we finally move on because this document has been going on for way too long? No, because Cinder would make it a point to post.
Nie! Lecimy dalej! Kurwa zabawa!
Speculation again, titling it Spite Copying Me. I'd also like to show my point of view on why I thought Spite was the one copying me back in 2022 and early 2023, which led to Red asking Nano not to work with her. We were the only two prominent Hellhound or Cerberus themed VTubers at the time all this occurred. This section should be considered speculation, the same as Spite's entire document was about me. Then she goes on to say, everything presented here could have been sheer coincidence, and I don't have any evidence proving it was otherwise. So now we know to skip this. I'm just kidding. We'll take a look at a couple pages so you understand what she's talking about. She'd show an image of Spite's designs, and then say, with the one on the right debuting on the 14th of May 2022. Cinder would then show her original model that debuted a month later on the 25th of June 2022. That's it. She doesn't add any more context or explain why she posted these images together. I guess you're meant to see a similarity. I guess I'll leave that up to you. Then Cinder would talk about the moment in which Spite would come into her Twitch chat. We already saw this. This would be on the 11th of July 2022. She'd donate 1,500 bits. It would be the only time she'd be in her chat, and all her messages would be very supportive. In Spite's document, she would argue that one of her designs was completely stolen by Cinder. Spite would have that design done on July 20th, 2022, and Cinder would post something similar on September 14th, 2022. She'd then say that she got called off-brand Cinder and just a bunch of horrible things, confirming that she went through a lot of harassment, just like Cinder did in regards to Silvervale, or at least as she claims. To Cinder, though, this is disingenuous, because the model that Spite was showing in her document didn't include the final version that had ear flames. Yes, I agree. I do think VTubing was a mistake. You don't have to tell me. She'd then show a VTuber model teaser in which there were like flames and embers behind her and her model was fully black, and then would show that 3 months later, Spite would do the same.
Czad, a jakby pierdolić ten VTubing i zostać normalnym streamerem. Mówić o dramach w Polsce. O tym, że znowu Wardęga napomniał coś na Boxdela na streamie. Życie byłoby prostsze. Życie byłoby kurwa prostsze.
same thing, inspired by what she had done. Last thing I'll show you about this is that on Cinder's stream, she'd have this hellhound running to the side as one of her alerts. This would be before and after June 2022. 3 months later, Spite would post her own mascot running to the side as well. All right, so maybe she did get inspired by Cinder here, but it's interesting because Cinder herself admitted that she had used Silverveil for reference when it came to her stream assets, her emotes, etc. So even if that was true, even if Spite actually used her alert as reference, where do we go from here in regards to Silverveil's point of view? You'd even have some DMs from Nano's section make a comeback here where Red mentions Spite and talks about excluding her from being able to work with Nano, and that would pretty much be it. That's Spite's section. Be grateful that we didn't just go through every single page. However, at the end of this section, you'd see something else pop up. A subsection called My Design Elements and Niantail's Claims. This would be something that happened back in 2021 when Cinder was still a PNG. It had been resolved, right? But Niantails felt the need to remind everyone about what happened with them while quote tweeting Bao's document on April 26, 2025. Niantails would say, do we remember when she sent her entire following to attack me because I made an ASMR roleplay with this hellhound OC that was copying her? Or how about when she was actively liking tweets calling me names? Of course we don't remember because she made me delete every tweet regarding it after it.
Arisu to jestem ja, okay?
In a rubber room, a room full of rats, and rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room, a room full of rats, and rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room, a room full of rats, and rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room, a room full of rats.
Mam nadzieję, że więcej nie muszę mówić.
Happened. This mean girl behavior is not new. Smaller creators like myself were just intimidated into silence and pretending like it never happened. So yeah, while this was old news, a lot of people weren't aware of it because it happened before Cinder had even gained some sort of an audience. One of the screenshots that Niantails would include in her post would be someone saying, "You're cringe" to Niantails, with Cinder liking it. Back then you could publicly see
Trzeba to
people's likes. So Cinder would
skończyć!
claim that Niantails made it seem to be like Cinder had a problem with the fact that the character looked similar to hers, when in reality it wasn't the case. Niantails would reach out to Spite and tell her, yeah, I had issues with this Cinder person before. She caused this whole drama with me for a character that looked similar to hers when I called her a dog girl. Cinder would show us that actually, the initial tweet Niantails made back in September 9th, 2021, would call this design a hellhound girl. Cinder would claim that this is what pissed her off. And then of course she'd say that it looks very similar to her concept. Cinder would claim that she didn't send anyone to harass Niantails and would show Red messaging an artist friend to ask for advice because they didn't know how to handle a situation like this in the VTuber sphere. He didn't know what to do. The artist was also confused, and he'd joke around and say, looks like Cinder if she worked at a strip club, shaking my head. Cinder then says, it was after this that our friend acted on their own and commented on Niantails' tweet to defend me, with another couple of our friends joining in. I messaged
No słuchajcie, zostało nam tylko pół godziny, no damy radę.
Friend Red reached out to after they commented on the tweet. In these DMs, Cinder would say, oh my god, blank, thank you for saying something after seeing that it really got me down. That friend would say, you're fine, girl, copycats are everywhere, but you should definitely step up and comment or at least DM her to tell her to change up her character design because it's too close to yours. To which Cinder would say, thank you for the advice, and the
Arisu. A jak skończę to oglądać, czyli za jakieś, nie wiem, pół godziny pewnie, i pójdę na godzinną drzemkę, oglądałem potem koreańską dramę, ale najpierw godzinę drzemki muszę pierdolnąć.
This would say, of course, cutie. So this, of course, is in reference to the whole "you're cringe" comment that Cinder liked on Niantails' tweet. So did she send people to harass Niantails? No, not directly. But did she condemn this behavior? No, not really. She was happy about it. Anyway, they'd end up messaging each other on Twitter, with Cinder starting the conversation saying, I'm sorry I didn't message you before replying to your tweet. Yes, this should have been private. Niantails would agree with this, saying this could have gone a lot differently if it had all gone down in DMs. Niantails would do the same exact thing Cinder has done in both Silverveil and Spite's sections of this document, showing her references, just to prove that it wasn't an exact copy of Cinder. She then specified that this character will never be the main focus of her channel. She'll just appear in 3 audios at most. So it's really not that big of a deal to make some changes if that'll appease you. Cinder would take her up on that offer and say that the most unique things about Cinder are the flames inside the ears and the tail's design. Regardless of the outfit, that's the biggest thing. Now, there was one picture in particular of their DMs that seemed really off, and Cinder addresses that, explaining herself. Cinder would say, below, I said you should be careful with what artists give you back in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else. And it sounds a lot worse reading it back now than I meant it back then. I asked her to remove only the artwork tweet until revisions were made, followed by her saying, I'll remove my tweets if you remove yours, which I agreed to. So yeah, you see, this is Cinder saying, yeah, I can do that. I agree this was a misunderstanding, and I do apologize for all this stupid Twitter drama. Really, I do. I don't know what other artists you work with, but you should be careful with that they give give back to you in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else. Niantes would explain herself, saying, I hate confrontation. My artists are so sweet. I hate returning stuff or asking for alterations, though I see what you mean. I'll remove my tweets if you remove yours. They both removed them, and then Niantes would say, sounds good. Glad we could sort this out. I'll be sure to get your approval for the changes when my artist is done with them. Yeah? One other thing to point out is that in these DMs, Sinder would genuinely apologize if there were supporters of hers that commented harsh things towards her due to her replying to her original post. They would agree on an apology they would both post, and then Niantes would say, sounds good to me, so it's all sorted now, and we can assume it was. Niantes would come back later, messaging her with a new design, and Sinder would say, that's fine, thanks for getting back to me, I appreciate it. Just to point out, these revisions took close to a month to be done. Cinder would then say, I'm aware I did not and do not have the exclusive right to have fire on my character design, specifically my ears. It is my most iconic feature, but that doesn't make it only my feature. Your VTuber character design is something that represents you, and in an IP-driven world, your design is very important to your brand. When someone adds similar details to their own design, or their design looks very inspired by yours, it can feel personal, like they took part of you for themselves. As I grew, I became much less concerned about other VTubers using fire elements like mine. I've seen many VTubers with fire in their ears, and many adding the swirl too, but fire with a swirl has always been a common trope. While it would bum me out when everything around that detail looked as if it could have been taken from me, I recognize that I probably inspired a lot of people to design themselves that way. I do not and have not held it against any VTubers who have fire on them, in their ears, have it change colors, are hellhounds, or have any other design element they share with me after moving past my feelings about spite in 2023. My friends would sometimes come to me about VTubers they'd seen that they thought were copying my fire features like here, which made me feel justified in feeling bad about it. Like I wasn't alone. Nobody likes to feel like someone is copying or ripping off something as personal as their VTuber design. Not me, not spite, and I'm sure not Silverveil either. So I should include DMs here with a friend that was telling her that someone was copying her and she'd feel bad about it, and then in the next DMs that she'd show would be her being very happy that another friend has fire ears. She'd also be excited about another friend making an outfit similar to hers. So look, by now if you've watched my channel before, you'd know that these dramas about people copying each other in the VTubing sphere happen too often. And that's because inherently, VTubers are anime characters, and there's only so much you can do to make an anime character original. It's inevitable. However, in general, it says a lot about how someone would handle someone quote-unquote copying their designs. Silverveil, Spite, and Sinder all had different reactions.
Yeah, dobre.
It's up to you to decide who had the best one and who had the worst one. But now that we're done with this section, this leads us to the last section directed towards someone personally, and that would be Aru. So Aru used to be a VTuber that now does facecam streams. As you saw earlier in the document, this wouldn't be the first time Aru would be mentioned, especially in regards to Silverveil. She'd be one of the last people to make a statement on Sinder as the drama was going on April 2025. Here's what she'd say. I hadn't planned on tweeting anything about this until I saw Cinder's apology. I wasn't hurt to the extent others were. It's clear now that I was lied to and used, not treated as a friend, but as a tool. I first met Cinder during a Twitch Rivals tournament and really looked up to her. We hit it off, messaged a lot, and got even closer at TwitchCon 2022, where I spent most of the day with her and Red. At one point, she noticed I was mutuals with Silverveil, someone I admired since meeting her at PAX, and asked if I could introduce her. I thought she was just a fan like I was. Cinder invited me to go with her to Silverveil's meet and greet, and it meant a lot to me. As someone who didn't grow up with many social invitations due to being homeschooled in a foreign country, that gesture felt special. But looking back, I realized she only invited me because she thought I could give her access to Silverveil. After I introduced them, Cinder pushed me to ask Silverveil for a collab. I'm someone who rarely initiates collab. I prefer to build friendships off stream first and let things happen naturally. Still, I went out of my comfort zone to help because I believed she genuinely admired Silverveil. Now I know that wasn't true, and realizing she actually harbored resentment the whole time makes me feel completely used. I wasn't a person to her, just a connection. I did message Silverveil about the collab for the first time, but when Cinder followed up again, I brushed it off because I didn't want to pressure her. Over time, I started noticing that Cinder didn't treat me like a real friend, more like a means to an end. Sometimes she made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me, and I can't help but think it's because I didn't push harder for the collab. By 2023, our interactions had nearly stopped. Still, I tried to keep things friendly in DM/IRL because I didn't know how to stand up for myself or set boundaries. That's changed now for obvious reasons. It's hard to say, but Cinder's apology doesn't feel genuine, especially not towards Silverveil. The truth is, Cinder isn't the only one who makes others in the space feel used or small. People like her, Yaki, and others made me feel that the best choice for myself was to step away from VTubing entirely and made me afraid to build new connections. But as I said yesterday, there are good people in this space, and they're the ones worth holding on to. Don't let
Taka rada dla niektórych, nie? I nawet jeżeli chcecie zyskać przyjaciół na VTubingu i tak dalej, nie róbcie tego. Okej, są osoby, z którymi się fajnie dogadacie, będzie przyjaźń i tak dalej, ale szczerze, bardzo dużo osób będzie dalej napierdalać za waszymi plecami, nieważne co zrobicie. Jeżeli chcecie mieć prawdziwe relacje przyjacielskie, znajdźcie sobie w prawdziwym życiu naprawdę kogoś, a nie szukajcie kogoś na VTubie. Ja wiem, że może być ciężko, aczkolwiek lepiej na tym wyjdziecie. Mniej stresu potem będzie, mniej problemów, mniej Google Doki, mniej wszystkiego.
The bad ones stop you from being your genuine self. She then ends by saying, what I went through wasn't nearly as intense as what Nanolis experienced, but I do understand how hard it is to say no to a friend, especially when they make you feel like you're the only one who can help. I truly hope everyone affected by Sinder can heal and move forward, and I'm sorry for any negativity the situation has brought up from my side as well. She'd post this as a quote tweet to Cinder's apology, and she'd include DMs between them, the same ones we saw in this document so far. On the next day, Aru would make another post, thanking everyone for the kind words, and addressing some pyropups who thought she was putting more oil on the fire when she didn't need to. Aru would say, I want to be clear that the entire reason I spoke up in the first place was to show that it wasn't just Red behaving this way. I only understood her motive with me after Silverveil shared her document. Then, seeing her apology where she shifted all the blame onto Red, I felt it was important to step in, not just to support Silverveil's story, which honestly spoke for itself given how many people were affected, but also to point out that her apology wasn't honest. Even while holding deep hatred towards Silverveil, she still used me and likely others to try and force a collaboration with her.
Tylko, Robert, mówię trochę o czymś innym. Bo ja z ziomkami też się jebiemy, wiesz? Tylko chodzi o to, że przy tobie będą zachowywali się słodko pierdząco. Że to są twoi best friend forever. Wszystko ładnie. A za twoimi plecami będą cię przedstawiać jako najgorsze ścierwo na świecie. Jaki to jesteś zły, śmiacie z siebie, z tego co robisz, a potem o mój Boże, mordo, dawno się nie słyszeliśmy, ale jak tam u ciebie? Taki dysonans poznawczy.
All opportunity came from a place of love and respect. This wasn't Red's idea, and it wasn't something he pushed. Here's what Sinder had to say in the document. Aru took the opportunity to speak out against me and lie, claiming that I used her as a tool to get to Silvervale, and that's all she ever was to me. I met Aru during a Twitch Rivals event in September of 2022, and I met her in person with Red at TwitchCon the following month. At the con, she mentioned that she knew Silvervale while we were sitting by the Vishoujo booth. This was the first time I learned this, and I didn't notice they were mutuals like she claimed. I told her I was planning to go to her meet and greet the next day. I had nothing against
No i co z tego? Usłyszałaś, że z nas Silvervale i postanowiłaś to wykorzystać. Nie ma znaczenia, czy to wiedziałaś wcześniej, czy nie.
Silvervale at the time this happened, and I wasn't motivated to meet her up by deep hatred like Aru claimed. I chose to invite Aru to come with me because I was nervous to see her myself, but I was going either way. Red was with us, but he stepped away to the side when we saw Silver. While Aru, Red, and I were waiting in line, right after the meet and greet, Aru was the one who suggested the idea of a canine collab between us two and Silver, even though she claimed I pushed it onto her in her tweet. Since it was a verbal conversation 3 years ago, I don't have any evidence of this other than Red and I both being able to corroborate. She then showed us DMs between Red and Nano, where Red was spilling the beans and telling Nano how even Aru wanted to ask Silver if the two of them and Sinder could do a Wolf Girl collab together. This was on 10th of May 2023. Cinder would continue. After the con, I asked Aru about the idea to see if she was serious, and she happily asked Silver about it. At the start of December, I asked Aru again about the collab to check if she'd heard anything about it. She said, let me message her right now, which she admitted was a lie in her tweet. Aru never said anything else about it, and I didn't ask her again. This in no way changed my friendship or view of Aru. She said by 2023 our interactions nearly stopped, but yet we continued to message each other on and off for the next 8 months. I even asked her to voice in one of my lore videos in May of 2023, and when she was hesitant about being a part of it, I reassured her I still wanted her to be. It was around that time Aru fell out of VTubing and we grew apart. The last messages in our DMs were from her asking me about doing the IT escape room at TwitchCon that year. Although I never replied to her directly, us and a group of friends did plan to do the Saw escape room there that year, which was organized in a separate Discord server. I have no idea what she's talking about in her tweet when saying Sinder made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me. I would see Aru at conventions and events, and every time I've interacted with her, I always treated her as my friend. She hasn't messaged me, and I haven't messaged her. But now it's because I was always just using her to get to Silvervale. I messaged her about the collab she had the idea for twice, ever, almost a year before we stopped talking. Silver had no obligation to do anything with us, and I didn't hold the fact that the collab never happened against Aru. Her suddenly thinking she'd like to come back to VTubing in the same tweet she lied about me when it was popular to do so is extremely opportunistic. So I didn't mention this when I read out Aru's second tweet on the 28th of April, but she would say, and I'm so thankful for the messages about possibly coming back to VTubing. I'm not sure if she ever did though. I'm pretty sure she didn't. From what I could see on her YouTube channel, she didn't. I don't know if she streamed it, but for the most part, she stayed a face game streamer. Cinder would then say, below are the entirety of my DMs with Aru. So look, the rest of these pages in this section would be just Cinder and Aru talking. I mean, these are normal DMs, and they were talking like they were happy to text each other every time. Cinder would then show us DMs of her asking Aru to come with her to meet Silvervale, which Aru was very enthusiastic about, saying, of course I'll go with you. Next thing you know, Aru would post the image of her and Cinder with their phones next to Silvervale. Silver would say that was so adorable. The conversations would be completely normal, right? They're just talking about the convention, parties, etc. When Cinder was driving back home, she'd ask Aru, hey, are you gonna message Silvervale? To which Aru said, yes, we already saw all of this. They would then continue talking from time to time, playing games together, maybe even collabing, I think. Aru would send some messages to Cinder sometimes asking about how she can use different software. And yeah, it seems like they collabed more than once. Then 2 months after TwitchCon...
Edzia, widzisz co my oglądamy? Ten stream trwa już 7 godzin. Oglądamy to dalej na przyspieszeniu, pragnąłbym przypomnieć. Tu psychika siada, no.
Cinder would ask Aru if she'd ever heard from Silvervale about the collab. To be fair to Cinder, after asking that, she would still message Aru from time to time. At some point even saying happy birthday Aru with no response. But Aru would still keep this going, saying things like I love you so much randomly. But Aru would also keep this going, sometimes saying I love you so much. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Overall, these conversations seem very wholesome. They seem to have been good friends. At some point, Cinder would even ask if Aru wanted to voice something for her lore video, like she did with Nano.
Tak, to już 7 godzin.
Would end in October 2023, when Cinder would pretty much ghost her. When Aru would say, Cinder, would you want to do an IT escape room at TwitchCon? It's this one. Cinder did mention in this section that she was going to go to the Saw escape room, but it's not known whether Aru was even aware of this. I don't know what happened after this. So yeah, all in all, this was definitely interesting, but I don't think it deserved its own section. It's all good though, because the good news is we finally finished all the big chunky sections of this document. The last 2 sections of this document would be message to the Pyro Pups. It would be 2 pages in which she'd apologize to her Pyro Pups for just leaving them like this, that many of them must have lost faith in her, and that she's sorry she hadn't said anything.
To się nazywa
She
VTuber Rabbit
accepts
Hole,
the
wiesz?
fact that some Pyro Pups would never want to support her again, thanking them for their support, and of course would reiterate that if they've sent harassment in support of her, then they're not a Pyro Pup. They're not a fan. She'd even go on to say that you're deplorable. disgusting, and I don't want anything to do with you. Adding that this also goes for anyone who does the same after this document is posted. I want to sincerely apologize again to anyone who has been affected by these people. Red would also chime in saying, hey gang, I need to apologize to all you too. It's my fault any of this happened in the first place. My mistake sent Sinder into hiding and left you all questioning what to do. I'm sorry I caused all this. I hope you can still support Sinder and the projects we create in the future. Thank you to those who've stuck around. Your support has been a big help. So yeah, this would be Red really confirming, right? I hope you can still support Sinder and the projects we create in the future, because I am not going anywhere. Thanks. And then finally, you'd have the section titled Looking Ahead. Earlier this year, my world fell apart. I lost my friends, my fans, and opportunities I could have only ever dreamed of. But sometimes things need to fall apart in order to rebuild them back better. I'm choosing to look on the bright side. I needed something to break me out of my cycle of working all day every day and adjust my lifestyle for a healthier work-life balance. This was a long overdue reminder that the friends I've made should have been the most important thing in the world to me, and I should have put more time and energy into my relationships with them outside of the work we did together. They were supposed to be by my side even when I'm not Sinder anymore, and I lost sight of that in my never-ending pursuit of the next big thing. It forced me to recognize that through my own actions or inaction, I was hurting people that only ever wanted the best for me. If ever given the chance, I don't plan on making that mistake again. Despite everything that's happened, I forgive my friends. I don't hold anything against my friends who weren't involved. The artists I've worked with, business partners, and former mods for anything they did after all this happened, and I'm sorry for how they were affected by all of it. I've had more than enough time to think everything over and over again. Obviously, the root cause of almost everything that happened was because of poor communication between Red and I, between me and my friends, and between them and me, and poor decisions made under pressure. I was under pressure from Red about his feelings about Val that made me distance myself from her. Pressure on myself that made me choose V-Card over going to Nubi's concert, and pressure from harassment.
Słuchajcie, od słuchania tego bullshitu ja generalnie czuję się, jakby po mnie walec przejechał już, nie?
And my insecurities that led to trying to cut off Silvervale from Nano's models. Red and I had plenty of time to talk things out with people, and neither of us did. Everything that was made public could have been settled privately. This has set an awful precedent for the entirety of the VTuber community, which I feel has become more divisive and drama-filled since this happened. I've always had problems communicating with people. I will do my best to be more open about what I'm thinking and feeling to them, even if it's difficult, to avoid any other situations like this from ever happening again. Red and I have both made mistakes. We aren't perfect people, but we aren't evil either. We're going to try to contact anyone we owe an apology to personally, even if an apology to them was in this document, and hope to move on. I don't blame the internet for being the internet, making memes at my expense, and countless news and drama channels farming this reviews. It's just business. And this is just another Google Docie. Actually, it's not, Sinder. It's 1,000 fucking pages. Anyway, but I didn't want to...
Kiedy nawet dramatuberom już odpierdala od tej ilości kontentu.
hide from this for the rest of my life, and I couldn't let my legacy be decided by anyone other than myself. Now there's nothing else for me to say, and I can finally look ahead. I'm ready to return to doing what I love, even if it's on a smaller scale. I want to stream again, I want to create again, I want to inspire people again, I want to be someone people can look up to again. I love being a VTuber, and I love being Sinder. Thank you for reading, and thank you for waiting.
Oh my god, we finally made it until the end.
So yeah, guys, as you saw in the earlier section, she apologized. In this section, she forgave her friends, and at the end here, she said that she was coming back, and she did exactly that. As you saw at the beginning of this video, I talked to you about this tweet where Shondo inadvertently revealed that Sinder was married to Red, and yeah, she'd end up streaming. Her comeback stream would be on the 15th of October, and it would peak at 13,800 viewers. Her Pyro Pups would also shower her with money. I think she made anything from $10,000 to $40,000.
Ona chyba rekord jakiś klepnęła w ogóle.
Reaching a level 55 hype train and only being live for close to 3 hours. She streamed 7 more times since then, with the last stream being on the 26th of October, 2025. Her viewership has been stabilizing, yes, and she has been losing some followers here and there, but overall, she's still in the top 1,000 channels on Twitch, and she's definitely doing very good. This is something that I expressed in my first video. She could have taken a week break, come back with a better apology, and just resume streaming like she always has. I mean, come on, who are we kidding here? Dr. Disrespect set this precedent. He messaged the minor, and look at his career. The reality is, unless a platform bans you, you could murder someone, but people will still watch when you stream. Here's the thing though, before her comeback stream, she had made this...
Niestety to jest taka smutna rzeczywistość, nie? Że tak naprawdę bardzo ciężko cię skancelować, dopóki sam nie chcesz zostać skancelowany. Oczywiście, mamy przykłady tego, że faktycznie cancel się udaje. I to jest na przykład jedna z topowych VTuberek z hiszpańskiego community bodajże, gdzie to była Space Cat czy jakoś tam, to jak wyszła drama w ogóle z jej udziałem, to ona została skancelowana tak, że z jednej z topowych VTuberek w ogóle na świecie, no ona teraz generalnie streamuje kasynko dla 100 osób, nie?
Announcement in her Discord server saying, "Hi, I'll be streaming tomorrow, Wednesday, October 15th. I hope to see you there. For those wondering, I won't be talking about anything that happened in the past. I'd like to move on for mine and everyone else's sake and try to just have a normal stream, so I'd appreciate your understanding." So I looked through her stream, I can confirm she didn't talk about anything related to the drama. It was just her mostly crying and being happy that she's back with her community, also showing off the dog that she adopted. She'd then say in this message, "I want to clarify something else too. Red will continue helping and supporting me as a mod, but he is no longer acting..."
No, chyba że też robisz takie debilne akcje jak Dubiel, nie? Bo tak naprawdę gdyby Dubiel zamknął mordę i powiedział: "Ja nie uważam, że zrobiłem nic złego. Sąd to oceni, bo pozwałem Wardęgę. A do tego czasu będę próbował robić swoje." To sytuacja byłaby kompletnie inna, a tak to wrzucił własną rodzinę, kurwa, pod pociąg.
as my manager are communicating for me. I have a new management team that will be advising me going forward. So that definitely was a very big piece of information that was left out of her document. I don't know why. You see, her document specifically said that Red was sticking around doing the same thing he's always done, which was be her manager. The only difference is that now she'll be part of his DMs. Now, I don't know if this was planned or she saw the community backlash over her keeping Red and decided within the week of her posting the document that she was going to get rid of him. One thing's for certain, though, I don't know what to believe. I mean, come on, guys, they're married. We can't reasonably ask them to divorce over internet drama, but at the same time, it's hard to believe that he won't still be playing an important role in all of this. Either way, time will tell. With the artists she works with the editors, for example, is Red doing the communication or is it actually going to be a team? We'll find out eventually. However, I cannot overstate how much of a massive positive difference it would have done for her if she included this in the redacted section of her document. She'd then say, I'd also like to repeat here that I do not condone the harassment of anyone and I never have. Please leave people alone. The mods have been directed to take action against those who do so against my wishes. Thank you. Now, you're probably wondering, what were people's reaction to this? More specifically, how did the people in her document react? Did they make their own statement? Did they talk about it? Did they say anything? Well, of course not. This was a 1,000-page document. Regular people didn't read it, and even content creators, for the most part, didn't bother reading the whole thing.
Nawet dramatuberzy tego nie chcieli czytać. A co dopiero osoby, które tam były.
Either. Very few did. I mean, seriously, would you rather read this or Lord of the Rings? And plus, it's not worth it. And even after you...
Wolałbym słuchać part 8 Femboy Hype House. Naprawdę.
Come up with your response, what is it really gonna do? The people who hate you will still hate you, and the people who love you will still love you. In the end, the squeeze is not worth the juice. But that's not to say that no one responded. And that's what leads us to Nano. In her Discord server, Nano would add everyone and say this. Hello, everyone. I feel like my closest community deserve a bit of information on recent happenings. First of all, I'm sorry for bringing all this mess to the community. Honestly, it's all in my hands for posting it because I felt it was the right thing to do. Mostly to show what's happening on the backstage of things. So look, before we keep going, all right, this is clear. She posted this in a panic because the English is so ridiculously broken. As we already saw, in her initial document, she said, English not being my first language and the language barrier, I discussed the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who helped me put them into words so everything's clear without any misunderstandings due to the lack of English skills. It was clear she didn't do that here. Anyway, she continues. Back then, I really tried to be the people pleaser and didn't know how to say no to a cool project, and I ended up taking too much I could chew and also keep up with Cinder's projects, which I love to work with. I already worked really hard to keep up with Cinder's rhythm, give her priority, and still wanted to work with new people, which as you could see, didn't work well. I canceled many commissions. I did use Mio with his consent as an excuse to my clients, and not my manager since it didn't work out. I do my own management. None of the canceled commissions were paid up front and communicated months prior to the starting point. The canceled clients knew this, maybe just not bow. Sorry, I don't remember well, and we have things sorted. I already worked my ass off to please Cinder, and there was a point I thought to myself, why not ask if they want me to be exclusive if they would pay for it since I was almost doing so. I revisited the first doc, and I'm sorry, I did realize it looks weird, but this was not the whole point. It was about blacklisting. The exclusivity was paid to me, but since I backed out because my friends told me I was being stupid by taking it, it was discounted from a commission payment. The offer was $3,951 cost rigging and Novels Horizon Cinder figure for my exclusivity. Thank you, friends. I also want to apologize to the people who have been mentioned with no reason at all on Cinder's doc. I needed help, but didn't think they would be included this way. They have nothing to do with the whole situation, so please don't ever bother them about this. In this case, I guess she's referring to Akira, her unofficial manager. She then ends this by saying, I have learned a lot through this whole situation I caused. Sadly, I will still be working as much as I can because that's what I like to do. Saying no to clients still hurts me, but it's something I'm enduring in respects to them and my own limits. So again, this was really rushed. She was clearly in a panic. There was broken English. It was all over the place. It didn't help her. And to the people who were siding with Cinder based on what was available in the document, this was proof that they were right, and so was Cinder. Nano was the issue, and without her, none of this would have happened. Is that truly the case, though? Well, that's up to you to decide. Another one of the people who were involved that would reply to Cinder would be Aru. She'd need over an hour to go through everything and explain her side of the situation. The first one would be in regards to Cinder saying that she was never the one who brought up Silverveil first. It was actually Aru. Watch.
Claimed. So this completely, it's a he said, she said situation at this point because this is not true. Cinder literally told me that Silverveil inspired her and that one of her biggest dreams was to collab with Silverveil. And that is how it came up because we were walking by the VShojo booth. So I don't know if this is how it happened in her head, but that is literally how it came up because we were.
So already they both disagree on the most fundamental aspect of this, the fact that Cinder wasn't the first one to bring up Silverveil, right? Now, of course, in Cinder's document, she would say, Red can confirm this, he was a witness, but come on, like he's your husband, right? It won't lead anywhere. She would then address the last message she ever sent Cinder.
Wysoki sądzie. Ja nie zabiłam teściową, świadkiem mój mąż.
Where she was inviting her to come to an escape room, and Cinder didn't reply to her.
We did the escape room together. I remember you were feeling bad that you were shunned out. Yeah, no shit. Me not getting, and like, let me just say, me not getting the invite did make me feel shitty. I was sad. I was like, oh man, I wish I could have gone with them. I wonder why I wasn't invited. That was literally my fucking mindset. I was like, damn, I wonder why I wasn't invited. That's really sad.
And the last thing I'll show you, right, again, this is an hour, but the last thing I'll show you that I think is interesting is her explaining why she thought that Cinder didn't like her. And it would be a story that Cinder hadn't talked about or mentioned in the Aru section. Watch.
I have no idea what she's talking about in her tweet when saying Cinder made it clear. IRL, she didn't like me. Oh, thank God you brought this up, Cinder. So this is real, and you can choose to believe me or not. Listen, if that person wants to come out and corroborate the story, I implore them, but I don't think they will. But I was on a trip with a bunch of VTubers around the time of my birthday. You guys can go back to this trip and find it. It's fine if you want to. There's a whole paper trail. But during my birthday, I went on a trip with a bunch of VTubers, and we were at this like party thing. I can't really say, but we were at this party thing, and we were going to go in groups, like in pairs of 2, to this thing. From what I saw, I actually had the flu during this time, so I was like really sick, and I was just sitting down quietly. And so we were supposed to go in pairs of 2. So each person had the pair of 2, and me and Sinder got paired together. And when me and Sinder were going to go do this thing, Sinder pulled this VTuber down, whispered something in her ear. Literally, this is happening right in front of me, by the way. And I say, Wallahi, I swear on Pummel, bro, this happened. So you know I'm not a fucking liar. And she whispered in this VTuber's ear, and then the VTuber told me, actually, Aru, I think I'll go with Sinder, and then I'll come back and take you. So then that VTuber grabbed Sinder right in front of me, by the way, after Sinder and I were supposed to go in together, took Sinder to go do the thing, and then came back and took me to go do the thing. And it happened right in front of my fucking eyes. So yes.
Chodzi o seks?
I felt like you didn't like me. And that really hurt my feelings, by the way.
All right, so there you have it. Some more context, something that we didn't even know about, something that Sinder failed to mention, and it really shows you just how nuanced all this is, right? So as soon as someone decides to speak out and give more information, everything all of a sudden starts to change. Is Sinder still in the right after what Aru said, or is Aru still in the wrong? I'll let you decide. The last thing I'll show about Aru is the fact that she made a pinned comment saying, I just want to clarify that I made the decision I felt was right at the time. I still hold no ill will towards Sinder. I truly believe she can return to streaming and continue to find success. And finally, the last response someone in the document would make would actually be Bao during her debut stream that happened after Sinder's document dropped. In it, she would explain the situations that Red talked about that made him have his assumptions about her, as well as her general frustrations. Watch.
I'm finally home now, and yeah, if if anyone else wants to drop like a Google Doc on me, could you guys wait till like maybe after the holidays? Could you guys give me maybe like, I don't know, like a 1 to 2 month notice? That'd be really, really awesome. I actually can't, I'm actually like this close to going into psychosis. Like that would be really, really awesome. Yeah, I'm genuinely like this close. Like
So yeah.
You don't even have to like write a Google Doc. Like make a scathing tweet about me, and that might just be enough. I'm gonna be honest. So yeah, just letting anyone know if you got any issues you wanna air out with me. I can't even think of any. Apparently, a lot of things are worth putting into Google Docs now, such as oh my god, like can you guys, I don't know, maybe like taking my editors out for dinner, and you know, one of my editors flying in from the Philippines. Apparently prioritizing feeding them is a cause for, you know, a grudge against me. Or actually, you know, another thing too is you know, being so obsessed with me that you buy a Twitch sub and stalk my Discord server and try to watch my mental breakdowns to my sub server. Apparently that's a cause for a growing grudge, or maybe being pissed off at a racist Japanese shop owner for kicking me and my friends out because we were foreigners. Yeah, apparently that's also justification for hating the absolute shit out of me. Oh God, no, sorry, I should have been nicer to that racist old Japanese lady that kicked me and all my friends out, despite us having a reservation. Yeah, no, it's cool. Awesome, you know. And yeah, by the way, I don't want your fucking money. Have a great life. Anyways.
Anyway.
Have a great stream today, guys. What do we think?
So yeah, this adds a lot of context to what Red had, and it's something I mentioned, you know, it could have been anything, and I'm sure she had her reasons, and now that she actually said them, well, she made Red look even worse than he already was, and that's already a hard thing to do. One of her mods came from the Philippines, all the way to TwitchCon, just to meet up with Bao, and I mean, come on, man, yeah, you gotta make some tough decisions sometimes. It doesn't mean she doesn't like her friends, and when it came to that one friend who had a problem with Bao over an altercation that happened at a restaurant, well, now we know it was a racist owner. Maybe the friend just didn't like the fact that Bao made a big deal out of it, but I doubt that justifies wanting to blacklist her. We also would get some sort of a new detail at the end there with her saying, I don't want your money. This could mean anything, but it could indicate the fact that maybe Sinder or Red are trying to give her money for the damage they caused to her. But hey, don't worry, because this is all just speculation. I can't believe we made it to the end. In conclusion, I'd say this document took a lot of effort. Way too much effort. And in the end, I doubt it was worth all that effort. Sinder could have come back with a 5-page document, laying out some of the things that bothered her, but also apologizing and wanting to move on, while saying that Red is not working for me anymore, just like she did in the Discord server, and getting a manager that's well liked by the community who could set her straight. She would have been received by the wider VTuber community with open arms. I mean, it's been 5 months, come on. And most people would say, yeah, you deserve a second chance. What she ended up doing was different. She wrote 1,000 pages, something that's never been done before. It might win the Guinness World Record for a Google Doc written for the purpose of online drama.
Ja bym nie gadał tyle, bo za chwilę dostaniemy 1100 stron, bo ktoś będzie musiał przebić to. I to wszyscy będziemy mieli takie, dobra, to pierdolę to.
And if anything, this document showed us more issues regarding both Sinder and Red.
Ja bym się nie zdziwił, gdy w pewnym momencie istotne osoby wyszły z Niji-Sanji i razem klepnęli Google Doc, który będzie miał jakieś 1500 stron o tym, jak zarząd jest do dupy.
Sinder was a terrible friend, especially from 2024 onwards. She admits this herself. We got to see the extent of how bad of a friend she actually was by neglecting her other friends like Bao and Numi. Red, on the other hand, turned out to be way worse than we could have ever imagined. The guy would create fan fictions in his head to justify hating people that were his wife's friends. It was a disaster. Objectively speaking, Red is radioactive and needs to be kept away from anything Cinder-related if she wants her brand to survive. When it comes to Sinder, though, I don't think most people think that she's evil. She made mistakes, and yeah, normally I would have said she deserves a second chance. The one thing that would stop me from making this conclusion too quickly, though, is the fact that she included the speculation parts of this document. These sections are very dangerous, and even though she would claim that she's against harassment, they only cause further harassment, especially the community of zealots who would do anything to defend their queen. That's the reality. I don't know if it was her idea or Red's idea. Honestly, at this point, who cares? They wrote it together, but that's really the one thing that I personally cannot ignore. I have a problem with it. In any case, this document and the drama will die down. Cinder will keep streaming, but she will be alone in doing so, but that's okay, because maybe at the end of the day, that's exactly what the Pyro Pups want. They want her to give them her full attention, with no distractions such as friends. If you watch until the end, you're crazy. Now you genuinely, actually, right now have to get up and talk to a therapist, but I really appreciate you anyway. I wonder what you think about this mess, because the only thing I can think about is how I never, ever in my life want to see another Google Doc ever again. You understand? Anyway, if you want me to become a part owner of GamerSubs without writing a 1,000-page document, then go use my code, Mugen, for 10% off your total order. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going on vacation. I don't want to look at a single YouTube video, tweet, or document ever again, and I will see you in the next video, whenever that is. I just contradicted myself, but hey, I love you. Mwah.
Dobra, czat, mam pytanie podstawowe. Czy chcecie na temat tego wszystkiego dyskutować jeszcze? Bo ja się tak... No... Popieram. Dobra, to dziękuję za streama, słyszę...